Once hailed as a genius, the eldest son of the Jiang family has now been reduced to a street-dwelling vagrant. Jiangchen stood on the streets of the slums in Yulong City, his gaze distant as he looked towards the bustling city center, his heart filled with bitterness. Just a month ago, he was the envy of everyone in Yulong City, prodigy among prodigies. He awakened his Beastmaster talent at the age of 3 and became a gold-level Beastmaster by 16, boasting 6 powerful golden beasts. Yet, fate is fickle. Overnight, all his beasts were slain by a mysterious figure. Without his beasts, Jiang Chun was instantly transformed from a genius to a failure. Who would have thought the eldest of the Jiang family, a prodigy who awakened his Beastmaster talent at 3 and became a gold-level Beastmaster at 16, would end up here? Passers-by gossiped, pointing at Jiang Chun. Hearing these words, Jiang Chen clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. Anger burned within him as he silently vowed, "Jiang family, one day, I will reclaim what is rightfully mine." However, reality was harsh. Without his beasts, not only was Jiang Chen mercilessly abandoned by his family, but he was also stripped of all his savings. Now, he could only eke out a living in the slums. As the sun set, Jiang Chun surveyed his surroundings, pondering where he might find shelter for the night. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Young Master Jiang, where are you headed?" Jiang Chun turned to see a delinquent youth wearing a suit and an earring, smiling at him. "Zhou Xing," Jiang Chun called out calmly, though internally he was on high alert. Zhou Xing's grin widened as the ring on his hand glimmered slightly. In the next moment, a fiery red lizard over 2 meters long appeared beside him. "My little red here would love to get to know you better," Zhou Xing said, his tone dripping with menace. Jiang Chen instantly understood Zhou Xing's true intentions and turned to flee without hesitation. He knew that in his current state, staying would mean certain death. Zhou Xing followed leisurely, mocking him. "Young Master Jiang, we've known each other for a while. Why make this difficult? You're just a has-been now. Staying alive only tarnishes the Jiang family's reputation. Why not die by my hand? At least I can light incense for you." These words only fueled Jiang Chen's anger. He had once been so illustrious, and now he was being hunted by someone who used to be his subordinate. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged towards him. Jiang Chen barely dodged the fireball spat by the flame lizard, but his skin was still scorched. He knew he stood no chance against the bronze peak-level flame lizard. Glancing back, he saw the flame lizard opening its mouth wide, another fireball ready to launch. In desperation, Jiang Chun darted into an open doorway. Boom! The fireball struck the wall, shaking the entire room. Zhou Xing laughed triumphantly. "Jiang Chen, you're finally getting what you deserve. How delightful." Seeing Jiang Chen trapped in a room with only one exit, Zhou Xing's eyes gleamed with malice. "Little Red, switch to attack mode and breathe fire. I want to burn Yulong City's once greatest prodigy." Facing the prospect of being burned alive, Jiang Chen sat on the floor in despair. He chuckled bitterly at the thought that he had come from another world, only to die here again. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! God-level Beastmaster system activating. Ding! God-level Beastmaster system activation successful. Jiang Chen's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly snapped open. A surge of joy flashed through his heart. The system had finally appeared. When he was first reborn, he was quite upset about not having a cheat or golden finger, but now it seemed it had just arrived a little late. Ding! The system's notification sounded. As this is the first activation of the system, you have been awarded a newbie gift pack. Ding! You have received the newbie gift pack. These notifications made Jiang Chun feel like happiness had come too suddenly, almost causing him to faint. However, the sound of the door straining under pressure brought him back to reality. "System, open the newbie gift pack now," Jiang Chun said eagerly. A virtual gift pack appeared before him, bursting into dazzling multicolored light. Ding! You have obtained a mythical beast taming template. Ding! You have obtained 3 beast taming seeds. Jiang Chun was stunned. Beast taming seeds? His heart trembled with excitement. Possessing beast taming seeds meant he could once again walk the path of a beast tamer. With the system's help, his future looked brighter. Originally prepared to become a warrior, he hadn't expected such a turn of events that would allow him to become a beast tamer again. As Jiang Chen was fretting over being in a perilous situation and unable to form a beast contract, the concrete floor beneath him suddenly shifted. A turtle's head emerged, followed by a body the size of a millstone. The large turtle appeared in the room, looking around in bewilderment, as if asking, "Who am I? Where am I?" Simultaneously, a virtual panel appeared before Jiang Chun. Name: Rock Turtle. Quality: Common. Grade: Bronze lower grade. Description: a very ordinary turtle-like beast. Evolution paths: 1. 10 Vajra fruits and 1 silver grade rock attribute core to evolve into Vajra ghost turtle. 2. 10 water spirit fruits and 1 silver grade. Jiangchen was amazed by the powerful capabilities of the system. It not only listed the beast's various attributes, but also provided complete evolution paths. Although this rock turtle seemed quite unremarkable, with only a bronze lower grade, and stood little chance against a bronze peak flame lizard, Jiangchen decided to contract it without hesitation. At the very least, it could enhance his chances of escape. With a thought, a glowing seed flew from his forehead and embedded itself into the rock turtle's head. Drawing on his experience as a former gold-level beast tamer, he easily completed the contract. The rock turtle's large eyes immediately showed a friendly expression. Ding! A compatible beast has been detected. The mythical template can be fused. The system's notification sounded again. Jiangchen remembered the mythical template. Use it, he commanded decisively. As his voice fell, a virtual panel popped up, and the rock turtle was enveloped in brilliant multicolored light. Ding! Your rock turtle can ultimately evolve into the Flame Devourer, Anchuan. Jiangchen's eyes lit up, knowing what the Flame Devourer, Anchuan, signified. Wow! I'm going to be amazing, he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Almost simultaneously, the system prompted again. Your rock turtle has advanced to the Flame Devourer, Anchuan. Please check the information yourself. Jiangchen quickly opened the new panel for the rock turtle. Name: Anchuan Flame Devourer. Quality: mythical. Grade: bronze upper grade. Description: a powerful apostle with unparalleled strength. Evolution paths: none. Roar. A low growl emanated as the newly transformed rock turtle appeared before Jiangchen. It was a turtle with a dark red body, its shell seemingly flowing with molten lava. It lifted its head slightly, and its crimson eyes gazed at Jiangchen, then affectionately nuzzled him with its large head, clearly still recognizing its master. At that moment, with a loud crash, the door finally gave way and shattered. A burst of flame shot in from outside, heading straight for Jiangchen. However, Anchuan swiftly stepped forward, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the raging flames whole, even letting out a satisfied belch afterward. Everything happened so quickly that Jiangchen barely had time to react. Meanwhile, Zhou Xing, standing outside, was left dumbfounded, staring at the bizarre scene in the room. Zhou Xing furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. He looked around, his gaze landing on the massive turtle in the center of the room. The sudden appearance of this unexpected guest caught him completely off guard. Jiangchen, you've hidden your cards well, Zhou Xing sneered. I didn't expect you still had a beast companion left. Unfortunately, this one is only of bronze high grade. It's no match for my flame lizard. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xing sensed an unusual aura emanating from Anchuan. His expression shifted from disdain to caution, but he quickly regained his confidence. A bronze high-grade beast companion was still nothing to worry about. Jiangchen, however, thought differently. Believing in the unique qualities of his mythical-grade beast, he issued a simple command: go. Zhou Xing laughed aloud at the command. Jiangchen, are you out of your mind? Sending a bronze high-grade turtle to attack my little red? It's the slowest creature imaginable. But Anchuan's actions quickly cut Zhou Xing's laughter short. The turtle retracted its limbs into its shell and, in the next instant, shot forward like a cannonball, smashing through the concrete wall as if it were made of paper. Zhou Xing's face changed dramatically as he dodged out of the way. His flame lizard wasn't as fortunate and was struck heated by Anchuan, sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood splattering everywhere. Little red. Zhou Xing's eyes turned red with rage as he roared. You'll pay for this. You'll pay. His ring flashed again, summoning a new flame lizard over 5 meters long. Clearly, this was a more powerful silver-deer beast. Jiangchen was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Zhou Xing smirked. Jiangchen, surprised? I've advanced to the silver tier and successfully bonded with a second beast. Today will be your end. Flame Giant Lizard, attack! Zhou Xing commanded sharply, and the battle was about to commence. The Blazing Giant Lizard is a common grade, low-tier silver beast, evolved from the Blazing Lizard. It possesses a stronger command over the power of fire. To evolve it further into the elite-grade Blazing Frenzy Lizard, one would need 5 pounds of red flame ore and a gold-grade fire attribute crystal core. Zhou Xing stood in the dim alley, a wild gleam in his eyes. He looked at Jiangchen in front of him, a cold smile playing on his lips. If it weren't for the Jiang family wanting you dead, I wouldn't have gotten this Blazing Giant Lizard. In a way, I should thank you. With that, he sharply turned to the Blazing Giant Lizard beside him and roared, Blazing Giant Lizard, tear him apart. At Zhou Xing's command, the lizard's mane stood on end, red energy swirling across its body. In the next instant, the entire alley was engulfed in searing flames. Just then, Anchuan slowly extended its limbs, opening its massive mouth. The raging flames formed into a vortex, swiftly swallowed into its belly. Zhou Xing stood dumbfounded, frozen in shock. A timely system prompt sounded. Dang! Congratulations, host. Your beast, Anchuan, has absorbed a large amount of flames, enhancing its strength. Anchuan's body rapidly expanded, growing to a height of 3 meters, resembling a small volcano. However, the narrow alley restricted its movement. Zhou Xing quickly regained his composure. As an experienced beast master, he immediately ordered, "Kill that turtle." The blazing giant lizard, realizing its fire attacks were ineffective, opted for close combat. In the blink of an eye, the blazing giant lizard charged at Anchuan, raising its massive claws. At this critical moment, Anchuan lifted its head, a hint of displeasure in its eyes. It suddenly opened its mouth, spraying a dark red liquid. Caught off guard, the blazing giant lizard was hit on its claws by the liquid. Roar! A harrowing scream echoed through the alley as the lizard retreated frantically. Jiangchen was astonished to see that the liquid had burned off one of the lizard's claws, despite its high resistance to heat. Before Jiangchen could react, Anchuan opened its mouth again, this time covering the entire blazing giant lizard with the dark red liquid. Unsurprisingly, the lizard, known for its high heat resistance, was dissolved on the spot. Jiangchen gasped. As a former gold-grade beast master, he knew that battles between beasts of the same attribute rarely ended so decisively. Even more incredible was that a bronze-grade beast had effortlessly crushed a silver-grade opponent. Zhou Xing was even more unwilling to accept this reality. Trembling, he retreated, his voice filled with fear. How is this possible? A bronze beast defeating a silver one? Jiangchen sneered. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? Having narrowly escaped death, he wasn't about to let Zhou Xing go easily. Anchuan, Jiangchen called coldly, and the massive turtle turned to him. Kill him. Anchuan's gaze fell on Zhou Xing, whose legs gave out as he collapsed to his knees. He tried to stand but failed repeatedly. As Anchuan approached, Zhou Xing felt a warm stream flow down his pants, the smell of urine quickly filling the air. Anchuan recoiled in disgust. Please, spare me, young Master Jiang. I was forced into this. Please, spare my life. Zhou Xing pleaded, his voice filled with despair. Jiangchen looked at him impassively, waiting for him to finish before speaking coldly. Done talking? Any last words? Zhou Xing shuddered, a sudden idea flashing in his mind. If you spare me, I'll tell you a secret about yourself. This piqued Jiangchen's interest. A secret about me? Zhou Xing nodded eagerly. Yes, about you. Promise not to kill me, and I'll tell you. Trust me, this secret is important to you. Jiangchen nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue. Zhou Xing took a deep breath. Young Master Jiang, have you ever seen your parents? Or are you sure you're really part of the Jiang family? This question stunned Jiangchen. Although he had been transmigrated and his childhood memories were hazy, he realized he had no memories of his parents. He had always assumed he was the Jiang family's eldest son. Go on, Jiangchen urged. All right. Zhou Xing was about to speak when a red line appeared on his neck. He touched it in horror, only to find a line of blood. With that touch, his head fell to the ground. Jiangchen's pupils contracted as he watched Zhou Xing die suddenly. It wasn't fear, but shock at someone being able to kill Zhou Xing without him noticing. This kind of power clearly exceeded his imagination. Jiangchen immediately became highly alert, muscles tensed, ready for any attack. However, after a moment, the surroundings remained silent. Jiangchen relaxed slightly, relieved that the assailant seemed not to be targeting him. Nonetheless, Zhou Xing's last words lingered in his mind, raising more questions about his origins. Forget it, I need to get out of here, Jiangchen thought, surveying the chaotic street. He knew staying longer would only invite trouble. He quickly crouched down and removed the ring from Zhou Xing's finger. It was a beast ring, a miraculous device developed by humans over a century that could store contracted beasts within. Although beasts inside the ring would enter a dormant state and stop growing in strength, each ring was worth tens of thousands of alliance coins, far beyond Jiangchen's current finances. With a ready-made one available, he wouldn't hesitate to take it. Jiangchen swiftly stored Anchuan in the beast ring, and then left the scene. Not long after, 2 men in black arrived quietly. Seeing the headless corpse, their faces remained expressionless, as if accustomed to such sights. They roughly stuffed the body into a body bag, tossed it into a garbage truck, and drove away. Jiangchen finally found a place to stay, spending 50 alliance coins. After paying, he was left penniless. He felt a sense of relief, knowing that at least he had regained his status as a beast master, and solving his financial troubles shouldn't be too difficult. Without the awakened system, his situation would be much more dire. Fortunately, Jiangchen had formed a new contract with a beast. Although it was only at the bronze tier, it possessed the combat power of a silver tier. This was enough to provide him with some self-defense capabilities, enabling him to venture out of the city to hunt beasts for money. However, before taking any action, Jiangchen needed to figure out something important. During the recent battle, he sensed something akin to a beast master talent emerging in his mind. As he focused his thoughts, a panel appeared before him. Host, Jiangchen. Level, Bronze Tier Beast Master. Beast, 1. Flame Devourer Anton. Beast Master Talent, Myriad Nest. Evaluation, Average Potential. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the Beast Master Talent section. A new talent had appeared. Beast Master talents were typically inherent. He recalled that his previous talent wasn't like this, but now it had changed. Yet, he was unsure what this new talent entailed. As Jiang Chen concentrated, the talent section expanded, revealing a new panel. Name, Myriad Nest. Quality, Mythical. Description. For each contracted beast, a suitable dwelling for the beast will automatically be created. Mythical quality? Jiang Chen gasped, his eyes widening further. Beast Master talents are categorized into 4 levels: common, rare, epic, and mythical. As far as Jiang Chen knew, the strongest known Beast Master talents were only of epic quality. Mythical quality talents were something only terrifying races might possess. He was possibly the first human to awaken a mythical tier Beast Master talent. However, this discovery didn't bring Jiang Chen joy. He decided to be cautious and keep this a secret from others. He didn't want to be captured and studied like a lab rat. Jiang Chen resolved that he wouldn't reveal this secret until he was strong enough to protect himself. Perhaps by then, he could leverage it for some fame. Coming back to reality, Jiang Chen was eager to understand what this myriad nest was like. He immediately asked, "System, how do I use this talent?" Ding. Simply imagine placing the beast into the myriad nest in your mind. The system responded. Hearing this, Jiang Chen wasted no time. He closed his eyes slightly and silently chanted in his mind. Instantly, a large turtle appeared before him. It was Anton. It looked at Jiang Chen in confusion, clearly puzzled by its sudden appearance here. Before it could react, Anton's figure vanished again. Simultaneously, Jiang Chen's consciousness entered a void space. As soon as he entered, the space trembled violently. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding landscape transformed into a sea of flames. At the center of the fire, there was a raised stone, perfectly suited for Anton to reside on. Upon entering this world, Anton was initially fearful. But after some exploration, it discovered that not only was there no danger, but there was also an abundance of food. Excited, Anton let out a joyful roar and began devouring the surrounding flames. A large amount of flame energy flowed into its body, converting into stored energy. Meanwhile, in the outside world, an extraordinary scene unfolded above the slums. A massive shadow appeared, blocking out the sky, and began absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy. In the tallest building of Jade Dragon City, a middle-aged man held a cup of coffee, his gaze fixed on the direction of the slums. Beside him, a young man responsible for pouring the coffee also stared blankly in that direction, oblivious to the coffee spilling over the cup. Both were rendered speechless by the sight. It took them several seconds to snap out of their shock. A king-tier beast. It's definitely a king-tier beast, the middle-aged man murmured in awe. After a brief moment of confusion, he regained his composure and almost shouted his orders. Send my command. Jade Dragon City is to enter the highest state of alert. Gather the forces and surround the slums. Do not let this beast escape. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately dropped the coffee pot and hurried out of the room. How is this possible? How could there be a king-tier beast in Jade Dragon City? Once the young man left, the middle-aged man muttered to himself as if in a trance. Both beasts and monsters are clearly classified into levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. These are the 5 levels of human beast tamers. But what few know is that there exists an even higher realm beyond these, the king level. If Yulong City truly harbors a king-level beast, it would undoubtedly face catastrophic destruction. Even a middle-aged man with diamond-level strength is nothing more than an ant in front of a king-level beast, destined to be instantly annihilated. The middle-aged man stared at the gradually fading, terrifying shadow, silently praying that it was all just a false alarm. As if understanding his thoughts, the shadow vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared. However, the man knew deep down that a terrifying beast was indeed lurking within Yulong City. Should this beast choose to attack, the entire city could easily be wiped from the annals of history. In that moment, all of Yulong City's top fighters felt an overwhelming, suffocating sense of dread. The entire city's attention instinctively turned to one place: the slums. Yet, the true instigator of this turmoil remained blissfully unaware. At that moment, Jiang Chen was eagerly watching as Anton was on the verge of advancing. After absorbing a massive amount of flames, Anton ceased further absorption and fell into a state of dormancy. Jiang Chen could clearly sense a powerful force within Anton, ready to burst forth. Drawing on his previous experience with beast advancement, Jiang Chen immediately recognized Anton's condition. It was a sign of advancing to the silver level. Incredible, truly truly worthy of a mythical quality talent, Jiangchen murmured in awe. In just a short time, Anton was already progressing towards the silver level. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun also became aware of the formidable power of the myriad race's nest. Every beast he tamed in the future would generate a matching nest, which not only carried the beast but also continuously enhanced its strength. This meant Jiang Chen's beasts could engage in relentless, round-the-clock training. Jiang Chen mused to himself, if he couldn't surpass others under such conditions, he might as well find a wall to bang his head against. It seems I need to find a second beast as soon as possible, he resolved, preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. As dawn broke, Yulong City was shrouded in fear. The apparition of a giant, turtle-like demon beast had many families contemplating relocation. The city lord, Lu Chongsheng, hadn't slept a wink and now sat wide-eyed, clutching a cigar tightly in his hand. The door swung open, and a young man entered briskly. My lord, we've completed the search of the slums and found no trace of the turtle-like demon beast. Lu Chongsheng was not surprised. He knew all too well that a king-tier demon beast could hide effortlessly. Expecting a group of gold-tier beast tamers to find it was nearly impossible. All right, I understand. You may go, he said, dismissing the young man with a wave. He then slumped onto the sofa, gloomily puffing on his cigar. After a long pause, he exhaled a cloud of smoke, muttering to himself, let's hope that king-tier beast was just passing through and has moved on. Reflecting on the fleeting shadow from the day before, Lu Chongqing increasingly believed it was merely a transient presence. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, who was at the center of it all, had quietly left the city. Standing on the vast plains, he took a deep breath, remaining vigilant. He vividly recalled what he had learned as a child. Entering the plains was akin to hanging your head on your belt. A single mistake could cost you your life. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen summoned Anton. After a night, Anton had ascended to the silver tier, with significant changes to its stats. Name, Anton. Flame Devourer. Quality, mythical. Tier, lower silver. Skill, lava eruption LV1. Description: as a powerful apostle, it possesses unparalleled strength. Evolution path, none. Jiang Chen was secretly amazed. Not only had Anton advanced to the silver tier, but it had also mastered a new skill. Although he was eager to test Anton's new abilities, given the city guard's surveillance, Jiang Chen decided to suppress this urge and continue venturing deeper into the plains. On the city wall, two sharp pairs of eyes watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure. As expected, Zhou Xing failed. And Jiang Chen having an extra beast seed to contract a new beast is quite surprising. Heh, so what? As long as he doesn't reach the diamond tier, his fate remains sealed. After a brief exchange, the two figures leapt off the wall, vanishing into the city. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen had distanced himself from Yulong City and encountered his first group of demon beasts, a swarm of fist-sized bees. He quickly accessed their stats. Name, reedied frenzy bees. Quality, common. Tier, lower bronze. Description: an unremarkable species of bee demon beasts. Evolution path: requires a wind eye stone and a wind attribute core to evolve into frenzied storm bees. Deciding not to waste a beast seed on such an ordinary species, Jiang Chen commanded, Anton, use lava eruption. Anton charged beneath the beehive with astonishing speed. Hundreds of reedied frenzy bees buzzed angrily, swarming towards the intruder. Suddenly, the ground split open, spewing forth molten lava. In the ensuing sizzle and acrid stench, over 100 bees were instantly reduced to ash. Jiang Chen was stupefied, deeply shaken by the sheer range and power of the attack, which could threaten even gold-tier demon beasts. However, he quickly noticed a downside: the attack's wide scope had incinerated the spoils as well. The sizable beehive was ablaze, and the valuable honey within was lost. Sigh, next time I'll need to lure the bees away before using the skill. What a waste, Jiang Chen lamented, feeling as if a treasure had slipped through his fingers. He lingered for a few minutes, mourning the loss, before regaining his composure. Just as he was about to move on, Anton suddenly turned its head towards the rear. The rustling from the bushes put Jiang Chen on high alert. Anton, come here. He knew well that separating a tamer from their beast on the plains was a grave mistake. Anton quickly positioned itself in front of Jiang Chen, fixating on the bushes. Moments later, a tumtor-long black and white demon beast emerged. Honey badger, Jiang Chen blurted out. His exclamation caught the beast's attention, and it glared at Jiang Chen, clearly startled by the sudden shout. It then let out a roar and charged at Jiang Chen with a swaggering gait. Ooh-ho, looks like I've been targeted, Jiang Chen muttered, scratching his nose awkwardly as he pulled up the attributes of the honey badger. Name, frenzied honey badger. Quality, elite. Rank, peak bronze. Description: fearless in the face of life and death, ready to fight at any provocation. Evolution path: requires a minimum of 3 elemental cores to evolve into a war honey badger. Elite quality. Jiangchen was taken aback. It was the first time he encountered a creature of a rank other than the usual mythological ordinary quality. The potential of this honey badger was undeniable. Possessing elite quality in the wild meant it could grow to the silver rank. In this plane, such potential was indeed impressive. With this realization, Jiangchen was eager to capture it. He instructed Anton, "Don't hurt it, just subdue it for me. I want to find you a companion." Anton nodded heavily and let out a thunderous roar at the honey badger. Normally, a beast would flee in terror when faced with a higher-ranked opponent. However, this honey badger showed no fear. Instead, it was brimming with a fierce battle spirit. It roared back at Anton, its hind legs tensing as it prepared to launch an attack. Jiangchen was speechless at this sight and began to question his decision. If it acted so recklessly, it might get killed in future battles, costing him a precious beast seed, a loss he couldn't afford. While Jiangchen hesitated, Anton had already pinned the honey badger to the ground. The honey badger, eyes blazing red, roared defiantly, eager to continue the fight. Jiangchen didn't give it a chance. With a thought, a beast seed appeared out of thin air. The honey badger paused, curiously eyeing the beast seed. In the next moment, the seed burrowed into its head. The once defiant honey badger yelped in shock, clearly never having encountered something so bizarre. After a while, realizing it was unharmed, the honey badger stopped its howling. It looked at Jiangchen with a newfound sense of kinship, even feeling an urge to approach him affectionately. But restrained by Anton, it could only watch Jiangchen longingly. A system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the frenzied honey badger. Jiangchen instructed Anton to release the honey badger. Though puzzled by the order to release an enemy, Anton complied. Once free, the honey badger sprang up and charged at Jiangchen. Anton attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Jiangchen was knocked to the ground by the honey badger, and before he could react, it was already licking his face with a surprisingly soft tongue. Damn it! You're supposed to be a honey badger, not a puppy. Jiangchen cursed, overwhelmed by the ticklish sensation. He hadn't expected the fierce creature to become so affectionate after being contracted. Despite his efforts, he couldn't push the bronze-ranked beast away. Finally, Jiangchen gave in and shouted, Anton, "Get this licking machinino, this honey badger off me." Anton acted immediately, gently tugging the honey badger away by its tail. The honey badger turned to Anton, eyes flaring with remembered humiliation from being subdued earlier. Without hesitation, it charged at Anton, ready to fight. Just then, Jiangchen's stern voice halted the impending battle. Stop! Both beasts flinched at Jiangchen's authoritative tone, their aggression dissipating. Jiangchen admonished, "Since you're both my contracted beasts, no fighting among yourselves. If you have energy to spare, use it to hunt other beasts. Next time, it won't just be a warning." Understanding Jiangchen's command, the beasts nodded obediently. Satisfied that his words held weight, Jiangchen relaxed and named the honey badger. "From now on, you'll be called Flathead." Pointing to the turtle, he added, "And this turtle is Anton." The two beasts exchanged glances, dissatisfaction evident but restrained, showing Jiangchen's authority was effective. With a thought, Jiangchen made the frenzied honey badger vanish. His consciousness entered a void space where the honey badger appeared, surrounded by formidable beasts. The honey badger, initially bewildered, roared with excitement at the sight of so many strong opponents. It immediately charged at a tiger-like beast, engaging it in battle. Jiangchen watched, his brow twitching in disbelief. It was his first time encountering such an unusual beast. The characteristic of the myriad beast's nest was to simulate the beast's ideal environment. Usually, beasts desired a safe place to train, but this honey badger wanted its lair amidst dangerous beasts, a desire it clearly harbored for some time. This one's really something special, Jiangchen thought, observing the honey badger's bloody battle. Finding it uninteresting, he exited the unique space. He decided not to use Flathead for a while, at least until it advanced to the silver rank. Otherwise, with its reckless nature, he feared it might get killed. After a day, Jiangchen's voice echoed through the wilderness. "Don't let that creature get away. Block it off for me." Ahead of him, a lizard with its entire body covered in scales was trying to escape. Anton moved swiftly, cutting off its path. Almost simultaneously, deep growls echoed around them. Roar! The lizard beast attempted to intimidate Anton with its sound, but it had no effect. Anton opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of scorching lava. Although the armored lizard dodged most of it, some splattered onto its body. Instantly, the lizard let out a pained howl, its eyes gradually turning blood red. Seeing this, Jiangchen immediately became more vigilant. Over the past day, he had gained some understanding of these beasts. The lizard's current state clearly indicated it was entering a berserk mode, ready to attack indiscriminately. Watch out, Antoon. It's getting desperate. Jiangchen shouted a warning. Antoon responded with a roar. In that instant, the armored lizard seized the opportunity, darting like a snake to Antoon's front. The rocky spikes on its back, as sharp as mountain peaks, thrust fiercely towards Antoon. Crack! With a crisp sound, all the rocky spikes shattered. A look of confusion flashed in the lizard's eyes. It hadn't expected its most prized attack to fail so completely. At that moment, Antoon's massive claw came down heavily on the lizard's head. Despite the lizard's nearly 3-meter length, Antoon, having advanced to the silver rank, towered over 6 meters, far surpassing beasts of the same tier. Under the immense pressure, the lizard's eyes were about to pop out. Roar! Accompanied by a terrified wail, the lizard's head was crushed by Antoon. After completing this task, Antoon stepped aside. Jiangchen approached, skillfully retrieving a dagger from his backpack. These tools were ones he had picked up from a corpse that had been devoured. Carefully, he searched through the lizard's shattered skull and soon found a yellowish-brown diamond-shaped crystal. A virtual panel popped up in front of Jiangchen. Name: Earth Attribute Core. Quality: Bronze Peak. Description: feeding this to an Earth-type beast may give it a chance to evolve. Confirming the information, Jiangchen opened his backpack again and took out a box. Inside were the spoils of the day: 3 crystals in red, blue, and green. With the newly acquired Earth Attribute Core, Jiangchen now had 4 crystals, enough to evolve Ping-Tu. However, he chose not to proceed just yet, deciding instead to collect at least 7 different attribute cores before attempting. He had a hunch that the more varieties of cores he gathered, the greater the benefits Ping-Tu would gain post-evolution. Placing the new core into the box, Jiangchen slung his backpack over his shoulder, ready to search for the next prey. Just as he turned to leave, the armored lizard's body twitched and then vanished, leaving behind a dark, gaping hole. Evidently, the lizard's corpse had been dragged underground by some subterranean beast. This unexpected turn of events startled Jiangchen. Without hesitation, he jumped onto Antoon's back, warily watching the ground. Fortunately, the underground creature seemed satisfied with its meal and didn't attack them. After waiting for a moment to ensure safety, Jiangchen dismounted from Antoon, puzzled. What was that thing just now? I don't recall any records of such a beast on the beast plains. He racked his brain, trying to recall his studies, but couldn't think of any beast capable of dragging a 3-meter-long lizard underground. Forget it. I better leave this place quickly. Unable to make sense of it, Jiangchen decided to move on. After traveling for another half-hour, they encountered another armored lizard. The battle was predictably one-sided, with Antoon decisively defeating the opponent. Jiangchen extracted the core and swiftly departed. As darkness began to fall, Jiangchen glanced at the sky. It's about time to find a place to rest. Although eager to continue hunting, his ingrained sense of caution since childhood warned him not to be reckless. He knew that nighttime was when the true predators emerged, and even with the silver-ranked Antoon by his side, absolute safety couldn't be guaranteed. Let's go, Antoon. Let's find a place to rest, Jiangchen called. Antoon followed silently, dutifully playing the role of bodyguard and enforcer. Before long, Jiangchen discovered a burrow. Although unsure what creature's den it was, considering Antoon's large size made entry impossible, and he couldn't risk going in himself, Jiangchen decided to summon Ping-Tu. Roar! As soon as Ping-Tu appeared, it let out a skyward roar, exuding a fierce fighting spirit. This left Jiangchen speechless. Damn, has this guy been fighting for hours in there? Ping-Tu quickly realized there were no formidable beasts around and grew agitated. But upon seeing Jiangchen, it calmed down, whimpering at him like a wronged husky. Jiangchen didn't have time for its antics and gave a direct order. Ping-Tu, go down and see if there are any beasts below. If there are, come back quietly and let me know. Without hesitation, Ping-Tu dove into the burrow. Moments later, sounds of a fierce struggle and angry roars emanated from the hole. Jiangchen's expression changed, but before he could call out, Ping-Tu emerged, proudly carrying a lifeless fox beast over a meter long, dropping it triumphantly at Jiangchen's feet. Jiangchen was both amused and exasperated, tempted to grab Ping-Tu by the neck and give it a good scolding. I told you to scout, not to pick a fight. But seeing Ping-Tu's proud demeanor, he decided to hold back his frustration. But luckily, at least we won this battle. Jiangchen sighed with relief as he looked around. The cave was dark and damp, with a foul smell lingering in the air. He was about to ask if there were any more beasts, but swallowed his words. He knew the honey badger too well. If there were more beasts in the cave, this creature would have already charged in to fight, rather than standing here idly. Jiangchen shook his head and turned to the massive Anton. You should rest for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he stored Anton in the myriad beast's nest. The colossal creature was too conspicuous in the narrow cave, practically a sitting target. Jiang Chun took out the crystal core of the fox beast and cautiously moved deeper into the cave. The honey badger naturally took on the role of night watch. The entire day's tension quickly made Jiang Chen drowsy. He didn't know how much time had passed when he felt something wet on his face, as if something was licking him. Jiang Chen jolted awake, a hint of wariness in his eyes. But when he focused, he saw the honey badger looking at him innocently. He couldn't help but laugh, thinking this guy might just be a husky in a badger's skin always licking people without restraint. Just then, a very faint sound reached his ears. If it weren't for the surrounding silence, it would have gone unnoticed. Jiang Chen squinted and looked cautiously towards the entrance. He had scattered dry leaves at the entrance when he came in, making it almost impossible to pass through quietly. The honey badger's gaze also fixed on the entrance, ready to fight at any moment. A small figure quietly crawled in. It was Zhou Yin, a beast tamer who had lost all her beasts. She was anxious and carefully observing her surroundings. She had expected to spend the night on the vast plains, but unexpectedly found this cave. Just as Zhou Yin breathed a sigh of relief, a cold, gleaming dagger pressed against her throat. She froze, her hair standing on end. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen's voice was cold. I'm Zhou Yin, a student from Class 3A, Grade 12, Yulong City First High School," Zhou Yin replied, trembling. Jiang Chen paused. Technically, he should also be attending that school, though he was frequently absent. "How can you prove it?" Jiang Chen remained cautious. "I have my student ID in my pocket," Zhou Yin whispered. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, deciding to verify it himself. He instructed the honey badger to keep an eye on Zhou Yin, then retrieved the ID from her pocket. It was made of jade with a white flying dragon in the upper right corner, the emblem of Yulong City. After confirming its authenticity, Jiang Chen put away the dagger and returned the ID to Zhou Yin. The young girl was trembling with fear. "Why are you here?" Jiang Chen asked. Zhou Yin explained truthfully, expressing her willingness to reward Jiang Chen generously if he would help her leave. Hearing the name Zhou Yin, Jiang Chen frowned. He recalled that one of the 4 major families in Yulong City, the Zhou family, had a young lady by that name. "Are you the Zhou family's eldest daughter?" Zhou Yin shuddered and quickly nodded in confirmation. Zhou Yin, the eldest daughter of Zhou Wanxiang, confidently said to Jiang Chen, "As long as you take me out, my father will reward you generously." She thought to herself that this young man should be aware of the Zhou family's status and would surely try to win their favor. However, Jiang Chen calmly replied, "All right, I understand. You can leave now." Zhou Yin was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to ask her to leave. She quickly added, "I'll agree to any condition you have, as long as you can safely take me back." As she spoke, she suddenly realized something was amiss. "I am the eldest daughter of the Zhou family," Zhou Yin emphasized. "Taking me back will surely earn you a wealth of resources." Her eyes were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Jiang Chen was dismissing her. Jiang Chen remained composed. "I know, but I don't need it." He didn't want to get involved in the Zhou family's affairs. He understood that the eldest daughter of the Zhou family wouldn't be without bodyguards, and must have come to the dangerous beast plains for a reason. He had his own issues to deal with and no interest in getting entangled in others' conflicts. Zhou Yin, unwilling to give up, pleaded again. "I can offer you vast resources if you help me." Jiang Chen ignored her and turned to the honey badger beside him, saying, "If she doesn't leave, go ahead and bite her." The honey badger nodded in understanding. Zhou Yin felt a chill in her heart and turned towards the exit, prepared to climb out. Just then, a deafening roar echoed from above. Even underground, Jiang Chen felt his head buzzing. He quickly grabbed Zhou Yin, who was about to leave. Despair flickered in Zhou Yin's eyes as she thought, "No? Is this the end for me, a young girl in her prime?" Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. To her surprise, Jiang Chen didn't harm her. Instead, he swiftly covered her mouth to prevent her from making any noise. Jiang Chen felt the violent tremors in the ground around him, and his face turned grim. He was certain that the beast above them was a formidable golden-level creature. A single roar causing such a massive quake was beyond the capability of ordinary beasts. The ground shook continuously due to the impact of the sound waves, and even Flathead didn't charge out to fight it, further confirming the enormous gap in strength between them. Zhou Yin tried to push Jiang Chen away to escape, but he held her firmly in place, leaving her unable to move. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, as fear and despair filled her heart. After several moments, the surroundings finally grew quiet. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. The terrifying beast must have left. Only then did he notice Zhou Yin, who was now sobbing uncontrollably. He quickly released her. Zhou Yin burst into tears of grievance, but before she could cry for long, Jiang Chen pressed his dagger against her neck again. "Shut up. If you move recklessly, I'll kill you," Jiang Chen warned in a low voice. He couldn't risk betting on whether the golden-level beast had truly left. If it heard the crying and came back to check, they would be in danger. Zhou Yin was so frightened by Jiang Chen's fierce expression that she forgot to cry. As the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, she had never faced such humiliation. Thinking of this, tears welled up again. Hold them back. Jiang Chun growled softly. Zhou Yin sniffled, trying hard to hold back her tears. Seeing her finally quiet down, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He softly warned, "Sleep here and don't move around." He found a spot in the corner and went back to sleep, not out of sympathy, but because he feared that this foolish woman might encounter a beast outside and lead danger back to him. It was better to let her stay here for the night and send her away the next day. Flathead, if she dares to come over, just bite her to death. Got it? Jiang Chen said to his honey badger companion. Hearing this, Zhou Yin was petrified with fear, her lips pouting in displeasure. She silently complained about this insensitive man in her heart, but didn't dare show any expression on her face. She had heard that straightforward men like him had no sense of pity, and provoking him might really get her killed. Zhou Yin decided it was best to behave herself. Soon, Jiang Chun fell asleep. Whether Zhou Yin managed to sleep or not, he didn't care. He slept until the next day, then woke up, dusted off his clothes, and prepared to leave. Today was his third day away from Yulong City and the last day before school started. He planned to hunt a few more beasts before heading back. Although he used to disdain school as the eldest young master of the Jiang family, things were different now. The Dragon Kingdom controlled many resources. One had to rely on family influence or become a prodigy supported by the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, a beast master's career could only reach the golden level at most. Moreover, Jiang Chun had already decided on his third beast companion, and only by entering the school could he have the chance to acquire it. That was the reason he had to attend school. Just as Jiang Chun was about to leave, Zhou Yin suddenly spoke up. "Wait, you can't go out now." Jiang Chun turned to her in confusion. Zhou Yin explained, "Yesterday was a full moon night, and now most of the beasts on the beast plains are at the silver level. With your strength." Her gaze fell on Flathead, leaving the sentence unfinished, but Jiang Chun understood what she meant. Jiang Chun then realized why a golden level beast had appeared last night. During full moon nights, the moonlight would cause many beasts to advance, resulting in a large number of silver level beasts. And once a golden level beast appeared, it would attract many strong individuals trying to tame it, causing the golden level beasts to often be in hiding. "You'd better stay here for a day or two before leaving," Zhou Yin suggested softly. However, Jiang Chun climbed out of the underground hole without looking back. With Antown by his side, he could roam freely on the beast plains. As long as he didn't encounter beasts that were naturally his nemesis, Antown's combat power was top tier among silver-level beasts. "You stubborn person, why won't you listen to advice?" Zhou Yin huffed, puffing her cheeks in frustration, and turned away from Jiang Chun. Not long after, Zhou Yin had a new thought. "Maybe I should follow this guy. Even staying here doesn't seem particularly safe," she muttered to herself. Once this idea emerged, she couldn't suppress it. Zhou Yin gritted her teeth and decided to follow him. "Staying here is just waiting to die. I might as well follow that guy. At least if I die, it'll be in battle." She stood up from the ground and crawled out of the hole. Upon reaching the entrance, she was startled by the sight before her and instinctively wanted to retreat. Next to Jiang Chun stood a giant turtle-like beast. What is this?" Zhou Yin stammered in fear. Antown's fist-sized eyes turned to Zhou Yin. Seeing that Antown didn't attack her, Zhou Yin's courage slowly grew. "Is this your beast companion?" Zhou Yin asked, but Jiang Chun continued to ignore her. "Since you're not saying anything, it must be," Zhou Yin concluded to herself. She finally understood why Jiang Chun wasn't afraid of the silver-level beasts outside. This young man, who seemed about her age, was also a silver-level beast master like her. Remembering that her own beast companions had all died, Zhou Yin felt a pang of sorrow. "Let's go, Antown. Let's unleash havoc." For Flathead, Jiang Chen shouted, patting Antown's shell. He planned to see if he could collect more elemental cores today to help Flathead advance to silver level as soon as possible. Then, he intended to keep Antown hidden, only revealing him at critical moments. With a lava blast, he doubted anyone in high school could withstand it. Just then, howling echoed around them. "Oh whoa." Zhou Yan's face turned deathly pale as she urgently turned to Jiang Chen, her voice filled with unmistakable panic. "We need to leave, now." "That's the howl of the plains giant wolves." She was already preparing to flee. However, when she noticed Jiang Chen still standing there cluelessly, her frustration boiled over. "Why won't you listen?" Zhou Yan snapped, though she managed to keep her patience. "The Wolf King of the Plains giant wolves is a high-ranking silver beast, and they travel in packs dozens, if not hundreds." As she spoke, she attempted to pull Jiang Chen away. Finally, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to Zhou Yan, sighing inwardly. Clearly, this girl was a bit naive, thinking of helping him even in such a dire situation. He was about to say something when a deafening wolf howl interrupted his thoughts. Howl! Suddenly, atop the surrounding mounds appeared massive wolves, each 3 to 4 meters in length, their gray fur glinting coldly in the sunlight. Zhou Yan's face turned even paler at the sight. "It's over. We're done for," she murmured, her voice trembling. "We've encountered a large pack, at least 70 or 80. And," her eyes fixed on two particularly distinctive wolves, "there are two mutated ones." Jiangchen's eyes also locked onto the two unusual plains giant wolves. His system promptly provided information. Name: Plains giant wolf gold. Quality: elite. Rank: low silver. Description: a mutated plains giant wolf with sharper claws and teeth. Name: Plains giant wolf thunder. Quality: elite. Rank: low silver. Description: a mutated plains giant wolf capable of emitting lightning attacks. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. Two beasts with different attributes. If he could defeat them, his honey badger's evolution could advance further. He didn't hesitate to summon his honey badger, giving a firm pat to Antune's head, and ordered, "Leave no survivors. Take down those two mutated plains giant wolves." Antune nodded, then charged toward the wolf pack on its sturdy legs. This scene left Zhou Yin stunned, thinking, is he insane? Even a tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. To her, that big tortoise seemed to have at most early or mid-silver level strength. How could it possibly fend off 70 or 80 plains giant wolves? Then a thought crossed Zhou Yan's mind. Was he using his beast to hold off the wolves so she could escape? Her gaze fell on Jiang Chun, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. She wanted to scold him for his cold-heartedness, but the words wouldn't come out. Howl! The wolves howled excitedly at the sight of the charging tortoise, swiftly surrounding Antune. Suddenly, a peak bronze plains giant wolf leapt high, attempting to ambush Antune's back. Yet, at that critical moment, scorching lava erupted from the ground, and the wolf fell without a sound. Taking advantage, Antune unleashed its full power, sweeping its hefty claws through the wolves. Against Antune's formidable physique, the plains giant wolves seemed as fragile as paper. Any contact would leave them wounded, and a slight misstep could cost them their lives. Meanwhile, their claws couldn't even scratch Antune's hard shell, creating a stark power disparity that quickly turned the tide of the battle. Zhou Yin watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. "Is this really a silver-level beast?" she murmured, her voice filled with disbelief. She would easily believe it if someone claimed Antune was a gold-level beast. Its combat prowess far exceeded her understanding. The 5-meter-long Wolf King seemed to sense the unfavorable situation, letting out a piercing howl to rally its pack. Instantly, chaos erupted as the wolves scattered. Antune, however, didn't forget Jiang Chen's command. Its eyes glowed red, and it opened its mouth slightly. Suddenly, a fissure appeared beneath the two mutated wolves, and blistering lava erupted like a geyser. Caught off guard, the mutated wolves were consumed by the attack. With the demise of the mutated wolves, the wolf pack crumbled and fled. Only the Wolf King remained, standing alone on a mound, its eyes fixed on Antune, filled with anger and frustration. What was expected to be a fierce battle ended with the Wolf King letting out an angry roar before turning away, disappearing over the horizon. Watching the wolves retreat, Zhou Yin was utterly speechless. Her worldview had been shattered. A single person with one beast had effortlessly repelled a large plains giant wolf pack. If Jiang Chun were a gold-level beast master, it might make sense. But she knew he was only a bronze-level beast master. She began to wonder if she was still dreaming, if everything she saw was an absurd illusion. While Zhou Yin was still in shock, Antune had already returned to Jiang Chen with the bodies of the two mutated wolves. It nudged Jiang Chen gently with its head, seemingly seeking praise. "Get off me!" Jiang Chen pushed Antune away, retrieving a sharp dagger from his backpack. Skillfully, he opened the skulls of the mutated wolves, carefully searching inside. He quickly found two distinct crystals, one golden, the other light purple. Jiang Chun placed the crystals into a delicate box. Zhou Yin glanced at the box, noting several different colored crystals, each with only one. She paused, a thought forming in her mind. "Are you collecting attribute crystals?" Zhou Yin asked tentatively. "If you are, there's no need to stay here. The beast plains only produce these types of crystals." Jiang Chen paused, surprised by this information. He hadn't known that. He didn't say much, though, simply packing his things, ready to leave. Seeing Jiang Chen about to go, Zhou Yin hastily said, "If you take me out of here, I can give you 5 other types of attribute crystals." Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, turning to look at Zhou Yin. If he could obtain 5 more types of attribute crystals, his honey badger could absorb 11 unique crystals during its evolution. This would significantly enhance its evolution. Zhou Yan's proposition was too tempting for Jiang Chen to refuse. "All right, I'll take you out," Jiang Chen replied simply. Hearing his agreement, Zhou Yin jumped with excitement, cheering, "Yes! Finally, I can leave this dreadful place." Her experiences on the Beast Plains had made her vow never to return. Jiangchen didn't mention what would happen if Zhou Yin didn't provide the crystals. He knew that even if he did, given Zhou Yan's background, if she chose not to deliver, he currently lacked the power to challenge the Zhou family. Instead of alerting them prematurely, he decided to wait until he was strong enough to seek justice. As the sight of Yulong City became faintly visible, Zhou Yan's thoughts began to stir. She turned to the man beside her, her large, bright eyes blinking as she suddenly asked, "By the way, what's your name?" The man replied coldly, "Why? Do you need to know my name just because I'm taking you back? Are you planning to silence me?" His words immediately killed the conversation. Zhou Yin once again experienced what it meant to deal with an emotionally insensitive man, and she even began to doubt her own charm. She wondered to herself, "Am I not attractive anymore? Why else would he speak so coldly?" But she only dared to think these thoughts, not voice them. She had a feeling that if she asked, the answer wouldn't be what she wanted to hear. The two fell into silence and continued on their way. Suddenly, a beast's roar shattered the quiet. A swift leopard, 4 or 5 meters long, charged toward them, pursued by a group of hunters. Leading them was a man with a scarred face, who, upon seeing jiangchen, grinned wickedly and shouted, "Hey kid, stop that beast for me, and there'll be a big reward." Instinctively, Zhou Yin moved closer to Jiangchen and whispered, "Should we help them stop the leopard?" Jiangchen merely glanced at her, giving her a look that said, "Figure it out yourself." As the swift leopard barreled toward them, a flash of panic appeared in its eyes, but with the hunters hot on its heels, it had no choice but to keep running. Yet Jiangchen remained motionless, letting the leopard pass right by him. This scene infuriated a few of the pursuers. The scar-faced man halted, giving up the chase, and fixed a menacing glare on Jiangchen. He sneered, "Kid, I won't bully you. Hand over 100,000 alliance coins, and we'll let this slide. Otherwise, people disappearing on the monster plains isn't uncommon." With that, the scar-faced man reached out to slap Jiangchen's face, only to have his hand caught in a vice-like grip. A sharp crack echoed as the man cried out in pain, "Please, sir, spare me. I know I was wrong." Jiangchen applied a bit more force, dislocating the man's arm. He said icily, "Now hand over the 100,000 alliance coins, and I might let you live." This demand made the gang members' faces pale. To them, 100,000 alliance coins was an astronomical sum. The scar-faced man fell to his knees, begging, "Please, sir, have mercy. I truly don't have the money. Spare me this once." Jiangchen remained expressionless, summoning his flathead companion. He said calmly, "I don't have time to waste with you. Like you said, it's easy for people to disappear on the monster plains." The gangsters broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Jiangchen wasn't bluffing. A look of resolve crossed the scar-faced man's face, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Fine, I'll pay." This response surprised Jiangchen. He knew that for an ordinary family, earning 100,000 alliance coins would take 2 to 3 years, and even a bronze-level beast tamer would need to work hard for a month to earn that much. The individuals before him were undoubtedly fighters. Jiangchen could tell at a glance that they were the kind who didn't dare venture deep into the beast plains. Given their current state, earning 100,000 alliance coins a year was a far-fetched dream. However, Jiangchen keenly noticed that despite Scar's hesitation, he quickly agreed to the terms. This indicated that he either had the money or knew how to easily get it. "Hand over the money," Jiangchen said casually. Without much thought, Scar pulled out an anonymous savings card from his pocket. "Sir, this is an unnamed, password-free savings card from the Alliance Bank. It has exactly 100,000 on it." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, clearly pained by the loss. Jiangchen nodded lightly, all right. He didn't doubt the card's authenticity. Back when he was the young master of the Jiang family, he often saw these types of cards. They had a minimum deposit of 100,000 alliance coins, and could only be used once before being reclaimed by the Alliance Bank. "Sir, can we leave now?" Scar asked cautiously. "Get lost," Jiangchen said with a wave of his hand, feeling quite pleased with his newfound wealth. At his words, the group scrambled to their feet and dashed away like frightened rabbits. Once they were a safe distance from Jiangchen, one of the henchmen mustered the courage to ask hesitantly, "Scar, you gave the money mint for Boss Kuei to that kid. Boss Kuei won't let us off." Hearing this, Scar gave a knowing smile. "Hey, you don't get it." His men were puzzled, not understanding what their leader meant. Scar continued to explain, "We didn't give it to the kid. He took it by force. With our weak strength, losing it was inevitable." Upon hearing this, a tall, lanky man suddenly understood. "I get it. With Boss Kuei's personality, it doesn't matter if the kid took it or not. As long as the money is with that guy, Boss Kuei won't let him off." The group's eyes lit up, and they all gave Scar a thumbs up. Smart. Truly smart. They finally grasped their leader's cunning plan and couldn't help but admire the clever strategy. Jiangchen stood at the entrance of Yulong City, feeling secretly frustrated. He hadn't expected that his first attempt at robbery would result in being outsmarted. As they got closer to Yulong City, his companion, Zhou Yin, grew increasingly excited. Hey, are you still not going to tell me your name? How am I supposed to give you the crystals? Zhou Yin brought up the topic again, causing Jiangchen to frown. If it weren't for the fact that she had something he wanted, he would have told her to get lost long ago. But considering he was about to start school and would likely run into her often, Jiangchen decided there was no point in keeping it a secret. Jiangchen, he replied curtly. Huh, Jiangchen? Zhou Yin blinked, as if the name rang a bell. Suddenly, she jolted with realization and looked at him in surprise. Are you the young master who was expelled from the Jiang family? Jiangchen nodded, not bothering to deny it. With the Zhou family's influence, it would be easy for them to uncover his identity. Upon confirmation, Zhou Yin was even more perplexed. She had witnessed Jiang Qin's abilities firsthand on their journey. Although he was only a bronze-tier beast master, his giant turtle was a top-tier silver-level combatant. Such talent would be remarkable even in a prestigious family. The Jiang family must have lost their minds to expel a genius like you. Zhou Yin muttered absent-mindedly, then quickly covered her mouth, realizing her slip. She glanced nervously at Jiang Qin, and, seeing no reaction from him, let out a sigh of relief. I didn't say anything just now. Pretend you didn't hear that? Zhou Yin wasn't surprised by the lack of response. She knew Jiang Chun wasn't the type to speak carelessly. If he spread such words, it might provoke the Jiang family's displeasure towards the Zhou family, and he would also incur the Zhou family's resentment. From their time together, Zhou Yin had gathered that Jiang Chun wouldn't create trouble for himself. After learning Jiang Qin's true identity, Zhou Yin fell silent, lost in thought. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, enjoyed the peace, free from her chatter. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to Yulong City. Although the massive turtle-like beast's apparition had disappeared days ago, the city remained on high alert. The city guards intended to search Jiang Qin, but Zhou Yin intervened. Seeing that it was the young lady of the Zhou family, they immediately let them pass. As soon as they entered the city, Zhou Yin spotted a familiar figure waiting in the distance. She jumped excitedly and called out, Uncle Li, I'm here. The man hurried over upon hearing her voice, exclaiming, Miss, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned soon, the master would have mobilized the entire family to search for you in the Beast Plains. Seeing someone she knew well, Zhou Yin couldn't hold back any longer. The pent-up grievances burst forth, and tears streamed down her face. Wah, Uncle Li, I almost died in the Beast Plains. Luckily, I was clever enough to evade danger and make it back, she cried, throwing herself into the middle-aged man's arms. Jiang Chun took the opportunity to assess the man. Despite his attempt to conceal his aura, Jiang Qin's heightened senses detected it. He quietly activated his system, and a virtual panel appeared before him. Name, Li Biao. Cultivation, mid-platinum tier. Beast? Talent? Evaluation, mediocre aptitude. After reading the summary, Jiang Chun felt a twinge of curiosity. The system's inability to fully reveal the man's information surprised him. Suddenly, as if sensing his thoughts, the system prompted. Ding. Upon reaching the gold tier, individuals possess sensory abilities. Reckless probing may lead to detection. Ding. Would you like to conduct a deeper scan on Li Biao? Jiang Chun decisively chose not to. A platinum tier beast master was beyond his current ability to contend with, and he had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble. After venting her emotions, Zhou Yin regained her composure. Realizing they were still on the street, her cheeks flushed slightly. Uncle Li, did you prepare a carriage? There are so many people here. Yes, miss, Li Biao replied, clapping his hands. A servant promptly drove a carriage over to them. Zhou Yin climbed into the carriage without hesitation. At that moment, Li Biao noticed Jiang Chun. Having seen him once before, he remembered the now-disgraced young master. Young Master Jiang is here too. Out of courtesy, Jiang Chun nodded at Zhou Yin. Inside the carriage, Zhou Yin snapped back to reality, realizing she hadn't yet paid him. She hastily drew back the curtain and turned to Li Biao, who was standing nearby, saying, Uncle Li, I owe my safe return to Jiang Chun. I promised him I'd repay him with crystal cores. Please give him all the attribute crystal cores I've collected. Li Biao was taken aback by her words, fully aware of the tremendous effort Zhou Yin had put into gathering a complete set of attribute crystal cores. While most were low-grade and of little value, 2 of them were rare silver-tier cores, which had cost her hundreds of thousands of alliance coins. Now, she intended to give them all away, and to a young man, no less. Suspicion crept into Li Biao's mind, wondering if he should report to the family head about the possibility of the young lady being in love. Noticing Uncle Li's hesitation, Zhou Yin blushed slightly and quickly explained, Uncle Li, don't overthink it. Jiang Chun took great care of me along the way, and it's only right to repay him. Understood, miss, Li Biao replied without further questions. As a butler, he knew his duty was to obey. not to question his mistress's decisions. Zhou Yin then turned to jiangchen and said, "You can head back now. Uncle Li will handle the crystal cores." Jiangchen said nothing more and simply turned to leave. He was well aware that, for now, he had no bargaining power against these powerful individuals. But he silently vowed that if the Zhou family didn't give him the crystal cores now, once he reached platinum or even diamond strength, crystal cores would be the least of their concerns. Seeing Jiang Chen walk away without a backward glance, Zhou Yin was momentarily stunned, then bit her lip in frustration as anger welled up inside her. Yet, she managed to suppress her emotions, took a deep breath, and called out, "Jiang Chen, if you're willing to join the Zhou family, I can guarantee your safety and provide ample resources for your training. Please consider it." Before she had even finished speaking, Jiang Chen's curt reply came, "No need." Hearing this brief and decisive response, Zhou Yin immediately pulled the curtain shut and, in a huff, instructed the coachman, "Go, go, go. Let's go home." Zhou Yin gazed out the window, her mind flooded with thoughts. She turned to Li Biao beside her, a complex look flickering in her eyes. "Uncle Li, you seem to have a high regard for Jiang Chen," Zhou Yin remarked, her voice carrying a hint of subtle curiosity. Li Biao's expression turned serious as he cautiously replied, "Miss, as your bodyguard, it's my duty to investigate anyone who might approach you. If Jiang Chen is truly joining the Zhou family, I must ensure he poses no threat to you." A spark of interest appeared in Zhou Yan's eyes as she softly said, "Uncle Li, today's experiences have taught me something." "Oh, what is that?" Li Biao asked, his curiosity piqued. It was rare for something to capture the attention of the young lady of the Zhou family. Zhou Yin took a deep breath and slowly stated, "There are always people better than you, and there are always mountains higher than others." Hearing this, Li Biao's expression turned somewhat peculiar, but he didn't press further. Instead, he gently reassured her, "Miss, you need not worry. Your talent is certainly not inferior to Jiang Chen's." Li Biao was well aware of the extraordinary talent of the girl in front of him, which might even surpass Jiang Chen's. However, Zhou Yin disliked drawing attention, and with the Zhou family's deliberate restraint, her abilities remained largely unknown. Zhou Yin shook her head, a trace of frustration in her voice. "You don't understand, Uncle Li. I've already lost." Thinking of Jiang Chen's turtle-like beast, she felt a sense of inadequacy. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yin continued, "Let's not dwell on it. My beasts are all in critical condition, and with the college entrance exams a month away, I must get them back to peak condition soon." Suddenly remembering something, she added, "Oh, Uncle Li, make sure to give that crystal core to that stubborn guy today." Li Biao gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, "It seems I need to report to the family head. The young lady seems particularly interested in this young man." The scene shifted to the entrance of an upscale club. A few thugs stood at the door, occasionally peeking inside. It was Scarface and his gang. A towering man, over 2 meters tall, emerged from the club, casting a cold glance at them. "Boss Kue wants to see you," he said. The thugs shivered, suppressing their fear as they entered the club. The hallway was lined with burly men in black suits, all elite warriors at the peak of their class. They arrived at a door, and the escorting man opened it, respectfully announcing, "Boss Kue, Scarface is here." A lazy voice drifted from inside the room. "Come in." Scarface and his crew entered cautiously, seeing a fat man with a wolf tattoo on his chest lounging on the sofa. The fat man cracked open his eyes and chuckled. "Ah, little Scarface, have a seat." Scarface suppressed his fear, stammering, "Boss Kue." The fat man closed his eyes again, speaking softly, "Relax, your former boss was under me too. No need to be tense here, just eat and drink." The group gingerly picked at the food on the table, eating in small bites. The fat man seemed to fall silent, as if asleep. Suddenly, the fat man spoke, "Oh, I remember little Wang had a settlement fee before he died. Did you bring it?" The group immediately knelt, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Boss Kue, have mercy. We deserve to die." The fat man opened his eyes, smiling at them. "What, are you going to tell me you lost the money?" Scarface quickly explained, "Boss Kue, I had the money ready, but it got stolen on the way here." The other thugs nodded vigorously. One thug was about to speak, but suddenly clammed up. The fat man squinted. "What? Go on." The thug glanced fearfully at Scarface before continuing. "The guy said Boss Kue is nothing, and if you have the guts, you should come find him." The fat man's face broke into a faint smile, but his close aides knew that meant he was furious. Suddenly, the fat man burst into hearty laughter. "Interesting. It's been years since I've encountered such a bold kid. Find this guy by tomorrow morning. I want to see who dares to disregard me." Then, turning to Scarface and his group, he said, "You did well, coming back even after losing the money. A reward of 10,000 each." With that, he instructed his bodyguards to hand out the money. Scarface and his gang left in a daze, only realizing what happened when they got home. After they left, the fat man added, "The usual Weiban the money for them. With money in hand, things become easier." It only took jiangchen half an hour to purchase a new apartment in the inner city and move in. Just as he closed the doorbell rang. Jiangchen frowned immediately. Even though he was now in the inner city, the Jiang family would have to think twice before making a move. He cautiously approached the door, listening to a voice from outside. "Is young Master Jiang here? Butler Li sent me to deliver something." Jiang Chun was taken aback, surprised that the Zhou family had sent something over so soon after his arrival. "As expected, my whereabouts have already been exposed," he sighed, thinking that the Jiang family must have also learned of his return to the city. After confirming that the visitor was just an ordinary person, Jiang Chun opened the door. The person handed him an exquisite box and left in a hurry. Jiang Chun closed the door and looked at the box in his hands, marveling. Rich people. Even the decorative box costs thousands of alliance coins. Eagerly, he opened the box, preparing to upgrade his pet beast, Flathead, as he needed a suitable companion for school starting tomorrow. "I'd better not bring out Antoon for now," Jiang Chun thought. "That guy's combat power is too conspicuous and might attract unwanted attention." Jiang Chun summoned Flathead, who immediately tried to lick him, but was sternly stopped. "Don't you dare lick me," Jiang Chun said irritably. Flathead, feeling wronged, lay down on the floor, not daring to act up. Jiang Chun took out a crystal core from his backpack and placed it on the table. He also retrieved his reward for escorting Zhou Yin home 5 crystal cores of different colors. After scanning them with his system, Jiang Chan breathed a sigh of relief as these were attributes he didn't have yet. "Come here." Jiang Chan beckoned to the dispirited Flathead. Seeing its lifeless demeanor, Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh. "Are you addicted to licking me? Just because I won't let you, you act all mopey?" Flathead whimpered twice, and Jiang Chun grabbed it by the neck, commanding, "Open your mouth." Following the system's instructions, Jiang Chen unhesitatingly shoved the crystal cores into Flathead's mouth. "Swallow them all, miss even one, and I'll break your legs." Flathead swallowed all the crystal cores in one go. Jiang Chen checked thoroughly to ensure none were left before he relaxed. He sat on the couch, staring at Flathead. 5 minutes passed, and still no reaction from Flathead, making Jiang Chen a bit restless. The system indicated 1 more minute was needed, so Jiang Chen decided to trust it once more. Sure enough, after a minute, Flathead suddenly stood up, showing signs of discomfort as its body began to emit various colors of light. The room descended into chaos as Flathead writhed in pain on the floor. Concerned, Jiang Chen asked the system what was happening and was told it was a normal reaction. He then summoned Antoon to restrain Flathead. "Hold on, Flathead, this is for your own good," Jiang Chen quickly reassured. Hearing its master's voice, Flathead tried to suppress its pain. Seeing Flathead's determination, Jiang Chen felt guilty. "Hang in there, Flathead. Once you're upgraded, I'll let you lick me twice." Hearing this, Flathead's eyes lit up, and it gritted its teeth to endure the pain. Half an hour later, Flathead finally returned to normal. The system notified Jiang Chen that Flathead had successfully advanced to a war honey badger. Eagerly, Jiang Chen opened Flathead's new panel, which read, "Fast, fast, fast. Let's have a fight and some fun." Jiang Chen opened the skill description for Flathead, focusing on the introduction of Endless Battle LV1. When the war badger enters combat, it can enhance all attribute resistances, with a maximum of 75 and an initial level of 30. After reading the description, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp, thinking to himself that this skill was indeed quite powerful. As a melee beast, the war badger naturally possesses considerable physical strength. With this passive skill, Flathead's power will continuously increase over time in chaotic or prolonged battles. Jiang Chen couldn't help but imagine that once Flathead's passive effect reached its peak, it would become a formidable opponent for mage-type beasts. "Well done," Jiang Chen said, unable to resist patting Flathead's head, feeling gratified by this development. Although he had been busy for days because of it, it now seemed the effort was worthwhile. At least in the short term, Flathead would be a great help in handling many matters. As for Antuan, it could slowly advance its rank in the nest of all races. Just as Jiang Chen murmured, "Not bad, not bad," Flathead suddenly jumped onto him, licking him enthusiastically. Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless, but didn't stop the affectionate creature this time. It wasn't until his clothes were thoroughly soaked that he finally returned Flathead to his beast space. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Chen decided to rest for the night and head to school the next day. Regardless, he had to attend school, get into the academic routine, and find a way to obtain that special type of beast. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen headed to the bathroom to wash up and go to sleep. The night passed without incident, and due to the lack of rest from the battles on the beast plane in the past few days, Jiang Chen slept exceptionally well, waking up refreshed the next morning. The next morning, Jiang Chen grabbed a quick bite and headed out. The streets were already bustling with students making their way to school. Two girls passing by couldn't help but glance at jiangchen, whispering about his handsome and unfamiliar face. However, Jiangchen paid no mind and continued towards Yulong High School. A few minutes later, he arrived at the impressive 10-meter high school gate, flanked by two petrified gargoyle statues. Just as Jiangchen was about to enter, the gargoyles suddenly opened their eyes. Simultaneously, the guardhouse door swung open, and a voice called out, "No unauthorized persons allowed in the academy." Jiangchen looked up to see a bald, elderly man standing there, wearing a white t-shirt, faded denim shorts, and slippers, scrutinizing him through reading glasses. "I'm a student here," Jiangchen explained. The bald man scrutinized Jiangchen closely, frowning. "Kid, don't joke with me. My gargoyles remember all the students of this school. If they stopped you, it means you're not a student here." Jiangchen was taken aback, not expecting to be stopped at the gate. He thought for a moment and tentatively said, "I'm a student in Class 1, senior year, named Jiangchen. You can confirm this with my homeroom teacher." Seeing Jiangchen's serious demeanor, the bald man seemed skeptical but went back to the guardhouse to make a call. Soon, a conversation could be heard from inside. "Hello? Xiaolu, is there a student named Jiangchen in your class?" "What? I called the wrong person? You're not a homeroom teacher anymore and are now the principal?" Oh. Then send me the current homeroom teacher's number, and I'll call her." Listening to this conversation, Jiangchen thought to himself that the man must have connections, reaching the principal directly. After hanging up, the elderly man came out again and said to Jiangchen, "Kid, stand there and don't move. My two treasures like to bite unruly little rascals." Jiangchen was speechless and could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Li Xingyu hung up the phone with a wry smile. A woman in her mid-20s standing in front of him asked, puzzled, "Principal, what's going on? What happened?" Li Xingyu replied, "A new student got stopped by old Wang. Could you go to the gate and pick him up?" The woman nodded and reminded him, "All right, about the class resources I mentioned earlier, I hope you can get the funding approved soon. With these resources, I can assure you that our class's graduation rate will reach 100. With that, she turned and left. Li Xingyu smiled wryly. Previously, he might have believed such a promise, but now, he felt it unlikely. Because a new burden had arrived. Jiangchen, the discarded son of the Jiang family, whose beasts had all perished. He couldn't help but wonder if Jiangchen could continue to shine on the path of a warrior. In fact, when Li Xingyu received the call and heard Jiangchen's name, he immediately knew who it was. He didn't refuse Jiangchen because, since he was originally a student at Yulong High School, there was no reason not to let him in. However, how far Jiangchen could go was beyond his control. Even so, Li Xingyu didn't have high hopes for Jiangchen. With only a month left, even though warriors didn't heavily rely on talent, reaching the silver rank warrior seemed nearly impossible. If he only reached the bronze rank, he would have to attend a regular university. By then, the once top talent of Yulong City might truly become a has-been. Standing at the school gate, Zhang Manman furrowed her brow slightly. She couldn't understand why the principal had asked her to pick up a student, a task typically reserved for teachers. Despite her confusion, she chose to comply with the order as a subordinate. In the distance, a woman dressed in professional attire approached with an elegant stride, catching even the attention of someone like Jiangchen. Zhang Manman respectfully addressed Old Wang. "Mr. Wang, I'm here to pick up a student." Old Wang emerged from the room, giving Zhang Manman a once-over, and said, "Are you the head teacher of Class 3A? This young man says he's your student." Zhang Manman was about to confirm, but froze upon hearing the latter part of the sentence. She quickly shook her head and said, "No, our class has been full for a while. There can't possibly be any more students." "You must be mistaken." Old Wang's face turned displeased. "Kid, are you pulling my leg? I'm giving you two choices now. Leave on your own, or I'll escort you out." "What's it gonna be?" Jiangchen was taken aback by this and lamented his lack of presence. He spoke up. "I'm Jiangchen, a student of Class 3A. Zhang Manman paused for a moment, then recalled the name of Jiangchen, the most talented individual in Yulong City. However, she quickly frowned, remembering the news from a month ago about Jiangchen's beasts being defeated and him being expelled from the Jiang family. She was reluctant to accept a student who couldn't control beasts, fearing it might affect the class's college entrance success rate. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Manman sighed and said to Old Wang, "Mr. Wang, he is indeed my student. Please allow me to take him." Old Wang was somewhat dissatisfied. "So, you two were just messing with this old man?" Zhang Manman hurriedly explained, "I wouldn't dare. I simply forgot. This student has only been to the academy once, and I wasn't around at that time." Old Wang looked at Jiangchen with suspicion, gradually recalling, "If I'm not mistaken, you're Jiangchen, right? The genius from the Jiang family?" This remark drew the attention of those nearby, who began to whisper and scrutinize Jiangchen. Someone sneered, "Isn't it said that all of Jiangchen's beasts have been defeated? And he was kicked out of the Jiang family. How does he still have the nerve to come to school?" Seeing this, Zhang Manman sternly commanded, "Silence." Everyone fell silent immediately upon noticing her stern expression. She turned to Jiangchen and said, "Since you're my student, come with me." On the way to the teaching building, Zhang Manman asked, "What's your current level as a warrior?" Jiang Chun replied calmly, "I haven't started." Zhang Manman turned to look at Jiang Chen in disbelief, wondering how she could teach him. She decided to speak with the principal about transferring Jiang Chun to another class because the practical courses in Class 3A would be too challenging for him. "Jiang Chen, I'm considering transferring you to another class. Your current state isn't suitable for Class 3A, Zhang Manman stated directly. Jiang Chun frowned and said, "I think I'm quite suitable." Zhang Manman was somewhat irritated and bluntly said, "Jiang Chun, you're not a beast master or a warrior right now. Staying in Class 3A will only get you hurt. I suggest you join a literature class, where you might have a better chance of getting into a good liberal arts college." Understanding her point, Jiang Chun decided to stop hiding. "I am a beast master." Zhang Manman was about to speak, but suddenly froze. "What did you say?" Without further delay, Jiang Chun summoned his beast, Flathead. The honey badger exuded a fierce battle aura, clearly having just experienced combat. Zhang Manman stared at Flathead in shock, quickly sensing its energy. Mid-silver tier? She was even more astonished to realize that this seemed to be a new, unknown type of honey badger beast. Zhang Manman was stunned for several seconds before she regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she said to Jiang Chun, "Since you have a beast companion, you should stay in Class 1. Despite her words, her mind was full of questions. The rumors from the Jiang family claiming Jiang Chun was a failure seemed unfounded. Not only had he summoned a beast, but its rank was clearly not something that could be achieved in a short period. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement, and Zhang Manman immediately turned to lead him to the academy's backyard. As they walked, she explained, "If I remember correctly, they should be in a practical class now. Since you have a beast, let's test its strength to better plan your future training." Soon, they arrived at a spacious area with 10 platforms, each occupied by students in Yulong High School uniforms engaged in combat. Jiang Chun looked around and couldn't help but be impressed. Class 1 was indeed full of top students, with warriors at least at the silver rank and beastmasters at the late bronze rank, and even a couple of silver rank beastmasters. Jiang Chen's arrival drew attention. "It looks like Teacher Zhang brought a new student, and he seems familiar," murmured some of the students. At this moment, a tall, slender, middle-aged man noticed Zhang Manman and approached. "Teacher Zhang, who's this?" he inquired. Zhang Manman introduced them. "Lao Lu, this is another student joining our class, so please take care of him." Seeing his puzzled expression, she added, "This is Jiang Chun, who has been away for training and has just returned." The middle-aged man seemed to understand, smiling as he extended his hand to Jiang Chen. "Hello, Jiang Chun. I'm Lu Yu, but you can call me Teacher Lu." As Jiang Chun shook his hand, he felt a strong grip that he couldn't break free from. Before he could summon his beast, Lu Yu released his hand and said with a smile, "Ah, a beastmaster. No wonder you didn't want to train at school." With that, Zhang Manman excused herself and left. Lu Yu turned to Jiang Chun. "I'll arrange an opponent for you to practice with." Jiang Chun agreed without hesitation. Lu Yu's face briefly showed a mischievous smile before he led Jiang Chun to the platform. More students began to notice the commotion. Lu Yu raised his voice, "Everyone, stop for a moment. We have a new classmate." The sparring on the platform ceased, and all eyes turned to Jiang Chun. "Curious," someone asked, "Teacher Lu, which school did this student transfer from?" However, a few students from prominent families recognized Jiang Chen and frowned. "The discarded son of the Jiang family? What's he doing here? Heh, didn't he look down on Yulong High before? Now that he's out of resources, he comes crawling back like a dog." Two boys sneered, and one of them said to a nearby student, Zhang Xinran, don't you want to crush Yulong's so-called prodigy?" Zhang Xinran ignored them, which only made the two laugh more. "If he doesn't want to, I certainly do. Making Yulong City's top prodigy kneel and beg isn't an opportunity that comes often," one of them said, licking his lips. After Lu Yu finished the introductions, he asked, "All right, now that everyone knows each other, who wants to face our new classmate?" Before he finished speaking, the eager boy raised his hand. "Me, teacher, I'd like to spar with the new student." Lu Yu looked at him with a slight frown. "Wei Xingchen?" He seemed a bit hesitant. Wei Xingchen quickly assured, "Teacher, I'll go easy on him, don't worry." Lu Yu finally nodded. "All right, it's you then. Just be careful since the new student just arrived." Wei Xingchen grinned and said to Jiang Chun, "Come on, new student." The other students shook their heads. "The new guy's unlucky, facing Wei Xingchen. He's probably going to get beaten badly." Yeah. Why's he suddenly interested in sparring today?" The chatter among the students showed they had little faith in Jiang Chen. To them, transferring schools just a month before the college entrance exams didn't suggest he was a top student. Meanwhile, Wei Xingchen was a silver rank beastmaster, with 2 silver rank beasts. and was ranked among the top 200 talents across schools. Jiangchen stepped onto the platform, where Wei Xingchen was waiting. Seeing Jiangchen approach, Wei Xingchen smirked and tauntingly asked, "How's it going, Jiang? I heard you got kicked out of your family." These words made Jiangchen frown. He didn't recognize Wei Xingchen, but it was clear the latter knew who he was. The audience below was buzzing. What? Is he really that Jiangchen? Wasn't he supposed to be a failure? How does he have the nerve to come to Yulong High? Although Jiangchen was well known, not many had seen him in person. He had only been to Yulong High once, so few recognized him. Wei Xingchen continued his provocation. "Jiang, I heard your beasts are all gone. How do you plan to compete with me? Unless, of course, you kneel and call me grandpa, and I'll let you win." Wei Xingchen. Lu Yu's face darkened as he shouted in anger. Wei Xingchen immediately dropped his smile and looked apologetic. "Sorry, Mr. Lu, I'll keep quiet." But when he turned to Jiangchen, his eyebrows raised in a challenging manner. In an instant, two beasts appeared before Wei Xingchen, a muscular gorilla and a sleek, agile black panther. "These are the mighty gorilla and the shadow panther, both silver-ear beasts," Wei Xingchen introduced with a smug look in his eyes. "Jiang Xiao, why don't you summon your beast as well? Let's see what you've got." His words were dripping with sarcasm, as everyone in Yulong City knew Jiangchen's beasts had all been defeated. Lu Yu was about to intervene when a large honey badger suddenly appeared next to Jiangchen. The room fell silent, with everyone unable to believe their eyes. Some even rubbed their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. How is this possible? Wasn't he supposed to be finished? Yeah, didn't they say all his beasts were dead? What's with this honey badger? The murmurs filled the air, and no one was more shocked than Wei Xingchen. When Jiangchen summoned his beast, a wave of panic hit him. Jiangchen used to be like an insurmountable mountain, admired by all. However, after sensing the honey badger's aura, Wei Xingchen relaxed. Mid-silver tier, he thought to himself, my two beasts are late silver tier. 2 against 1. I don't believe I can't beat him. Wei Xingchen sneered, I didn't expect you to have a beast left, Jiang Xiao. Too bad it's not strong enough. King, Shadow, tear that little honey badger apart. At his command, the two beasts charged forward like arrows. Flathead Honey Badger looked to Jiangchen, and upon receiving his nod, eagerly rushed to meet them. Despite the Tugaganstone situation, there was no trace of panic on Jiangchen's face. This calmness only fueled Wei Xingchen's anger. All right, even as a has-been, you dare to act so arrogant. Let's see how I crush your pride. Shadow, use Dark Cannon. Almost instantly, a pure black energy ball formed in the Shadow Panther's mouth and shot towards Flathead. Flathead, engaged with the mighty gorilla, had no time to dodge. Boom! The energy ball struck Flathead, sending it flying and raising a cloud of dust. Everyone held their breath, thinking the battle was over. Even a silver-ear peak beast would lose its fighting ability after such a hit. Wei Xingchen laughed smugly. Haha, your beast is really useless, Jiang Xiao. However, his laughter quickly froze. Flathead stood up as if nothing had happened, shaking off the dust without a scratch. The crowd was stunned once again, eyes wide in disbelief. Only Jiangchen remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Flathead let out a displeased roar at the Shadow Panther, then launched itself at the opponent with blinding speed. It bit down on the Shadow Panther, causing blood to spurt. The panther howled in pain, casting a pleading look at its master. Wei Xingchen snapped back to reality. King, go help. The mighty gorilla rushed forward, swinging its massive fists at Flathead's back. Yet this only provoked Flathead further, making it bite down even harder. King, kill that crazy honey badger. Wei Xingchen screamed hysterically. The gorilla's fists pounded on Flathead, but it seemed impervious to pain. Not only did it hold its grip, but it also clawed open the Shadow Panther's belly. The panther's energy plummeted, clearly on the verge of collapse. Unable to hold back, Wei Xingchen shouted, Mr. Lu, I concede. Make that beast stop. Lu Yu finally came to his senses and announced, this round goes to Jiangchen. Jiangchen, have your beast release its grip. Jiangchen nodded, silently resolving to teach Flathead to fight more carefully in the future. Flathead, let go. We've won. Flathead hesitated, then released its grip. By then, the Shadow Panther had already passed out. Lu Yu hurried to the stage, summoning a human-sized orchid to heal the panther with gentle blue light. Just then, a terrified scream echoed. The mighty gorilla was desperately fleeing, pursued by Flathead. Jiangchen, you bastard, make your beast stop. Wei Xingchen roared in rage. The crowd watched with disdain. One beast defeating 2 stronger opponents, and Wei Xingchen still had the nerve to complain. Jiangchen shrugged innocently. Once Flathead gets into it, there's no stopping him. Wei Xingchen was livid, nearly spitting blood. Damn you. I don't believe you for a second. You stopped it with just a word earlier, and now you're telling me this? After pinning his opponent's powerful gorilla to the ground, The flathead beast returned to Jiang Qin's side with satisfaction. Wei Xingqian's face was as dark as iron. He glared at his two unconscious beasts on the ground, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. Jiang Qin, I'll remember this, Wei Xingqian said through gritted teeth. I want to see how long you can last without the Jiang family's protection. With that, he retrieved his two beasts into his beast ring and turned to leave. The surrounding students began to whisper among themselves, even a former genius is beyond our reach. Taking on two opponents, and with a lower level at that, this kind of talent is truly terrifying. Yet no one dared to step forward, as Wei Xingqian's parting words made it clear he bore a grudge against Jiang Chun, and would likely target him in the future. For them, Wei Xingqian's strength and influence were overwhelming. No one wanted to invite trouble. Suddenly, teacher Lu Yu approached, placing a hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Well done, Jiang Chun, he said, much to Jiang Chen's surprise. Typically, someone like Lu Yu wouldn't get involved in student disputes. Showing such public support for Jiang Chun was a clear signal of his approval. However, given Wei Xingqian's attitude when leaving, it was apparent he didn't regard Lu Yu highly, and this choice might bring trouble for Lu Yu. Jiang Chun simply nodded in response. Lu Yu didn't say more and turned to address the other students loudly. Keep going, keep going. There's only a month until the college entrance exams. How do you expect to get into your dream universities like this? With Lu Yu's encouragement, the training ground quickly returned to its lively atmosphere of battles. In a corner, a pair of mysterious eyes took in the entire scene. A meaningful smile appearing on the owner's face. It seems Yulong High School is going to get lively. With that, the figure passed through a wall, disappearing from the training ground. After a morning of intense battles, Jiang Chun found himself an exception. Everyone conceded upon facing him, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Class dismissed, Lu Yu announced, and the students gradually left the training ground. Just as Jiang Chun was about to leave, Lu Yu called out to him, Jiang Chun, come with me. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, but followed. The two walked in silence until they reached the teaching building. Lu Yu finally spoke, aren't you curious why I called you alone? Jiang Chun calmly replied, what's there to be curious about? If a teacher calls me, they must have something to discuss. Lu Yu chuckled, huh? You're quite amusing. They entered the office where another familiar teacher, Zhang Man, was busy with paperwork, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. Lu Yu explained, don't be surprised. Teacher Zhang is known for being a workaholic. Otherwise, she couldn't have become a homeroom teacher at the age of 25. This caught Zhang Man's attention, and she looked up at them. Lu, don't say that. I'm just slow, so I have to make up for it with time. Lu Yu didn't respond, merely pursing his lips, clearly disagreeing. He turned to Zhang Man and said, by the way, if I remember correctly, the school's secret realm will open the day after tomorrow. I hadn't chosen anyone, but now I have this kid here. He nudged Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was stunned, looking at Lu Yu in surprise. Zhang Man also paused her work, looking at Lu Yu with skepticism. Lu Yu continued, don't look at me like that. My spot is for this kid. Zhang Man shook her head. If you say so, what can I say? However, to enter the secret realm, you need an unused beast seed. She looked at Jiang Chun. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun willed a beast seed to emerge from his brow. After examining it, Zhang Man nodded. It is indeed an unused beast seed. You can enter the secret realm. Come find me the day after tomorrow. All right, Jiang Chen agreed, inwardly pleased at how easily he had secured entry to the secret realm. After Jiang Chen left, the two teachers exchanged looks of astonishment. They were aware that Jiang Chen, as a former golden beast master with 6 beasts, was already a genius with 2 beast seeds at the first tier. But now, discovering he had hidden 2 more was beyond their imagination. The two were speechless with shock. Lu Yu was secretly delighted, knowing he had made the right bet. This genius had not fallen and would surely shine even brighter in the future. After a while, they finally recovered. Zhang Man suddenly stood up and headed for the door. Zhang, where are you going? Lu Yu asked, puzzled. I need to inform the principal, Zhang Man said determinedly. Jiang Chun possessing 8 beast seeds at the golden tier is a talent the academy cannot afford to overlook. She was resolved to secure benefits for Jiang Chun, determined to keep such a talent in Class 1. Watching Zhang Man leave, Lu Yu smiled wryly. He regretted not trying harder when choosing homeroom teachers. Had he known there would be such a talent, he would have fought for it no matter what. Knock, knock, knock. The rapid knocking broke the tranquility of the principal's office. Come in. Principal Lu Xingyu had barely spoken when Zhang Man impatiently pushed the door open and hurried to him. Principal, we found a treasure. Zhang Man exclaimed excitedly. This time it's a big one. Hearing this, Lu Xingyu frowned and looked at her with curiosity. You didn't seem that eager when you left, so why are you so excited now? Take your time and explain. You know Jiang Chun, right? Zhang Man asked directly. Lu Xingyu nodded. I've heard a bit about him. His name is somewhat known in Yulong City. You asked me to bring him to the school this morning, and I discovered something huge. Really huge. Zhang Manman's excitement grew. Seeing her enthusiasm, Lu Xingyu became even more puzzled. What do you mean? Just say it directly. Don't keep me in suspense. That guy has 8 beast seeds at the gold tier, and he recently bonded with one. There's still one left and bonded. Zhang Manman blurted out in one breath. At this, Lu Xingyu shot up from his seat, eyes fixed intensely on Zhang Manman. What did you say? Are you sure you're not joking? Seeing the principal's strong reaction, Zhang Manman felt a surge of joy and solemnly raised her hand to swear. I, Zhang Manman, swear that if there's even a hint of falsehood in what I just said, I am willing to accept any punishment. Lu Xingyu sat back down, though his mind was in turmoil. He quickly analyzed the implications of this news. Jiangchen awakening 8 beast seeds at the gold tier suggested immense potential. If he could awaken 2 more at each advancement, he could have 4 beasts at the platinum tier and 6 at the diamond tier. Coupled with his reputation as a genius beast master, whose trained beasts could fight a tier higher, even if he never reached the highest ranks, he would at least be a beast master of considerable prowess. After weighing the options, Lu Xingyu said, in that case, let's make Jiangchen a level 1 student. He'll enjoy the benefits of entering the secret realm and can freely allocate 100 school points each month. Zhang Manman was momentarily taken aback, then shook her head. Principal, you're being too stingy. Think about it positively. What if Jiangchen awakens 3 beast seeds each time? With his talent, aren't you afraid someone might poach him? Lu Xingyu paused, sighed softly, and said, all right, then make him a special level 1 student. It's been years since we've had a genius like this. Let's take the gamble. Zhang Manman's eyes lit up. She knew this was the highest privilege the principal could grant. Special level 1 students received 500 points each month, equivalent to 5 million alliance credits, and could exchange for rare resources unavailable elsewhere. Then it's settled, Zhang Manman said with a smile. I'll go tell Jiangchen right away, she said and left the office in a hurry. Watching her leave, Lu Xingyu smiled wryly. Always in a rush, clumsy as ever. I sometimes wonder if you might be that guy's daughter. Meanwhile, Jiangchen was back in the classroom, sitting in the last row. On stage, a middle-aged woman was lecturing. Beasts have feelings too. Only if you treat them well will they be devoted to you. The bond between master and beast is crucial. Suddenly, Zhang Manman's voice came from outside the door. Ms. Sun. The teacher paused, saw it was Zhang Manman, and stopped her lecture. Ms. Zhang, what brings you here? I have something to announce, and I need to borrow a bit of your time, Zhang Manman said apologetically. With permission granted, Zhang Manman stepped onto the podium and announced, we have a new student today, whom you all might have already met. Jiang Chun has been granted the status of a special level 1 student, enjoying all the rights that come with it. The class erupted in astonishment, with everyone staring at Jiang Chun in shock. They knew what special level 1 meant. Only 4 had been granted this status in the school's 50-year history, and all 4 had become influential figures in the alliance. Wei Xingchen suddenly spoke up. Ms. Zhang, may I ask what the criteria for a special level 1 student are? As a level 1 student himself, his family had struggled to secure this status for him but failed. Zhang Manman frowned and replied, the evaluation is handled by the school, so you don't need to worry about it. Wei Xingchen's face darkened, and he sneered at Jiang Chun. Ha! The school is using favoritism. How admirable. Such a school is not worth my time. With that, he stood and walked toward the door, seemingly waiting for Zhang Manman to stop him. However, Zhang Manman didn't even flinch, watching Wei Xingchen leave. If she hadn't known Jiang Chen's potential, she might have tried to persuade him to stay. But now, she could only chuckle to herself. If Jiang Chun lived another 20 years, he'd be a family unto himself. Wei Xingchen stood at the school gate, his face as dark as a storm cloud. He never imagined he would actually be abandoned. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he muttered through clenched teeth, Zhang Manman, Jiang Chen, you two just wait. At that moment, 2 figures caught his attention. One dressed in black, the other in white. They walked with an imposing aura. Wei Xingchen's eyes lit up as he recognized them. Kuai's trusted henchmen, the infamous black and white Shuangsha of Yulong City. He quickly approached them, blocking their path with a fawning smile. Are you the black and white Shuangsha brothers? At the same time, a new idea formed in his mind. Although he couldn't directly deal with Jiang Chun, he could pay these 2 to help. Haisha regarded him coldly. You're that kid from the Wei family? Wei Xingchen nodded eagerly. Yes, I'm Wei Tianchong's son. It's fate that we meet here today. Would you 2 honor me with a cup of tea? Baisha refused outright. No time. Wei Xingchen's expression changed, but he persisted. It won't take much of your time. Suddenly, Baisha drew the sword from his waist and held it to Wei Xingchen's throat. I said no time. Push me again and I'll kill you. Cold sweat trickled down Wei Xingchen's forehead. Carefully, He pulled out an anonymous Alliance Bank card from his pocket. Here, there's 200,000 in this. As an apology for disturbing you, he handed the card to Baisha. The black and white Shuangsha exchanged glances, frowning slightly at Wei Xingqian's unexpected move. Haisha spoke up. Cut the crap. What do you want from us? Wei Xingqian's heart leaped with joy. I want to hire you to teach someone a lesson. The black and white Shuangsha looked at him simultaneously. You know our identities are sensitive. We're not suitable to handle certain family members. I understand. Wei Xingqian hurried to explain. The person is just a discarded son. No one will trouble you for it. Hearing this, the black and white Shuangsha were taken aback. You're not talking about jiangchen, are you? Wei Xingqian was startled at first, but then nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's the one. If you can help me teach him a lesson, I'm willing to offer another 300,000. The black and white Shuangsha exchanged a joyful glance. Jiangchen was their target anyway, and now someone was offering money for it like a gift from heaven. All right, we accept. They agreed without much hesitation. Wei Xingqian was overjoyed. Thank you both. If possible, I hope Jiangchen won't be able to attend school. The black and white Shuangsha nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Wei Xingqian said, I'll transfer the money to your account in a few days. With that, he turned and left, thinking that if Jiangchen ever returned to the Jiang family, it wouldn't be his concern. The black and white Shuangsha watched him leave, falling into silence. Their mission was to bring Jiangchen back, and the method didn't matter, even breaking a leg would suffice. Soon, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Students began to exit the school, and the black and white Shuangsha pulled out a photo of Jiangchen, scrutinizing each student who passed by. Jiangchen, meanwhile, noticed the conspicuous pair. Standing out in the crowd, they didn't look like any parents. Remembering the rumors about them, the formidable black and white Shuangsha of Yulong City, known for their strength and twin synergy, even against platinum-ranked fighters, she felt a flicker of murderous intent but quickly suppressed it. Facing two gold-ranked fighters, he knew he wasn't their match yet and decided to retreat for now. However, his unusual behavior caught the attention of the black and white Shuangsha. There he is, Baisha suddenly said. Following his brother's gaze, Haisha's eyes lit up. They were about to step into the school when an unexpected bald old man blocked their path. The black and white Shuangsha were momentarily stunned before angrily saying, Old man, move aside. They had already investigated that Lu Xingyu was heading to Nandi City and wouldn't be at the school. Apart from this old man, no one else at Yulong Academy posed a threat to them. But they weren't concerned. Even if caught later, they'd be long gone by then, ready to return once things quieted down. Old Wong pretended not to hear, cupping his hand to his ear. Young man, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Growing more impatient, the black and white Shuangsha snapped. Old man, get out of the way. This doesn't concern you today. If you don't want to die, move aside. With that, they tried to push Old Wong away. To their surprise, they found they couldn't move the seemingly frail old man. Old Wong shook his head, sighing. You young folks have no respect for the elderly. It seems I need to teach you a lesson, or you'll think you can do whatever you want. Before his words finished, two gargoyle-like stone statues appeared behind the black and white Shuangsha as if by magic. They felt a gust of wind, followed by a weight on their shoulders, and were lifted off the ground. Haisha roared in anger. You dare touch me? I'm Kuai's man. But old Wong seemed unfazed, even picking his nose leisurely. Kuei, let that punk come here and see if he dares act tough in front of me. Hearing this, the black and white Shuangsha felt a chill. That was their boss's nickname, known only to two types of people, the dead or those even their boss didn't dare provoke. Suddenly, a wave of bitterness surged in their hearts. They never imagined in their wildest dreams that the only person they hadn't investigated was actually a hidden boss. Beat them up, then toss them far away. Old man Wong said calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, two gargoyles shot out like arrows, launching a fierce assault on the black and white fiends. With a flurry of punches and kicks, the duo was soon left with bruised and swollen faces, looking like a couple of battered buns. Then, like ragdolls, they were mercilessly thrown out. Not far away, Wei Xingqian stood there, dumbfounded, initially ready to watch the show. He was shocked as he watched the black and white fiends fly through the air, and then turned his bewildered gaze to old man Wong. He couldn't believe that this unassuming old man was so formidable. After all, the black and white fiends were golden-ranked warriors, yet they were nothing but punching bags. Wei Xingqian felt a surge of relief, thankful he had restrained himself at the moment. Otherwise, he might have been expelled from his family. He had a gut feeling that this old man was likely a platinum-ranked beast master. The thought made Wei Xingqian gasp inwardly. Even his father was only at the golden rank. If he had provoked this man, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not daring to linger, Wei Xingqian quickly turned to leave. However, unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, Old man Wang's gaze had already locked onto him. Oomph. The father is useless, and the son is also useless. What a family of failures, Old man Wang muttered disdainfully. Jiang Chun also noticed the commotion and was a bit taken aback. Everything happened so suddenly that by the time he reacted, the opponents had already been sent flying. You there, kid? The school doesn't allow people to stay overnight. So hurry up and leave so this old man can get home and rest, Old man Wang said, stretching exaggeratedly. Oh, my old bones and joints. Jiang Chun was speechless at this display. He cautiously used his scanning skill. Name, Gargoyle. Quality, Leader. Rank, Platinum Pinnacle. Skills, Description: a mystical being, lacking flesh but possessing a soul. Indeed, it was platinum rank, and at its pinnacle. With the right opportunity, it could potentially advance to the diamond rank. This unassuming old man was undoubtedly a big shot, comparable even to the current head of the Jiang family. Approaching the school gate, Jiang Chun hesitated for a moment before turning back to give old man Wang a slight bow. Thank you, Senior Wang, for your assistance. I owe you one. Regardless of everything, the old man had helped him. Without old man Wang, he would have been in serious trouble. Old man Wang glanced at him and said indifferently, some people just don't know their place. I didn't help him. I was just maintaining the school's peace. Don't flatter yourself. With that, he went back inside. Jiang Chun watched the old man's retreating figure, speechless. This old man, helping people yet refusing to admit it, was quite the character. Just as Jiang Chun was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from inside the room. Those two fools, daring to disturb me, can lie in bed for half a month? Hearing this, Jiang Chun shook his head. Although he didn't want to get involved with anyone, he would remember those who had helped him. However, he currently lacked the means to repay the favor, so he would try not to cause any trouble for them. Jiang Chun was eager to improve his strength, but to evolve his beast, Ping-Tu, he had to wait until he advanced to the silver rank. Right now, he couldn't find the materials needed to reach the gold rank. Sigh, I can only enter the secret realm, contract a new beast, and see if that helps me advance, Jiang Chun thought, disappearing into the night. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day to enter the secret realm. To avoid missing the time, Jiang Chun woke up early. Throughout the day, several people challenged Jiang Chun, hoping to earn a spot in the secret realm. However, they were all defeated by Ping-Tu's relentless tactics. Jiang Chun even wondered if the beast that fought Ping-Tu would end up with psychological scars. Hitting Ping-Tu had no effect, but when it struck back, it was a painful lesson. This earned Ping-Tu the nickname the Rogue Dog. Beep beep. At that moment, a car horn sounded outside, followed by a female voice. Jiang Chun, hurry up. We need to reach the secret realm entrance before 8. The voice belonged to none other than Zhang Man, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Over the past few days, she had been incredibly dedicated to Jiang Chun, almost as if she wanted to bind herself to him. On my way, Jiang Chun replied, heading downstairs. Outside was a red off-road vehicle. Since they were heading to the Beast Plains, this type of vehicle was suitable. Moreover, it had been modified to run on beast cores, providing more speed and power. Zhang Man suddenly said, Jiang Chun, be careful once we're in the secret realm. It's not just our school entering. There are also students from South Emperor City First High School. Those guys are tough to deal with, so try to avoid any conflicts with them. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback by the message he received after getting into the car. The original team of 5 had suddenly expanded to 10, and in a secret realm spanning only 20 square kilometers, encounters were almost inevitable. Jiang Chun contemplated silently. To acquire the randomly appearing spirit beast, he couldn't just stay in one place. Got it, Jiang Chun replied, while internally devising his own plan. Whether he would actually avoid the students from Nandi City First High School was another matter entirely. If I'm not mistaken, your target this time is the sunflower, Zhang Man pointed out directly. Jiang Chun wasn't surprised. In the secret realm controlled by Yulong City First High School, the sunflower was undoubtedly the most precious spirit beast. Although it was only a bronze tier support type spirit beast, once it advanced to the silver tier, it would transform into a rare healing spirit beast, making it outstanding among its peers. Jiang Chun's plan was simple. Since he couldn't stop the reckless charge, he would pair it with a healer. This way, his spirit beast team would not only have a strong tank, but also rapid recovery abilities. Imagining the frustration and helplessness of an opponent who sees their hard-earned damage heal before their eyes would surely drive them crazy. Sigh, the group from Nandi City is probably after the sunflower this time. Zhang Man suddenly remarked, if conflict becomes necessary, just let it go. I'll find a way to get you one later. These words warmed Jiang Chun's heart. Although he knew Zhang Man was already tied to him, her willingness to go this far meant a lot. All right, Jiang Chun agreed readily. However, he knew that whether he would actually follow through was a different story when it came to real action. Seeing that they had reached their destination, Zhang Man couldn't help but remind, be careful. It's okay to give up if it comes to that. Got it, teacher, Jiangchen replied. As they got off the vehicle, all eyes turned towards them. Jiangchen glanced around and recognized only one person among the crowd: Wu Tian, the leader of their class. This guy was ranked among the top 100 in national universities, and both his beasts had reached an advanced level. Principal Lu Xingyu cleared his throat and said, "Now that everyone is here, I'll keep it brief." He needed to explain why 10 people were participating in this secret realm event. Although the number of participants has increased, opportunities won't decrease. Soon, when the secret realm in Nandi City opens, Yulong High School students present here will have priority access. Upon hearing this, those who were initially dissatisfied realized the trade-off, exchanging access to one secret realm for another opportunity. It seemed acceptable. Lu Xingyu continued, "If there are no objections, I'll open the secret realm now. Once inside, do not engage in private fights." With that, he took out a token and infused it with a bit of spiritual energy. The token emitted a bright light, transforming into a gateway. Lu Xingyu added, "The entrance to the secret realm will be open for 3 hours. Whether or not you've captured a beast, you must return within that time." "Understood," the crowd responded. The students from Nandi City entered the secret realm first, followed by those from Yulong City. To ensure fairness, everyone would be randomly placed within the realm. Jiangchen felt a brief blur before his eyes, and the scenery changed instantly. He found himself in an ancient forest surrounded by towering trees hundreds of feet tall. He quickly stood up and summoned his beast, Ping-Tu. In such a foreign and perilous environment, being without a protective beast was highly risky. Jiangchen considered summoning Anton but decided against it, given the dense forest unsuitable for a large beast. He planned to keep Anton in reserve, ready to be called upon when necessary. As soon as Ping-Tu appeared, its sharp eyes locked onto a nearby bush. Jiangchen sternly ordered, "Come out, I've spotted you." No sooner had he spoken than a dark shadow lunged at him. Ping-Tu intercepted swiftly, allowing Jiangchen to see the attacker clearly: a jet black cat, 2 meters long. The system provided information. Name: Night Cat. Rank: Lower Silver. Quality: Common. Skill: Shadow Step LV1. Description: a common feline beast. Eliminated, Jiangchen ordered decisively. Such a common beast wasn't worth contracting. Extracting its core was more valuable. Ping-Tu acted quickly, snapping the night cat's neck and clawing open its abdomen. Within moments, the beast was subdued. Jiangchen approached and retrieved the core from the carcass. Being randomly placed within the realm, Jiangchen had no idea of his precise location. He chose a direction and cautiously moved forward. Before long, Jiangchen encountered a familiar face: Wu Tian. Wu Tian got straight to the point. "Jiangchen, let's team up. I only want the sunflower. I can help you tame the other beasts." Jiangchen declined without hesitation. "I refuse." He knew his primary objective was the sunflower and had no intention of giving it up. Besides, if they did find the sunflower, Wu Tian wouldn't easily let it go either. Wu Tian frowned. "Are you sure? I only want the sunflower. You can have your pick of the other beasts, and I'll help you defeat and tame them." Jiangchen replied coolly, "No thanks, I prefer to work alone." With that, he walked past Wu Tian. Wu Tian's expression darkened, but he didn't make a move. He understood that his greatest threat was not Jiangchen, but the people from Nandi City, who likely had the same target. He had approached Jiangchen to potentially leverage his strength in any upcoming confrontation. "Jiangchen, I'll remember this," Wu Tian said coldly. Jiangchen ignored him and continued on his path. Suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the sky. Jiangchen looked up to see a bird, over a meter long, diving straight at Ping-Tu. This surprised Jiangchen, as Ping-Tu was now 3 meters long, and it was unusual for an ordinary-looking bird to attack. Ping-Tu seemed unfazed, keeping its head down as the bird's talons aimed for its back. The bird quickly realized in horror that its claws couldn't penetrate Ping-Tu's fur. In that moment of confusion, Ping-Tu rolled over, pinning the bird to the ground. Without waiting for Jiangchen's command, Ping-Tu crushed the audacious creature with its jaws. Jiangchen intended to collect the core, but it was too late. Ping-Tu had already swallowed it. Seeing Ping-Tu's satisfied expression, Jiangchen called it back and continued on. Behind them, a mysterious light flickered briefly, only fading once Jiangchen was out of sight. After walking for an indeterminate time, Jiangchen finally emerged from the forest onto a flat grassland. However, he soon noticed a problem. 5 students from Nandi City High School were gathered there. As soon as Jiangchen appeared, he caught their attention. A girl among them asked, "Are you the top talent from Yulong City?" Before he could respond, one of her companions laughed and said, "Boss, this guy was crippled a month ago. He's just a pitiful wretch now." As soon as those words were uttered, the crowd erupted into laughter, casting teasing glances at Jiangchen, their eyes filled with mockery. However, Lu Yuerong did not join in the laughter. Instead, she stared intently at Jiangchen, her voice tinged with a hint of regret. "It's a shame. If you weren't crippled, You might have been a worthy opponent. Jiangchen ignored their ridicule. Time was of the essence, and he needed to find the sunflowers quickly. In his mind, he thought, sometimes dogs bark, so let them. There will always be a chance to deal with them later. As Jiangchen turned to leave, the group from Nandi City was infuriated. A burly young man blocked Jiangchen's path, snapping, "Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you still think you're the top genius of Yulong City?" With that, he reached out to grab Jiangchen's collar. Jiangchen was quick and deft, grabbing the young man's fingers and giving them a light twist. The boy fell to his knees in pain. The others stepped forward angrily, shouting, "How dare you fight back, kid? You've got a death wish." Jiangchen cast a cold glance at them and said calmly, "I don't want to be your enemy. Let me through." Lu Yuerong's eyes flashed with a golden light as she couldn't help but size Jiangchen up. Despite their anger, the other students from Nandi City sought her opinion. "Boss Lu, should we teach this reckless kid a lesson?" Lu Yuerong rolled her eyes at them and said, "If you have the guts, fight him unknown. Ganging up on someone is nothing to be proud of." With that, she stepped forward, extended her hand, and cheerfully introduced herself to Jiangchen. "Hi, I'm Lu Yuerong, a senior student at Nandi City High School, Class 3A. Nice to meet you." Jiangchen looked at Lu Yuerong's beaming smile, but he frowned. He had only one thought: this woman must be crazy. I just fought one of her people, and instead of retaliating, she's being so friendly. Instantly, he labeled her as crazy in his mind, and decided to keep his distance in the future. Jiangchen released the young man and briefly introduced himself. "Jiangchen, Class 3A, Yulong High School." Since she had revealed her identity, he saw no reason to hide his. Given that she had reached the silver level at just 16, it was clear she had strong backing. Hiding his identity was pointless, as she could easily find out with a single phone call. The boy who had been subdued was furious and shouted, "You're asking for it, kid." His beast ring flashed, and two giant lizards, each over 3 meters long, appeared. "Stop!" Lu Yuerong ordered before Jiangchen could respond. Her voice carried weight, and despite his reluctance, the young man reluctantly retracted his beasts, but not before shooting a fierce glare at Jiangchen. Lu Yuerong smiled at Jiangchen. "Jiangchen, I'm looking forward to a match with you. By the way, if you're looking for the sunflower, just head 3 miles forward, and you'll find it." Jiangchen hadn't paid much attention at first, but her final words left him stunned. He couldn't fathom why she would offer such information when they were strangers. Jiangchen wasn't the only one puzzled. Even the boys around Lu Yuerong looked at her in confusion. After a long pause, Jiangchen managed to squeeze out, "Thank you." It wasn't that he didn't want to say more, but he was never good with polite words. If he were, he wouldn't have been single for decades over 2 lifetimes. Lu Yuerong smiled softly, "No need to thank me. I'm still looking forward to our match." Jiangchen nodded, feeling a slight warmth towards the girl. After Jiangchen left, the group couldn't hold back their curiosity any longer. "Boss, what are you doing? Aren't we here for the sunflower? Why did you give it away?" "Yeah, our goal was to get that sunflower for you, boss," they said anxiously, glancing in the direction Jiangchen had left. Lu Yuerong chuckled, a smile that left them mesmerized. "You don't understand. Life would be too dull without a worthy opponent." Little did she know, she would one day regret this decision deeply. Why, oh why, did she let Jiangchen have the sunflower? But at that moment, she was blissfully unaware, even feeling a bit proud for finding a formidable opponent. As Jiangchen walked, he muttered to himself, "That woman is a bit off. Best to keep my distance." He couldn't shake the feeling that she had some ulterior motive, but he couldn't figure out what. He was currently penniless, without power or influence, just a struggling student. What could a rich girl possibly want from him? Lost in thought, Jiangchen finally spotted his target, the sunflower. Name: sunflower. Grade: bronze, high grade. Quality: elite. Description: a plant that loves sunlight, possessing a mild healing ability. Evolution path: with 10 sun seeds, it can evolve into a true sunflower of leader quality. After reading the description, Jiangchen was speechless. This was the sunflower? It looked just like the sunflowers from his past life, except much smaller, only about the size of a palm. Sensing a stranger's presence, the sunflower gently swayed its leaves. Jiangchen summoned his beast seed, ready to form a contract. Plant-type beasts were considered useless early on, which made them easy to contract. It was as simple as placing his beast seed into the plant. The beast seed easily merged into the sunflower. At the same time, Jiangchen felt a faint mental connection. The timid spirit brushed against his mind and quickly withdrew, as if frightened. "From now on, I'm your master. Don't be afraid," Jiangchen reassured, gently stroking the sunflower. It swayed its leaves, seemingly enjoying the touch. "I'll call you Sun God." Jiangchen named his new beast, marking the beginning of his journey as a beast master. The leaves of Yangshan swayed gently, as if delighted with its new name. It brushed Jiang Chen's fingers with its leaves, expressing affection. Jiang Chen smiled and instructed, "All right, you go to the nest of myriad races first." He then summoned Yangshan into his nest of myriad races. Jiang Chen's consciousness was instantly enveloped in a void. With Yangshan's arrival, the environment transformed. A massive sun appeared in the sky, with Yangshan standing beneath it, fervently absorbing the sun's essence to strengthen itself. After observing for a moment, Jiang Chen exited the nest of myriad races. The Yangshan is still too weak. It needs to reach at least the silver tier to be effective. I probably won't achieve that today, Jiang Chen mused. There are no sun seeds here. I'll have to find a way to get them once I'm out. But before that, I need to hunt more beasts and use the crystal cores to get alliance coins. Otherwise, even if I find sun seeds, I won't be able to afford them. Suddenly, a noise resembling the turning of mechanical gears echoed, and the ground trembled slightly. Jiang Chen's expression changed as he swiftly climbed onto Ping Tu's back, shouting, "Ping Tu, run!" Ping Tu immediately sprinted away. Almost simultaneously, cracks appeared on the ground behind them. Jiang Chen glanced back to see lizard-like creatures emerging from the bottomless fissures. Demon lizard. Quality: common. Rank: lower silver tier. Skill: demonization LV1. Description: creatures from the demon realm, often serving as minions for various demons. Evolution path: can evolve into a magma lizard king with a golden tier fire demon core. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. Demon lizard, demon realm? This clearly doesn't belong to Blue Star. These are beings from another world, suddenly appearing in this secret realm. Could it be a realm fusion? A new secret realm is devouring this old one. Seeing the endless stream of demon lizards, Jiang Chen's face grew darker. Run, Ping Tu. Over 100 demon lizards crawled out of the ground, their tongues flicking out as they pursued the fleeing Jiang Chen. He dared not stop, knowing that even if Anton could kill these demon lizards, the number hidden in the crevices was unknown. The priority was to conserve energy and reach the exit of the secret realm. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the air. Jiang Chen turned back in shock, spotting a claw over a meter long emerging from the fissure, followed by a fiery red demon lizard, the Magma Lizard King, evidently a golden tier beast. Damn, this one is definitely golden tier. Jiang Chen cursed. Although he had the power to defeat it, the surrounding silver tier demon lizards were too numerous, and being besieged would be fatal. He unhesitatingly dashed towards the forest. At that moment, Jiang Chen saw a group of people, including Lu Yuerong, who had previously given him the sunflower. Run, run, he shouted. Initially, they didn't react, but soon noticed the red eyes emerging behind Jiang Chen. Hearing the beast's roar, their faces turned pale. Jiang Chen, what's happening? Lu Yuerong asked. Demon realm invasion. This secret realm is forcibly merging, Jiang Chen replied succinctly. Lu Yuerong's expression changed. As the daughter of the city lord of Nandi City, she understood the implications of a demon realm invasion and realm fusion, having even experienced it firsthand. What's the strongest beast that appeared this time? She asked seriously. Golden tier, Jiang Chen answered directly. Hearing this, Lu Yuerong and her companions breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The boss is also golden tier. She should be able to handle it, a young man murmured. Lu Yuerong held her head high, seemingly waiting for praise. Jiang Chen, however, rolled his eyes and scolded, "Is your brain full of mush? Idiot." This remark stunned everyone present, leaving them dumbfounded as they stared at Jiang Chen. How many golden tier beasts do you have, 3 or 4? Jiang Chen continued. Open your eyes and look at how many demon lizards there are. Do you think your beasts can get close to that Magma Lizard King? As he spoke, he grabbed Lu Yuerong's collar, pulling her to see the approaching demon lizards. A quick glance revealed at least several hundred. Even with a golden tier beast, it would be difficult to win against such numbers. Lu Yuerong was left speechless, stammering without saying a word. Her followers were dumbstruck, unable to believe that the most violent woman in Nandi City was being reprimanded so thoroughly. Idiot! Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse again. This made everyone's hearts skip a beat as they cautiously watched Lu Yuerong, afraid she might erupt. However, this time Lu Yuerong remained uncharacteristically quiet, her head lowered in thought. Seeing this, Jiang Chen grew even more frustrated and yelled, "What are you all standing there for? Waiting to be a meal for the demon lizards?" Hearing this, they snapped out of it and hurriedly summoned their beasts. Jiang Chen paid special attention to Lu Yuerong, not out of any improper thoughts, but to gauge the strength of this potential rival. A flash of white light revealed a white tiger over 5 meters long. Jiang Chen immediately recognized it as a golden tier beast. Big cat, let's go, Lu Yuerong said softly, leaping onto the white tiger's back. Roar! A powerful roar echoed around once again, and Jiang Chen's heart sank as he realized another giant creature had appeared. He couldn't help but grumble, I'm just here for a secret realm. Why does it have to be like this? His eyes scanned the forest as demon lizards poured out in endless numbers. Cursing under his breath, jiangchen quickly mounted his trusty flathead beast to make a retreat. Just then, a massive shadow loomed overhead. Sensing danger, jiangchen felt uneasy, and his mount was quick to leap aside. Almost simultaneously, a dark figure crashed heavily onto the spot they had just vacated. It was a gigantic crow, its body blood-red and exuding an aura of malevolence. Damn! Jiangchen was alarmed, realizing if he didn't fight back, these creatures would think he was a pushover. Glancing at others who were fleeing, he saw no one was paying attention to his side. He made a decisive call. Anshuan, hit that beast with a lava blast. Anshuan, freshly summoned, instantly entered combat mode. In the next moment, scorching lava erupted from the ground, and the blood-red crow only managed a final screech before being engulfed by the molten rock. With the task completed, Jiangchen recalled Anshuan back into the nest of all races, pleasantly surprised to find that Anshuan had advanced to mid-tier silver, significantly boosting its combat power, enough to take on an average mid-tier gold beast. But the situation was dire, and it was no time to linger in battle. Looking up, not only were there numerous demon lizards, but more blood-red crows were emerging from the rift. Just as Jiangchen was about to leave, Lu Yurong and her group unexpectedly returned. Idiots, why did you come back? Jiangchen demanded sharply. Lu Yurong looked on the verge of tears at his words, while a nearby teammate quickly explained, Boss, there are demon lizards in the forest too. They're encircling us. Damn! Jiangchen's heart sank as he realized they were surrounded. Just then, 3 more people stumbled out, their faces marked by sorrow. Noticing one person missing, Jiangchen asked directly, Where's Wu Tian? The 3 flinched at his words, fear flashing in their eyes. One of them replied shakily, killed by a gold-tier beast. As he spoke, they glanced back fearfully at the forest. Jiangchen resisted the urge to curse, knowing he couldn't afford to lower morale now. He looked around at everyone and asked solemnly, I won't waste words. Do you want to live or die? Live. The group from Nandi City replied in unison. The trio from Yulong City, however, seemed lost in their fright, their eyes unfocused. Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes, silently cursing these cowards. As a school training beastmasters, people like this had no place on the battlefield. If the front lines were filled with such individuals, humanity might as well declare its own extinction. Ignoring the trio, Jiang Qian turned and ran towards a mound of earth several meters long, which could be useful against the crawling lizards. As for the demon blood crows, there weren't many, only a few dozen. But the demon lizards numbered in the thousands. The people from Nandi City looked to Lu Yurong, who, with a displeased expression, said, What are you staring at me for? Follow along. She then rode her white tiger and chased after Jiang Chen. The others from Nandi City quickly followed, and after a moment's hesitation, the remaining 3 also joined. A large group of demon lizards noticed Jiang Chen's group and began rushing towards them. As he faced the overwhelming number of silver-deer beasts, Jiang Chen's eyes turned contemplative, his thoughts unknown. He calmly said, Release your beasts, try to form a system, and give them a chance to rest. This time, the people from Nandi City didn't hesitate, immediately summoning their beasts. Jiang Chen glanced over, noting they were all high-tier silver, enough to hold back the demon lizards. But 8 beasts were far from sufficient, so he turned his gaze to the Yulong City trio. Feeling Jiang Chen's stare, the 3 shivered and lowered their heads. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and spoke again. Release your beasts and let them fight. Still, there was no response from the trio. Jiang Chen's tone hardened. I'm talking to you. Release your beasts and let them fight. Finally, one of them spoke. I have college entrance exams in a month. My beast can't get hurt. The other 2 nodded in agreement. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, devoid of any emotion. He stepped forward, grabbing the speaker by the throat. I don't care what background you come from outside, but if you're unwilling to let your beast fight, then get out of here. Jiang Chen shouted angrily, pushing the young man with both hands. The boy flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground several meters away. This scene shocked everyone present. They looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. The boy was clearly hurt, struggling for a while before barely managing to get up, clutching his chest. He glanced at Jiang Chen, fear flickering in his eyes, quickly replaced by defiance. I'll release my beast. Let me in, the boy gritted out, running towards Jiang Chen. However, before he could take a few steps, a huge shadow loomed over him. A massive demon blood crow descended from the sky, its sharp claws aimed directly at him. Terrified by the sudden attack, the boy collapsed to the ground, screaming for help. Save me! Save me! I don't want to die. My father is the deputy captain of Yulong City Yulong Guard. I can't die here. Jiang Qian watched coldly, shaking his head inwardly. To him, this boy was unbelievably foolish. Even now, He failed to summon his beast to protect himself. It seemed he regarded his beast as an ancestor, too afraid to use it. By the time the boy remembered he was a beast tamer with a beast to summon, it was too late. The demon blood crow's claws gripped his head firmly, and with a slight exertion, blood and brains splattered everywhere. The crow seemed delighted with its meal, pecking happily. The bloody scent quickly attracted more demon blood crows. In moments, dozens swarmed, tearing at the boy's corpse. Within a few breaths, nothing but a pile of bones remained where the boy had been, stripped of all flesh. Witnessing this gruesome scene, jiangchen turned his gaze to the other two boys, his voice icy and threatening. Choose for yourselves. Summon your beasts to fight or I'll throw you out. Terrified by jiangchen's ruthless actions, the two quickly stammered, We'll summon. We'll summon. Please don't throw us out. They hurriedly called forth their beasts. Seeing them finally summon their beasts, jiangchen shifted his focus. These youngsters, hailed as geniuses from two cities, possessed silver-grade high-quality beasts, capable of holding their ground for a while. However, jiangchen knew this was not a long-term solution. His gaze pierced through the chaos before him, looking into the distance. In the direction he watched, at least two gold-grade beasts roamed. With Wu Tian killed by a gold-grade beast in the forest, it meant there was at least one more gold-grade beast lurking there. The situation was more dire than he had anticipated. A horde of demon lizards surged forward like a tidal wave, their sharp claws and teeth glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Fortunately, the beasts were temporarily held back by the level suppression, stalling their charge. Standing on a mound, jiangchen calmly observed the battlefield. In contrast, Lu Yuerong was visibly anxious. Watching her companions and their beasts fighting fiercely, she couldn't help but ask, Jiangchen, are we just going to stand here and watch? Wait, Jiangchen replied coolly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the crevice in the plain. He knew that breaking through the encirclement of the demon lizards was possible, but it required the perfect coordination of everyone's beasts. Any mistake could lead to total annihilation. They could only patiently wait for the moment when the few golden-ranked beasts could no longer hold back and would have to intervene personally. The battle grew increasingly intense, and the beast's stamina was rapidly depleting. Earth Bear, use Earth Spike. Three-clawed Demon Wolf, bloody charge. The students issued commands, urging their beasts to unleash their skills. As time passed, the beasts were clearly struggling, and ordinary attacks could no longer hold back the demon lizards. After a fierce round of skill explosions, the ground was littered with the corpses of 50 to 60 silver-ranked demon lizards. However, this meager achievement seemed insignificant against the army of over 1,000 demon lizards. Sweat beaded on the students' foreheads, but they had no time to wipe it away. They focused intently on the charging demon lizards, striving to give their beasts accurate attack coordinates to alleviate the pressure. 10 minutes passed, and the beasts on the mound were already panting heavily. Jiangchen knew they couldn't continue like this, or casualties would soon follow. Switch out the beasts and let these ones rest, he ordered decisively. Upon hearing this, 6 students immediately summoned their second beast to replace their exhausted companions. Jiangchen encouraged them, hang in there, believe in yourselves. We will make it out alive. Although he knew that surviving for several hours under the current circumstances was nearly impossible, he couldn't let his companions lose hope. Unable to hold back any longer, Lu Yuerong demanded, Jiangchen, what exactly are you waiting for? Jiangchen calmly countered, do you want to live or die? Lu Yuerong was taken aback for a moment before angrily replying, of course I want to live. Let's lead with my beast and fight our way to the exit now. Jiangchen didn't respond immediately, but gave her a meaningful look before saying slowly, you're in a grade, yet so reckless. Lu Yuerong didn't quite understand at first and asked in confusion, what a grade? What do you mean by reckless? She quickly realized Jiangchen's gaze wasn't on her but elsewhere. Furious, she exclaimed, you jerk. You pervert. I'll beat you up. Jiangchen sighed, knowing that unless he explained, this stubborn woman wouldn't let it go. You really are clueless. Do you think you're strong? Seeing Lu Yuerong about to nod, Jiangchen quickly interrupted, hold on, listen first. Do you think these silver-ranked beasts are weak? Lu Yuerong thought for a moment and nodded slowly. Yes, they're weak. My beast can take on 10 of them easily. Then why aren't we breaking through now? Do you know? Jiangchen continued to ask. Lu Yuerong shook her head, bewildered. Jiangchen explained, because our real target is their leader. If your beast uses up too much energy now, do you think an exhausted beast can defeat a fully energized beast of the same rank? Lu Yuerong replied almost immediately, of course, the beast would be stronger. Even with quality differences, an exhausted beast is no match for a beast of the same rank. Jiangchen nodded with satisfaction. If even a beast understands such a simple concept, how come it took you so long to figure it out? You're hopelessly clueless. Lu Yuerong paused, then realized her mistake and quietly said, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. Jiangchen nodded but couldn't resist adding, for in a grade, you're still so clueless. You should buy more papayas. Maybe they'll help. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Yuerong's chest. Hearing this, any goodwill Lu Yuerong had just felt vanished instantly. If it weren't for the pressing situation, she would have taught this tactless guy a lesson. Time ticked by, and the beasts were exhausted, barely having time to rest before being sent back into battle. With their stamina rapidly declining, casualties finally occurred. One student's beast from Yulong City High School didn't react in time and was devoured by 7 or 8 demon lizards, leaving only bones. The boy held back his tears, biting his lip as he continued to command his remaining beast. Watching the beasts on the verge of exhaustion, Jiangchen squinted, thinking, aren't you going to make your move? If you don't soon, we won't be able to hold on. At that moment, a deafening beast roar echoed across the plain. The once fierce demon lizard horde suddenly halted and then retreated like a receding tide. Several students were ecstatic, shouting, "Ha! We did it! We drove back the demon lizard horde." However, Jiang Chun merely smirked coldly. Victory? What are you thinking? The battle has only just begun. As if in response to Jiang Chen's words, 2 massive flame lizard kings, each about 10 meters long, suddenly appeared in the distance. One of them let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding demon lizards to scatter and clear a path for them. The group noticed the scene simultaneously, and their smiles froze instantly. Flame Lizard King, one of them shouted in horror, his voice filled with fear. Jiang Chun quickly used his scanning skill, and information immediately appeared before him. Name, Flame Lizard King. Quality, Leader. Rank, Lower Gold Tier. Skills, Demonization LV2, Inferno LV1. Description, an evolved species of demon lizard with terrifying power. Jiang Chun frowned deeply. A leader quality beast was considered a rare find among beast tamers, far more challenging than elite quality ones. The beast taming ranks are ordinary, elite, leader, and epic, and they had encountered not just 1 but 2 leader-level flame lizard kings at once. We're doomed, we're finished, the young man said despairingly, clearly aware of the monster's terrifying nature. Lu Yuerong looked serious as she turned to Jiang Chen. Can we fight them? If not, I'll hold them off while you take my brothers and leave. Her words surprised Jiang Chun with her loyalty. However, before he could respond, the group from Nandi City spoke up. We're not leaving. We can still help. We're willing to stand with our leader, come what may. Their words brought tears to Lu Yuerong's eyes, but she said nothing more. Don't mind if we do. The 2 from Yulong City immediately spoke up when they heard there was a chance to leave. Since this lady is so selfless, we certainly shouldn't waste her goodwill. Their words immediately drew murderous glares from the others. Jiang Chun shot them a disgusted look and snapped. Shut up. Remembering how Jiang Qian had previously killed Li Yong, the 2 fell silent, not daring to say another word. Don't be so gloomy. We might not die here after all, Jiang Chun said, summoning his beast, Anchuan. The sudden appearance of a large turtle stunned everyone, even the usually calm white tiger, which became restless and wary. Is this your beast? Lu Yuerong asked in surprise. As a gold tier beast tamer, she sensed that although Anchuan was only silver tier, if it were to fight her big cat, it would definitely win. Jiang Chen noticed Lu Yuerong's intent to summon her second beast and quickly said, you should have at least 1 more gold tier beast. Don't summon it now. Lu Yuerong paused instinctively, subconsciously agreeing with Jiang Chen's judgment. All right. Jiang Chen nodded, thinking that they should hold something in reserve. The 2 flame lizard kings sensed the presence of Anchuan and the white tiger and roared deafeningly as they charged toward them. Anchuan, finish the fight as quickly as possible, Jiang Chen ordered. Anchuan shot out like an arrow, its speed astonishing. The white tiger followed closely behind. Lu Yuerong watched Anchuan, who was leading by a wide margin, and was amazed by the turtle beast's speed, surpassing that of a leopard in the same realm. With a loud boom, Anchuan collided fiercely with one of the flame lizard kings. Despite the size difference, Anchuan sent its opponent staggering backward. Taking advantage, it slapped the flame lizard king's head with a powerful claw. Boom! The heavy blow left the flame lizard king dazed. A crimson glow appeared on Anchuan, a precursor to its skilled lava eruption. It roared, pinning the flame lizard king's head to the ground. The ground cracked instantly, and thick lava erupted. The flame lizard king regained its senses and struggled desperately, but Anchuan was like a mountain, immobilizing it. The flame lizard king roared in fury, dark purple flames rising. However, these flames were useless against the scorching lava. The searing magma quickly covered its body, and its agonized wails echoed endlessly. Seeing its companion in peril, the other flame lizard king tried to come to its aid but was tightly entangled by the white tiger. Anchuan unleashed lava eruption again, submerging its opponent completely in magma. The flame lizard king let out a weak whimper, seemingly pleading for mercy, but Anchuan was merciless, biting into its throat. With a splat, black blood spurted out. Anchuan lifted its other front claw and tore off a large chunk of flesh. The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat, and the Flame Lizard King's struggles gradually ceased. What kind of monster is this? Lu Yuerong whispered in disbelief, watching the scene unfold. A gold-tier leader-level Flame Lizard King had been so easily dispatched, far beyond her imagination. The others were also dumbfounded, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at jiangchen. Meanwhile, the surviving Flame Lizard King, after witnessing its companion's grim fate, did not fight to the death for revenge. Instead, when it saw Anchuan approaching, it endured several hits from the white tiger in its haste to escape the battle. With a victorious roar, the white tiger let out a thunderous cry that pulled everyone's attention back to reality. Lu Yuerong, visibly shocked, stared at jiangchen and blurted out, "Why are you so strong?" Her eyes were filled with disbelief, as the seemingly ordinary turtle beast had instantly taken down a gold-ranked leader-quality monster. In her assessment, even her prized white tiger might not stand a chance against that turtle beast. Zhang Chun looked at Lu Yuerong with a hint of confusion and said calmly, "It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak." These words shattered Lu Yuerong's pride like a sledgehammer. She gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with anger. "Oomph! Typical man," she muttered, stomping her foot and turning her back on Jiang Chen, silently cursing him. "May you stay single forever." Jiang Chen paid her no mind and continued to walk forward. To him, women were the root of trouble, and it was best to avoid entanglements for now. The group from Nandi City watched the scene unfold, swallowing nervously as they cautiously observed the two. Although their leader was clearly infuriated, they didn't dare to approach recklessly. After all, Jiang Chen's displayed strength was far beyond their reach, and even their leader might not be able to protect them. As the tense atmosphere lingered, a sharp cry pierced the sky. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the forest canopy, where a massive red crow slowly ascended, its wingspan at least 15 meters wide, blotting out the sun. Jiang Chun stared at the colossal creature and murmured, "The main event has arrived." He recalled the earlier retreat of the demon blood crows, and his intuition had already given him a hint. Typically, minions of different races would lead the charge, but the sudden withdrawal of those demon blood crows clearly indicated a powerful backer, rivaling the Flame Lizard King. Jiang Chun silently assessed the giant crow. Name: Bloodthirsty Raven. Quality: Leader. Rank: Mid-Gold rank. Skills: Psychic Shock LV2, Frenzied Feather Barrage LV1. Description: a formidable predator with a keen sense for blood and notable attack capabilities. Evolution path: requires 10 blood crystal cores and 300 pounds of refined demon steel to evolve into a bloodthirsty armor raven. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that this gold-ranked leader bloodthirsty raven was even tougher to deal with than the previous two giant lizards. The most challenging part was that he didn't have any aerial beasts, and even if Antoon was equally strong, reaching the airborne bloodthirsty raven from the ground was nearly impossible. He turned to Lu Yuerong and urgently asked, "What type is your second beast?" Lu Yuerong was still resentful of Jiang Chen's earlier remark, but understanding the urgency of the situation, she summoned her second beast, a golden leopard. Jiang Chen's expression turned grim. This wasn't a flying beast either. He realized they might face the predicament of being worn down from a distance. While some say monsters lack intelligence, this only applies to common bronze-ranked beasts. Once they reach silver rank, their intelligence takes a leap, and gold-ranked ones are almost as smart as an 8 or 9-year-old child. As the bloodthirsty raven approached, Jiang Chun quickly asked, "Does your beast have any long-range attack capabilities?" Lu Yuerong huffed and shook her head. Jiang Chun couldn't help but shout, "Can't you speak? Are you mute?" This was a gold-ranked monster capable of destroying a small town, and this foolish woman was still giving him attitude. Jiang Chen inwardly vowed to keep his distance from this foolish woman after this ordeal, hoping never to cross paths again. Startled by Jiang Chen's reprimand, Lu Yuerong was about to retort when Jiang Chen preempted her, saying, "Since you're so dissatisfied with me, let's part ways. You go your way, I'll go mine. Goodbye." With that, he turned to leave. This scene brought tears to Lu Yuerong's eyes, but she held them back. "Wait, I was wrong, you can't leave," she suddenly said. "I shouldn't have been stubborn. I'm sorry, I apologize, you can't leave." Hearing this, Jiang Chun was quite surprised. He could tell Lu Yuerong was at Sundra, and such people rarely apologize even when wrong. In truth, Lu Yuerong knew she shouldn't be acting up now, but her pride was wounded. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, when had she ever been bossed around like this? Jiang Chun replied coldly, "This is a battlefield. Put your princess syndrome away because no one here will sympathize with you. Not people, and certainly not monsters." Lu Yuerong lowered her head, saying nothing. "Now tell me, does your beast have any long-range attack capabilities?" Jiang Chen asked again. "No. Big Cat is a tank-type beast, and Dajin is an assassin type. Lu Yuerong replied. Though he had suspected as much, Jiangchen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Watching the bloodthirsty raven close in, he felt a rare sense of frustration. The destructive power of a gold-ranked monster was undeniable, and if they could only endure its attacks, none of them might leave the secret realm alive. Gee. A strange caw echoed as the bloodthirsty raven halted 50 meters away, refusing to get closer. Almost simultaneously, its entire body emitted a faint red glow. Although they hadn't seen the bloodthirsty raven unleash its frenzied feather barrage before, everyone sensed the imminent danger and quickly took cover behind Antoon. In the next moment, dark red feathers shot forth like arrows. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the group saw the bloodthirsty raven's feathers couldn't penetrate Antoon, and they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Their greatest fear was that even Antoon wouldn't be able to withstand the attack, which would have spelled disaster for them all. Caw, caw, caw. The bloodthirsty crow let out a piercing cry, clearly furious that its attack had been thwarted. It spread its jet-black wings and shot up into the sky, hovering over the group. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of blood-red feathers rained down toward the ground. Jiangchen had anticipated the crow's intentions. At this moment, the massive shell of Anton had become the best shelter, and everyone huddled tightly beneath it. The sound of the blood feathers striking the shell was incessant. A student from Yulong High School curled up on the ground, muttering, "I don't want to die. I'm a genius destined for greatness in Longhua. How could I die here?" Suddenly, the boy jumped up, pointing at Jiangchen and shouting, "I order you to get me safely to the exit." Jiangchen squinted, and an invisible aura of menace emanated from him. The previously frenzied boy shivered and snapped back to his senses. He looked at Jiangchen in shock and quickly slapped himself a few times, saying, "Young Master Jiang, I lost my mind. I didn't mean it." Jiangchen didn't say much, understanding that the bloodthirsty crow's skill might have affected the boy's mind. "We need to slowly make our way to the exit," Jiangchen whispered. "We can't just stand here. We have to move toward the exit. Otherwise, even if they open the passage, the people outside won't see us. It would take them hours to come in and search for us. By then, it will be dark, and there will be more uncertainties." Everyone nodded in agreement and began to move slowly toward the forest, following Anton's lead. The bloodthirsty crow, seeing its prey escaping into the forest, grew even more agitated. It clearly knew that once they entered the woods, its large size would make pursuit difficult. Moreover, its minions were too few to flush them out. Caw, caw, caw. The bloodthirsty crow suddenly let out a frenzied cry, causing a sense of foreboding to rise in Jiangchen's heart. A boy impatiently complained, "What's that damned crow screeching about? When I get out, I'll have my dad come in and take it down." At that moment, the ground began to tremble slightly. Jiangchen's face changed dramatically as he turned to look at the plain behind them. "Damn it," he cursed. The demon lizard army, which had retreated earlier, was attacking again, with the infernal lizard king at the rear, its eyes filled with anger toward Anton. Why the hell do these beasts know how to cooperate? Jiangchen cursed inwardly. He knew that golden tier beasts had considerable intelligence, but he hadn't expected it to be this high. It was astonishing. "What do we do now, young Master Jiang?" The group from Nandi City asked, their expressions grim. Their beasts were nearly exhausted. "Run!" Jiangchen shouted. "We have to run now and get to the forest as fast as possible. These creatures have no mercy for their own. If we can't hold off the demon lizards and expose ourselves, the bloodthirsty crow above will definitely unleash its skills on us." The group immediately began to sprint, but outrunning the demon lizards was challenging. Jiangchen's gaze fell on Lu Yurong. "Anton can't fight now. Only your beast can join the battle. Have your beast hold them off a bit, or we'll be stopped before we reach the forest." Seeing Jiangchen's serious expression, Lu Yurong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted her teeth and made her decision. Jiangchen decisively summoned his two guardian beasts. "Big Cat, Big Gold, I need you to hold off those lizards for a bit. Once this is over, I'll treat you to some delicious Magikarp." As soon as he finished speaking, the two beasts let out low growls and charged fearlessly at the swarm of demon lizards behind them. The bloodthirsty raven immediately locked its sharp gaze on these two beasts of the same realm. Without any hesitation, it unleashed a barrage of explosive feathers as a greeting. The golden leopard barely dodged the attack with its exceptional speed, but the white tiger, being slightly slower, was instantly riddled with wounds from the blood feathers. Lu Yuerong, who was in the midst of fleeing, turned pale at the sight and froze in her tracks. Just as she was about to halt, a strong hand wrapped around her waist and lifted her onto a shoulder. "Foolish woman, do you want to end up full of holes?" Jiang Qin's tone carried a hint of reproach. Although the attacks didn't significantly harm Anton, if they hit a human, the consequences would be dire. Lu Yuerong looked back at the blood-soaked white tiger, tears welling up in her eyes. Yet, she held back her cries. As an experienced beast master, she knew that a single word from the master during such a life-and-death battle could distract the beasts and put them in an even more precarious situation. Jiangchen remained silent, more aware than anyone of the heartache of seeing his carefully nurtured beasts injured. He simply focused on carrying Lu Yuerong, quickening his pace towards the forest. When they finally reached the edge of the forest, Jiangchen decisively ordered, "Call your beasts back." It seemed Lu Yuerong had been waiting for this moment, as she immediately shouted, "Big cat, big gold, come back." The two beasts turned towards the sound at once. However, they not only had to fend off the attacking demon lizards, but also stay alert for the bloodthirsty raven circling above. At this point, both beasts were covered in wounds of various sizes, with the white tiger being especially bloodied and severely injured. At that moment, the bloodthirsty raven noticed that all its prey had fled into the forest, causing it to caw angrily. It spotted Dejin and Mao, two beast companions, leaving and immediately swooped towards them with a strange cry. Ignoring Dejin, the raven headed straight for the white tiger, sensing its significant injuries and seeing it as an easy target. Almost simultaneously, the raven unleashed its feather barrage skill again, sending countless blood-red feathers whistling through the air. Dejin easily evaded all the attacks, but the white tiger wasn't as fortunate. Already burdened with old wounds and now suffering new ones, it stumbled a few steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Lu Yurong couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down her face like a flood. She screamed desperately, "Dejin, save Mao!" Yet, at that moment, the bloodthirsty raven was readying another round of its feather barrage, and Dejin was too late to intervene. Lu Yurong was on the verge of fainting, knowing that if the white tiger took a direct hit from this attack, its chances of survival were slim. "No!" she cried out in despair. Madness gleamed in the raven's eyes as it let out an excited screech. Whoosh! Blood-red feathers shot out, aimed directly at the white tiger. "No!" Lu Yurong closed her eyes in despair, unable to bear the sight of her beast companion meeting a grim fate before her eyes. However, the anticipated cries of agony never came. After a few moments, Lu Yurong mustered the courage to open her eyes and was astonished to find a massive turtle had somehow positioned itself in front of the white tiger. Nearby, Jiang Qin's cold voice rang out, "Fool, that white tiger is wasted following you. You gave up on it before it even reached a life-or-death crisis." Seeing the white tiger saved, Lu Yurong collapsed to the ground, tears flowing again as she whispered, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, Jiang Chun." Jiang Chen ignored her, focusing on the unfavorable battle at hand. Although they had 3 gold-tier beasts, the white tiger's severe injuries meant it couldn't contribute much and might require the other 2 beasts to protect it. This situation made them more vulnerable, potentially allowing the 2 golden-tier beasts to control the battle. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and patted the head of the beast beside him. "Go help?" The eager beast hesitated, staring intently at Jiang Chun, clearly worried about his safety. "Don't worry about me, they'll protect me," Jiang Chun reassured. Only then did the beast run towards the battlefield. At this point, Lu Yurong hung her head, seemingly unable to look at Jiang Chun, and weakly said, "Thank you." Jiang Chun rolled his eyes. "No need to thank me. I told you to send your beasts to block those demon lizards. If the white tiger died, I'd be partly responsible. No, stopping the demon lizards was my duty. You saved the white tiger, so I have to thank you," Lu Yurong insisted stubbornly. Jiang Chun didn't want to continue this discussion, so he changed the subject. "Ahem, we're not out of danger yet. We need to reach the exit." Everyone nodded in agreement. After the recent events, they began to trust Jiang Chen. Just as they were about to leave, Jiang Chun suddenly froze. Worried, Lu Yurong asked, "Jiang Chun, are you alright?" Her voice snapped Jiang Chen back to reality, and a smile spread across his face. "I'm fine. In fact, I feel great." Everyone looked at him oddly, unsure of what he meant. What they didn't know was that Jiang Chen had just advanced from the bronze tier to the silver tier. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching the silver tier. You have received 3 beast seeds." "Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching the silver tier. You have been awarded a devil fruit." A gleam flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he summoned the panel to check the details of the devil fruit. Name, Tremor fruit. Quality, legendary. Description: consuming this grants the power of vibration, with minor side effects. Recommended for use by a beast companion. Jiang Chen was thrilled. It turned out to be a genuine devil fruit, and a very powerful one at that. Although the system suggested he not use it himself, he decided to let one of his beasts consume it. Unfortunately, he didn't have a suitable beast at the moment. Just then, a rustling sound arose around them, and several demon lizards emerged from the underbrush. A heavy sense of dread settled over the group. Damn, why are there demon lizards here? Jiang Chen wasn't surprised. These creatures were too fast to block completely. However, the number of demon lizards appearing now had exceeded his expectations. Scanning the area, Jiangchen's expression turned grim. They were surrounded by over 20 demon lizards. The number already exceeded Jiangchen's expectations. He frowned, scanning the surroundings as he calculated silently. If you don't want to die, release your beasts, Jiangchen ordered in a grave tone. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen silver-deer beasts appeared around the group. Although they had a slight advantage in rank, these beasts were nearly exhausted. In contrast, the demon lizards outnumbered them, making the outcome uncertain. Damned creatures, you better hope I don't make it out alive, a young man shouted angrily, his face a mix of fear and defiance. When I get out, I'll have my father come in and wipe you all out. The day's events had been more intense than anything they had experienced in their lives. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point, and if they didn't vent soon, they might truly break down. Suddenly, a demon lizard roared and lunged at them. Almost simultaneously, a beast charged forward, pinning the demon lizard down. However, other demon lizards quickly joined the fray. The air was filled with the sounds of beasts roaring. Even though some beasts managed to take on two opponents at once, one demon lizard remained unchallenged and charged straight for the crowd. The group's faces turned pale. Even silverdeer beasts were hard for ordinary silverdeer warriors to handle, let alone these relatively weak beast masters. Get out of the way, Jiangchen shouted. But the young man in front was frozen with fear, standing motionless. Others tried to pull him back, but they were too far away to reach him. Just as it seemed the young man would meet a grim fate, a shadow burst out from the nearby bushes. With a dull thud, the demon lizard was sent flying. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Jiang Chun looked at the shadow in shock. When they realized their savior was a blue-colored rabbit, everyone was dumbfounded. This was clearly a beast. Historically, humans and beasts were mortal enemies. While some beasts were peaceful, they usually didn't intervene in conflicts between humans and other beasts. Yet, this blue rabbit was clearly helping humans. Not only were the people confused, but even the demon lizard that had been knocked away stared at the blue rabbit in bewilderment. Jiang Qian quickly pulled up information on the rabbit. Name: Blitz Rabbit. Quality: Elite. Rank: Silver Lower. Skills: Blitz LV2, Swift LV1. Description: Possesses incredible speed but lacks attack power. Evolution path: With 1 fire crystal core and 1 pound of fire rock mushrooms, it can evolve into a blaze rabbit leader of elite quality. The demon lizard couldn't comprehend why this rabbit was aiding humans. It shook its head and charged again. However, the blitz rabbit was too fast, effortlessly batting the demon lizard away. Jiang Chen quickly noticed a problem. While the rabbit was fast, its attacks were too weak to pierce the demon lizard's scales. The blitz rabbit seemed to realize this too and stopped trying to overpower it, opting instead to conserve energy and outmaneuver the lizard. An idea suddenly formed in Jiang Chen's mind. Without hesitation, he asked, "Rabbit, would you like to be my companion?" Initially, Jiang Chun planned to reserve his 4th B slot for a flying type, but seeing this rabbit's affinity towards humans, he changed his mind. Such an exceptional rabbit deserved to become extraordinary. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's offer, the rabbit's large ears drooped, and it turned to look at him. This made Jiang Chen uneasy, worried that the rabbit might refuse. He soon realized his concern was unnecessary. The rabbit gave a slight nod, seemingly agreeing to his proposal. Almost immediately, a beast seed emerged from Jiang Chen's forehead and seamlessly entered the rabbit's. Jiang Chen felt an instant mental connection with the rabbit. Seeing his success, Jiang Chen wasted no time and commanded, "Rabbit, drive that demon lizard away, then come to me." Jiang Chen had already decided to use the demon fruit on this rabbit. He believed it had the potential to harness the fruit's power to its fullest. The rabbit executed the order without hesitation, sending the demon lizard flying before running to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, not wanting to delay, pretended to retrieve a fruit with a spiral pattern from his bag. He handed it to the rabbit, saying, "Eat this, and you'll become stronger." The rabbit's eyes lit up at his words. It hugged the fruit with its ears and took a bite. Instantly, its eyes widened, and its mouth opened as if to spit it out. Jiang Chen quickly reminded, "Don't spit it out or you won't get stronger." Hearing this, a look of struggle flashed in the rabbit's eyes before it forced itself to swallow the fruit. Afterward, it stuck out its tongue, vigorously wiping it with its large ears as if it had eaten something extremely unpleasant. Once the rabbit swallowed the entire fruit, Jiang Chun sighed in relief. He was truly worried it would spit it out, losing the chance to gain its power. Suddenly, the rabbit collapsed, its limbs twitching violently. This unexpected turn left Jiang Chun momentarily stunned. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen hurriedly picked up the rabbit. However, the rabbit soon opened one eye, peeking at Jiang Chun. He realized he had been duped by this drama queen rabbit. It was perfectly fine. Jiang Chen immediately checked the rabbit status. Name: Blitzquake Rabbit. Quality: Epic. Rank: Silver Upper. Skills: Quake Blitz LV2, Swift LV1. Description: contains mysterious energy, not fully mastered, but grants a substantial leap in ability. Evolution path: with 1 gold tier wind crystal core and 10 pounds of wind bells, it can evolve into the legendary Blitzquake Rabbit King. As Jiangchen had hoped, the rabbit had undergone a significant transformation. Its quality now matched that of his other beasts, and he suspected it could hold its own against them. He recalled that his other beasts didn't have a Quake attribute core, possibly giving this rabbit an edge in that aspect. At that moment, the demon lizard that had been knocked back got up and charged at Jiangchen once more. Jiangchen felt a strong gust of wind rush past him, and in the blink of an eye, the flash rabbit appeared above the demon lizard's head. With a dull thud, the demon lizard crashed heavily to the ground, bleeding from its orifices, and died instantly. The flash rabbit quickly returned to Jiangchen's side, looking at him adorably with its big, round eyes. Jiangchen said exasperatedly, "Less cuteness, more action." Despite witnessing the rabbit's powerful one-hit kill on the silver beast, its innocent look was still irresistibly endearing. At this moment, the other beasts were utterly exhausted, barely holding on, afraid that if they collapsed, they wouldn't get up again. Hearing Jiangchen's words, the flash rabbit turned into a blur and appeared in front of another demon lizard. The lizard hesitated for a moment, then lunged with its sharp-toothed mouth wide open, only for the flash rabbit to dodge at an even faster speed. With a thud, the lizard fell limply to the ground. The flash rabbit moved like a phantom, weaving through the group of demon lizards. Each time it appeared, it would strike with its ears, instantly killing its target. In just a few breaths, over 20 demon lizards were reduced to only 7. Sensing danger, the remaining lizards screeched and attempted to flee, but the flash rabbit wouldn't allow it. Within a few more breaths, all the demon lizards lay defeated. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. A young boy muttered in shock, "This rabbit is unbelievably strong." Although the flash rabbit's level might be higher than the demon lizards, taking down over 20 beasts in one go was still astonishing. Everyone looked at Jiangchen enviously. Who wouldn't want such a powerful beast companion? However, instead of returning to Jiangchen, the flash rabbit stopped in front of Lu Yurong, staring at her with its big eyes. Instantly captivated by the cute rabbit, Lu Yurong didn't hesitate to pick it up. To Jiangchen's surprise, the flash rabbit didn't resist and even snuggled into Lu Yurong's embrace, appearing quite content. Jiangchen watched this scene, feeling bewildered. He thought to himself, how could a gentleman like him end up with such a cheeky rabbit? Lu Yurong happily stroked the flash rabbit's soft fur and gently asked, "What's this little guy's name?" Still caught up in his annoyance at the rabbit's cheeky behavior, Jiangchen blurted out, "Rogue rabbit." His words left everyone momentarily stunned. Realizing his slip, Jiangchen quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, we shouldn't linger here. Let's report the situation first." With the flash rabbit's addition, their journey became noticeably easier. Soon, they spotted the faint glimmer of a portal, signaling the secret realm's exit. The group of teenagers, overwhelmed with relief, sprinted towards it. Lu Yurong also ran towards the exit, planning to seek reinforcements, particularly a gold-tier flying beast, to avenge her large cat by taking down that cursed crow. However, no one noticed a figure running in the opposite direction. The group soon exited the secret realm. Seeing their supervising teachers, even Lu Yurong couldn't hold back her tears. The two teachers appeared bewildered, unsure of what had happened, but quickly composed themselves. They realized the secret realm might have encountered trouble and grew anxious. "What happened?" they asked in unison. Lu Yurong, stifling her sobs, quickly replied, "The secret realm has merged. Master Wu, save my big cat and big golden." Hearing this, both teachers felt a sinking feeling. A merged secret realm would at least feature a gold-tier beast, a troubling prospect. Master Wu from South Empire City urgently asked, "What level of secret realm merge?" "Probably gold-tier," Lu Yurong answered. The two instructors sighed in slight relief. They knew Lu Yurong, a prodigy who reached gold-tier beast master status at just 16, could typically handle a single gold-tier beast with 2 gold-tier companions. However, Lu Yurong's next words made the instructors gasp. "Master Wu, hurry. The merge involves the demon realm, featuring the demon flame lizard king and the bloodthirsty raven. Both these beasts were notorious among gold-tier creatures, and both were of leader quality." The instructors instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Zhang Man noticed a few people were missing. Where are Wu Tian, Li Yang, and Jiang Chen? Two students from Yulong High showed a hint of sadness as they replied. Wu Tian and Li Yang died in the secret realm. They looked around, puzzled. Jiang Chen was just with us? Hearing Jiang Chen was alive, Zhang Man felt relieved. She immediately asked Master Wu, "Master Wu, should you go in for the rescue, or should I?" Master Wu replied, "Teacher Zhang, you should go. Your scarlet flame eagle is a flying beast, which should make dealing with the bloodthirsty raven easier than for me. Zhang Manman nodded, wasting no time as she entered the secret realm's portal. At this moment, jiangchen was already retracing his steps, preparing to go back and take down the bloodthirsty raven to extract its crystal core. With the addition of the rogue rabbit, jiangchen's confidence soared, believing that the duo could take down the menacing bird. Quickly, they returned to the battlefield. The sight before them was astonishing. The battle had reached a stalemate. The bloodthirsty raven was relentlessly unleashing its deadly feather volleys, but Anton was blocking each one. Not far away, the magma lizard king and the golden leopard were locked in a fierce battle, their speeds too evenly matched to determine a winner. Jiang Chun turned to the blitz rabbit beside him, which he had just named the rogue rabbit. Despite its cute appearance, the rabbit's cheeky nature was undeniable. Jiang Chun couldn't be bothered to think of another name, so he went with rogue rabbit, which was catchy and fitting. Rogue rabbit, do you see that big bird up there? Jiang Chun pointed to the sky. The rogue rabbit looked up to see the bloodthirsty raven circling about 30 meters high. This altitude was challenging for most silver-ranked beasts, but with the rogue rabbit's speed and jumping ability, it might just be possible. Moments later, the rogue rabbit nodded in understanding. Jiang Chun cautiously issued his command. No matter what, you only get one shot at that big bird. Then come back to me immediately. Even hidden in the forest, Jiang Chun felt uneasy, slightly anxious without a beast by his side. The rogue rabbit nodded seriously. Then go, Jiang Chun instructed, and the rogue rabbit instantly became a blur as it dashed out. Watching the rogue rabbit speed away, a strange thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind. If he had given the rabbit the flash fruit instead of the demon fruit, how fast would it be? But such thoughts were nothing more than idle musings. In a few agile moves, the rogue rabbit was approaching the bloodthirsty raven. Anton sensed the presence of the rabbit and, feeling a familiar aura, seemed to understand something. It roared, spewing high-temperature lava, clearly agitated by its inability to hit the raven. This scene caught the bloodthirsty raven's eye, prompting a hint of human-like mockery. It immediately launched another feather barrage, as if in provocation. Anton roared continuously, perfectly drawing the raven's attention. At that moment, the rogue rabbit quietly appeared behind the bloodthirsty raven. It paused, gauged the distance, then bent its legs and sprang up with force. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, alerting the bloodthirsty raven to the anomaly. Looking down, it saw a rabbit flying towards it. Initially stunned, a playful gleam flashed in its eyes. With a few flaps of its wings, it ascended a few more meters, just enough for the rogue rabbit to miss. As the momentum waned, the rogue rabbit was about to fall. Damn it! That wretched crow is so damn sly. Jiang Qin cursed from his hiding spot in the forest, unwilling to accept defeat. At that moment, the rogue rabbit's eyes were locked onto the bloodthirsty raven, its anger surpassing mere frustration. It wanted nothing more than to bring down the detestable bird. Its eyes glowed slightly red, and its large ears whipped through the air, venting its inner fury. Having done all it could, the rogue rabbit began its descent. The bloodthirsty raven cawed mockingly, caw, caw, caw. Despite the difference in species, Jiang Chun could discern the taunting tone. However, the raven's gloating was short-lived. Its wings suddenly convulsed violently as if struck by an unseen turbulence. Its cawing abruptly stopped, and fear filled its eyes. It tried to flap its wings to regain altitude, but found its wings unresponsive, unable to coordinate. Meanwhile, the rogue rabbit landed safely on the ground. It glanced up at the struggling bloodthirsty raven, still simmering with anger but adhering to Jiang Chen's command. Reluctantly headed back to where Jiang Chen was hiding. But the bloodthirsty crow plummeted rapidly, the distance to the ground diminishing at an alarming rate. 30 meters, 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters within the blink of an eye. Only 10 meters remained. At this critical moment, the bloodthirsty crow managed to stabilize itself, hovering in midair. It looked down with lingering fear but couldn't relax. Suddenly, streams of scorching lava erupted from the ground, surging towards the bloodthirsty crow. At 10 meters, it was within striking range. From a distance, Jiang Chun watched with a hint of a smile, waiting for the events to unfold. The bloodthirsty crow felt the terrifying heat approaching and let out a frightened cry for the first time. Caw, caw, caw. It desperately tried to ascend, but it was too late. The molten lava splashed onto it, igniting its flammable feathers in an instant. Its harrowing screams echoed through the sky as it could no longer maintain flight, plunging straight towards the ground. Anshuan, who had been waiting on the ground, finally saw its chance for revenge. It charged forward, striking the bloodthirsty crow before it hit the ground, sending it flying dozens of meters. The bloodthirsty crow crashed heavily to the ground, and before it could recover, Anshuan was upon it, slamming down with a powerful claw. Crack! Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as the bloodthirsty crow wailed in agony. But the murderous intent in Anchuan's eyes only intensified. Without mercy, it unleashed a lava eruption. The ground split open, and the searing lava engulfed the bloodthirsty crow completely. Under the intense heat, the bloodthirsty crow didn't die immediately but endured a slow and painful torment. It struggled desperately, trying to escape, but Anchuan's iron grip held it firmly in place, rendering it immobile. Having witnessed the demise of the bloodthirsty crow, Jiangchen emerged from the forest. The threat to him had been eliminated, and the remaining beasts posed no danger. As for the demon flame lizard king, the cowardly creature fled in panic with its followers after seeing the bloodthirsty crow's defeat, even enduring several attacks from Dejin in its frantic escape. Roars of triumph echoed as the beasts watched the retreating horde of monsters. Jiangchen strode forward, intent on retrieving the crystal cores of the bloodthirsty raven and the flame lizard king. These two gold-tier leader-level monsters had crystal cores valued at no less than 2 million alliance credits in the market. Seeing this, Flathead eagerly charged toward Jiangchen, aiming for an enthusiastic leap. Jiangchen's face turned pale. This 300 to 400-pound creature would surely break his legs if it landed on him. Just as he was about to dodge, a blur streaked past. The rogue rabbit appeared in front of Jiangchen, swatting Flathead away with a flick of its ear. Flathead was bewildered as it got up from the ground, eyes wide in disbelief that the small rabbit dared to strike. Seething with anger, Flathead charged again. The rogue rabbit narrowed its eyes, leaving a trail of afterimages as it moved to intercept. Smack! Another slap sent Flathead flying once more. It seemed as if the rogue rabbit predicted Flathead's landing spot every time, appearing just in time to swat it away again. Jiangchen was dumbfounded, never expecting the rogue rabbit to handle the equally epic-quality Flathead with such ease. "All right, stop it," Jiangchen called out. The rogue rabbit blinked, glanced at the descending Flathead, and couldn't resist giving it one last hard swat. Jiangchen looked helplessly at the mischievous rabbit, thinking it was like a villain playing the victim. Flathead angrily rushed towards the rogue rabbit, which promptly hid behind Jiangchen, clinging to his leg and looking up with a pitiful expression. Jiangchen couldn't help but laugh. The rabbit's acting was too good. Had he not witnessed it overpower Flathead, he might have believed its charade. Jiangchen found himself in a dilemma. Siding with the rabbit felt unfair to Flathead, yet siding with Flathead could undermine his authority. Ultimately, Jiangchen decided to uphold his dignity. "Flathead, be quiet. Didn't you hear me say stop?" Jiangchen shouted angrily. Flathead instantly cowered, lowering its head to the ground. Turning to the smug rogue rabbit, Jiangchen flicked its forehead. "And you? Don't think you can bully Flathead just because you're clever. If I catch you doing it again, you won't get off easy." The rogue rabbit feigned a look of innocence, its ears drooping as it clutched them with its paws. Jiangchen ignored the crafty creature, knowing all too well it was likely plotting its next scheme. "All right, from now on, you're family. No more fighting. Save your strength for battling monsters," Jiangchen declared, summoning Yangshan to introduce the beasts. "Allow me to introduce. Intuin is your eldest brother, Flathead is second, and Yangshan is third," Jiangchen explained to the rabbit. The rogue rabbit was taken aback, clearly displeased. It approached Flathead, pointed at it with its ears, then at the ground, before pointing at itself and then at the sky. Jiangchen couldn't help but curse inwardly. This rabbit was almost too clever. It was clearly indicating that Flathead was inferior and didn't deserve the second spot, while it should be ranked second. However, the rabbit showed respect towards Intuin, acknowledging its superiority. Flathead growled in protest, and Jiangchen wearily rubbed his forehead. None of these beasts were easy to handle. "Forget it, let's not rank them for now," Jiangchen decided, fearing they might start a fight. "Intuin, go back and continue your training," Jiangchen instructed. Intuin nodded and returned to the myriad tribe's nest to consume pure flame elements. Jiangchen then recalled the weaker bronze tier Yangshan. Looking at the still discontented Flathead and rogue rabbit, Jiangchen sighed and also sent the rogue rabbit into the myriad tribe's nest. His consciousness entered a closed space, where the surroundings rapidly transformed, and colossal, multicolored carrots sprouted from the ground, forming a bizarre carrot world. Seeing the myriad tribe's nest altered by the rabbit, Jiangchen's eyebrow twitched furiously, deciding it was best to ignore the rabbit for now. He exited the consciousness space directly. "Don't be upset. Once you're stronger, I'll arrange a match for you. There's no rush for revenge," Jiangchen softly reassured the downcast Pingtu. Pingtu suddenly lifted his head and looked at Jiangchen, his eyes gleaming with hope, as if silently asking, "Are you really not lying to me?" "I'm not lying. When you're strong enough, I'll definitely let you have a fair fight." Jiangchen nodded slightly, sighing inwardly. He knew Pingtu was still too naive, easily deceived. In reality, the chances of Pingtu defeating the rogue rabbit in the future were slim. The rogue rabbit had exceptional talent and would undoubtedly become one of jiangchen's main battle beasts, while Pingtu was likely to be more of a defensive beast. Unless Pingtu had some sort of lucky encounter, it would be difficult to overcome the speed of the rogue rabbit. But Jiangchen didn't reveal this to Pingtu, whose excitement and anticipation for the future duel were palpable. Come on, let's take care of some business, Jiangchen said, seeing Pingtu's mood improve. This time, Pingtu didn't object and eagerly ran ahead of Jiangchen, urging him to hurry up. Jiangchen decided to first retrieve the cores of 2 gold-tier beasts before dealing with the silver-tier beasts. He headed towards the corpse of the bloodthirsty crow. The molten rock had cooled into stone, but fortunately, the crow's head was exposed, making it easier to extract the core. Crack open its skull and retrieve the core, Jiangchen instructed Pingtu. With a swift crack, Pingtu easily broke open the skull of the lifeless crow, which had lost its demonic power. After rummaging around a bit, Pingtu extracted a fist-sized, blood-red core. Jiangchen glanced at it, feeling pleased. It was a rare core. Name, blood core. Quality, gold tier. Description, boosts the power of blood-type beasts. Jiangchen quickly pocketed the core and moved towards the corpse of the lava lizard king. Seeing the lizard embedded deep in the ground, Jiangchen couldn't help but shake his head, imagining its despair before death. This also raised his estimation of Antun's strength. Being able to easily defeat a gold-tier leader-quality beast was indeed impressive for a mythical beast. Pingtu, pry open this one skull and get the core, Jiangchen instructed. Pingtu nodded and got to work again. Soon, he extracted another fist-sized core from the lizard's head. This core had a unique color, red interspersed with black, indicating it was also rare. Just as Jiangchen stowed the core in his backpack, he sensed someone approaching. Looking up, he saw a massive, fiery red eagle about 7 or 8 meters long flying towards him, with a figure faintly visible on its back. At that moment, Zhang Manman also spotted Jiangchen. She was about to call out when she noticed the dead bloodthirsty crow on the ground, freezing in shock. It's dead, Zhang Manman murmured. She knew that a cunning beast like the bloodthirsty crow would be a challenge even for elite gold-tier beastmasters without a countering beast. The fact that Jiangchen managed to kill it was astounding. Although he had help from Lu Yurong's beasts, they were still someone else's, and Jiangchen had used their power to slay a gold-tier beast. Such talent was rare in Yulong City's century-long history. However, Zhang Manman soon noticed the corpse of the lava lizard king nearby, previously obscured by the cooled lava. Holy crap! As a teacher, Zhang Manman couldn't help but curse. He had killed 2 gold-tier beasts. Jiangchen was merely a bronze-tier beastmaster, yet this achievement was headline-worthy. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Manman realized she had made the right choice in backing Jiangchen. Such talent was rare nationwide. Even though he had assistance from others' gold-tier beasts, both slain beasts were leader quality, whereas Lu Yurong's were elite. Zhang Manman was curious about how Jiangchen accomplished such a feat. Lost in thought, the scarlet flame eagle landed steadily. Zhang Manman snapped back to reality and jumped off the eagle's back. Teacher, Jiangchen called out. He could sense Zhang Manman's concern for him, though it might partly be due to his talent, but her care was still commendable. Yes, Zhang Manman nodded, inspecting Jiangchen carefully, front and back, before sighing in relief upon confirming he was unhurt. Then her expression darkened. Jiangchen, do you know how dangerous that was? You're just a bronze-tier beastmaster, daring to challenge gold-tier beasts. You must have a death wish, Zhang Manman scolded angrily. Despite his achievement, she could imagine the peril a bronze-tier beastmaster faced against gold-tier beasts. A single mistake could have been fatal. Facing Zhang Manman's tirade, Jiangchen raised his hand. Teacher, I'm actually silver-tier now. If you dare to take risks again, I'll wait, you're silver-tier? Zhang Manman paused mid-sentence, her voice trembling with disbelief as she looked at Jiangchen. Zhang Manman was astounded. She thought Jiangchen was just capturing a beast, but he had already advanced a tier? Jiangchen released a hint of aura, which Zhang Manman, being a gold-level beast tamer, immediately sensed. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiangchen. Did you really break through to the silver level? She murmured, utterly shocked. Originally, she thought it would be impressive if Jiangchen reached the silver level before the college entrance exams, but she didn't expect him to achieve it so quickly. This realization had a profound impact on her. After a moment of thought, Jiangchen decided to reveal more of his abilities to explain how he managed to defeat the bloodthirsty raven in the future. He calmly said, Ms. Zhang, when I broke through to the silver level, I also formed another beast seed and have already contracted a new beast. This revelation left Zhang Manman completely stunned. Another beast seed? She exclaimed. It was known that Jiangchen had already formed 2 beast seeds upon reaching the silver level, earning him the title of a top-tier genius. Now, he possessed 3 beast seeds at the silver level, which was comparable to the maximum number of beasts for an average gold-level tamer. Eagerly, Zhang Manman asked, "What is your new beast contract?" She realized that she needed to help Jiang Chun find a suitable beast to match his exceptional talent as soon as possible. Without offering much explanation, Jiang Chun summoned two figures with a thought. Zhang Manman immediately recognized the signature beast of the Jade Dragon City's secret realm, the Sunflower. However, the blue rabbit made her frown as she muttered, "A blue rabbit?" Suddenly, her expression changed as she recalled a type of rabbit beast with low potential, and she worriedly asked, "You didn't contract a water arrow rabbit, did you? That would be a waste of a beast seed." Jiang Chun shook his head and replied, "No, it's a blitz rabbit." He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to reveal the full name of the blitz rabbit. Blitz rabbit? Zhang Manman was puzzled. As a high school homeroom teacher, she was familiar with common beasts, including the blitz rabbit. Yet, she remembered the blitz rabbit as being white, not sky blue like the one before her. She looked at Jiang Chan with a peculiar expression, but chose not to press further. She understood that the biggest difference between geniuses and ordinary people is that geniuses always have various trump cards and secrets, while ordinary people only follow the conventional path of cultivation. Energized, Zhang Manman said, "Great. This increases your chances of getting into one of the top 10 universities. With 3 beasts, 2 of which have already reached the silver level, you're strong enough to aim for some of the lower-ranked top 10 universities." Jiang Chen nodded, his goal already set on Yinhuang University. Ranked third among the world's top universities, it boasted top-tier resources and faculty, and held the most secret realms in the Dragon Nation, some of which contained special beasts. However, with his current strength, getting into such a prestigious university would still be challenging. He needed to elevate his sun god to the silver level and his rogue rabbit and flathead to the gold level to have a chance of entering Yinhuang University. Zhang Manman shifted the topic. "All right, let's leave this place. I need to report the situation here to the higher-ups so they can assess whether this area is still suitable as a school secret realm. Given everything that's happened, it's clearly no longer appropriate for third-year students. After experiencing a secret realm fusion, this realm might become unstable and more prone to invasions from other worlds. For students who have never faced danger, that would be catastrophic." Jiang Chen agreed, recalling his 3 beasts. Zhang Manman beckoned to her red flame eagle, and soon, they were both riding on its back, heading towards the exit. Below, Lu Yurong's white tiger beast had regained enough strength to run on its own. This demonstrated the powerful vitality of a gold-level beast. A silver-level beast would likely have died from excessive blood loss. 2 gold-level beasts followed closely behind the red flame eagle. Jiang Chen admired the majestic red flame eagle, feeling a sense of longing. It was undoubtedly the mount every man dreamed of. He silently checked the red flame eagle's information. Name: Red Flame Eagle. Quality: Leader. Grade: Gold level high. Skills: Flame Blast LV2, Flame Wings LV1. Description: a powerful fire attribute beast with impressive attack power and excellent speed. Evolution path: requires 500 grams of flame core and 1 platinum level wind attribute core to evolve into a wind flame eagle king leader. After reading the description, Jiang Chun was even more satisfied. It was an ideal mount. He couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, where did you get this eagle?" Zhang Manman paused, then gave a wry smile. "You won't find this eagle here. You need to enter a university and exchange credits for access to the Red Flame secret realm to have a chance of obtaining one." She couldn't help but think to herself, Jiang Chun is still so young. At the silver tier, Jiang Chun was already contemplating the challenges of handling beasts at the gold tier, which made Lu Yurong shake her head. She was well aware of the significant gap between the silver and gold tiers, a barrier that many exceptionally talented individuals never managed to overcome in their lifetimes. Although she had confidence in Jiang Chun, she believed that a breakthrough was unlikely until at least his junior or senior year in college. Discussing it now seemed a bit too ambitious. Jiang Chun nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the most valuable resources were hidden within the secret realms controlled by major powers. Reaching the gold tier meant that acquiring new beasts either required life-threatening battles or tremendous financial resources. The price of a gold tier beast could easily reach billions of alliance currency, a staggering amount for ordinary families, let alone individuals. It was no wonder that countless talented individuals chose to join these powers, driven by the complex web of interests behind them. The Scarlet Flame Eagle flew swiftly, and soon, the outline of the exit came into view. Jiang Chen and Lu Yurong landed on the ground, accompanied by Lu Yurong's 2 gold-tier beasts, which were clearly in poor condition. Lu Yurong had been anxiously waiting at the exit, and upon seeing her beasts, she rushed forward to embrace them tightly. "Big cat, big gold. I'm so glad you're okay," she murmured softly, as the 2 beasts nuzzled her gently in return. Although the exploration of the secret realm wasn't over, the intense ordeal they had just faced made it impossible to continue. Lu Yurong quickly composed herself and approached Jiang Chun, sincerely saying, "Jiang Chun, thank you." She knew that without Jiang Chen's help, her big cat might not have survived. However, Jiangchen frowned, gently pushing Lu Yurong away and saying, "No need to thank me. Just keep your distance. You reek of blood." Lu Yurong's clothes were stained with blood after embracing her blood-soaked white tiger. This scene left everyone present stunned. Lu Yurong was momentarily speechless, and after a long pause, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "Insensitive jerk," before turning to leave. Jiang Chun watched her walk away, touched his nose, and muttered under his breath, "I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, okay?" Although he spoke quietly, his words were clearly heard by everyone around. Instantly, they all looked at Jiang Chun in disbelief, thinking, could he be any more oblivious? Zhang Manman glanced at Jiang Chun and sighed inwardly. The young man had talent, but his straightforward nature might make it difficult for him to find a good match in the future. At that moment, Teacher Wu from Nandi City spoke up, "Master Zhang, we're heading back now. Everything here has been settled, so we'll leave the rest to Yulong City." Zhang Manman replied politely, "All right, Master Wu. For various reasons, I won't be seeing you off." Teacher Wu smiled, "No need for that. You need to stay here and guard this place. The danger level has increased significantly due to the secret realm fusion. As a gold-tier beast master, it's your duty to ensure no beasts escape." Zhang Manman nodded in agreement and watched them leave. Moments later, her gaze returned to the remaining students. Although this was a gold-tier secret realm fusion, those who entered were elite students, destined to be future leaders. Yet, two had perished, which deeply worried Zhang Manman. She knew most students' destinies lay on the battlefield, where there was no mercy. A thought crossed her mind. It was essential to organize a special training for the senior year students. Otherwise, it would be too challenging to achieve high scores in the real combat college entrance exams. Zhang Manman also understood why Yulong High School's practical exam results were consistently poor. The students lacked fighting spirit and never treated exams as real battles, nor had they experienced the baptism of blood. Determined, she resolved to submit a report advocating for senior students to participate in real combat training. Even if not all could participate, at least Class 1 should. Only flowers that have weathered storms can stand out in a sea of blossoms. Soon after, Lu Xingyu hurriedly arrived. Seeing only 2 students left, his expression turned grim. Although deaths were expected in the secret realm each year, losing 2 students at once was a significant blow to the school. "What happened?" he asked directly. Zhang Manman replied, "The secret realm fused, and a gold-tier flame lizard king and bloodthirsty crow appeared." Hearing this, Lu Xingyu relaxed slightly. It's fortunate that 3 survived such formidable beasts. Even veteran gold-tier beast masters struggle with them. At that moment, 2 students from Class 1 exchanged a glance and stepped forward, seemingly having made a decision. "Principal, we have a report to make." Their words stunned Lu Xingyu, who recognized them as Zhao Jun and Wang Hu, promising students. "Zhao Jun, Wang Hu, what do you want to report?" In unison, they declared, "We report Jiang Chun for killing fellow students." This revelation shocked everyone, all eyes turning to the 2 students. Lu Xingyu's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. If Jiang Chun had indeed killed a classmate without cause, his talent would not save him from expulsion. Zhao Jun continued, "Li Yang was killed by Jiang Chen. We could have escaped, but Jiang Chun threw Li Yang out, leaving him to be killed by the beasts." These words hit Lu Xingyu like a thunderbolt, shattering his composure. His eyes flashed with a hint of menace as he turned to Jiang Chen, his voice icy, "Is this true?" "Yes." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Jiang Chen's easy admission delighted Zhao Jun and Wang Hu, who quickly added, "Principal, we tried to save Li Yang, but Jiang Chun stopped us. We watched helplessly as Li Yang died." They even shed tears, portraying deep grief over their comrade's death. However, Jiang Chun frowned slightly, remembering clearly that neither had tried to help Li Yang at the time of his death. "Good. Very good." Lu Xingyu was furious. "A fine Jiang Chun, a supposed top-tier student. To think I, Lu Xingyu, was blind enough to appoint you as a top-tier student." His voice thundered, and his platinum-tier beastmaster aura made everyone uncomfortable. "Principal, there must be some misunderstanding," Zhang Manman interjected, attempting to defend Jiang Chen. But Lu Xingyu interrupted her with a cold snort. "Misunderstanding?" The boy admitted it himself. "What is there to misunderstand?" With that, Lu Xingyu's eyes glinted coldly as he prepared to strip Jiang Chen of his top-tier student status and notify the enforcement team to take him away. Lu Xingyu was just about to announce the decision regarding the murderer when his phone suddenly rang. He cursed under his breath, but upon seeing the caller ID, the anger on his face slightly dissipated. The call was from someone with significant influence. "Wait here, everyone. I need to take this call," Lu Xingyu said to those around him before walking a few dozen meters away to answer the phone. An impatient, elderly voice immediately came through the line. "Principal Lu, you certainly have a high profile. I was beginning to think you weren't going to answer this old man's call." Lu Xingyu's face turned pale as he hurriedly explained, "Ahem, Elder Lu, you're just teasing me. I was really busy just now, but I'm answering as soon as I could. Oomph. I can't tell if you're being truthful, but honestly, I don't care, the elder replied coolly. Lu Xingyu repeatedly agreed, trying to appease him. The elder continued, enough with the pleasantries. My granddaughter told me there's a promising young man in Yulong City named Jiangchen. That boy is quite something, brave and clever. If not for him, most of the group would have been lost in the secret realm. I actually wanted to call him directly, but I don't have his number. Could you pass on my thanks? After hearing this, Lu Xingyu frowned. Wasn't Jiang Chun the mastermind behind the internal conflict? The elder's words hinted at something else entirely. Elder Lu, could I have Miss Lu's phone number? Lu Xingyu asked cautiously. Why? What do you want with my granddaughter's number? The elder's tone immediately turned displeased. Lu Xingyu quickly explained the situation in detail. There was a 2-second silence before the elder slowly spoke. Quite the contrary, I've heard a different version of events. Lu Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, realizing he might have misunderstood Jiang Chun. He became even more eager to contact Lu Yurong to uncover the truth. Elder Lu, please, could you give me Miss Lu's phone number? Lu Xingyu pleaded again. The elder sighed. All right. To prevent a young hero from being wronged, I'll give it to you. Before long, Lu Xingyu returned with a somber expression. Seeing this, Zhao Jun and Wang Hu immediately prepared to embellish the situation further. They feigned extreme sorrow, even squeezing out tears, and pleaded tearfully, Principal, you have to seek justice for Li Yang. His death was so tragic. Lu Xingyu interrupted them with a blank expression. I will investigate this matter. You can stop crying. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Zhao Jun and Wang Hu's eyes. They turned to Jiang Chen with a provocative look, feeling smug at the thought of finally getting back at him. After all, their beast companions were injured and would need at least a week or two to recover, potentially affecting their college entrance exams. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Xingyu suddenly turned to Jiang Chun, bowed slightly, and said, Jiang Chun, I wrongly accused you earlier. I offer you my sincere apologies. I'm sorry. This scene left everyone present in shock. The principal of Yulong High, a platinum-level beastmaster, was apologizing to a student. Zhao Jun and Wang Hu immediately sensed trouble and hastily argued, Principal, he killed someone. Yes, Principal, this guy killed Li Yang. Lu Xingyu's expression darkened instantly. With a cold snort, his aura erupted, pressing down on Zhao Jun and Wang Hu until they could barely breathe, forcing them to their knees. Lu Xingyu coldly announced, due to providing false information, Zhao Jun and Wang Hu will face the following consequences. Stripped of their first-class student status and expelled from Class 1, the two were struck dumb, collapsing in disbelief as they looked at Lu Xingyu. Losing their first-class student status meant their family's investments were wasted, and they would undoubtedly face severe punishment at home. Lu Xingyu continued to explain, if it weren't for Lu Yuerong's call, I might have believed you and wrongly humiliated a young hero. He turned to Jiang Chen with admiration. Jiang Chen, in the face of crisis, organized his companions for effective resistance, eliminating those disrupting morale. Without Jiang Chen, do you think you'd be alive here to speak to me now? Only then did Zhao Jun and Wang Hu realize the gravity of the situation and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Principal, we were wrong to frame Jiang Chen. We won't do it again. Please don't strip us of our first-class status. However, Lu Xingyu's demeanor became even sterner. I've changed my mind. I feel the punishment is too lenient. People like you, who only hinder your compatriots, have no place at Yulong High. When we return, I'll inform your parents to come and take you away. The two were devastated, bursting into tears and pleading, No, Principal, we truly understand our mistake. We beg you, Principal, we don't need first-class status anymore. Just don't expel us. They knew how severe the consequences of expulsion were having a record of. Framing a peer and being expelled from Yulong High would ruin their future. Seeing Lu Xingyu unmoved, they turned to Jiang Chun, kowtowing for mercy. Young Master Jiang, we are less than pigs and dogs. Please forgive us. From now on, we'll be your staunchest supporters. Jiang Chen sneered and walked past them without a second glance. Zhao Jun and Wang Hu were utterly desperate, sitting on the ground and wailing. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, they looked at each other and started fighting, blaming each other as the main culprit. Zhang Manman frowned at the scene and shouted, Stop! But the two ignored her and continued to brawl. At that moment, a shadow slipped quietly out of the secret realm's entrance and vanished underground, unnoticed by anyone. Zhang Manman had no choice but to summon her scarlet flame eagle to stop the fight. Feeling the shadow overhead, Zhao Jun and Wang Hu finally ceased their scuffle, gulping nervously at the sight of the massive eagle. Zhang Manman sternly warned, I don't care what you do elsewhere, but until we return to Yulong City, you are still students of Class 1. If you dare disobey again, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Faced with this formidable golden-level warrior ranked among the top in Yulong City, The two did not dare cause any more trouble and obediently fell silent. The group returned to school, and a heavy atmosphere filled the campus. The shadow of death loomed over everyone, turning what should have been a lively environment into an oppressive one. Jiangchen quietly returned to his seat, his mind racing with thoughts. Out of the five-member team that went out, he was the only one to return. Two had died, and two had been expelled. This was undoubtedly the most significant loss in recent years. As Jiangchen was lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice interrupted him. Zhang Xiao, do you know what the teachers are up to? Turning, Jiangchen saw it was Zhen Shuai, a chubby guy he remembered as a peak bronze-level beast master with a prairie lion as his beast. With a roll of his eyes, Jiangchen replied, how would I know? I'm not a mind reader. Zhen Shuai offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Taking advantage of the pause, Jiangchen opened his information panel. Host, Jiangchen. Level, lower silver. Beasts, Flame Devourer Antoon, War Honey Badger Flathead, Sunflower Sun God, Blitz Bunny Rogue Bunny. Beast Master Talent, Nest of all races, life sharing. Jiangchen frowned slightly as he noticed an additional Beast Master talent. This was unusual since such talents are typically innate and unique. However, since it was beneficial, he decided not to overthink it. He quickly pulled up the description for the new talent, life sharing. Name, life sharing. Quality, mythical. Description. You can share your life force with one of your beasts, transferring any fatal injuries to the selected beast. After reading the description, Jiangchen couldn't help but gasp. This new talent was incredibly powerful. Many injuries that are fatal to humans might only be minor for certain beasts. Plus, with his system, Jiangchen could find a beast with extraordinary vitality to share life with. This essentially made him nearly invincible. As Jiangchen was pondering the advantages of this talent, the classroom door suddenly swung open. Zhang Manman entered with a stern expression, slamming the materials she was holding onto the podium with a loud thud. The noise jolted the students back to reality, including Jiangchen. Zhang Manman scanned the class with sharp eyes. After a moment of silence, she spoke with disappointment and anger in her voice. Today should have been a day of celebration, with 5 students venturing into the secret realm to capture new beasts. But the reality was eye-opening. Some of you froze in fear when facing beasts, not even daring to summon your own. Let me ask you, did you become beast masters to play house? If so, kindly leave my class now. Zhang Manman's sudden outburst left everyone stunned. She continued, Class A, the sprint class, the genius class, enjoying resources others can only dream of, yet producing a bunch of failures. We cannot accept this. The school has unanimously decided that the day after tomorrow, all students will go to the beast plane and must hunt a beast not below their level. Let me emphasize, no one will help you. If you can't fight, be prepared to die. With that, Zhang Manman turned and left, slamming the door behind her. The heavy sound of the door closing snapped everyone back to reality, and panic quickly spread through the classroom. I heard even gold-level beast masters face danger on the beast plane. For us bronze levels, it's like walking into a death trap, one student said, trembling. Yeah, my third brother went to the beast plane and never returned, another student chimed in. Fear spread like a plague through the classroom as students began to chatter anxiously. Jiangchen, however, remained unusually calm. He yawned, preparing to nap on his desk. Zhang Xiao. Zhen Shuai spoke up again, drawing Jiangchen's impatient gaze. Carefully, Zhen Shuai asked, Zhang Xiao, what exactly did you experience in that secret realm? Jiang Chen's frown deepened as he coldly replied, mind your own business. He knew that due to certain reasons, the merging of secret realms was typically kept under wraps. Before leaving, Lu Xingyu had already given his instructions. Hearing this, Zhen Shuai wasn't upset. Instead, he smiled sheepishly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He turned to Jiang Chen and enthusiastically asked, Zhang Xiao, do you want to team up for the adventure? I can provide all sorts of outdoor gear. Jiang Chen, hearing this, turned his head away, not even bothering to glance at Zhen Shuai. At that moment, he held 2 immensely valuable golden-tier beast crystals worth millions of federal currency. Moreover, from the shared demon lizard crystals, he had acquired over 200. This wealth was enough to ensure he wouldn't worry about financial issues for the foreseeable future. Just then, a student's voice suddenly echoed in the classroom. Why don't we report to the Education Bureau? We can say the school is neglecting our safety and putting us in danger. This suggestion immediately caused an uproar. Many students' eyes lit up, as if seeing a glimmer of hope to avoid danger. Seeing the reaction, the student pressed on, since everyone agrees, those who want to report, come and sign up with me. As soon as these words were spoken, the classroom became bustling with activity. Many students, eager to avoid danger, began to gather around the speaker. To them, life and death struggle seemed far too distant. They only wanted to safely take their college entrance exams. However, unbeknownst to them, just outside the classroom, separated by a wall, Principal Lu Xingyu and teacher Zhang Manman stood with grim expressions. Zhang Manman said solemnly, "Principal, it's time to make a decision." Lu Xingyu sighed softly and nodded slightly. Initially, he thought the punishment was too severe, but now he was grateful for his decision. Students who only seek pleasure, even if they get into prestigious schools, are ultimately a disservice to human civilization. With the principal's approval, Zhang Manman didn't hesitate any longer and directly pushed open the classroom door. Seeing the sudden appearance of the teacher, the students hurried back to their seats in a panic. Zhang Manman surveyed the room, her voice calm yet authoritative. "I forgot to mention, you don't have to go, but there are two conditions." Hearing this, the students breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the school couldn't possibly force them into such dangerous situations. However, Zhang Manman's next words hit them like a hammer. "Those who choose not to go will leave Class 1 and be stripped of their first or second level student status." The classroom erupted in chaos. The students looked at each other in shock and disbelief. It felt like they were being coerced into participating. After speaking, Zhang Manman didn't bother to observe the students' reactions. Her expression was resolute, as if she was prepared for all the students to leave Class 1. Even so, she had no regrets about her decision. Jiang Chen took the box that Zhang Manman handed to him. Inside, there were 10 neatly arranged sun seeds. He had planned to evolve his silver rank beasts together, but most of the necessary materials were rare and hard to gather quickly. Fortunately, the sun seeds were only bronze rank materials, so he managed to obtain them in time. "Thank you, teacher." Jiangchen expressed his gratitude sincerely. Zhang Manman nodded with a smile, not forgetting to remind him, "These sun seeds are very hard to come by. Each one costs 30 points. Jiang Chun was taken aback upon hearing that. Just this set of bronze rank advancement materials had cost him 300 points, making him feel exceptionally poor. He silently calculated that he would need to find ways to earn more, or he might struggle to support the evolution needs of several beasts. By the way, Zhang Manman added, "You should join the special training in 2 days." Jiang Chun instinctively wanted to decline. With his current strength, he could easily kill a gold rank beast alone, so dealing with silver rank beasts seemed like a waste of time. Zhang Manman seemed to read his mind and explained with a smile, "Don't be so quick to refuse. Hear me out. There's a reward for killing beasts this time. 1 point for each bronze rank beast, 10 points for silver, and 100 for gold. Also, I've reviewed the materials list you gave me. Purchasing everything will require at least 700 points, and some materials aren't available outside." Jiang Chen paused, then smiled wryly. He wanted to ask if Zhang Manman wasn't afraid of him exploiting the school's resources, but then he realized that since the teacher had informed him, she was clearly allowing him to take advantage. This information hadn't been shared with other students, indicating it was insider knowledge. "All right, thank you for the heads up, teacher." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. "Take it easy for the next couple of days. Don't forget to join the special training," Zhang Manman reminded him. After Jiang Chen left the building, Zhang Manman encountered Principal Lu Xingyu at the end of the corridor. "Principal, aren't you worried that this kid will exploit the school's resources?" Zhang Manman asked with a smile. Lu Xingyu shook his head. "Let him. Opportunities are equal for everyone. The funding from the education department each year is sufficient. As long as that kid scores among the top in the region on the college entrance exam, everything I've invested will return." Hearing this, Zhang Manman was momentarily surprised, as if seeing a cunning old fox. She realized that the principal was the true strategist. Back at his rented place, Jiang Chun immediately summoned Yangshan, ready to advance it. As soon as Yangshan appeared, it sensed Jiang Chen's presence, and its 2 leaves gently swayed in the air, as if searching for its owner. Jiang Chun smiled and opened the box, taking out a bead the size of a thumb. It was warm to the touch, like fine jade. He handed the sun seed to Yangshan and said, "Absorb the energy inside, and you'll become stronger." Yangshan took the sun seed eagerly, as if it had encountered a great tonic. It began to absorb the energy from the bead, and soon the sun seed lost its luster, becoming an ordinary glass ball. After absorbing it, Yangshan's leaves swayed again, conveying a sense of longing to Jiang Chun. "More? Here you go," Jiang Chun said, handing another sun seed to Yangshan. With the experience from the first time, Yangshan absorbed it even faster. Within minutes, it was done. Jiang Chun continued to hand over new sun seeds to it, 9 times in total. Yangshan emitted a peaceful glow, and Jiang Chun, sitting nearby, felt completely at ease. This made him even more eager to see what Yangshan would become after evolving. When the last sun seed was given, the temperature around Yangshan slowly rose, and its veins became visible, with the flowing sap clearly seen. After the sun seed lost its luster, tiny cracks appeared on Yangshan's surface. Jiang Chun was initially stunned, then grew nervous. "Oh no, is there something wrong with Yangshan's evolution?" He was about to consult the system when he saw Yangshan's body shatter, revealing a sunflower the size of a baby's fist. Before Jiang Chun could recover from his shock, Yangshan flew towards him. What this flying? A sunflower that can fly? Are you still a plant? Jiangchen was so surprised he could barely speak. Yangshan affectionately brushed against Jiangchen's cheek, bringing him back to his senses. He quickly opened Yangshan's information panel to see what changes had occurred in this flying plant. Name: True Sunflower Yangshan. Quality: Leader. Rank: Silver low grade. Skill: Healing Light LV1. Description: A floating plant beast with impressive healing abilities. Evolution path: With 500 milliliters of sun water, it can evolve into the Great Sun True Sunflower Epic. After reading the description, Jiang Chun found it somewhat underwhelming. Compared to the panels of his other beasts, it seemed lacking. But he reminded himself that this was, after all, an auxiliary creature. The panel couldn't fully reflect its value. Its true worth would be in the practical effects of its healing skill. Jiang Chen initially considered summoning a beast to test the healing effect, but then thought better of it, realizing they might not even be able to hurt them. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "You've got to be tough on yourself." With that, he decisively drew a small knife and, gritting his teeth, made a cut on his finger. Blood immediately welled up, and almost simultaneously, the sun spirit sensed Jiang Chen's injury. The tiny creature flew directly onto his palm, emanating a gentle light that instantly stopped the bleeding, and the wound began to heal. In the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Damn, this healing effect is impressive, Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Although he hadn't had a healing beast before, he had seen a sunflower use its skill, which took several seconds to heal a similar wound. The sun spirit did it in just one breath. Not bad, not bad. Now, I can let Pingtu charge in without worry, Jiang Chen thought with delight. With the sun spirit's support, Pingtu's endurance was significantly enhanced. Even better, the sun spirit was small enough to hide in Pingtu's ear. After bonding with the sun spirit, Jiang Chun lay down to sleep. He planned to cache in the crystal cores tomorrow, as the ones from the Magma Lizard King and the Bloodthirsty Raven were of no use to him now. Better to turn them into tangible benefits soon. As Jiang Chan drifted into a deep sleep, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared on the previously deserted street. It looked around, letting out a low growl, and headed towards a building. The shadow sniffed the air, quickly locking onto a direction, and advanced swiftly and silently. Suddenly, a door opened, and the shadow collided with it. A woman stood frozen, staring in shock at the dark figure before her. When the shadow opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, the stench nearly made her faint. Realizing it was a beast, the woman screamed. Almost simultaneously, a 2-meter tall dog charged out from her side, lunging at the shadow. Roar! The shadow bellowed, extending a sharp claw from beneath its thick fur. With a flash of cold light, blood splattered, and the hot liquid even splashed onto the woman's face. Coming to her senses, she hurriedly slammed the door shut. The commotion awakened the entire apartment building. Lights flicked on one after another. Jiang Chun, who had been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, instantly sensing that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he summoned Pingtu and the rascal rabbit. At this moment, Pingtu was brimming with fighting spirit, clearly in the middle of a battle. Meanwhile, the rascal rabbit was still sound asleep, remaining unfazed even when summoned. This lazy rabbit, unbelievable, Jiang Chun muttered, giving the rascal rabbit a nudge with his foot. Unexpectedly, it used its ear to push his leg away. Jiang Chen's face darkened, thinking that its vigilance was way too low. If summoned during a fight, the delay could be enough for the enemy to take it down. "Get up, you lazy rabbit," Jiang Chen shouted. The rascal rabbit finally snapped its eyes open, looking around in confusion. Once it sensed the faint demonic aura around, its drowsiness vanished, and it immediately went into battle mode. At this point, Pingtu let out a threatening growl towards the door. Jiang Chen frowned and held his breath. Almost simultaneously, the door seemed to be hit by a tremendous force, flying inward. The rascal rabbit instantly jumped in front of Jiang Chen, shattering the incoming door with a flick of its ear. A completely black beast with pure black eyes appeared before Jiang Chen. He immediately used his scanning skill. Name: Terrifying Shadow Demon. Quality: Leader. Grade: Gold Medium. Skills: Terror Descent LV2, Shadow Form LV1. Description: A creature from the demon realm, feeding on fear. Evolution path: 1 Platinum Tier Fear Demon Crystal, 10 Soul Fragments, can evolve into a terrifying demon soul epic. After reading the description, Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. This creature was clearly from the demon realm, reminding him of the only time he had encountered it in a secret realm. He gasped, a thought crossing his mind. The secret realm fusion involved not 3 gold beasts, but 4. Moreover, this one seemed more troublesome than the other 3. "Be careful, this one's a tough opponent," Jiang Chen quietly warned. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed in the rascal rabbit's eyes. It swiftly moved in front of the terrifying shadow demon and, with a flick of its ear, sent the opponent flying. What the heck? Is it that weak? Jiangchen was surprised that the rascal rabbit could defeat the enemy with a single move. However, the terrifying shadow demon soon got back on its feet, a sinister smile on its dark face. Seeing this, the rascal rabbit became annoyed, ready to attack again. Suddenly, the terrifying shadow demon began emitting black fumes, its muscles shifting, soon transforming into a different form. Jiang Chun noticed a change in its information, with its name now followed by a parenthesis. Terrifying shadow demon evil wolf demon form. With the transformation, the once fearless rascal rabbit retreated a few steps, eyes fixed on the opponent, seemingly terrified. Jiang Chun recalled the terrifying shadow demon's skill Terror Descend, guessing it could transform into the form most feared by its enemy. The evil wolf demon must be the creature the rascal rabbit feared the most. This puzzled Jiang Chun, as the rascal rabbit's secret realm shouldn't have had such a creature. Why was it so afraid? Suddenly, he had a bold theory. Perhaps the secret realm had previously fused but failed for some reason, leaving some demon realm creatures behind before the passage closed again. Pinga, go and face it, Jiang Chun ordered. At this moment, Pinga's passive skill was fully charged, eager for a good fight. If not for waiting for Jiang Chen's command, it would have already engaged the shape-shifting opponent. Seeing Pingu step forward, the rascal rabbit could no longer suppress its fear, darting behind Jiang Chen and clutching his leg, cautiously eyeing the terrifying shadow demon. Haha, I thought you feared nothing. Who knew a mere terrifying shadow demon would scare you like this, you coward? Jiang Chen teased with a roll of his eyes. The rascal rabbit muttered a few retorts under its breath before falling silent. At this moment, the terrifying shadow monster, seeing a new opponent, remained unfazed and instead let out a chilling, eerie laugh. This jarring sound visibly irritated the creature with a flat head, prompting it to unleash a thunderous roar before charging forward like an arrow released from a bow. The shadow monster seemed momentarily frozen, standing dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the flathead creature had tackled it to the ground. Wham! A heavy punch landed squarely on the shadow monster. However, the creature once again emitted its sinister laugh, and in the next moment, an invisible force sent the flathead creature flying. The shadow monster's eerie laughter was abruptly cut short, as it looked at the flathead creature in disbelief. Jiang Chun watched this unfold, a hint of confusion in his eyes as a suspicion arose in his mind. Could it be that the shadow monster's ability requires being struck by an enemy to activate? If the rogue rabbit possesses absolute speed, then the flathead creature's ability to hit the shadow monster was no coincidence. After all, a golden tier beast shouldn't be so inept. Yet Jiang Chun wondered why, after hitting the shadow monster, the flathead creature didn't transform into the beast of its fears. Roar! The flathead creature, having been thrown, let out an exasperated roar and charged at the shadow monster once more. A flicker of bewilderment crossed the shadow monster's eyes, but it quickly regained its composure, remaining motionless. Again, it took a solid hit from the flathead creature, its eyes reflecting disbelief as it stared at its adversary. With another angry roar, the flathead creature launched yet another assault. Watching its fearless demeanor, Jiang Chun suddenly realized something. This creature was either fighting or on its way to a fight every day. The phantom beasts in its lair were all legendary beings, dragons, phoenixes, and the like, and it dared to challenge them to the death. A mere shadow monster was nothing in comparison. Jiang Chun looked at the shadow monster with a touch of sympathy. At this moment, it was likely questioning its very existence. How could there be a creature in the world that knows no fear? Boom, boom, boom. As the battle dragged on, the shadow monster was clearly running out of stamina. Jiang Chun had deduced the shadow monster's basic stats. If an enemy harbored fears or was afraid of certain beasts, this creature could unleash 200 of its power. But against a fearless adversary like the flathead creature, its strength was quite ordinary. The shadow monster's current performance was far inferior to the bloodthirsty raven, and Jiang Chun estimated its power against the flathead creature was at best equivalent to the early stage of the golden tier. Wham! Roar! The shadow monster swatted the flathead creature away once more, letting out a roar before attempting to flee. But the flathead creature wasn't about to let it escape. Engaged in the heat of battle, it couldn't allow its opponent to leave. It quickly rolled to its feet and charged at the shadow monster. Seeing the flathead creature charging again, the shadow monster let out an angry roar but still tried to escape. Jiang Chen realized that the flathead creature alone might not be able to stop it. Although its defense was strong enough, its speed and strength were slightly lacking, making it difficult to subdue the shadow monster. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the rogue rabbit, clinging to his leg. It seemed the only one suited to intervene now, given that summoning Anchuan would likely collapse the building due to its size. Stop hesitating and go help, Jiang Chen instructed the rogue rabbit. The rogue rabbit shook its head vigorously, pointing at the shadow monster and mimicking the posture of the fearsome wolf demon, clearly indicating that the creature was too fierce for it to handle. A bead of sweat appeared on jiangchen's forehead as he explained, "Don't worry, you're much stronger now. The wolf demon is no longer a match for you. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself." The wolf demon was a beast ranging from bronze to silver tier, not particularly strong but naturally brutal. It would attack and kill anything weaker than itself. Perhaps this was why the rogue rabbit's kin had been slaughtered by the wolf demon, leaving a psychological scar. Besides, don't you want revenge? Now's your chance, jiangchen suggested tentatively. Hearing this, the rogue rabbit's eyes lit up. It took a deep breath, its gaze fixed firmly on the shadow monster. "Go on," jiangchen encouraged with a smile. This time, the rogue rabbit moved with incredible speed, darting in front of the shadow monster in a few quick strides. The shadow monster recognized the little rabbit and immediately assumed the form of the wolf demon. Seeing this transformation, the rogue rabbit visibly trembled, but its attack did not falter. Its ears struck out fiercely, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Thud. With a dull thud, the shadow monster slammed into the wall. Even so, it remained bewildered. Wasn't this little rabbit afraid of the wolf demon? How come it's not scared anymore? Realizing it could actually repel the shadow monster, the rogue rabbit's fighting spirit soared, and it charged forward, launching a flurry of ear-slapping attacks. Thud. 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 The shadow monster was forced into retreat, unable to fight back. Roar. The shadow monster roared in fury, desperately trying to fend off the rogue rabbit and make its escape. But a dark figure leaped out, pinning it down with a claw. Almost simultaneously, the flathead creature opened its mouth to bite. Roar. Despite its name, the shadow monster had a physical body. With a chunk of flesh bitten off by the flathead creature, it howled in pain and rage. Just as it was about to counterattack, a rabbit appeared above the flathead creature, launching another swift ear attack. The shadow monster was rendered helpless, and as the rogue rabbit's attacks grew more intense, its reaction speed gradually slowed. Moments later, the shadow monster lay motionless. The flathead creature released its grip, but jiangchen was cautious and didn't approach. These golden tier beasts were notoriously cunning, and if this one was feigning death, it could launch a surprise attack, leaving no time for jiangchen to react, even with his beast control abilities. "Flathead, open its skull and extract the core," jiangchen commanded directly. For any beast, the core was the source of its power. Without it, even if it weren't dead, it would be incapacitated. The flathead creature nodded, extending a claw. Just as it was about to act, the shadow monster suddenly opened its eyes. However, the rogue rabbit, ready and waiting, struck immediately with a powerful earslap imbued with shock force. This time, the shadow monster's legs twitched, and it was finally silenced for good. Jiangchen carefully extracted the crystal core of the terrifying demon shadow, frowning slightly. The fierce battle earlier had completely destroyed his door, but he quickly shook his head with a sense of relief, muttering to himself, "It's okay. It's okay. This crystal core can make up for the loss." He examined the attributes of the crystal core closely. Name: Dark Crystal Core. Grade: Gold Tier. Description: when consumed by a beast with dark attributes, it has a chance to increase its tier. Jiangchen calculated silently that this crystal core was worth at least 1,000,000 alliance coins, enough not only to replace the door but even to buy a new house. Just then, a few black-clad night watchmen ascended the stairs. They immediately noticed the fallen, terrifying demon shadow and were visibly taken aback, looking at Jiangchen in surprise. The leader asked, "Did you kill this terrifying demon shadow?" Jiangchen knew these people were the night watchmen of Yulong City, a secret force that protected the city at night. He answered decisively, "Not me. It was like this when I opened the door." He didn't want to get involved with them. His firm answer left the night watchman momentarily stunned. The leader eyed Jiangchen suspiciously and reminded him, "Are you sure you didn't kill it? There's a reward for killing beasts in the city. Moreover, this is a gold-tier beast, and the reward must be in the millions of alliance coins." Jiangchen stuck to his story, pointing to his beasts. "It really wasn't me. Look at my beasts. There's no way they could take on a gold-tier beast. It was already dead before I came out." The night watchman scrutinized Jiangchen's flathead beast and the rogue rabbit. Although two silver-tier beasts were quite powerful for someone of Jiangchen's age, they were still not enough to handle a gold-tier beast. The leader of the night watchman nodded. "Thank you for your cooperation. If you have no objections, we'll take the corpse of this terrifying demon shadow." Jiangchen didn't say much more, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. Such a rare beast's corpse could easily sell for hundreds of thousands. But since he had denied involvement, he couldn't ask for anything. As the night watchmen were about to leave, Jiangchen's neighbor suddenly burst out of her room, throwing herself beside the husky and wailing, "Oh my son, how could you die so miserably? You haven't even taken care of me in my old age." What should have been a sorrowful scene instead left Jiangchen with a strange expression. Although the lifespan of canine beasts now matched that of humans, their intelligence still fell short. The night watchman frowned at the scene. Madam, please step aside. We need to leave. The woman, finding an outlet for her grief, pointed at the leader of the night watchmen and shouted, "It's all because you came too late that my son died." The night watchman's expressions turned serious as they warned again. Madam, please do not obstruct us from performing our duties. The woman was relentless. How dare you? My son is dead, and you just want to leave? The leader of the night watchman's face darkened. Take her away. She's obstructing official duties. Detain her for a month to let her cool down. Two night watchmen immediately stepped forward and restrained the woman's arms. The woman panicked and pleaded, "No, no, I was just joking. Please don't arrest me." The night watchman replied coldly, "Joking? You've already obstructed our duties. Now please cooperate and come with us." The woman tried to collapse to the ground, but the two night watchmen held her firmly. The leader nodded to jiangchen. "Young man, we're leaving now." With that, they escorted the wailing woman away. Jiangchen watched the scene unfold, shaking his head. The woman was truly reckless, daring to cause trouble for the night watchman, which was just making things difficult for herself. Back in his room, Jiangchen found himself wide awake. He realized that if it hadn't been for the woman stumbling upon the terrifying demon shadow, he might have been silently killed. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. It seems this neighborhood isn't safe enough. Without proper security, it's hard to get a good night's sleep. Jiangchen mused to himself. I need to buy a house. I can't stay here any longer. For tonight, he'd have to make do. After selling the crystal core, he'd consider buying a house. Jiangchen decided to have his flathead beast keep him company overnight, while the rogue rabbit, sleeping like a log, could only make him shake his head in resignation. Hearing it was going to provide overnight company, the flathead beast excitedly rushed over to lick Jiangchen. "Stop it! No licking," Jiangchen said exasperatedly. The flathead beast sulkily lay down, its eyes still fixed intently on Jiangchen. "Do I look like an ice cream cone to you? You just have to lick me to be happy?" Jiangchen rolled his eyes and ignored the creature, heading into the bedroom to sleep. With the flathead beast standing guard outside, he felt secure enough. The next morning, Jiangchen woke up early. It wasn't because he didn't want to sleep in, but because he couldn't stand the bloody smell lingering in the hallway. The scent of the beast master's canine had filled the air all night, making every breath feel nauseating. At the break of dawn, Jiangchen stepped out with Flathead. His aim was to head to the Beastmaster Alliance to sell some beast cores and apply for the Beastmaster badge again. The badge indeed offered many conveniences in human cities, but it had a threshold one needed to be at least a silver-tier Beastmaster. Bronze-tier beasts generally lacked combat power, so they had no special privileges. Jiangchen hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Beastmaster Alliance. From a distance, a massive signboard caught his eye, with the words Beastmaster Alliance in gold, standing out prominently. Seeing this familiar sign, a tinge of bitterness welled up in his heart. Once upon a time, he held positions here, but after his beasts all perished, those roles and benefits vanished like smoke. Just then, a burly man walked by, glanced at Jiangchen, and paused. "Huh, you look familiar," he muttered in confusion, but after a moment's thought, he couldn't recall who Jiangchen was and shook his head, walking away. Jiangchen ignored him and headed straight to a counter. A pretty young lady with a professional smile warmly greeted him. "Hello, sir. How can I assist you today?" "I'd like to apply for the Beastmaster badge and sell some beast cores," Jiangchen replied succinctly. "Certainly, sir. To issue a Beastmaster badge, you'll need to summon your beast for evaluation. Please follow me," the young lady said, leading Jiangchen deeper into the alliance. Soon, they arrived at a combat room. Just as Jiangchen was about to enter, an urgent voice came from behind. "Wait a minute." They turned to see a man weighing at least 300 pounds, puffing and puffing as he ran over, his fat jiggling with every step. "I want this combat room. Take him to another one," the man ordered in a commanding tone. "Yes, supervisor." The young lady nodded slightly and turned to Jiangchen, apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir. We'll need to use a different room." Jiangchen didn't mind, and was about to head to the adjacent room when a chubby young man suddenly approached. The man called Zhang Tianqing quickly smiled and greeted him, but the young man's eyes were fixed on Jiangchen. "Young Master Jiang," the young man exclaimed delightedly, rushing over and completely ignoring Zhang Tianqing. Zhang Tianqing froze, but quickly realized the importance. Anyone addressed so familiarly by the son of the directorate's head must have significant standing. He was about to introduce himself when he saw Zhang Shuai already standing in front of Jiangchen, causing his heart to skip a beat and making him swallow nervously. "Young Master Jiang, what a coincidence to run into you here," Zhang Shuai beamed. Jiangchen frowned slightly and nodded. "Here to take the Silver Deer badge assessment. My beast luckily advanced yesterday, so I'm here for the silver badge too," Zhang Shuai quickly added, his smile growing even brighter. At this moment, Zhang Tianqing also approached, awkwardly saying, "Young Master Jiang, it was a misunderstanding earlier. I didn't know you were a friend of young Master Zhan." "It's fine," Jiang Chun said, clearly not in the mood for small talk. "Arrange the assessment for me. I have other things to do later." Zhang Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Of course, I'll arrange a room for you right away." "Young Master Zhan, would you like me to arrange your assessment too?" Jin Shui shook his head. "No need. I'll wait a bit." With the response, Zhang Tianqing hurried to the control panel. Jiang Chun then entered combat room number 2. The room lit up instantly, and the surroundings transformed. A mechanical voice sounded. "Please select the assessment level and type." "Silver Deer Assessment, Explosive Attack Beast." Jiang Chun responded. "Assessment level and type confirmed. Please prepare. The assessment will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9. With a thought, Jiang Chun summoned Rogue Rabbit. Seeing 5 humanoid puppets, Rogue Rabbit was initially confused but quickly assumed a combat stance. Outside, Zhang Tianqing returned at a jog, quietly asking, "Young Master Zhen, who is this person inside? Could he be from the Jiang family?" Zhen Shui glanced at him coldly. "Don't ask what you shouldn't." At the same time, the indicator light on the door turned red, signaling that Jiang Qin's assessment had begun. "I wonder how long young Master Jiang will take for the Silver Deer assessment," Zhang Tianqing murmured to himself, "but it shouldn't be too far off." Being able to defeat a gold-tier beast, Jiang Qin's speed must be impressive. Jin Shui thought to himself that Jiang Chun might even make it onto the Silver Deer leaderboard. Just then, a crisp electronic notification sound suddenly rang out. A look of astonishment flashed across Jin Shui and Zhang Tianqing's faces simultaneously. Before they could react, the door opened, and Jiang Chun walked out calmly. The two of them stared wide-eyed, full of questions. "How long has it been?" "From the start of the assessment to now, it hasn't even been a minute." Jin Shui couldn't help but mutter inwardly. "Are you a demon?" Thinking of this, Zhang Shuai's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the screen not far away. It was the Silver Deer assessment leaderboard. At this moment, all the names had collectively dropped by 1 rank, and the top spot was now an empty name. When Zhang Shui saw the time displayed next to Jiang Qin's name, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 1.3 seconds. Both of them couldn't help but gasp. Those were 5 puppets comparable to the peak of bronze tier, defeated in just over a second. This was simply beyond what a human could achieve. With this speed, forget Silver Deer. Even some gold-tier beast masters might not be able to pull it off. Jin Shui and Zhang Tianqing simultaneously swallowed hard, and their gaze towards Jiang Chun subtly changed. In their eyes, Jiang Chun seemed less like an ordinary person and more like an awe-inspiring monster. At the same time, Jin Shui was filled with curiosity. What kind of beast did Jiang Chun use to achieve such a feat? Defeating 5 peak bronze-tier puppets in 1.3 seconds, he was certain it couldn't be the honey badger he had seen. For a moment, Jin Shui even suspected that Jiang Chun had been hiding his true strength all along. His beast may not have died at all. Otherwise, his ability to kill a gold-tier beast and his performance in this assessment would be too astonishing. "I suppose I've passed the assessment?" Jiang Qin asked calmly. Zhang Tianqing's body trembled as he quickly regained his composure. He hurriedly replied with a smile, "Of course, Jiang Xiao. I'll go get your Silver Deer Beastmaster badge right away." Although he had only been a supervisor for 15 days, he had previously been a receptionist in other cities for a long time. He was quite familiar with Beastmaster assessments. He had seen many talents, but this was the first time he had seen someone like Jiang Chun, who passed the Silver Deer assessment in just over a second. "Jiang Xiao, you're incredible." Zhang Tianqing genuinely praised. "You not only broke Yulong City's record, but you might have also set a new world record for the Silver Deer assessment." "Not bad," Jiang Qin nodded. "I was a bit slow during the assessment. Otherwise, I might have finished in under a second." Hearing this, Jin Shuai's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, "You're a real monster. You've already set the record at 1.3 seconds. What more do you want?" The second place on the leaderboard took a full 4 seconds to defeat 5 puppets. "You've improved the record by nearly 4 times, and you're still not satisfied?" Just then, a commotion broke out in the crowd not far away. A large number of Beastmasters surged toward the leaderboard. "Whoa, the top spot on the Silver Deer leaderboard has changed. Let me see how many seconds." Gasp. 1.3 seconds. A voice exclaimed, and everyone was shocked. These people had evidently gone through the Silver Deer assessment and knew its difficulty. Someone exclaimed, "This guy must be a monster, right?" 1.3 seconds. The second place, Yin Hong, took 4.1 seconds, and this guy improved it by 3 times. "I suspect there's a problem with the assessment room," someone questioned. "Those are 5 peak bronze tier puppets. Even if you have the power to kill them instantly, it still takes time. How could 1.3 seconds be possible?" Many began to doubt the fairness of the assessment. Just then, Zhang Tianqing finished Jiang Qin's Silver Deer Beastmaster badge and walked over. "Supervisor Zhang, is there something wrong with the leaderboard?" How could the silver tier assessment be completed in 1.3 seconds? Someone asked. Hearing this, Zhang Tianqing's expression was a bit unnatural. Since processing the badge required reviewing the assessment footage, he had watched Jiangchen's assessment process. After watching, he had only one thought: genius. As a silver tier beast master himself, he couldn't even track the movements of Jiangchen's beast. By the time he realized, the 5 puppets had been completely shattered. These puppets were made from the bones of silver tier beasts, and their hardness was no less than steel. Yet, they were all shattered in a second by a beast. Such talent was unheard of. It's true. Zhang Tianqing left with a curt response and hurried away. He worried that Jiangchen might become impatient from waiting. This kind of talent, he definitely needed to win over. Who knows, one day he might become a powerful figure. Zhang Tianqing's brief confirmation caused an uproar. Everyone gasped. As the supervisor of the Yulong City Beastmaster Alliance, he wouldn't lie. This nameless guy is too strong, someone marveled. I suspect he has gold tier strength. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with discussions. At this moment, Zhang Tianqing had already returned to Jiangchen, respectfully handing him the badge. Jiang Xiao, this is your Beastmaster badge, Zhang Tianqing explained. If you purchase materials from the Beastmaster Alliance, you can enjoy a 5 discount, and you can also issue gold tier tasks. Jiang Qin accepted the badge, a pure silver emblem about the size of a baby's fist, engraved with a white dragon, the symbol of Yulong City. Thank you. Jiang Chun nodded to Zhang Tianqing. By the way, I heard from the attendant that Jiang Xiao also wants to sell crystal cores. I can help you with that, Zhang Tianqing offered. Hearing this, Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. As a supervisor, Zhang Tianqing naturally had many privileges. At the very least, Jiang Chun wouldn't need to wait outside and could sell directly. Sure. Jiang Chun agreed readily. Hearing this, Zhang Tianqing didn't dare delay and quickly led Jiang Chun to a VIP room. Meanwhile, Zhen Shuai followed closely behind Jiang Chun. Jiang Xiao, I remember you're older than me, so I'll call you Brother Jiang from now on, Zhen Shuai suddenly said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Chun felt a bit speechless. He thought, can't you see I don't want to talk to you? Yet you still shamelessly stick around, just like that shameless guy with the flat head. Seeing Jiang Chun not responding, Zhen Shuai continued talking to himself. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as your consent. From now on, you're my big brother, Brother Jiang. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and directly ignored him. Zhen Shuai, however, remained unfazed, following behind Jiang Chun, calling him big brother with increasing enthusiasm. He even thought to himself that it would be great if he were a girl. He could try to charm him. Mr. Jiang, you can take out the crystal cores now, Zhang Tianqing said with a smile as they entered the room. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. He took off his backpack and poured the contents onto the table. With a clattering sound, hundreds of crystal cores spilled out, shimmering under the light with an unusual glow. Zhang Tianqing's smile froze instantly as he stared in astonishment at the crystal cores on the table. Most of these cores had the unique shine of the silver tier, but among them, 3 fist-sized cores stood out. Golden tier beast crystal cores. The thought exploded in Zhang Tianqing's mind, causing him to gasp in surprise. Although the Beastmaster Alliance isn't short of golden tier cores, those are usually acquired from battlefields. Transporting them back from the myriad race's battlefield incurs high losses, sometimes even outweighing the benefits. As a result, golden tier beast crystal cores are rarely circulated within the Alliance. How many crystal cores are there? Zhang Tianqing swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Initially, he brought Jiang Chen into the VIP room because of his talent, but now it was clear that Jiang Chen was indeed a major client. Not sure about the silver tier, but there are 3 golden tier cores, Jiang Chen replied calmly. Zhang Tianqing nodded numbly. Mr. Jiang, I'll count them for you. Please wait a moment. I'll also have the 3 golden tier cores appraised to ensure you get a fair price. Hurry up, I still need to buy a house this afternoon, Jiang Chen urged. Not daring to delay, Zhang Tianqing hurriedly collected the crystal cores and left the room. Inside the room, Zhen Shuai couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. Big brother, how many silver tier beasts appeared during the secret realm fusion? He asked while pouring Jiang Chun a cup of tea. Looking at the eager chubby guy, Jiang Chun sighed inwardly, thinking, he's probably going to stick around. He replied, around 1,000. Didn't have time to count exactly. Zhen Shuai was shocked by the number. Over 1,000 silver tier beasts, and you 10 managed to hold them off? How's that possible? He momentarily doubted Jiang Chun was joking. You're amazing, big brother. Despite the disbelief, considering Jiang Chun had no reason to lie, Zhen Shuai chose to believe him and admired him even more. Soon after, Zhang Tianqing returned with a smile. Mr. Jiang, the count is done. There are 237 silver tier crystal cores, each worth 20,000 alliance coins, totaling 4.74 million. The golden tier cores. The Flame Lizard King is 2.32 million. The Bloodthirsty Crow is 3.14 million. And the most recent transaction for the Terrifying Phantom was 5.1 million. Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly as he thought to himself, wow, are these things really worth that much? Jin Shui was dumbfounded, with only so much money echoing in his mind. In total, it's 15.3 million. If you're ready, Mr. Jiang, we can proceed with the transaction now, Zhang Tianqing added. Let's do it. Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. Zhang Tianqing then left the room to handle the transaction. Jin Shui looked at Jiang Chun in awe. 15.3 million. For a high school student, it was an unimaginable fortune. He admired Jiang Chen's composure even more. In truth, Jiang Chun was a bit taken aback himself. Are crystal cores really this valuable? Thinking about how he had been walking around with 15 million in the morning made him feel a bit anxious. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a calm exterior. Big brother, that's 15 million, not 1,500. Aren't you even a little bit surprised? Jin Shui couldn't help but ask. Just small change, Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly, leaving Jin Shui speechless and questioning his life choices on the sofa. Shortly after, Zhang Tianqing returned with a bank card and a large suitcase. Mr. Jiang, here's a card with 10 million alliance coins, and the suitcase contains 5.3 million. I heard you plan to buy a house, so I prepared this for you. Jiang Chun nodded. In this world, there aren't convenient payment systems like online shopping platforms or mobile payment apps. Large transactions are almost always conducted in cash. 5 million neatly stacked bills lay in front of Jiang Chen, enough to buy a decent house in this city. He looked gratefully at manager Zhang, who waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me, it's what I should do. With the payment in hand, Jiang Chun started envisioning his future home. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with manager Zhang, he found an excuse related to house hunting to take his leave. Manager Zhang, I need to go check out some properties, so I'll be on my way. All right, young Master Jiang. Zhang Tianqing personally escorted Jiang Chun to the door, watching him leave. Jiang Chen initially planned to buy a house on his own, but ended up being accompanied by an unwelcome guest. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to take this nuisance along. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family residence, Li Biao hurried to Zhou Yan's room and knocked gently. Come in, came a clear voice from inside. Entering, Li Biao saw Zhou Yan feeding her 4 peculiar flame beasts. These intangible creatures floated gracefully in the air. Zhou Yan looked up and smiled. Uncle Li, what brings you here? Li Biao got straight to the point, miss. Your record at the Beast Master Alliance has been broken. Zhou Yan paused for a moment, then chuckled. Isn't that normal? If even 4 seconds couldn't be beaten, then Yulong City would be pretty pathetic. She casually tossed a fire attribute crystal core to one of the flame birds and asked nonchalantly, what's the new record? 1.3 seconds. This number sent a jolt through Zhou Yan, and she turned to Li Biao in disbelief, as if confirming he wasn't joking. She had personally experienced the difficulty of the Silver Deer assessment. It wasn't particularly high, but it wasn't quick either. Even with her current abilities, it would take her at least 2 seconds. However, Zhou Yan suddenly laughed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Haha, it seems Yulong City is getting more and more interesting. Big brother, this is the place, Jin Shui said, pulling Jiang Chen towards a real estate office with a prominent sign that read Wanlu Properties for Sale. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he scanned the familiar buildings. He once owned a property here, but it was confiscated after he was expelled from his family. He couldn't believe how quickly fate had brought him back to this place. As they pushed the door open, they were greeted not by the expected snobbish staff, but by a beautiful young woman with a welcoming smile. However, when she recognized Jiang Chun, she paused, hesitantly asking, Young Master Jiang, are you here to buy a house? The title caught Jiang Chen off guard for a moment, as he turned to scrutinize the woman in front of him. Memories rushed back. She was Xiaoya, the same woman who had helped him the last time he was here. I need a quiet house, Jiang Chun said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya immediately pulled out an elegant brochure, eagerly presenting it to Jiang Chen. I recommend you look at this one. It gets excellent sunlight and is in a very peaceful environment. The price is 5.1 million, but if you decide now, I can offer you a 100,000 discount. Jiang Chun carefully flipped through the brochure, impressed by the design and location of the property. Let's go see it in person, he suggested. Xiaoya happily agreed and quickly arranged for a luxurious carriage. It was a diamond-encrusted carriage drawn by a magnificent white jade stallion, exuding an air of grandeur. As the three of them boarded the carriage, Zhen Shui suddenly remembered something and said urgently, Oh, big brother, you must attend the special training the day after tomorrow. Seeing Jiang Chen's puzzled look, he quickly explained, there will be rewards for the training. Just focus on slaying the beasts. Trust me, the rewards will be worth it. Jiang Chen gazed thoughtfully at Zhen Shui, understanding that with his father being the director of the Department of Education, Zhen Shui would naturally have access to insider information. I see, he replied simply. Zhen Shui was pleased with Jiang Chen's agreement, feeling fortunate to have found a powerful ally. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the carriage. Xiaoya, who was driving, frowned, clearly annoyed by the disturbance. Idiots, Who do you think you are? I'm the young master of the Jiang family. If I say I'll pay in 3 days, I will. Do you think I'd cheat you? A familiar voice reached Jiangchen's ears. He lifted the curtain to look outside and saw a young man kicking and punching a saleswoman. Although there were many onlookers, none dared to intervene. I, Jiang Lan, say it now. I want to move in today, and I'll bring the money in 3 days. Who dares to object? The man shouted arrogantly, causing the crowd to lower their heads in fear. What a scumbag, disgusting, Zhen Shuai commented disdainfully, realizing he was sitting next to a member of the Jiang family and cautiously glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled. I'm not acquainted with that guy. Jiang Lan, the eldest son of the Jiang family patriarch, is a notorious playboy in Yulong City. If it weren't for his father's backing, he would have met his end long ago. Xiaoya hesitated, saying, Young Master Jiang, we might not be able to sell you the house. However, Jiang Chen smiled and replied, why wouldn't you sell it? I'm buying it. This unexpected turn left Xiao Ye and Zhen Shuai both stunned, unable to comprehend Jiang Chen's intentions. But Jiang Chun had only one thought. An opportunity for revenge had presented itself. Despite Xiao Ye's repeated warnings that Jiang Lan might cause trouble, Jiang Chun insisted on purchasing the house. Once convinced of his determination, Xiao Ye swiftly completed the paperwork and handed him a gold-edged access card. Jiang Chen accepted the card, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Over the past few days, he had come to a realization. Despite living with the Jiang family for 16 years and enjoying numerous resources, it never truly felt like home. The current family head, his uncle, wanted him dead, which had enraged Jiang Chen. He vowed to settle the score with the Jiang family and uncover some hidden truths. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped off the carriage, Jiang Lan noticed him. Initially surprised, Jiang Lan then smirked mockingly. My dear brother, what are you doing here? Tired of the slums and hoping for a taste of luxury? Get out, Jiang Chen said coldly. The words left Jiang Lan stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. Jiang Chen, you're asking for it. You're no longer my brother. You worthless fool, you're just an ordinary person now. But I am a noble beast tamer. Jiang Lan sneered, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of revenge, a culmination of years of pent-up resentment. Suddenly, the beast tamer's ring on Jiang Lan's finger began to glow. With a deafening roar, a massive black bear appeared out of nowhere. Standing 3 meters tall, the beast exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, its claws leaving deep marks on the ground. You used to look down on me, but now I'll have my beast crush you to death. Jiang Lan's eyes flashed with madness, his voice twisted with delight. Xiong crush this worthless fool. At Jiang Lan's command, the black bear roared and charged at Jiang Chen. The ground trembled beneath its feet, and the air was thick with the stench of the wild beast. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of killing intent crossing his gaze. He was about to summon his own beast, Ping Tu, when suddenly, 2 figures darted out like lightning, pinning down the bronze-peak black bear. Young Master Jiang, private duels are not allowed here. A steady male voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Zhen Shuai recognized the newcomer and quickly whispered to Jiang Chun. That's the leader of the Wanlu organization, a platinum-level beast tamer. Jiang Chun nodded slightly. Even without Zhen Shuai's reminder, he could sense the extraordinary aura of the man. The middle-aged man continued. No private duels are allowed in Wanlu territory. If you insist on fighting, I'll be your opponent. Jiang Lan, unfamiliar with this influential figure, was enraged to see his beast subdued. Who dares interfere with my business? You must be looking for. Before he could finish, a figure appeared before him. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Jiang Lan was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into a wall. He struggled to stand but could only cough up blood. Considering you're Jiang Baiyue's son, I won't kill you this time. But if it happens again, I won't spare you. The middle-aged man warned coldly. Jiang Lan trembled all over, his eyes filled with terror, not daring to utter another word. The middle-aged man waved his hand and instructed, take the young master of the Jiang family back to his home. 2 burly men immediately stepped forward, lifting Jiang Lan and escorting him away. Then, the middle-aged man turned to Jiang Chen, offering a faint smile. Hello, I'm Jin Wankai, the leader of Wanlu. I apologize for what just happened. Jiang Chen shook his head, grateful that Jin Wankai had appeared in time, or he might have made a grave mistake out of anger. Thank you for your assistance, Leader Jin. My young friend, I wasn't helping you. I was simply maintaining order in Wanlu. Jin Wankai smiled, clearly not wanting to get involved in the conflict between Jiang Chen and the Jiang family. Jiang Chen understood and went along with it. Of course, Leader Jin is maintaining order. Jin Wankai smiled approvingly, evidently impressed by Jiang Chen's tact. I heard you bought a property here. I like you, so I'll give you a discount. How about 20 off? Thank you for your kindness, Leader Jin. Jiang Chen replied politely. The surrounding crowd watched the two converse amiably, utterly stunned. Jin Shui was especially shocked, having heard of Jin Wancai's eccentric temperament and his reputation for being unyielding. Yet, here he was, being so congenial with a high school student. After a few pleasantries, Jin Wancai said with a smile, "I have some matters to attend to, but let's have a drink together sometime." Jiangchen feigned disapproval. "No way, absolutely not." Everyone was puzzled, unsure why Jiangchen would refuse an invitation from such a powerful figure. Seeing this, Jiang Chun quickly explained, as the younger one, "I should be the one treating Leader Jean, not the other way around." Jin Wankai laughed heartily. "All right, I'll wait for your invitation. That's more like it. I should be treating you, Leader Jean, not the other way around," Jiang Chun reiterated. Jin Wankai nodded. "All right then, next time we have the chance. But for now, I need to go handle some matters." "Go ahead, Leader Jean. If I need anything, I'll contact Xiaoya." "Very well, I'll take my leave." With that, Jin Wankai departed with a group of men in black suits. Jiang Chen allowed himself a slight smile, thinking to himself that news of him defeating a gold-tier beast must have spread. Otherwise, such a prominent figure in Yulong City wouldn't be treating him so courteously. As for why they weren't trying to win him over, it was simply because of the Jiang family. It was obvious that only one could prevail between him and the Jiang family. Clearly, his current value wasn't enough for them to confront the Jiang family on his behalf. "You're my big brother from now on," Jin Shui said, looking at Jiang Chun with admiration. "Do you know who Jin Wankai is? A real estate tycoon with half the properties in Yulong City in his grip. He's a top-tier figure here, and he's treating you like a brother. I just have to say, you're amazing, big bro." Jiang Chun rolled his eyes, somewhat exasperated. "With your brain, all I can say is haha to express my feelings." Jin Shui clearly hadn't grasped the underlying dynamics. Meanwhile, among Jin Wancai's departing group, a man in a black suit couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's so special about that kid for you to be so warm towards him?" Jin Wankai suddenly stopped, casting a cold glance at the man. "Don't ask what you shouldn't, don't listen to what you shouldn't, and don't watch what you shouldn't." Chastened, the man immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak further. Jin Wankai resumed walking, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Smart and bold, that kid's got something. The Jiang family might have some headaches coming their way soon." With a confident stride and the distinct click of her high heels echoing through the quiet room, Zhang Manman entered the classroom. Her sharp gaze swept over the students as she announced, "Out of 43 students, 39 are present." "That's quite unexpected." Her voice carried a hint of chill as she continued, "When those absent return, I'll help them transfer out of Class A. As I've always said, if you're not elite, then leave Class A." The students bowed their heads, their emotions a mix of bitterness and resignation. They had already reported the situation to the Education Bureau 2 days earlier, only to receive a cold response. "If you don't want to go, you can leave Class A." This answer left many of them disheartened. Zhang Manman went on, "Let me keep it brief. There's a change in our special training. The destination is now a newly discovered secret realm with dark attribute beasts. As always, if you can't defeat a beast of equal or higher level, you're out of Class A. That's all I have to say. Someone will be here to pick you up shortly." With that, she turned on her heel and left, the sound of her heels gradually fading away. Her words were like a bombshell, leaving the students in shock. A new secret realm? Dark attribute beasts? They exchanged worried glances and whispered among themselves. A new secret realm? Is the academy trying to get us killed? Even cleaned-up secret realms are dangerous. And now they're sending us to a new one? This is insane. Someone explained, newly discovered secret realms usually have a pioneer force clear them once, followed by a 6-month observation period. These are called new secret realms, and they're much more dangerous. Even seasoned pioneers can fall prey to them. Fear spread quickly, and some students declared on the spot, "I'm out. I'm not going to risk my life. I'm quitting too." In just 10 minutes, 7 more students withdrew. The classroom, once filled with 43 students, now had only 32 remaining. At that moment, a man in a pioneer military uniform entered. His voice was as steely as his demeanor. "Assemble downstairs in half a minute. Time starts now." Without waiting for a response, he turned and left as abruptly as he had arrived. Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped out of it. He slapped Jin Shui, who was still in a daze, and urged, "What are you staring at? Move it." With that, he dashed out of the classroom. Even though he didn't know why the pioneers were involved, he understood the importance of following their orders. The pioneers were notoriously strict, and he didn't want to get on their bad side. Jin Shui finally came to his senses and hurried after Jiang Chen, with the other students following suit. One girl complained as she rushed, "This is ridiculous. We're students, not athletes. How are we supposed to get downstairs in half a minute?" Despite her grumbling, she quickened her pace. Jiang Chun was the first to reach the ground floor, spotting 3 pioneers standing on the field. He ran over without hesitation and stood at attention under their scrutiny. Jin Shui arrived shortly after, panting and grumbling. This is exhausting. Why the half-minute deadline? It's going to kill me. Despite his complaints, Jin Shui managed to join jiangchen. Suddenly, one of the pioneers barked, "Step aside." Surprised, Jin Shui almost protested, but saw jiangchen signaling him to stay quiet. Reluctantly, he moved aside. About 3 minutes later, the last student girl sauntered down and joined the group. The leading pioneer finally spoke, his voice dripping with disdain. "It's been 3 minutes. I'm amazed. Are you all crippled?" The students shrank back, intimidated by the pioneer's outburst. He continued, "Those who took longer than 2 minutes can head back the way they came." His words caused an uproar. One student protested, "Why should we? We're not your soldiers." "Yeah, we're not your soldiers. Why are you so strict with us?" The 3 pioneers laughed. The leader replied coldly, "Because your principal has given me command over you. I can make any decisions I see fit. Now leave and don't waste our time." Despite this, the students who had arrived late hesitated to leave. They knew that doing so would likely mean being expelled from Class A, along with losing all associated privileges. Seeing this, the leader instructed a fellow pioneer, Wildcat, "Get those who took over 2 minutes out of here." Wildcat promptly moved, extracting 3 students from the crowd. The leader declared, "You're expelled. I'll report this to your principal." The 3 students turned pale and protested loudly, "You can't do this. You don't have the authority." The leader smirked, "Whether I have the authority isn't your concern. I'm telling you to leave. The rest is none of your business." He emitted a menacing aura. The 3 students shivered, fear flickering in their eyes. They left without further protest. Their departure snapped the remaining students into attention, straightening their postures to avoid any mistakes. Being expelled now would make it nearly impossible to graduate. The leader addressed the group again, "I won't waste words. Call me Venom Wolf. What you're about to experience will be beyond your imagination. It's not too late to back out now." This time, no one moved. They stood firm. Satisfied, Venom Wolf said, "Since no one is leaving, let's go." As he finished speaking, a military vehicle entered the campus. Before the students could react, a pink mist enveloped them, and they all, including jiangchen, lost consciousness. Jiangchen's last thought before succumbing was, "This is the Pioneers, a unit filled with heroes. Why would they resort to using gas? This doesn't make sense." Regardless, everyone was loaded into the vehicle and taken away. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at the top of the school, Lu Xingyu watched the scene below. Standing beside him, Zhang Manman voiced her concern, "Principal, we've removed 11 students from Class A and expelled 3. Are we doing the right thing?" Lu Xingyu replied calmly, "A jade must be polished to shine. Whether it's worth it, we'll know after the exams." The bumpy journey gradually brought Jiang Chun back to consciousness. Just as he attempted to sit up, a warning voice sounded beside him, "If I were you, I wouldn't get up." This stopped Jiang Chan in his tracks, and he obediently lay back down. With his eyes blindfolded, Jiang Chun couldn't see what was happening outside. His head buzzed, and he couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Why knock everyone out all of a sudden? You're the pioneer troops, for goodness sake. How can you be so unscrupulous?" In a low voice, Jiang Chun asked, "Big brother, where are we heading?" But no one answered, and he could only feel the vehicle bumping along the road. It was clear they had left the city, but the destination remained a mystery to him. Seeing no response, Jiang Chen dared not ask further and lay there quietly. After what felt like an eternity, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Almost simultaneously, the blindfold was removed from his eyes, allowing him to see once more. "Kid, not bad. Didn't expect you to wake up so early." A hearty laugh echoed. Jiang Chen shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight and finally saw the speaker, a towering man over 6 feet tall, with muscles coiled like dragons. "Hello, big brother," Jiang Chen greeted, while discreetly scanning the man with his system. Name, Chu Xiong. Cultivation, late platinum. Martial skills, unknown. Even though it was just a basic scan, the man seemed to sense something. "Stop staring and get off the vehicle," Chu Xiong said, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder and effortlessly hoisting 2 unconscious male classmates over his shoulder as he jumped off the vehicle. Only then did Jiang Chen notice the surrounding unconscious boys. Carefully avoiding them, he followed suit and jumped off. Looking around, he realized they were at the foot of a mountain, with pioneer troops patrolling nearby. "Kid, stay close to me," Chu Xiong suddenly warned. "If you wander off and someone sees you, they have the right to kill you on the spot." "Got it." Jiang Chun quickly snapped back to reality and followed closely behind Chu Xiong. As they reached the checkpoint, a member of the pioneer troops barked, "Halt! Password." Chu Xiong, a bit irritated, retorted, "Go Shengzi, you don't recognize me?" Despite his words, he obediently gave the password. "All right, come on through," the other man replied. This simple exchange made Jiangchen look up in surprise at Chu Xiong. The password seemed too casual. Sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, Chu Xiong awkwardly coughed and explained. It's the higher-up sense of humor. Nothing we can do about it. He shrugged, the two boys on his shoulder remaining as still as chicks. Chu Xiong approached the guard line, grinning at the guards. Go Shengzi, get some brothers to help out, or I'll be carrying these guys forever. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn you. You're the Go Shengzi. Heh, Go Shengzi, you're getting cocky. It's an order from above, and you're disobeying? Chu Xiong continued to tease. Even Jiangchen thought Chu Xiong was pushing it. The man clearly wasn't Go Shengzi, yet he had to endure the nickname. Get lost, or I'll beat you, the middle-aged man yelled, his eyes wide with anger. Finally, seeing the man's genuine irritation, Chu Xiong awkwardly smiled and hurriedly led Jiangchen away. As Jiangchen passed, the middle-aged man gave him a curious look, wondering why one person was walking when they were supposed to be carried. But he only glanced twice before ordering his men to assist Chu Xiong. You guys, go help carry them inside. Chu Xiong led Jiangchen straight to a tent, placing the two boys on beds and cautioning Jiangchen, don't leave here. Wait for me to return. All right, Jiangchen nodded. He didn't take Chu Xiong's words lightly. This was the pioneer troops. If he wandered off, he might be shot on sight, rendering his death meaningless. After Chu Xiong left the tent, Jiangchen suddenly felt a slight increase in his mental power. His face lit up with joy. This meant one thing: his beast had broken through. Jiangchen immediately closed his eyes, his mind entering the multiverse nest. In the first multiverse nest, he saw Anton sleeping, its aura much stronger than before. Clearly, the increase in mental power was a gift from Anton after its breakthrough. Seeing Anton's advancement, Jiangchen felt a surge of happiness. Now, he had the strength to contend with creatures in the late gold stage. As long as no platinum-level beasts appeared during this training, Jiangchen was confident he could survive. Jiangchen withdrew his consciousness from the all-race nest. Just as he regained his composure, a muffled groan came from beside him. A young man slowly woke up, groggily mumbling, where am I? Why does my body feel like it's falling apart? Hearing this, a peculiar expression flashed across Jiangchen's face as he mused to himself. Of course it feels like that. This guy probably trekked a long way through the mountains and was then roughly carried here. Luckily, I woke up earlier, or I'd have been in the same predicament. At that moment, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed outside the tent. A squad of soldiers filed in, each carrying two unconscious students on their shoulders. They deftly placed the students on the beds and turned to leave, executing the process with precision and order. The now awake young man stared in disbelief at the scene, his face full of confusion, as if a string of question marks hovered over his head. He murmured to himself, oh my, is this how I got carried in? Jiangchen glanced at him and said calmly, don't bother looking. You were brought in just like them. This remark left the young man speechless, plunging him into silence. Jiangchen said no more, closing his eyes to focus his mind on his spirit beasts. The rogue rabbit was soundly asleep clutching a carrot, the sun spirit was leisurely basking in the sun, and the flathead beast was still tirelessly fighting. Jiangchen couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. It's remarkable that the flathead beast has survived this long. Every time it enters the all-race nest, it fights desperately, and whenever it's summoned back, its passive skills are fully charged. About half an hour later, the students in the tent gradually woke up, exchanging puzzled looks. At that moment, Chu Xiong strode in, surveyed the room, and issued a concise command. Gather outside. With that, he turned and left. This time, everyone remembered the lesson from before. No one dared to delay. They quickly got up, tidied their somewhat disheveled attire, and filed out, briskly heading to the assembly point. The air was thick with a mix of tension and anticipation, as a new challenge was about to begin. The students quickly gathered in an open area. Chu Xiong's voice rang out, concise and powerful, follow me. You will be undertaking a 2-day mission at an outpost. His words landed like a heavy blow, instantly turning everyone's expression serious. At this time, the beasts within the secret realm were in an extremely agitated state, their aggression reaching unprecedented levels. The outpost served as a front line, its purpose to prevent these frenzied beasts from escaping the secret realm. Despite the dire situation, there was no turning back, and the students had no choice but to follow Chu Xiong closely. Zhen Shuai finally seized the opportunity to hurry over to Jiangchen. Holding his stomach with a pained expression, he complained, big bro. I think they used me as a punching bag. My whole body aches like I've been beaten up. Jiangchen glanced at him irritably. Nobody hit you. You're imagining things? He thought to himself that this guy slept like a log. If it weren't for his snoring, you'd think he was still unconscious. Zhen Shuai acknowledged with a nod and rejoined the group. Before long, they arrived at a defensive line. In front of the line, A 5 to 6 meter wide spatial rift was clearly visible, the nascent entrance to the secret realm. Chu Xiong spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. This is the place. Soon, someone will switch shifts, and we'll take over their positions. Considering you rookies are all newcomers, you'll only need to execute tasks during the day. Arrangements for accommodation will be made for the night. As soon as he finished speaking, an officer from the Pioneer Corps approached with a polite smile. Here you are. Chu Xiong immediately returned the smile. I've been tasked with helping these rookies get acclimated to the battlefield. Please, have your men withdraw first. The officer, hearing this, scanned the students with a frown. A bunch of rookies who've never seen combat. It's absurd. He turned to report to his superiors, but was stopped by Chu Xiong. Old Luo, don't worry, nothing will happen while I'm here. Chu Xiong pleaded slightly. The officer looked at Chu Xiong, sighed, and nodded. Fine, I understand. If these rookies can't handle it, get them out quickly. We don't keep dead weight here. These blunt words reached the students' ears, igniting a fire of anger, with many clenching their fists in frustration. Chu Xiong reluctantly said, all right, lead your men out. He understood that his old comrade was concerned for the students' safety. Even he felt that this battlefield was too soon for them. Training was one thing, but guarding the secret realm was another level of difficulty. However, orders were orders, and they had to be followed. The officer nodded and commanded his troops, everyone, fall back to camp and rest. Though puzzled, the Pioneer Corps orderly withdrew from the defensive line. Seeing the students still standing there, Chu Xiong shouted, what are you standing around for? Get over here and take your positions. His booming voice jolted the students, who, despite their dissatisfaction, obediently moved forward. Chu Xiong continued to assign tasks. Warriors, protect the beast tamers. The beasts are to fend off any creatures emerging from the spatial rift. The students responded in unison. Yes. Jiangchen turned to Zhen Shuai beside him. Release your beast. As he spoke, he summoned his rogue rabbit. Zhen Shuai, though puzzled by Jiangchen's instruction, complied without question. Just as he was about to inquire further, Chu Xiong's irritable shout rang in his ears. What are you waiting for? Release your beasts. Zhen Shuai looked at Jiangchen in surprise, who calmly replied, because I use my brain. This left Zhen Shuai speechless. The rogue rabbit immediately assumed a battle stance, but soon realized there was no enemy. It looked at Jiangchen in confusion. Jiangchen coldly instructed, wait. The rabbit nodded firmly, standing by Jiangchen in a military-like posture. Zhen Shuai also summoned a 5-meter-long fiery lion, its mane blazing like a roaring fire, exuding an imposing aura. Chu Xiong's voice echoed again. Have your beasts move to 10 meters from the spatial rift. The students obediently directed their beasts forward, fearing to anger Chu Xiong again. However, an unexpected situation arose. A girl's high-ranking bronze beast refused to approach the rift. Teacher, my beast won't listen. It refuses to go there, the girl said anxiously. Chu Xiong frowned. Although many beasts showed resistance, they eventually obeyed. He glanced at the girl and said flatly, dismiss your beast and leave. Learning to command your beast is taught in the first year. Being unable to make your beast obey by now means no matter how talented you are, it's useless. On the battlefield, if your beast goes out of control, it could change the tide instantly. The girl's face fell. Please, teacher, I'll try hard to make my beast listen. But Chu Xiong was firm. This place isn't for you, leave. Seeing Chu Xiong's resolute attitude, the girl, though unwilling, was ultimately led away by a Pioneer Corps member. This scene served as a harsh reminder to the others, who instinctively stood even straighter. Chu Xiong was about to speak when a genuine roar interrupted him. Everyone turned to see a 4-meter-tall giant bear emerging from the rift. A silver-rank beast, an armored bear. Someone shouted in alarm. The students widened their eyes, watching the armored bear slowly emerge from the rift and charge toward their beasts. Chu Xiong frowned, about to reprimand them. Are your beasts just for show? Attack. Just then, a blue blur flashed by. In the next moment, a blue rabbit appeared in front of the towering armored bear. The armored bear roared at the rogue rabbit, raising its massive paw to swat the seemingly insignificant rabbit away. Chu Xiong let out a cold snort, his brows furrowing. Nonsense, he muttered in a low voice. The iron armored bear is a silver-deer elite beast, renowned among its peers. Normally, a single beast can't handle it. It takes a team to succeed. Its high defense makes it nearly impossible to penetrate. Just as Chu Xiong was about to intervene, he saw the rabbit deftly dodge the iron armored bear's attack and leap onto its shoulder in an instant. The unexpected turn of events left him stunned. The rogue rabbit's ears struck the bear's face with a thud, sending the hulking creature crashing to the ground. Everyone was left in shock, their mouths agape, and Chu Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the rogue rabbit seemed to be a speed-type beast, its attack power was clearly beyond the norm. Regaining his composure, Chu Xiong shouted, "What are you staring at? Get your beasts to help out." The students snapped out of their daze and quickly commanded their beasts to join the battle. "Go, drill mole. Magic wolf, attack the iron-armored bear." However, Chu Xiong noticed something unusual. The iron-armored bear, known for its tough hide, should not have been incapacitated, yet it lay motionless as if it had already been defeated. The rogue rabbit had already jumped onto the bear, raising its head disdainfully and calling out to Jiangchen. Catching on, Jiangchen shouted, "Report." Chu Xiong was startled by the sudden call, looking at Jiangchen with displeasure. "What is it?" "Sir, my beast is signaling me to collect the spoils," Jiangchen explained. Chu Xiong paused, about to reprimand Jiangchen for being unrealistic, when a roar erupted from behind. A 3-meter-long demon wolf emerged from a spatial rift. The rogue rabbit's eyes gleamed coldly as it appeared before the demon wolf in an instant, its ear striking the wolf's head with force. Boom! The demon wolf slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater as white brain matter oozed out. Chu Xiong witnessed this scene and blinked in disbelief. A Silverdeer Peak black rock demon wolf, taken down in an instant? When Chu Xiong looked at Jiangchen again, his expression was peculiar. He was convinced that the iron-armored bear was likely dead as well. Such a terrifying attack would be fatal, even without external injuries. He had to admit that Jiangchen and his beast were something special. The students from Yulong High were dumbfounded. 2 strikes, 2 Silverdeer beasts defeated instantly, one of which was at the pinnacle of its tier. Many began to believe Jiangchen's earlier claims of having slain a gold-tier beast in a secret realm. Chu Xiong told Jiangchen, "Don't worry about the crystal cores. Just focus on holding off the beasts. Professionals will come to retrieve the cores later." Jiangchen nodded in agreement, continuing to watch the spatial rift vigilantly. The atmosphere subtly shifted. Students who had kept their distance from Jiangchen began to inch closer. A Silverdeer female warrior named Lu Chunyan approached Jiangchen, gently brushing her short hair aside, and earnestly said, "Hello Jiangchen, I'm Lu Chunyan, a Silverdeer warrior. I'll ensure your safety here." She stepped closer to him. Jiangchen frowned and bluntly refused, "Sorry, I don't need your protection. Please keep your distance." Lu Chunyan was taken aback, unsure of what to do. Jiangchen, a bit impatient, added, "Others need your help more than I do." Lu Chunyan, never having been treated this way, felt her eyes well up with tears and turned to leave. The male students, though unable to challenge Jiangchen, glared at him with resentment. Jiangchen simply shrugged, indifferent. Soon, a space formed around him, leaving him standing alone. What's he so proud of? Without his beast, I could take him on with one hand. Exactly, and he dared to make our class beauty cry. Grumbling voices echoed around. Jiangchen ignored them, but Chu Xiong couldn't hold back. "What are you mumbling about? We're in a battle." His roar silenced the whispering students. Just then, Chu Xiong's radio crackled to life with an urgent call. "Alert line, do you read? Alert line, do you read?" The urgent message repeated. Chu Xiong immediately responded. "Alert line received." A tense voice came through. "A horde of over 100 beasts is approaching the spatial rift. Prepare yourselves." "Received. Received." Chu Xiong replied swiftly, his demeanor turning serious. "Everyone, listen up. Prepare for battle," roared Chu Xiong, his voice booming like thunder. "Over 100 beasts are approaching the spatial rift, ready to descend." This announcement hit the 28 students like a sledgehammer, shattering their composure. Their faces turned pale, eyes wide with terror. Facing over 100 beasts with just 28 of them, each student would have to fend off at least 3 ferocious creatures. "How are we supposed to fight 100 beasts?" one student asked, his voice trembling, sparking a wave of panic. Chu Xiong frowned at the panic-stricken rookies, sighing inwardly. These inexperienced novices were likely to cause more trouble than help. He quickly weighed his options and decided to contact Lao Luo for backup. If the defensive line were breached, the consequences would be dire. Just as Chu Xiong was about to reach out to the officer, Lu Chuanyan's voice rang out, "Everyone, summon your beasts. The rift isn't that large. They can't all come through at once. We still have a chance." Her words were like a lifeline to the drowning students. They nodded in agreement, quickly summoning their beasts. Those who had reached the silver tier even called forth a second beast, preparing for battle. A minute later, a deafening roar echoed from the rift, followed by the appearance of several pairs of blood-red eyes. The students swallowed hard, eyes fixed on the rift. Suddenly, a tumterlong lizard burst through. Lu Chunyan immediately shouted, "Attack!" Over 20 beasts launched their assault simultaneously, and the lizard was taken down before it could react. This easy victory filled the students with joy, and Lu Chunyan shot Jiangchen a triumphant look. However, Jiangchen shook his head in private. The student's strategy was too simplistic. Having all beasts attack one creature might be effective now, But there were many more beasts to come. The beast's stamina was limited, and once exhausted, these defenseless students would be helpless. Chu Xiong also foresaw the battle's outcome. The students lacked tactical understanding and were doomed to fail. Helplessly, he picked up his radio and switched to another channel. Cough. Lao Luo, bring your men back. There was a brief silence on the other end before a stream of curses erupted. Chu Xiong, you bastard, are you messing with me? I told you to get rid of those rookies, but you didn't listen. Damn, I just lay down, and now you're calling me back. Chu Xiong could only smile wryly. He hadn't expected the students to be so inept, unable to hold their ground for even half an hour. Hang in there, we'll take over in a minute, Lao Luo said angrily. Just as Chu Xiong was about to agree, a scream pierced the air. Don't kill my Gale Wolf. He turned to see that although the students had managed to kill 7 or 8 beasts, their repeated attacks had left many of their beasts exhausted. At that moment, a dozen colorful lizards burst through the rift, breaking through the beast's defensive line instantly. Damn! Chu Xiong cursed, thinking he needed to get rid of these troublemakers once this was over. He was about to rush in to help when he noticed a figure moving swiftly, taking down a lizard beast with each strike. In just a few breaths, the breakout beasts were all slain. But before the agile rabbit could catch its breath, another batch of lizards crawled out of the rift. Roar! A lizard bellowed at the rogue rabbit. The rabbit's gaze sharpened as it charged at the lizard. With a swift slap, the lizard's head was smashed to pieces, leading to a one-sided massacre. The students, who had been crying in fear moments ago, were now transfixed, watching the figure weave through the beasts with awe. Thud, thud, thud. The continuous dull thuds accompanied the fall of each lizard beast. Chu Xiong was stunned, completely forgetting to respond to Lao Luo's frantic calls on the radio. Chu Xiong, what the hell are you doing? Respond if you hear me. Chu Xiong, respond. But Chu Xiong remained unresponsive, leaving Lao Luo increasingly anxious. Everyone, listen up. Get to the perimeter as fast as you can. Move, move, move. A booming voice shattered the silence, snapping Chu Xiong out of his thoughts. He blinked and muttered under his breath, "This rabbit is interesting." Unbeknownst to him, his words were transmitted through the walkie-talkie. Almost instantly, Lao Luo's irritated voice crackled over the radio. "What rabbit? Chu Xiong, what the hell are you talking about? What rabbit?" Realizing his slip-up, Chu Xiong quickly tried to cover it up. Lao Luo, no need to come over. The issue here is resolved." There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a furious roar. "You jerk, you're messing with me today, aren't you? Just wait till I get my hands on you." "Whoa, Lao Luo, calm down. It's really sorted out here," Chu Xiong hurriedly explained. But before he could finish, he heard the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. "Chu Xiong, stay right there." Lao Luo's voice grew louder as he neared, leaving Chu Xiong with a resigned smile. "Brother Luo, let me explain." Chu Xiong tried to defuse the situation, but Lao Luo was already charging toward him, full of fury. "Explain, my foot, you're just messing with me on purpose, and today I'm gonna make you cry," Lao Luo threatened, shaking his fist. Chu Xiong's expression turned serious as he quickly pulled Lao Luo aside. "Wait, just hold on, I have something to tell you," he said in a lowered voice, mysteriously adding, "I'll share a secret with you. One that no one else knows yet. I'm only telling you." Despite his anger, Lao Luo's curiosity got the better of him. "Don't waste my time, just spill it? Or do you want me to smack you?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chu Xiong solemnly revealed, "I found a real talent." "A talent?" Lao Luo eyed Chu Xiong suspiciously. "How talented?" "Single-handedly took down a horde of over 100 beasts," Chu Xiong said, his tone tinged with disbelief. Hearing this, Lao Luo's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pressed for confirmation. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Chu Xiong added silently to himself, "Not just serious, it's a little monster." What was supposed to be a team effort turned into a solo showcase, truly extraordinary. He mused with a hint of envy, thinking that even during his prime at the silver rank, he wouldn't have stood a chance against that rabbit. Lao Luo couldn't believe his eyes. Chu Xiong decisively directed him to look toward the spatial rift. There, a blue rabbit was darting around the group of beasts, sending one to meet its end with every breath. Not far away, a mountain of corpses, 7 to 8 meters high, had visibly been piled up by this blue rabbit alone. Lao Luo was dumbfounded. A silverdeer beast wreaking such havoc in a group of nearly all silverdeer beasts suggested that this beast was at least of leader quality. With this realization, Lao Luo's heart raced with excitement. He suddenly turned and hugged Chu Xiong's face, planting several kisses on his forehead. "Brother Chu, thank you for finding me such a treasure." Chu Xiong was startled by the gesture. By the time he recovered, Lao Luo had already run off. Annoyed, he wiped the saliva off his face, muttering, "Damn it, I'm not into that." He took the water bottle from his waist to wash his face and then headed toward the perimeter. By now, The remaining lizard beasts, realizing their defeat, retreated back into the spatial rift. The blue rabbit triumphantly flipped them off. The watching students were in awe. That's incredible. Is this the talent of Yulong City's #1 genius? Lu Chunyin, wide-eyed, felt a pang of inadequacy. Is it because I'm not worthy that he doesn't want me as a guard? Lao Luo rushed over, immediately recognizing Jiang Chun and moving to embrace him. Jiang Chun quickly backed away in alarm. I don't want a girlfriend, and you definitely can't set me up with a boyfriend. Lao Luo regained his composure, coughed, and introduced himself. Hello, young man. I'm Luo Fei, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Pioneer Corps. I'm very impressed with your performance. Are you interested in joining the Pioneer Corps? The other students looked at Jiang Chen with envy. Being directly recruited into the Pioneer Corps was a dream opportunity for many. Lao Luo continued his pitch. Think about it, young man. We have excellent benefits. I can get you any rare beast you're interested in. We have special privileges. Jiang Chen flatly refused. I don't want to join the Pioneer Corps. Both Lao Luo and the surrounding students were stunned. Unfazed, Lao Luo pressed on. Young man, if you join my squad, I'll provide you with top resources and even guarantee admission to Military God University. At the mention of Military God University, the students gasped. It was a top-tier institution, ranked 5th among the top 10 schools. Jiang Chen calmly replied, No, thank you. Lao Luo was at a loss for words, beginning to doubt Jiang Chen's sanity. He took a deep breath and said, Young man, don't be so quick to refuse. Ask your parents about the advantages I'm offering. When you realize how good the deal is, feel free to find me. Just then, Chu Xiong returned, curiously asking Lao Luo, So, did the genius agree? Lao Luo huffed and left in a huff. Chu Xiong was baffled. What did I do to deserve this, you ungrateful wretch? Inside the central tent of the camp, 3 people were gathered around a monitor. The middle-aged man sitting in the center suddenly spoke up. This kid is quite impressive. The woman on the right shook her head and said, He is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, he doesn't want to join us. Otherwise, he'd be a great recruit. The middle-aged man responded with a mysterious smile. Whether he wants to is his business. Whether he can join us, that's ours. This statement left the other 2 momentarily stunned before they broke into laughter. Boss, that's a bit underhanded of you. The kid's still just a child. One of them said with a chuckle. The middle-aged man shrugged nonchalantly. No worries. Let him experience the harsh realities of the world. The tent was soon filled with their laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen stood outside the camp, suddenly feeling a chill on the back of his neck, causing him to shiver. He had the unsettling feeling of being watched, but a quick glance around revealed nothing. Strange. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? He muttered to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, the burly figure of Chu Xiong appeared, his voice booming across the area. Assemble. The students, still reeling from the previous events, snapped back to reality and gathered in Chu Xiong's direction. Chu Xiong snorted. You bunch of rookies aren't even fit to be here. You almost got wiped out by a small group of beasts just now. It's embarrassing, truly embarrassing. These words ignited a fire in the hearts of the students, who silently clenched their fists. Chu Xiong continued. Now, you have 2 choices. 1. Stay here and defend. 2. Pack up and leave. No sooner had he finished speaking than a male student stepped forward. I'm not leaving. We're all the same, and I refuse to believe that I'm not a genius somewhere else. Yeah, we're not leaving. I want to stay and fight the beasts, the others echoed. This unexpected turn of events caught Chu Xiong by surprise, and a faint smile crossed his face before he quickly regained his stern demeanor. Not bad, at least you're not spineless cowards. Chu Xiong thought to himself. Good, there's some spirit in these rookies. Seeing this, many students balled their fists, wanting to confront Chu Xiong, but they held back, knowing that his strength far exceeded theirs and acting rashly would only lead to humiliation. All right, return to your positions and continue to stand guard, Chu Xiong ordered with a wave of his hand. As the students dispersed, a woman in a Pioneer Corps uniform approached. Chu Xiong instinctively stiffened, a strained smile on his face. Sister Xia, what brings you here? You could have just called instead of coming all the way. The woman smiled slightly. Come here, I have a secret to tell you. She beckoned him with a finger. Chu Xiong quickly shook his head, explaining, Sis, let's not joke around. My heart can't take it. Seeing this, the woman stopped teasing him and leaned in to whisper something. Chu Xiong's eyes widened in surprise as he listened, finally looking at her in disbelief. Sister Xia, are you sure this is an order from above? I'm absolutely sure. Well, I have to say, the higher-ups have some nerve using such tactics, Chu Xiong muttered under his breath. This earned him a sharp glare from the woman, who looked at him disapprovingly. Startled, Chu Xiong quickly promised, I'll take care of it right away, rest assured, it'll be done perfectly. The woman nodded, then go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here. All right. Chu Xiong turned and walked toward the students. Jiangchen, step forward and bring your beast with you. Caught off guard by the sudden call, Jiangchen hesitated before summoning his rabbit companion and jogging over to Chu Xiong. Come with me, there's something I need you to do, Chu Xiong said curtly. Although Jiangchen was full of questions, he followed obediently. He thought to himself, a senior officer of the Pioneer Corps wouldn't harm him, considering their reputation. Since there was no danger, he wasn't afraid. As Jiangchen wondered where Chu Xiong was taking him, Chu Xiong suddenly produced a black hood. Here, put this on. Jiangchen was taken aback. Brother Chu, where are we going and why the hood? I'm not a criminal. Chu Xiong gave him a stern look. Why so many questions? You'll find out soon enough. Put it on. Jiangchen wanted to resist, but Chu Xiong was a platinum-ranked warrior, far stronger than him. Even if he released his beast, it might not be able to harm Chu Xiong. Reluctantly, he complied and put on the hood. His hands were then tied. Tying you up is just to prevent you from getting lost. Don't worry, I won't harm you. It's for your own good, Chu Xiong explained, perhaps to ease Jiangchen's concerns. All right, Jiangchen nodded, feeling even more bewildered, unsure of what Chu Xiong had planned. Since Chu Xiong refused to elaborate, he had no choice but to follow. Soon, Jiangchen was led into a vehicle. He felt the car leave the camp, but the hood prevented him from knowing the exact direction. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the car stopped. As he got out, Chu Xiong's voice reached his ears. Jiangchen, your opportunity has arrived. Keep your eyes wide open. This will benefit you in the future. Hearing this, Jiangchen was even more puzzled. But recalling Chu Xiong's normally straightforward demeanor, he doubted he'd be deceived, so he kept his eyes wide open. Almost simultaneously, the hood was removed. He was met with the sight of 100-meter stone giants staring directly at him. Jiangchen instinctively stepped back, stunned by the colossal creature. The sheer pressure made him break out in a cold sweat. There was no doubt this stone giant was a diamond-ranked beast. Just then, a stern voice rang out. Who dares trespass in the restricted area? Seize him. Jiangchen turned toward the voice, seeing a middle-aged man glaring at him. Gulp. Jiangchen felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, looks like I'm in trouble. A group of men clad in the uniforms of the Pioneer Corps rushed toward Jiangchen. He felt a sudden chill and instantly realized he was in deep trouble. Just as he was about to turn and flee, he caught a glimpse of one of the men and froze in place. This man was Zhang Xingli, a powerhouse at the peak of the platinum level, with unknown martial skills. Jiangchen quickly scanned the other 9 men and noted their equally formidable presence, thinking to himself, these 10 must all be platinum-level experts. Jiangchen immediately abandoned his plan to escape. He thought wryly, I can't take on even one of them, let alone a group that includes a diamond-level beast master and 10 platinum-level warriors. Even if I had wings, I doubt I could fly out of here. The 10 platinum-level warriors swiftly encircled Jiangchen. Instinctively, he swallowed hard and turned to seek help from Chu Xiong, only to find that he had already disappeared. Damn it, what a scumbag, Jiangchen cursed inwardly, but quickly calmed down, sensing something was amiss. If he had wandered here on his own, it would indeed count as trespassing in a forbidden zone. But he had been brought here blindfolded, unaware of his surroundings, and was unjustly accused of trespassing. It was all too coincidental. With Chu Xiong having already slipped away, Jiangchen suddenly realized this was a meticulously planned trap. Jiangchen's gaze sharpened, but he knew that fighting back would only be asking for trouble. He decisively raised his hands and shouted, I surrender. Don't attack. Let's talk this through. He understood that since they hadn't attacked immediately, they weren't intent on killing him outright. Soon, Jiangchen was brought before a middle-aged man. The man said coldly, Kid, trespassing in a forbidden zone is a capital offense. How do you want to die? Jiangchen felt as if countless daggers were hovering around his face, ready to strike at any moment. The middle-aged man exuded an aura like a poised military blade. Kid, you have 2 choices now, pick one, the middle-aged man continued. First, trespassers get executed on the spot. No, 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 Jiangchen quickly interrupted. I'm still young, with plenty of time ahead of me, I don't want to die. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. The second option is simple, become one of us. Join us, and you can come and go in the forbidden zone freely. Jiangchen was stunned, and took a good 10 seconds to process it. With mixed emotions, he cursed inwardly. So they just want me to join them? Did they really need to go to such lengths? Sigh, if I say no now, will you kill me on the spot? Jiangchen asked cautiously. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint killing intent emanated from him. You can try, he said, his voice laced with menace. Jiangchen shook his head, never expecting the so-called heroic Pioneer Corps to be so despicable. This completely shattered his worldview. But now, he had no choice. I can join the Pioneer Corps, But I have two conditions, jiangchen stated. A man beside the middle-aged man snorted. Humph. Do you think you have the luxury of making demands? I could slap you to death right now. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike. Jiangchen rolled his eyes and retorted, come on. I didn't expect you guys to be so shameless, using such underhanded tactics to recruit me. With the level of security here, I couldn't have walked in even if I had wings. Unless you guys are a bunch of pigs. Jiangchen's words left the men present feeling awkward. They all knew this was a trap set specifically for Jiangchen. Ahem. Filong, shut up. The middle-aged man coughed lightly, displeased. But when he looked at Jiangchen, a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, young man, your analysis is spot on. Unfortunately, no matter how well you analyze, you still have to choose. I'll give you a bit more leeway. Either stay here forever or join us. Jiangchen was furious, itching for a fight. But he knew he was no match for these men, and speaking up would only bring humiliation. You guys are really shameless. Jiangchen couldn't help but complain. The middle-aged man laughed and responded, thank you for the compliment. It's called the art of war. Jiangchen's face darkened. At this point, he had no other choice. But he decided to make his demands and bleed the Pioneer Corps dry. Since they dared to scheme against him, they shouldn't blame him for being unkind. Jiang Chun vowed that if he didn't make them pay dearly, he would write his name backward. Jiang Chun plopped himself down on the ground, adopting a stance that clearly showed he was ready to be stubborn. I can join, but I have conditions. If you're not willing, then I'll just hang around here doing nothing. His attitude caught the middle-aged man off guard for a moment, but he quickly smiled and said, let's hear them. The middle-aged man understood that with the talent Jiang Qian had displayed, he was in a position to make demands no matter which faction he joined. So, he readily agreed. Jiang Chun held up one finger. First, I value my freedom. I can take on missions, but when there are none, I don't want to be stuck here. That's not how it works. The Pioneer Corps isn't your home. The middle-aged man was interrupted before he could finish. All right. He unexpectedly nodded in agreement. Jiang Chun was taken aback, not expecting such an easy concession. He had assumed that the military would restrict personal freedom, but it seemed he was an exception. Second, Jiang Chun continued, you must provide the materials for my beasts to advance to the platinum level. The middle-aged man paused upon hearing this. Advancing a beast from gold to platinum required significant resources, and even the Pioneer Corps couldn't promise that lightly. But considering Jiang Chen's talent and previous investigations, he knew Jiang Chun currently had only 3 beasts. Even at the gold level, he would have just 4. This was a manageable burden for the Pioneer Corps. Agreed. The middle-aged man consented once more. Jiang Chun was pleased. He knew that when he broke through to the gold level, the system would grant him 3 beast seeds, allowing him to contract 9 beasts in total. Advancing all 9 to platinum would require an enormous amount of resources, which would certainly be a strain, even for the Pioneer Corps. Any other demands? Lay them out all at once, the middle-aged man asked. No, just those 2. Jiang Chen shook his head. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Since I've agreed to your terms, it's time we see what you've got. With that, he signaled to a member of the Pioneer Corps. The soldier immediately understood, cracking his knuckles as he approached Jiang Chen. Show me your strength, and don't hold back. The middle-aged man's voice rang out again, a hint of expectation and scrutiny in his eyes. Seeing the young man approach, Jiang Chen's mind raced as he summoned his companions, Rogue Rabbit, Sun God, and Flathead. The young man extended his hand, beckoning Jiang Chun with a challenging gesture. Go. Get him. Jiang Chen shouted. Rogue Rabbit charged forward, its figure flickering as it appeared in front of the young man in an instant. Its ears lashed out like whips but were easily blocked by the young man. The rabbit paused momentarily, then, even more excited, increased the speed and frequency of its attacks. Surprisingly, the young man, though of platinum rank, was forced to retreat repeatedly. This unexpected scene caught the attention of a middle-aged man watching from nearby. Normally, a platinum rank should easily overpower a silver rank, even if not using full strength. The middle-aged man nodded to himself, thinking that with proper nurturing, this rabbit could become a formidable beast in the future. At this moment, Flathead and Sun God joined the fray. The young man dodged and kicked Flathead away. However, Flathead quickly returned. The young man frowned and kicked it even further this time, with more force. To the young man's surprise, Flathead roared and charged back again. Its resilience left him puzzled. Even a gold-rank beast would have been down for the count after such a blow. Nearby, Filong muttered, this kid's beasts are a bit unconventional, aren't they? The middle-aged man shot him a glance. The more unconventional the beasts, the more they can shoulder responsibility when war comes. Theoretical knowledge is useless. Filong quickly admitted his mistake. You're right, boss. This kid is cunning. At least his chances of survival are higher. The middle-aged man nodded, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. This kid's talent with beasts exceeds expectations. The resources were well spent. On the battlefield, sweat was now forming on the young man's forehead. Although Rogue Rabbit wasn't particularly strong, it was slippery, and combined with the constant harassment from the honey badger, he had to discreetly lift his power limit to the platinum level. Man yo, this guy's a bit shameless, using platinum level power against a kid, Filong said with a smirk. The middle-aged man chuckled knowingly, his eyes resting on Jiangchen as if seeing a towering figure ready to bear the standard of humanity. Alright, enough playing around. Let's end this, the young man shouted, releasing a violent shockwave that sent Jiangchen's beasts flying. The young man looked up at Jiangchen. Kid, you're pretty good. Making me use my gold-level strength? Hearing this, those around them had odd expressions, thinking how shameless he was. Jiangchen watched his easily defeated beasts and fell into thought. Am I still too weak? As for why the young man was so strong, Jiangchen reasoned that as a leader's guard, his skills naturally had to be exceptional. Just as the young man was about to leave, Jiangchen called out, "Wait, brother." Man Yo trembled slightly, cursing inwardly. A mere silver-rank beast master. Why are you so strong? Making me look bad in front of my mates? Despite his annoyance, he forced a smile. What else? I want to try again, Jiangchen said frankly. Having chosen to join, there was no need to hide. These people would be his brothers in life and death. He decided to give it his all. The young man paused, then couldn't help but laugh. Kid, you don't really think those three little guys can beat me, do you? If that were the case, I wouldn't need to be here. Jiangchen remained serious. I want to try. Manyo didn't answer immediately, but looked to the middle-aged man. Receiving approval, he said, all right, but this time I won't hold back. He felt the need to teach this kid a lesson, to show him there's always someone better. Great. Jiangchen's thoughts summoned a 7-meter-long turtle from thin air. The sudden appearance stunned everyone present, their eyes turning to Anchuan in disbelief, especially the middle-aged man, whose eyes were fixed on Anchuan, sensing a familiar aura he had only felt in powerful clans. Anchuan gently nuzzled Jiangchen with its head. Jiangchen patted its head. Old buddy, go all out in this battle. Let's see how far we've come. Man Yo was dumbfounded. Is this a gold-rank beast? He muttered, but quickly reassured himself when he realized Anchuan's aura wasn't gold-rank, just a silver-rank beast, only larger. Flathead, Rogue Rabbit, and Sun God approached, staring intently at Man Yo, clearly holding a grudge from earlier. Are you ready? Jiangchen asked, his eyes fixed on the fierce bull. Bull gave a slight nod, his muscles tense, ready for battle. Almost simultaneously, Rogue Rabbit darted out like a shadow, followed closely by Anton. Bull calculated in his mind. As a power-type fighter, catching the agile Rogue Rabbit wouldn't be easy. He decided to unleash his energy, hoping to send the rabbit flying. However, the plan failed. A burly figure suddenly blocked the attack aimed at Rogue Rabbit. In the next moment, Bull felt a strong sense of danger and instinctively leaped to the side. Almost simultaneously, the ground erupted with scalding lava, and even this platinum-ranked warrior broke into a cold sweat from the fiery magma. Jiangchen noticed that although Bull wasn't fast, his sense of danger was exceptionally sharp. This intuition, honed in life-and-death situations, was something ordinary training couldn't match. Mountain-shaking punch. Bull roared, his form swelling as he delivered a ferocious punch. The sheer force sent Anton flying back over 10 meters. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Flathead charged forward, only to be kicked away by Bull. A smug smile appeared on Bull's face. Kid, you're still too green to take me on. Before he could finish, a sly little rabbit suddenly appeared behind Bull. Jiangchen watched in disbelief as Rogue Rabbit leaped up and whipped his ears toward Bull's vulnerable spot. With his focus on other opponents, Bull failed to evade the critical blow. Smack! With a crisp sound, Bull fell to the ground, writhing in pain. This unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned, and Jiangchen wished he could disappear into the ground. Damn, this is embarrassing. Where did that rabbit learn such a move? A critical hit? Jiangchen thought, instinctively crossing his legs as if he too had been mentally attacked. Seeing Bull down, the other beasts were eager to pounce. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. That's enough. Jiangchen quickly called off his 3 beasts. Stop, don't go. Rogue Rabbit, being the closest, heard Jiangchen's order, glanced at his poised ears, and couldn't resist patting Bull's rear twice before obediently standing still. Flathead, though unwilling, also halted. At that moment, a blue bird suddenly appeared, flying towards Bull. Moments later, a melodious song began, and the pain on Bull's face gradually eased. However, his inner rage didn't diminish, and he glared at Jiangchen, convinced that this sneaky move was his doing. If Jiangchen knew what Bull was thinking, he'd definitely plead innocence. He truly didn't know Rogue Rabbit would use such a move. If he had, he would have stopped it. This was just a test, not a life-or-death fight. and that strike might have made a mortal enemy. Jiangchen secretly decided to find an opportunity to apologize to Bull and explain that it wasn't intentional. The middle-aged man glanced at Bull and said to Jiangchen, "You've got talent, kid. You're good enough to join us, but your character—" He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The surrounding pioneers stifled their laughter as they looked at Bull. If the situation weren't so serious, they might have burst out laughing. Jiangchen, looking innocent, said, "I swear I didn't know about this. Do you believe me?" He had already decided to give Rogue Rabbit a stern talking to later. The middle-aged man ignored Jiangchen's defense and announced, "That's not important. You've passed the test, but your strength is too weak. I'll give you a year to train your beasts to the peak of the gold rank. Then come back here, and I'll prepare the materials for your beasts to break through. You have the freedom during this period. Just meet the requirements in a year." Hearing this, Jiangchen was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. He had thought joining the military meant constant duty, but the freedom was a pleasant surprise, especially since he had unfinished business with the Jiang family. All right, elevating my beasts to the gold rank in a year isn't hard, Jiangchen thought. With enough resources, he could achieve it in half a month. At that moment, the middle-aged man suddenly said, "All right, time's almost up. I need to head back." Before Jiangchen could react, a massive shadow blocked the sun. Looking up, he was dumbfounded. Name: Heavenly Wing Rock. Quality: Epic. Rank: Diamond Peak. Skills: The middle-aged man had already mounted the rock, soaring to 9,000 meters in an instant. "Kid, don't stare. Diamond rank creatures are still a distant dream for you." His voice echoed from the sky. Jiangchen snapped back to reality, turning to the young man beside him. "Let me introduce myself, Filong. I'll be your superior from now on," the young man said. "Hello, Brother Filong," Jiangchen quickly greeted with a smile. Filong glanced at him, a bit annoyed, and said, "Here, connections don't matter. If you want respect, make sure your fists are strong enough." "Yes, yes." Jiangchen nodded repeatedly, thinking he couldn't afford to offend his superior. "Put away your beasts and come with me to handle your military enrollment," Filong ordered. Jiangchen didn't delay, immediately recalling his beasts. At this point, Bull struggled to his feet, limping, and gave Jiangchen a fierce glare, sending shivers down his spine. Jiangchen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he was joining a special unit with infrequent missions. He could focus on school and avenging the Jiang family without worrying about constant military duty. Still, he felt uneasy, knowing the test had caused quite a misunderstanding. Jiangchen was led into a simple tent. Filong sat across from him, expertly pulling out a cigarette before remembering that Jiangchen was still a student. He put the cigarette away and handed Jiangchen a form, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Fill it out completely. Don't leave a single blank." Jiangchen glanced at the form, which asked for various personal and family details. As he started filling it out, curiosity got the better of him. "Filong Ji, who was that guy earlier?" Filong shot him a sharp look, his tone unfriendly. "You'll know when you need to know. Stop asking unnecessary questions unless you want to end up in the brig." He thought to himself that if Jiangchen were an old soldier, he'd already be in confinement. Jiangchen wisely kept his head down and continued with the form. Shortly after, he officially joined the pioneer army. Filong handed him a military uniform, a ring, and a badge. Jiangchen noticed the style of the uniform was somewhat unfamiliar. "Filong Ji, this is—" Jiangchen began, puzzled. Filong cut him off. "Enough looking. You've joined the elite squad above the pioneer army, the pioneering army." Jiangchen's eyes widened. His body trembled slightly. He had heard of the pioneering army, a small but elite force known for their exceptional skills and high-risk missions. "Holy crap!" Jiangchen couldn't help but exclaim. Filong continued explaining. "These are your military uniform and identity badge, along with a 1-cubitor space ring. Later, I'll give you a pioneer army uniform. Normally, you'll be in the pioneer army, but for special missions, you'll act as part of the pioneering army." Jiangchen nodded numbly, never expecting to join such a legendary team. Filong squinted at him. "I think it's time for you to toughen up. Don't embarrass the pioneering army." He turned to shout outside. "Where's that rascal Chuxiong? Get him back here for a new mission. Let the rookies be watched by the Poison Wolf team." Before long, Chuxiong entered the tent. "Longji, what's up?" Filong replied coolly. "You're bored, right? Take this kid inside to see the real deal." Chuxiong's expression changed, and he spoke with a hint of grievance. "Longji, don't mess around." Filong glared. "Who's messing around? You weren't supposed to handle those students anyway, but you insisted on getting involved. Now there's real work to do. Take this kid inside and show him the ropes." Chuxiong stood at attention and replied, "Yes." Filong turned to Jiangchen. "Kid, don't be afraid when you go in. Being afraid won't help anyway. It's getting late, so get going and be back in time for dinner." As they left the tent, Chuxiong sighed. What bad luck. I should have just taken a nap instead of competing with Poison Wolf for work, and now I'm stuck with this. Jiangchen tried to reassure him. Don't worry, Chu Ji, I won't be a burden. Chu Xiong rolled his eyes. Don't think you're hot stuff just because you've been to a secret realm. Those were like backyard gardens compared to the undeveloped ones we're heading to. Even I could lose my life there, let alone with a tag-along. He covered his face in frustration. Got anything to pack? If not, let's head out. Chu Xiong looked up at the sky. We have 5 hours before sunset. We'll go in, have a look, and come back. That'll count as completing the mission. I'm ready, Chu Ji, Jiangchen replied. As they walked towards the secret realm's entrance, they ran into the Poison Wolf trio. They greeted Chu Xiong cheerfully. Chu Ji, where are you off to? Chu Xiong replied grumpily. Taking a rookie to build some courage. The three saw Jiangchen, paused, then warmly extended their hands for a handshake. Jiangchen instinctively covered his nose and stepped back, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Poison Wolf explained, Don't worry, little brother. We won't use poison again. It was just a precaution for confidentiality. Besides, I could take you down even without it. Jiangchen silently vowed to find a beast that could detoxify in the future, just in case he encountered experts like Poison Wolf again. Chu Xiong interrupted the laughter of the group, speaking to them sternly. Enough joking around. Keep an eye on these rookies. It's okay if one or two get hurt, but don't let too many get injured. Upon hearing this, the three immediately stood at attention, saluting crisply and responding with determination. We'll complete the mission. Chu Xiong turned to Jiangchen and said, Let's get going. With that, he started walking forward, and Jiangchen followed closely behind as they headed towards the entrance of the secret realm. The other students watched them leave, their faces filled with confusion. Someone whispered, Where is Jiangchen going? Another student speculated, Looks like they're heading into the secret realm. A third person chimed in, It does seem that way, but why are they going in there? Their murmuring caught the attention of Du Lang, who was displeased. He said coldly, What are you muttering about? If you have something to say, come out and say it to me. Hearing this, all the students' expressions changed drastically. They remembered how someone had foolishly provoked Du Lang earlier and ended up in tears. By now, Jiangchen and Chu Xiong had reached the entrance. Chu Xiong turned back, warning, The smell inside might be unpleasant, so be prepared. With that, he stepped inside. Jiangchen hesitated for a moment before following him in. As soon as he entered the secret realm, he felt something indescribable underfoot. A stench hit him so hard it nearly knocked him out. Damn! Jiangchen couldn't help but curse. This smell is like stinky socks wrapped around rotten fish mixed with decaying pork. It's overwhelming. After a while, Jiangchen adjusted to his surroundings and could see the world before him. It was a predominantly gray space without a sun, only dotted with glowing stars. Underfoot lay a vast swamp, littered with bones of various sizes. Chu Xiong rubbed his nose in annoyance, saying, This smell is really something. It's one of the reasons I hate coming here. It's too stinky. After clearing this realm last time, everything smelled bad for 3 days. Just then, a desiccated crow spotted them and swooped down. Jiangchen reacted quickly, summoning his rogue rabbit. In an instant, the crow was knocked to the ground. Only then did Jiangchen notice its skeletal body, which should have been lifeless. Chu Xiong explained, This is a small undead secret realm, inhabited mostly by undead creatures and some scavenging monsters. I'll be nearby to ensure your safety, and we'll head back in 5 hours. With that, he turned to leave, not waiting to see if Jiangchen was okay with it. Before leaving, Chu Xiong added, Oh, by the way, that bird is called a death omen bird. Its call attracts nearby undead creatures, so you'd better be ready for a fight. Hearing this, Jiangchen's face darkened, and he immediately summoned Ping Tu and Yangshan. As soon as Ping Tu appeared, it covered its nose and looked at Jiangchen with an innocent expression. What are you looking at? I didn't want to come here either, but I have no choice. Jiangchen said irritably. He turned to see where Chu Xiong had gone, only to find that Chu Xiong had vanished as if into thin air. In this vast swamp that stretched for miles, Chu Xiong was nowhere to be seen. As Jiangchen pondered this, a series of caw-caw sounds echoed. Looking up, he saw a flock of death-omen birds flying towards him. Jiangchen considered summoning Anchuan, but given the swampy terrain, Anchuan's large size might get stuck in the mire, slowing it down, so he decided against it. The rogue rabbit eyed the approaching death-omen birds, gauging the distance. Once it deemed it suitable, it nodded. With a powerful leap, it soared towards the flock. The birds, startled by the rabbit's sudden appearance, froze. The rogue rabbit had a clear target. Its ears twitched, releasing a shockwave. In an instant, the entire flock shuddered and plummeted like dumplings into the swamp, disappearing beneath the surface with barely a ripple. After completing its task, the rogue rabbit lightly hopped back to Jiangchen, using the fallen birds as stepping stones. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes widened in disbelief at jiangchen. The hidden observers thought, "Who is this kid?" He took out a whole flock of death-omen birds in one move. Though these birds are just bronze to silver-deer beasts, their tendency to swarm makes them formidable. When this secret realm first opened, it took 10 platinum-tier beastmasters 2 full days to clear them. Yet this boy's beast accomplished it in a single strike. Even a typical gold-tier beastmaster wouldn't manage that. Several scouts immediately contacted their superiors, seeking answers on why a young boy was in the secret realm. Unaware of this, Jiang Chun was lamenting the loss of the death-omen birds' bodies, as if it pained him physically. "Damn swamp," Jiang Chun muttered in frustration. "The bodies got swallowed up, and I can't retrieve the cores. There were at least 100 of them. That's hundreds of thousands in alliance currency gone. Like flushing money down the toilet." He wished he could dig up the bird corpses. Just then, a series of low growls brought him back to reality. Looking up, he saw 7 or 8 decaying wolves eyeing him menacingly. A quick glance told Jiang Chun these were silver-deer beasts. Learning from experience, Jiang Chun decided to let them come closer for a better chance to collect the cores. The 6 decaying wolves howled and charged, drooling as they approached. "Woof woof." Ping Tu volunteered eagerly, having been spurred by the rogue rabbit's earlier success and wanting to prove itself. Jiang Chun rolled his eyes, ignoring Ping Tu's request. He issued orders directly. "Rogue rabbit, wait until they're close before attacking. Ping Tu, you're in charge of collecting the cores." Both the rogue rabbit and Ping Tu nodded, readying for battle. Not far away, Chu Xiong watched and nodded approvingly. He thought, "Not bad, there's potential for joining the frontier army. But with just this, I can't see why the big boss would be interested. Could this kid have more tricks up his sleeve?" Bang, bang, bang. With the swift moves of the rogue rabbit, 8 decaying wolf corpses instantly littered the ground. Observing the scene, Jiang Chun suddenly realized a fact. These undead creatures seemed to lack any intelligence. The battle had been a one-sided slaughter, yet the rotting wolves continued to charge without regard for their lives. Jiang Chun crouched down and extracted crystal cores from the wolf corpses. As expected, they were all dark-type crystal cores. An idea began to form in his mind. Perhaps he should consider taming a dark-type beast. With the number of dark-type cores he would surely gather this time, he could easily use them to rapidly enhance a dark-type beast. Remembering that he still had 2 unused beast seeds, Jiang Chun calculated his options. One was already reserved for a flying-type beast, but the other could certainly be used to tame a dark-type creature. Of course, he would never consider taming these nauseating, decayed beasts. Jiang Chun gestured to his flathead beast and nimbly mounted it. In this perilous swamp, it was wise to minimize movement. Not only were there decaying beasts, but also many deadly creatures lurking beneath the mud. Given his current physical condition, being targeted could result in severe injury in an instant. Riding on the flathead beast was undoubtedly the safest choice. Unless they encountered a gold-tier beast, most creatures would struggle to harm the flathead beast. Even if injured, the continuous healing from the sun god would leave the enemy in despair. Jiang Chun quickly devised a strategy. The rogue rabbit would fend off the incoming beasts. Although simple, this formation was sufficient for the current situation. Seeing Jiang Chun heading deeper into the secret realm, Chu Xiong's face darkened. He cursed inwardly. This reckless fool doesn't even know his own limits and dares to venture further in. This secret realm spans thousands of miles, and the depths have seen more than one platinum-tier beast. Although it has been cleared, there's no guarantee that none have escaped. For Jiang Chun, even an ordinary gold-tier beast would be a formidable challenge. Chu Xiong thought to himself, "This kid seems to think he's invincible with a bit of power. I'll have to discuss with the captain when we return. This person is too reckless for the pioneer army." With this thought, Chu Xiong felt compelled to follow, as protecting Jiang Chun was still his responsibility. In truth, Chu Xiong misunderstood Fei Long's intentions. Jiang Chun believed he was meant to explore the secret realm with Chu Xiong, to get a taste of pioneering. Of course, this was just Jiang Chun's interpretation. If Chu Xiong knew, he would surely curse. "Nonsense. A mere silverdeer going to pioneer a secret realm is suicidal. I was simply meant to show you around, to give you a glimpse of the undead secret realm." Jiang Chun viewed this secret realm journey as a test, believing that performing well would help him stand out before the influential figures and maximize the benefits he could gain. With this mindset, he cautiously advanced deeper into the swamp. Perhaps accustomed to the surroundings, Jiang Chun no longer noticed the pungent stench. Occasionally, a beast would leap out, only to be immediately dispatched by the rabbit. As he ventured further, Jiang Chun encountered many beasts he had never seen before. Thanks to the system, he could at least learn their names. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed all around. Many beasts scattered in fear, as if dreading something. This scene startled Jiang Chun. These beasts had almost no intelligence, driven only by animal instincts. To instill such fear, it must be a formidable gold-tier dark beast. Jiangchen's heart raced. Defeating beasts earned points, and a gold-tier beast was worth 100 points, enough to exchange for considerable resources. Though logic urged caution, his desire ultimately prevailed. He decided to check it out. So far, he had collected only 13 silver-tier crystal cores, with the rest being bronze. At this rate, he wouldn't even cover the cost of advancing his beasts. Jiang Chan felt it was time to take a bold step. Watching Jiang Chan head toward the gold-tier beast, Chu Xiong's expression turned grim. He wanted to leap out and scold Jiang Chen harshly. Just because he had two decent beasts, he dared to challenge a gold-tier beast. This was sheer arrogance. Chu Xiong knew well that each tier was a formidable barrier. Even if some extraordinarily gifted beasts at the silver tier had combat strength comparable to gold tier, in direct confrontation, the gold tier beast would likely prevail. The gap in life essence was too vast. In terms of defense and vitality, a gold tier beast could completely overpower a silver tier one. Looking at the reckless Jiang Chen, Chu Xiong sighed to himself. It seems I'll need to be ready to step in and rescue him at any moment. Chu Xiong let out a soft sigh as he watched Jiang Chen disappear over the hill. He quickly picked up his pace to catch up, thinking to himself, although I'm a bit annoyed by Jiang Chen's arrogance, I've heard he's quite influential with the boss, so I can't let anything happen to him. Suddenly, an angry roar shattered the silence. Before Jiang Chen stood a blood-soaked lion. The system promptly provided him with information. Name, Blood Lion. Quality, Elite. Grade, Low-tier Gold. Skills, Lion Command LV2, Blood Frenzy LV1. Description: a relatively rare dark and blood-type beast with extremely high attack power. Evolution path: can evolve into a blood rock lion leader with 1 dark platinum tier dark crystal core and 1,000 pounds of black rock ore. Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. A low-tier gold beast, this was a sure win. With a thought, a massive turtleantuan appeared behind the blood lion. It swiftly pinned the lion down, leaving the fierce beast bewildered, unable to comprehend how the enemy had appeared. The blood lion tried to fight back, only to find Anchuan's strength far surpassed its own. Anchuan, finish it off, Jiang Chen ordered coldly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Anchuan's claws ripped open the lion's belly, sending blood and entrails spilling out. Meanwhile, Rogue Rabbit had leapt and dodged, landing in front of the blood lion. Seeing the silver-deer rabbit suddenly approach, a flash of anger crossed the lion's eyes. In the next moment, a white light ball formed on Rogue Rabbit's ears and slammed down. The blood lion immediately bled from its 7 orifices, its eyes bulging from the impact. Its brain turned to mush under the blow, killing it instantly. A gold-tier beast was thus effortlessly slain. Jiang Chen noticed Anchuan's body beginning to sink and quickly said, Anchuan, you can head back now. Just then, Chu Xiong arrived. He had initially thought Jiang Chen's strength would hold out for a while, planning to step in when Jiang Chen was in dire straits to teach him a lesson. However, the scene before him was entirely unexpected. As Chu Xiong emerged over the hill, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chen. In the next moment, he froze in disbelief, rubbing his eyes as if unable to trust what he was seeing. The scene before him was perplexing. The young man was deftly searching for a crystal core. In the blink of an eye, a dark red, fist-sized crystal core appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Chu Xiong stood rooted to the spot, filled with bewilderment. What had he missed in those brief seconds? How could a golden-tier beast vanish without a trace? The sight was so astonishing that even witnessing it firsthand, he found it hard to believe. At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly turned to look behind him, frowning slightly. He seemed to sense someone watching him, but a glance around revealed nothing. This left Jiang Chen puzzled, and he muttered to himself, did I imagine that? Not far away, Chu Xiong frowned deeply. He was using a stealth technique that concealed both his presence and his form. Unless faced with a beast with exceptional perception abilities, it was almost impossible to detect him. Although Jiang Chen hadn't confirmed his presence, his level of alertness was impressive. After dealing with the crystal core, Jiang Chen continued on his way. With the previous lesson in mind, Chu Xiong was particularly cautious this time, determined to see how Jiang Chen dealt with the golden-tier beast. However, perhaps because this area was the territory of that golden-tier blood lion, half an hour passed without Jiang Chen encountering another golden-tier beast. Just as Jiang Chen was about to give up and turn back, a small figure appeared in his line of sight. Jiang Chen quickly checked the information of the creature. Name, Stalker. Quality, Elite. Tier, Lower Silver Tier. Skills, Instant Kill LV1. Description: an excellent assassin with the ability to hide and strike from the shadows. Evolution path: with a dark heart and a golden tier dark crystal, it can evolve into a solitary assassin epic. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This beast had the potential to evolve into an epic companion, making it a valuable ally. He immediately commanded, Rogue Rabbit, stop that little guy. Like a specter, Rogue Rabbit charged towards the stalker. Just as it was about to make contact, the stalker suddenly vanished without a trace. Rogue Rabbit paused, its large eyes scanning the area, unable to find its target. Jiangchen was also taken aback by this, quickly realizing it might be a rare inherent ability. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong, observing from the shadows, was secretly amazed, thinking, "This kid's luck is incredible, stumbling upon a stalker, a super rare beast. Even the Pioneer Corps have few of them, and there's a 10 billion alliance currency offer for one on the market." They had searched for half a month, scouring secret realms large and small, without finding a trace of a stalker. Yet Jiangchen encounters one on his first try. Chu Xiong calculated silently that if Jiangchen intended to kill the stalker, he would have to intervene. Such a rare creature couldn't be allowed to go to waste. Moments later, the stalker reappeared several meters away. Had Jiangchen not been sharpied, it might have escaped. Realizing it had an invisibility ability, Jiangchen grew excited, exclaiming, "Rogue Rabbit, block it for me." Rogue Rabbit, annoyed by its earlier slip-up, glared at the stalker. Leaving a blur behind, it instantly appeared behind the stalker. Although the stalker assumed an attack stance, as an assassin-type beast, facing an opponent hidden was unwise, especially against the speedster Rogue Rabbit. Seeing that Rogue Rabbit was about to attack, Jiangchen quickly shouted, "Hold back! This one's a future ally." He knew Rogue Rabbit's attacks, though appearing gentle, were devastating, capable of displacing organs or worse. Rogue Rabbit, hearing this, rolled its eyes. Though reluctant, it restrained its strength, swatting the stalker towards Jiangchen, landing it at Flathead's feet. The stalker shook its head and, upon seeing Flathead, its eyes glowed green. A flash of cold light, and a 30-centimeter cross-shaped wound appeared on Flathead's chest, blood gushing out. After delivering this strike, the stalker lay on the ground, no longer struggling. Flathead looked down at its wound, ready to give the stalker a lesson with its sharp teeth. Jiangchen intervened just in time. "Stop, this one's a friend," Flathead whined in protest, but Jiangchen paid it no mind. With Yangshan, the healer, around, Flathead's wound was already healing. Jiangchen examined the stalker closely, surprised to find a human-like skeleton under the black robe, its skull burning with green flames. However, it was not a human skeleton, as the stalker's hands were sharp bone blades, glinting coldly. No wonder it could easily tear through Flathead's hide, known to withstand even golden tier beast attacks. Jiangchen grinned at the flaming skull, saying, "Little guy, how about joining me?" Hearing this, the flames in the skull burned even brighter. Moments later, the stalker slightly raised its arms, assuming an attack stance. Just then, the honey badger's claws suddenly appeared and forcefully pinned the stalker into the mud. The honey badger let out a low growl, clearly warning the stalker not to show hostility towards Jiangchen. This time, the stalker was utterly defeated. As an assassin-type beast known for its explosive attacks, it found itself outmatched in direct combat even against a powerful bronze-level beast. After being ruthlessly trampled, the stalker struggled to rise from the mud, turning to look at the honey badger with green soul fire flickering in its eye sockets, pondering something unknown. Jiangchen waited for a moment, seeing no response from the stalker, and his patience began to wear thin. He smiled again and said, "Little guy, become my partner." The stalker tilted its head to look at Jiangchen, its expression inscrutable, making Jiangchen somewhat uneasy. He secretly planned that if the stalker continued to refuse, he would forcibly subdue it. Although a forced partnership might not be ideal, at least he would gain this beast. "You're not saying anything, so I'll take that as a yes," Jiangchen cautiously suggested. However, the stalker just continued to tilt its head at him, showing no reaction. Resolute, Jiangchen prepared to take action. He thought to himself, "Whether it's ideal or not, I'll get it first." With that thought, a beast seed flew from his brow, entering the stalker's brow without resistance. Almost instantly, Jiangchen felt a connection form between him and the little skeleton. The stalker stared blankly at Jiangchen, its soul fire flickering uncertainly. Just as Jiangchen was about to bring the stalker into the myriad beast's nest, the little skeleton suddenly moved. It stood up, and Jiangchen curiously waited to see what it would do. The stalker lifted its gaze to the honey badger, and suddenly, a murderous intent surged forth. Before Jiangchen could intervene, the stalker had already struck. Its arms slashed like lightning at the honey badger's chest, tearing open the freshly healed wound. This unexpected turn of events left Jiangchen stunned. The honey badger was first taken aback, then it opened its mouth wide to let out a low roar. Being caught off guard twice in the same situation made the combative honey badger exceptionally furious. After attacking the honey badger, the stalker collapsed onto the ground again, as if it had exhausted all its strength. Jiangchen then realized that it had been lying on the ground earlier because it was out of energy, recharging. The honey badger, enraged, raised its paw to give the stalker a lesson. Just as Jiangchen was about to stop it, a figure dashed out, pulling the stalker aside. It was none other than the rogue rabbit. Not only did it help the stalker to its feet, but it also glared provocatively at the honey badger. The rogue rabbit gently patted the stalker's bald head with its ears, making a series of unintelligible sounds. To jiangchen's surprise, he could understand the rabbit's words. You hit that mangy dog, you're my friend now. Big bro's got your back. Jiangchen was speechless for a moment before he collected his thoughts. He internally complained. This pesky rabbit, forming alliances now? Suddenly, a future scene flashed in his mind. Years later at a beast gathering, the first question being, did you beat up the honey badger today? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Looking at the rogue rabbit, Jiangchen decided he couldn't let this happen. After all, the honey badger was also one of his beasts, and as the saying goes, both are precious. Jiangchen reached out to soothe the honey badger, saying, all right, that little guy doesn't know any better, just came on board, give it some slack as its senior. Hearing this, the honey badger let out two aggrieved cries. Jiangchen said helplessly, don't be upset, I'll give the little skeleton a good talking to later. Not far away, Chu Xiong witnessed everything and was even more astonished. He saw that even beasts could scheme against each other, making it quite a spectacle. Additionally, he was amazed at Jiangchen's speed in taming beasts. The beast seed had different qualities, and even the most talented individuals couldn't tame beasts as quickly as Jiangchen. Chu Xiong admired his big brother's foresight even more, unaware that his big brother wasn't fully aware of Jiangchen's exceptional talent. At this moment, the little skeleton finished recharging and stood up again. It looked up at the honey badger, raising its arms into an attack stance once more. Seeing this, Jiangchen was alarmed and quickly shouted, stop! This command not only startled the stalker, but also resonated in its soul, prompting it to lower its arms. Jiangchen breathed a sigh of relief and reprimanded. You've already slashed it twice, and you're thinking of a third? You can't afford this recklessness. Had Jiangchen not intervened, the honey badger might have devoured the stalker by now. Turning to the stalker, Jiangchen said, I'm Jiangchen, and I'll be your leader from now on. You'll be called Little Skeleton. The little skeleton showed no reaction, just staring blankly at Jiangchen, its soul fire flickering uncertainly. Unbeknownst to Jiangchen, the stalker's greatest trait was its high compliance. Once given an order, it would go all out to execute it, possibly due to its low intelligence, which could only comprehend simple commands. Jiangchen pondered for a moment, then with a thought, sent the little skeleton into the myriad beast's nest. Instantly, his consciousness entered a sealed space where scenes flashed before his eyes. After about 10 seconds, the scene settled. It was a vast battlefield, littered with broken limbs. Suddenly, a skeleton emerged from the ground, wielding a 7-foot cold sword, charging at the little skeleton. In an instant, the little skeleton was knocked back. However, to Jiangchen's surprise, the little skeleton, like a berserk warrior, kept charging back into the fray. From being defeated instantly, to lasting a few exchanges, it eventually decapitated the skeleton. Jiangchen thought that was the end, but soon, a new skeletal soldier appeared, this time wielding a battle axe. Watching for a while, Jiangchen realized one thing. This little skeleton was no pushover, and things around him were about to get lively. Here, Jiangchen unexpectedly managed to tame a stalker, which was quite a pleasant surprise. However, the little creature seemed somewhat frail, needing a long time to recover after each attack. Jiangchen realized that to unleash the full combat potential of the little skeleton, he must quickly help it ascend to the gold tier. Jiangchen looked around, pondering how to utilize the abundant dark attribute materials in the necromancer's realm to assist the little skeleton in advancing. With a gentle call, the little skeleton appeared before him. It had just disengaged from combat, still in an attacking stance, but upon seeing Jiangchen, its soul fire brightened, and it quickly lowered its arms, staring intently at its master. Little skeleton, do you know where there are powerful beasts around here? Jiangchen asked, hoping to rely on the little skeleton's familiarity with the area. However, the little skeleton just tilted its head, looking puzzled. Jiangchen realized he might have overestimated its intelligence, so he simplified the question. Where are the beasts stronger than you? Take me there. Understanding the simple command, the little skeleton scanned the surroundings, quickly identified a direction, and bolted off. Jiangchen reacted swiftly, leaping onto Flathead's back, following closely. Chu Xiong followed silently from behind, hesitating whether to stop Jiangchen from venturing deeper. He knew that the deeper they went, the higher the chances of encountering gold tier, or even peak gold tier beasts. But witnessing Jiangchen's ability to defeat a lower gold tier beast in just a few breaths, Chu Xiong decided to observe a little longer, wanting to see where Jiangchen's limits lay. More than half an hour passed, and the little skeleton still hadn't stopped. Chu Xiong began to worry, aware of the dangers of the necromancer's realm at night. If they didn't return soon, they risked being trapped overnight, facing hordes of gold tier beasts. Just as Chu Xiong was about to step forward and call a halt, the little skeleton suddenly stopped in front of a burrow. After confirming jiangchen was following, it dashed into the hole without hesitation. What the heck? Jiangchen exclaimed, barely having time to react before the little skeleton disappeared into the darkness. He shook his head helplessly, thinking that this little creature's recklessness was on par with flatheads. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed from the burrow. Immediately after, Jiangchen saw the little skeleton scurrying out, looking around until it spotted Jiangchen, then scampered over to him. Jiangchen received the message from the little skeleton. It's coming? His face darkened, realizing the little creature had gone to lure the beast. He worried that the little skeleton might collapse after a single attack, which would be disastrous. Luring beasts was a job for Flathead, who was unmatched in taking hits. To Jiangchen's surprise, the little skeleton didn't run towards him but instead headed straight for the rogue rabbit, hiding behind it. The rogue rabbit gently patted the stalker with its ears, as if comforting it. This scene left Jiangchen stunned, and he muttered to himself, "So love does fade away, huh?" At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the burrow. A pitch-black beast, tiger's-eyed, emerged from the hole, letting out a roar filled with fury. Its blood-red eyes scanned the group, its gaze brimming with murderous intent. His gaze quickly locked onto the small skeleton. This scene left Jiangchen stunned, his brow furrowing unconsciously. In his understanding, human flesh and blood held an irresistible allure for all beasts. Yet, the beast that had just appeared before him completely ignored him, a living human, and instead fixed its gaze intently on the small skeleton. This unusual behavior puzzled Jiangchen, prompting him to think, there must be some sort of grudge here. Jiangchen quickly assessed the beast, and information about it surfaced in his mind. Name: Dark Tiger. Quality: Elite. Grade: Mid-Gold. Skills: Dark Body LV2, Dark/LV1. Description: a beast with a formidable physique. Its heart is renowned as the Heart of Darkness. Evolution path: requires 10 drops of blood from a powerful platinum-grade tiger beast and 1 platinum-grade dark attribute crystal core. Evolution result: Dark Tiger King. After reviewing the information about the tiger beast, Jiangchen was taken aback. His expression turned peculiar as he involuntarily glanced at the small skeleton hiding at the back. A thought flashed through his mind. This guy probably knew long ago that it needed to kill this dark tiger to advance. That's why it brought me here. In an instant, the honest image he had of the small skeleton crumbled in Jiangchen's mind. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. This guy is such a schemer. It actually made me its worker, even using my beast as its laborer. This is too much. While Jiangchen's mind was in turmoil, an angry roar interrupted his thoughts. Roar! The dark tiger's eyes flared with murderous intent, its muscles tensed, and it lunged directly towards the small skeleton. At the critical moment, the rogue rabbit leaped gracefully, landing steadily on the dark tiger's back. Its ears sparkled with white light, as if gathering energy. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the rogue rabbit launched its attack. The previously imposing dark tiger was sent crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string, stirring up a cloud of dust. Logically, after taking such a heavy blow, the dark tiger should have shifted its focus to the rogue rabbit. But perplexingly, the dark tiger seemed bewitched, remaining fixated on the small skeleton. It quickly got back up and charged at the small skeleton again, its obsession evident in its eyes. Just then, the flathead creature darted out like lightning, forcefully knocking the dark tiger aside. The rogue rabbit followed closely, launching a fierce assault. Bang! 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 The continuous sounds of impact echoed through the cave, causing the dark tiger's body to sway under the relentless attack. Yet, even amidst this violent onslaught, its eyes remained locked on the small skeleton, as if something irreplaceable was there. Jiangchen watched in disbelief, his curiosity growing stronger. He couldn't help but ponder. What is it about the small skeleton that captivates a gold-grade beast so much? There must be something unusual going on here. After being brutally beaten by the rogue rabbit and the flathead, the dark tiger finally collapsed, unable to stand again. Its eyes were fixed on the little skeleton, burning with intense fury. Due to the rogue rabbit's fierce attacks, most of the dark tiger's bones were shattered, making it nearly impossible for it to get up. Jiangchen observed the barely breathing dark tiger on the ground, its eyes still glaring, and curiously beckoned the little skeleton. The little skeleton quickly scampered over. What did you do to it? Jiangchen asked, pointing at the shadow tiger on the ground. The little skeleton paused for a moment, then ran behind the dark tiger and pointed at its rear with its arm blade. Jiangchen walked over in confusion, and upon seeing it, his pupils contracted, and he gasped. Whoa, did you castrate it? Jiangchen exclaimed, looking at the little skeleton in shock. There was an indescribable cross-shaped scar at a certain area of the dark tiger, now scabbed over. Jiangchen instantly understood everything. The little skeleton had previously known the dark tiger would be useful and had attempted a sneak attack. However, due to the difference in power levels, it had failed, only to incur the dark tiger's full hatred. That's too much. Jiangchen shook his head. It was a male, and after meeting you, it became female. No wonder it wants to kill you. Thinking about how the dark tiger, after being castrated, would become material for the enemy to grow stronger, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for it. He crouched down to extract the dark heart and crystal core, which could help the little skeleton advance. After dealing with the dark tiger's body, Jiang Chun calculated the time and decided it was time to leave, to avoid being trapped in the secret realm after dark. Just as he was about to depart, the little skeleton showed a puzzled expression, its soul fire flickering in its eye sockets, looking in a certain direction. There's someone. The little skeleton communicated faintly. Jiang Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. He picked up the little skeleton and sat on the flathead's back, asking quietly under cover, "Are you sure there's someone?" The little skeleton nodded firmly and added, "There's killing intent." Jiang Qian's heart sank as he inquired about the specific location. After a moment of thought, the little skeleton replied with a single word, "Tree." Jiang Chun casually glanced around and quickly spotted a suspicious broken tree with a thick layer of leaves beneath it. He silently used a scanning skill, confirming the information of the hidden person. Lu Si, a golden tier warrior. Jiang Qian glanced towards Chu Xiong, signaling him to be aware of that direction. Chu Xiong quickly noticed the anomaly. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun summoned a turtle, which silently appeared near the withered tree. Sensing something amiss, Lu Si attempted to flee, but the ground suddenly erupted with scalding magma. He screamed and leaped up, only to be violently struck by a shadow, spewing a mouthful of blood in midair. Lu Si looked at Jiang Qian with a bitter smile, realizing he had fallen into a trap. As he tried to stand, a blue rabbit suddenly appeared before him, staring at him with its cute large eyes. "Rogue rabbit, don't kill him." Jiang Qian's voice rang out, "Just break his limbs, but don't let him die." Lu Si collapsed, letting out a series of heart-rending screams. Ultimately, his limbs were shattered, leaving him unable to stand for the rest of his life. Jiang Qian jogged over to Lu Si, furrowing his brows as he looked at the pitiful figure before him. He knew he wasn't trained in interrogation and probably wouldn't get any useful information out of him. With that thought, he turned and shouted in the direction where Chu Shtong was hiding, "Brother Chu, how long do you plan to hide? If you don't come out soon, I might just finish this guy off." At these words, Lu Si's face turned pale. As a golden rank warrior, he had no intention of dying here. He forced a painful smile and said, "No, no, no, young man, let's talk this out. There's no need for violence. We can settle this peacefully." Jiang Chun rolled his eyes and retorted bluntly, "Don't try to get chummy with me. I don't know you." He scrutinized Lu Si's sleazy appearance, thinking this guy was definitely up to no good. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiong finally revealed himself. He had thought no one could spot him in this secret realm, but it turned out he had been exposed all along. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, he walked over to Jiang Chen and said, "You noticed me early on, didn't you? Why didn't you call me out sooner? You made me look like a fool." He reached out to pat Jiang Chen's shoulder, but Jiang Chen deftly dodged. With a sunny smile, Jiang Chen said, "Brother Chu, you seem to be enjoying yourself, so I thought I'd play along." "Play along, my foot?" Chu Xiong grumbled, feeling like a clown performing for an audience. He had thought Jiang Chen hadn't noticed him, and now felt utterly embarrassed. Chu Xiong's gaze shifted to Lu Si, and upon seeing the badge gleaming on Lu Si's chest, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "A man from Shinkong," he muttered under his breath, then crouched down to grab Lu Si by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Chu Xiong, panic flashed in Lu Si's eyes. "I'm from Shinkong. I have valuable information. You can't kill me, or you'll face consequences too," he pleaded urgently. Chu Xiong's fist was already raised, poised to strike Lu Si. If the punch landed, Lu Si would likely die on the spot. "Brother Chu, calm down." Jiang Chun quickly intervened. "He has a point. If you kill him, we lose the intel he has, and that could lead to bigger problems." Jiang Chen was worried that Chu Xiong, having come to the secret realm because of him, might get into trouble over this incident. Hearing this, a struggle appeared on Chu Xiong's face. He desperately wanted to smash Lu Si's head in, but ultimately restrained himself. "Sigh," he sighed, flinging Lu Si to the ground. Lu Si gasped for air, looking at Jiang Chun with pleading eyes. "Young man, you must keep me safe. He'll kill me if you don't." Jiang Chen frowned, choosing not to press Chu Xiong on why he was so angry. There must be a good reason for a Pathfinder soldier to be this furious. Watching Chu Xiong walk ahead, Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly. "Sigh. Having Chu Xiong carry Lu Si is out of the question. Looks like it's up to me," Jiang Chen thought. He warned Lu Si, "Don't try any tricks, or you'll regret it." With that, he hoisted Lu Si onto his back and headed towards Pingtu, placing Lu Si on Pingtu's back. Though it was a bit cramped, it wasn't much of a problem for Pingtu. Jiangchen also climbed on, giving Pingtu a pat to signal they could set off. Kid, it's getting dark. We need to pick up the pace, Chu Xiong suddenly said. All right, brother Chu, Jiangchen replied. Pingtu, let's move. Pingtu nodded slightly and began sprinting. The bumpy ride was uncomfortable for Jiangchen, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. If I can't handle this, how can I be a beast master? Pingtu, charge, he shouted again. What Jiangchen didn't hear was Lu Si's faint plea. Slow down, I'm dying here. Lu Si, nearly out of breath from the jostling, was draped over Pingtu's back, almost passing out. Meanwhile, at the secret realm's perimeter, old Luo glanced at the sky, anxiety gnawing at him. Why hasn't that fool Chu Xiong come out yet? If something happens to that kid, I won't let it slide, he thought. Ever since learning that Jiang Chun had entered the secret realm, he had been worried sick. This kind of place posed a deadly risk even for veterans, let alone a student. With the sun setting and still no sign of Jiang Qian and Chu Xiong, old Luo's face darkened. At that moment, a few students, envious of Jiang Qin's absence, began to grumble. What good is talent if you can't work with others? Serves him right for going it alone. Now he's stuck. Exactly. Who does he think he is? Just because he has a powerful beast? Give me that beast, and I'd do just as well. Thinking of the terrifying power of the rogue rabbit, the students were green with envy. If they had such a beast, they wouldn't have to worry about college entrance exams. At worst, they'd get into a Beastmaster university. But unfortunately, that beast wasn't theirs. Honestly, he deserved it. Even after the class leader, Lu Chunyan, went to find him, he dared to refuse. Serves him right if he's dead. Yeah, arrogance leads to an early grave. Hearing the students chatter, old Luo's face turned stormy. You lot, pack your things and get out, he pointed at them angrily. The students were stunned, their faces quickly paling. Sir, did we say something wrong? One of them asked timidly. Huh, did you? People like you don't belong here. Get out. And the rest of you too, old Luo sneered. The students were shocked. They had endured so much just to be here, and now they were being kicked out? As they tried to plead, two pathfinders approached, swiftly subduing them. Humph, heartless, cold-blooded people like you have no place in my pathfinder unit. Get these people out of here, old Luo barked, causing the pathfinders to stiffen, then stand at attention before escorting the students away. Old Luo glanced back at the secret realm's exit. The sky had turned completely dark, and if they didn't come out soon, they'd have to wait until morning. Just then, a familiar figure emerged, followed closely by the boy he had been anxiously waiting for. Lao Luo angrily approached the newly returned Chu Xiong at the camp, immediately launching into a tirade. You fool, why are you back so late? Do you know how dangerous the secret realm is at night? However, Chu Xiong seemed oblivious to the scolding and walked past without even glancing at Lao Luo. This unusual scene left Lao Luo puzzled, as Chu Xiong would typically argue back. Yet today he was uncharacteristically silent. Choosing not to press further, Lao Luo quickly made his way to Jiang Chun and urgently asked, Kid, what's up with Chu Xiong? He was fine when he went in, but now he's like this? Jiang Chen dismounted from Pingtu, and before he could respond, Lao Luo noticed Lu Si on Pingtu's back. Surprised, he asked, did a beast tide break out inside? Before he could finish, he examined Lu Si's attire closely. This guy isn't wearing a Pioneer Corps uniform, clearly not one of ours. See for yourself, Jiang Chun replied succinctly. Without hesitation, Lao Luo flipped Lu Si over. The journey had left Lu Si barely conscious, and he weakly cried out, Help me! Lao Luo's eyes immediately locked onto the badge on Lu Si's chest that identified him as a member of Shinkong. His eyes narrowed, and a flicker of killing intent flashed across his face. At the same time, he understood why Chu Xiong was so furious. Jiang Chen, noticing this, said, Brother Luo, I'm leaving this guy to you. For some reason, Brother Chu almost killed him on sight. All right, Lao Luo agreed without hesitation, hoisting Lu Si over his shoulder to leave. Before turning away, he said to Jiang Chen, Once you know what Chu Xiong has been through, you won't wonder why he hates Shinkong so much. There's more to it, but I'll leave it at that. I've got to go. With that, he nodded and carried Lu Si away. Fortunately, a member of the Pioneer Corps led Jiang Chen to his quarters. As a new member of the Pioneer Corps, Jiang Chen was entitled to his own tent. He didn't hesitate to accept it, as he planned to help his little skeleton advance to the gold tier that night, needing a quiet environment to do so. Sir, this is your quarters. If you need anything, just call me, the Pioneer Corps member said with a salute. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed, initially not thinking much of it, but after showing his Pioneer Corps ID, the person's attitude changed completely. It dawned on him that he was now an officer. After some inquiries, he learned that every Pioneer Corps member held the rank of squad leader, capable of commanding 30 soldiers. Unknowingly, jiangchen had made it to a leadership position. After sending off the pioneer corps member, jiangchen pulled the flap of his tent shut and prepared for the little skeleton's advancement. With a thought, the little skeleton appeared, arms raised, as if fresh from battle. Upon seeing jiangchen, its soul flame flickered brighter, showing a hint of joy. Get ready. We're going to advance you to the gold tier soon, jiangchen said. The little skeleton nodded excitedly. Jiangchen took a heart from his backpack. For some reason, the dark tiger's heart had shrunk after being extracted, now only the size of a baby's fist, nearly as small as a crystal core. Seeing the dark heart and the dark-type crystal core, the little skeleton became unusually excited, raising its arm blade high. Jiangchen could sense the strong desire emanating from it. Don't worry, they're all yours, Jiangchen said helplessly. Unsure of how to handle the dark heart, he decided to find out before proceeding. Success was crucial, as another attempt at advancing to gold might require a costly endeavor. System, how do I use the dark heart? Don't tell me the little skeleton has to gnaw on it, Jiangchen asked. The system replied, Ding, the host can give it to the little skeleton. It can complete the advancement on its own. Reassured by this answer, Jiangchen called the little skeleton over, gently patting its smooth skull, saying, These are for you. Make sure you advance to gold in one go, or I won't be able to afford you. The little skeleton nodded, somewhat understanding, then plunged its arms into the dark heart. This startled Jiangchen, who was about to intervene when he saw the heart shrink a bit. In a flash, a black aura flickered over the little skeleton, then vanished. Soon, only the shriveled husk of the dark heart remained. Next, the little skeleton pointed its arms at the gold-tier dark crystal core. Jiangchen handed it over without hesitation. Curious about how the little skeleton would absorb the core, he heard a crack as the core was pierced. The little skeleton's arms penetrated it, allowing dark energy to flow slowly into its body. As time passed, the dark crystal core lost its luster. A faint black mist began to emanate from the little skeleton, barely visible but noticeable upon close inspection. Once the core was absorbed, the little skeleton lowered its head, appearing as if it had crashed. Little skeleton? Little skeleton? Jiangchen called out twice but received no response. However, sensing the connection with the little skeleton remained, he refrained from touching it. At this moment, the little skeleton was likely undergoing a transformation. As Jiangchen suspected, the little skeleton's bones were slowly changing. Initially pure white, they gradually turned black, emitting a faint black mist. Realizing this process might take some time, Jiangchen decided to release the rogue rabbit. Your little brother is evolving. Don't let anyone disturb him, he instructed the rogue rabbit. Initially disgruntled, the rogue rabbit's eyes lit up upon seeing the little skeleton. It could sense the subtle changes and the steady increase in strength. The rogue rabbit instinctively raised its ears, wanting to touch the little skeleton's head. You fool, you can't disturb it either, Jiangchen said helplessly. Hearing this, the rogue rabbit glanced at Jiangchen and blinked. Jiangchen ignored it and lay down on the bed to sleep. With the little skeleton's big brother watching over, nothing should go wrong. As dawn broke, Jiangchen awoke from a deep sleep and immediately sensed something unusual near his bed. Instinctively, he sat up and his gaze fell upon a figure cloaked in black. When he saw the burning soul fire beneath the cloak, he was momentarily stunned. Xiaokulu, have you grown taller? Jiangchen asked in surprise. The little skeleton in front of him had grown from just over 50 centimeters to more than 80 centimeters, now adorned with numerous black patterns. Xiaokulu nodded, somewhat understanding, as the green soul fire flickered more brightly. Not bad at all, Jiangchen said, patting Xiaokulu's head. It was oddly satisfying, much like a hedgehog enjoying being petted. At the same time, Jiangchen summoned Xiaokulu's status panel. Name, Xiaokulu. Quality, Epic. Rank, Mid-tier Golden. Skills, Instant Kill LV2, Dark Power LV1. Description: an excellent assassin with the ability to conceal its presence and strike the strong from the shadows. Evolution path: unknown host must reach golden rank to view. Jiangchen noticed that Xiaokulu had acquired a new skill, and Instant Kill had leveled up to 2. He immediately pulled up the Dark Power panel. Dark Power harnesses the power of darkness to better conceal oneself, with a 200 increase in all attributes in the dark. After reading the description, Jiangchen couldn't help but gasp. If Xiaokulu could continue to grow, it would undoubtedly become the king of darkness. Even at level 1, Dark Power granted a 200 increase in strength at night, and the effects of level 2 were unimaginable. Jiangchen was certain that Xiaokulu would become his primary battle companion. At that moment, Rogue Rabbit approached, curiously examining Xiaokulu. It remembered that before sleeping, its little companion wasn't this tall. So how had it grown taller overnight? Standing at just 60 centimeters, Rogue Rabbit was now a head shorter than Xiao Kulu. Luckily, its ears were long enough to reach Xiao Kulu's head. Rogue Rabbit was puzzled, staring intently at Xiao Kulu and making cooing sounds, as if asking a question. However, the overly simple-minded Xiao Kulu completely ignored it. Feeling a bit downhearted, Rogue Rabbit walked up to jiangchen, pointing at Xiao Kulu and then at itself as if to say, "My little buddy is taller than me now, and I'm feeling a bit sad." Seeing this, jiangchen couldn't help but smile wryly. He thought about the materials they had ordered, which should be arriving soon, allowing Rogue Rabbit to advance to the golden rank. Whether it would grow taller, however, was beyond his control. "Don't worry, you'll grow taller," jiangchen reassured, then collected both creatures into the nest of all tribes. He dressed, stretched, and stepped out of the tent. "Awake, young master?" A voice dripping with sarcasm rang out. Jiangchen turned to see Chu Xiong looking at him with displeasure. "Brother Chu, I accidentally overslept," Jiangchen said sheepishly, scratching his head. He hadn't expected to sleep until 8 in the morning. In a real pioneering army, such behavior would have been punished. Chu Xiong, however, showed a faint smile. "It's all right. It's your first time in such a secret realm, and it's normal for your nerves to be exhausted from high concentration. You'll get used to it after a few more times. By the way, the captain wants to see you. Come with me." With that, he led the way. Although a bit puzzled, Zhang Qiang guessed it might be because of the person from the Starry Sky organization yesterday. At that moment, Fai Long was on the phone in his tent. "Boss, yesterday, the kid Jiang Chun caught someone from Starry Sky." There was a brief silence on the other end before a laugh came through. "I knew I wasn't wrong about that kid. Just joined us and already brought me a gift. Not bad." Seeing the reaction, Fai Long continued, "Boss, I got some intel during interrogation yesterday that might be unfavorable for us. Those lunatics want to open a portal to the undead world and let the undead descend upon our world." This revelation left the person on the other end momentarily stunned. After a while, they spoke. "Humph, just a bunch of clowns. Do they really think the world is as they see it? If it were that easy, the world would have been destroyed long ago. These pests are indeed annoying. Find an opportunity to suppress them." Fai Long quickly agreed, all right. He had long been displeased with the Starry Sky people. If not for the recent frequent occurrences of void rifts, he would have taught them a lesson already. Now that the higher-ups had spoken, he had a reason to act. "Boss, the kid Jiang Chun is here," Fai Long said respectfully into the phone. "Boss, Jiang Chen's here. I'll hang up now. That kid's earned some merit. Give him a reward." Before the words were finished, the call ended. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but curse. That brat, after all these years, still can't change his impatience. With that, he hung up the phone and looked ahead. A massive red dragon, 5 or 6 dozen meters long, blocked the path, speaking with authority. "Human, this is the territory of the sky dragons. You've crossed the line." The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he retorted, "I told you I'm in a hurry. Can't you make an exception?" The red dragon's pupils narrowed slightly, warning with displeasure, "Do not provoke me again, or you'll meet a gruesome end." "Forget it. No point arguing. I'll just kill you and move on," the middle-aged man said impatiently, issuing a command to the rock beneath him. A piercing cry rang out as the great rock of heaven's wings erupted in a dazzling golden light. The middle-aged man leaped off its back, commanding, "Finish it quickly. We have to keep moving." The great rock of heaven's wings streaked through the red dragon, slicing it in two. It then returned to the man's feet. "Really, I've got a short fuse. Why make things difficult for me?" the middle-aged man said innocently, looking at the bisected dragon corpse before riding the rock away. Moments later, a swarm of dragons arrived, roaring in fury upon seeing their fallen kin. The air filled with their thunderous cries, echoing for miles around. Jiang Chun stepped into the tent, where Fai Long greeted him with a smile and said, "Sit." The cheerful look in Fai Long's eyes made Jiang Chun feel uneasy. He coughed twice and took a step back, saying, "Brother Long, I prefer to stand." Fai Long looked Jiang Chun up and down, nodding in approval. "It's only been a day, and you've already made a breakthrough. You should be at the mid-silver level now. Not bad at all." Jiang Chun replied with a smile, "It's all thanks to your guidance, Brother Long." Fei Long's expression turned slightly displeased. "Kid, haven't I told you before? No need for flattery here. If you've got skills, show them. Smooth talk won't get you anywhere in this place. Besides, I'm not going to bite your head off." He rolled his eyes for emphasis. Jiang Qian stood there awkwardly, thinking to himself, "You're my superior. If I'm not careful, I might end up in trouble." Fai Long waved his hand dismissively. "All right, you're no fun at all. I called you here for 2 reasons. To talk about the Shinkong situation and to discuss the reward for capturing one of their members." Jiang Chun nodded stiffly, making Fai Long feel even less interested in the conversation, though he managed to restrain himself from kicking Jiang Chen out. Think of the Shinkong as terrorists, Fai Long said with some irritation. These guys have nothing better to do than dream about destroying the world. But don't worry, their leaders are just cowards hiding in the shadows. If they ever showed themselves, we'd wipe them out in no time. Jiangchen listened intently, nodding in agreement. Fai Long almost couldn't resist the urge to smack him, but remembered his position and held back. You did well capturing someone from the Shinkong organization. What reward do you want? Fai Long asked, eager to get this over with. Jiangchen's eyes lit up, and he replied without hesitation, Brother Long, could you have Brother Chu accompany me again? I want to explore the secret realm once more. Fai Long was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Jiangchen as if he were crazy. Are you sure? Absolutely sure, Jiangchen replied confidently. He had thought it through. His little skeleton had advanced to mid-gold level, and even against peak gold level beasts, it could hold its own. With Chu Xiong, a platinum level expert, as protection, he felt secure. Fai Long confirmed once more, you're sure this is the reward you want? Jiang Chen nodded firmly. He had it all planned out. The materials for advancing his beast were already being collected, and this was the perfect opportunity to earn some money and academy points. Fai Long said with a hint of amusement, all right, I'll have Chu Xiong accompany you again. Then he called out, Chu Xiong, Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong entered the tent and asked, what's up, boss? Fai Long, slightly embarrassed, said, I need you to go with this kid on another trip. Chu Xiong's face darkened, and he immediately waved his hand. I'm not going. Fai Long was instantly displeased. Try refusing, and I'll reassign you from the front lines to warehouse duty. Chu Xiong's body tensed, unable to believe what he heard. Fai Long stared back at him, unyielding. Are you going or not? The previously furious Chu Xiong instantly backed down, forcing a smile. I was just joking. It's a mission, of course, I'll go. Then get out of here. Stop standing around annoying me, Fai Long ordered, dismissing him. Chu Xiong left the tent with a smile, which vanished as soon as he stepped outside. Just you wait, you little show-off snake. One day I'll have you pinned to the ground. Chu Xiong shouted provocatively towards the tent, his voice full of defiance. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Jiang Qin's arm and bolted away. Almost simultaneously, the tent flap was thrown open, and an enraged figure stormed out. Chu Xiong, remember those words? When you get back, just see how I deal with you. Fei Long yelled after Chu Xiong, his voice dripping with fury. Jiang Chen was being dragged along by Chu Xiong, his mind swirling with confusion. The behavior of these frontier soldiers was completely baffling to him, shattering his preconceived notions of military discipline. He even began to wonder if these people were just a band of ruffians masquerading as soldiers, always hurling insults at one another without a shred of military decorum. Once Chu Xiong was sure Fei Long wasn't following, he stopped, panting heavily. He turned to Jiang Chun, squinting his eyes with a menacing expression. Kid, is it because of you that I'm being sent to that godforsaken place? He demanded. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression froze momentarily. He quickly composed himself and earnestly explained, Brother Chu, I would never do such a thing. I already spoke to the boss, saying I could go alone, so there was no need to trouble you. But the boss was worried about my lack of strength and insisted I take a senior along. I originally wanted to choose someone else, but Brother Long said he trusted you to handle things, so he sent you. Chu Stong was taken aback at first, but then burst into laughter. He slapped Jiang Chen heartily on the shoulder, looking quite pleased with himself. That guy's got some sense. Everyone in our squad knows my combat skills are unmatched. Oh, is that so? How come I didn't know? A cool, feminine voice suddenly came from behind. Chu Xiong's grin vanished instantly, and a chill ran down his spine. He turned around stiffly, his voice trembling slightly. Sister Xia, what are you doing here? The newcomer was a striking woman, about 6 feet tall, with long legs that were hard to ignore. She was smiling at Chu Xiong, her eyes twinkling with amusement. I hear you want to be the number one in the squad, Chu Xiong? Chu Xiong shivered and hastily waved his hands in denial. Whoever said that is lying. How could I be number one? Sister Xia is always the best, our eternal goddess. Jiang Chan took this opportunity to observe Sister Xia, silently impressed by her commanding presence. Sensing trouble, Chu Xiong quickly found an excuse to leave. Sister Xia, I have a mission to complete. Let's chat another time. With that, he grabbed Jiang Qin's arm once more and hurriedly led him away from the scene. The two of them sprinted all the way to the entrance of the secret realm and only stopped once they were inside. Chu Xiong anxiously glanced back, and after confirming that the woman hadn't followed them, he let out a long sigh of relief. This is such bad luck. No matter where I go, I keep running into that crazy woman, Chu Xiong muttered under his breath. He suddenly remembered Jiang Chen beside him and quickly asked, Did you hear anything just now? Jiang Chen, seasoned by 2 lifetimes, shook his head immediately. Nope, I didn't hear a thing. Good, because if you did, you'd be in trouble, Chu Xiong said with a grin. His bear-like stature was quite intimidating to jiangchen. Alright, since we're here, let's get started. You're free to go. Chu Xiong waved his hand, signaling Jiangchen he could leave. Without hesitation, Jiangchen summoned his companions, Rogue Rabbit and Flathead, and headed straight into the depths of the swamp. His goal for the day was to hunt down 10 gold-tier beasts and maybe 100 or so silver-tier beasts. That should be enough to prepare him for the entrance exams. With that in mind, Jiang Qian mounted Flathead and charged into the swamp. Watching Jiang Qian disappear into the distance, Chu Xiong wondered aloud. Is that kid really in such a hurry to hunt gold-tier beasts? Recalling the battle from the previous day, the giant turtle they encountered had nearly platinum-level strength. As long as Jiang Qian's luck didn't run out and he didn't encounter a swarm of gold-tier beasts, this secret realm shouldn't pose much of a threat to his beasts. Forget it. I'd better follow him. If anything happens to that kid, Big Brother Da won't let me off the hook, Chu Xiong decided, slipping into stealth mode as he quietly trailed behind. After running for over an hour, Jiang Qian finally arrived at the spot where he had defeated the Shinkong organization the day before. Beyond this point lay unexplored territory. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his little skeleton companion. Time to get to work, Jiang Qian said with a grin as he patted the little bald head. The little skeleton nodded earnestly, its soul flames flickering brighter. Just then, a bird swooped overhead. In a flash, the little skeleton leaped off Flathead's head and swiftly sliced the bird into several pieces. The scene left Jiang Qian astonished. The little skeleton's speed, though not quite on par with Rogue Rabbit, was close. Such speed was impressive even among gold-tier beasts, and with its invisibility, the little skeleton was truly formidable. Chu Xiong, watching from behind, was even more shocked, staring at the little skeleton in disbelief. Is that a gold-tier beast? Wasn't it just silver-tier yesterday? His head buzzed with confusion. Well done. Jiang Qian praised the little skeleton as it returned, urging Flathead to move on. His target for today wasn't these small fry. He was after the gold-tier beasts. With determination, Jiang Qian and his beasts pressed deeper into the swamp. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly halted. Ahead, there were various sized burrows, and his beasts looked on alertly toward them. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in one of the burrows, followed by others lighting up with red glows. Jiang Qian squinted, trying to discern the creatures inside, but the darkness made it impossible to see beyond those eerie eyes. A low growl resonated, and one by one, pitch-black wolf beasts emerged from the burrows. Jiang Qian recognized them as subterranean demon wolves, creatures that rested during the day and hunted at night. Most were silver-tier, but one was the gold-tier subterranean demon wolf king. With a command, Flathead and Rogue Rabbit charged into the pack of demon wolves, launching into a frenzied attack. In no time, nearly 10 silver-tier wolves lay defeated, and the remaining wolves hesitated, letting out low cries for help. A smile flickered across Jiang Qian's face, knowing the main event was about to begin. Sure enough, from the largest burrow emerged a pair of green eyes, followed by a massive, gray-bodied wolf over 4 meters long. Jiang Qian quickly assessed the subterranean demon wolf king. Name: Subterranean Demon Wolf King. Quality: Elite. Tier: Gold Tier Mid. Skills: Decay Body LV2, Demon Wolf Howl LV1. Description: a decaying body that possesses terrifying strength and can infect targets. Evolution path: Jiang Qian immediately commanded the little skeleton to act, while Rogue Rabbit retreated to his side. The little skeleton vanished without a trace. The subterranean demon wolf king emerged from its burrow and howled at the sky. The other wolves began to glow with an eerie red light, their auras growing stronger. That must be the demon wolf howl, Jiang Qian murmured. The wolf king's eyes flashed with disdain. To it, 2 silver-tier beasts and a silver-tier beastmaster were nothing more than a meal. It crouched low and leaped towards Jiang Qian. Yet, Jiang Qian remained unmoved, meeting the wolf king's charge with unwavering eyes. He had complete faith that the little skeleton could handle whatever came. Come on, little puppy, bite me. Jiang Qian taunted with a playful smile, beckoning with his finger as he stared provocatively at the subterranean demon wolf king. This scene caused the wolf king's pupils to dilate, its body swelling with rage. It let out a low growl, its hind legs tensing as it prepared to pounce on Jiang Qian. In that critical moment, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. Before the wolf king could react, it leaped forward with force. Suddenly, with a sharp snap, its hind leg was severed, blood gushing out. Another flash, and its forelimb was sliced off. The mighty demon wolf king was brought to its knees, shock filling its eyes. A mysterious figure appeared before the wolf king, cloaked in black, with only a pair of glowing green eyes visible. The wolf king let out a terrified howl, pleading for help. Yet, none of the other subterranean demon wolves dared to come to its aid. Their once invincible leader effortlessly defeated, their will to fight shattered. Kill, kill, kill. A voice echoed in Jiangchen's mind. The small skeleton acted swiftly, faster than lightning. A thin red line appeared on the Wolf King's neck, and its head fell with a thud, blood spurting. Jiangchen, prepared for this, quickly stepped aside to avoid the spray. As he gazed at the fallen Wolf King, Jiangchen pondered. The golden tier beast had been utterly defenseless. The small skeleton's strength was astonishing. He even wondered if, together with Anton, the small skeleton could reach platinum tier power. Unfortunately, there were no platinum tier beasts for him to test his theory on, and even if there were, he wouldn't dare take the risk. Jiangchen decided to wait until he advanced to a golden tier beast master, and his beasts also reached the golden tier before considering challenging platinum tier beasts. For now, his priority was to find more golden tier beasts. With the Wolf King's demise, the other subterranean demon wolves had already retreated into their burrows. Jiangchen had no interest in pursuing these silver tier beasts. His sights were set on stronger prey. He quickly collected the crystal cores and stored them in his spatial ring. 1 cubic meter, it's pitifully small. Jiangchen sighed. I need to find a spatial-type beast to serve as a utility beast. While the spatial ring was useful, its capacity was too limited. A spatial-type beast could not only hold more crystal cores, but also expand its space as it leveled up. Jiangchen recalled hearing about a bronze-tier spatial beast a year ago that sold for a staggering 3 trillion alliance coins. To own a spatial-type beast, he would have to nurture one himself, though the risk of failure was high. Sensing Jiangchen's concern, the small skeleton approached and nuzzled his leg with its head. I'm fine, little skeleton. Jiangchen smiled. I'm just thinking about finding a new companion for you all. After packing up the crystal cores, Jiangchen set off again. His goal for the day was clear: to kill as many as 10 beasts. He mounted Flathead and began to sprint, contemplating what kind of mount he should find, as Flathead's back was uncomfortably hard. Hundreds of miles away, 3 shadowy figures were plotting. There's a new mission from above, one of the cloaked figures said. We need to strengthen the connection between the netherworld and this world, ideally summoning an entity beyond the platinum tier. The other 2 gasped. Normally, only golden tier beasts could pass through spatial rifts. Allowing a more powerful entity through would require numerous sacrifices to stabilize the passage. How can we possibly accomplish that? Allowing a platinum tier beast through requires at least 20 golden tier beasts as sacrifices, and the 3 of us aren't capable of that, one cloaked figure said anxiously. The leader reassured them. Don't worry, we have powerful allies assisting us this time. We'll establish a permanent link between the secret realm and the netherworld. We'll be heroes of the stars. Hearing this, the other 2 shouted excitedly. For the stars, we'll give everything we've got. However, a new problem soon arose. Even with help, how could they find enough golden tier beasts? Ever since the exploration army discovered this secret realm, golden tier beasts had been hiding like frightened birds. Do your best to track down the golden tier beasts. We should be able to find 20, the leader commanded. The other 2, aware of the immense challenge, had no choice but to agree. Let's split up and meet back here before dark. All right, understood. The 3 figures sped off in different directions, beginning their search for golden tier beasts. Unbeknownst to them, someone else with a similar goal was also hunting for beasts. Trying to escape? Jiangchen scoffed, eyeing a snake attempting to slither away. He immediately unleashed the small skeleton, and in mere moments, the silver-ear serpent was hacked into pieces. Jiangchen skillfully extracted the crystal core, silently grateful for his decision to advance the small skeleton. Its strength was formidable, and its endurance impressive, never once faltering on their journey. Hold that Blackman lion, Flathead. Don't let it get away. I can't stand to watch such a juicy target slip through our fingers. Jiangchen shouted angrily, his eyes glinting with greed. At his command, Flathead charged at the Blackman lion without hesitation. Its massive body barreled forward like an out-of-control truck, slamming into the lion with a resounding crash that made the ground tremble slightly. Surprisingly, the golden tier Blackman lion found itself at a disadvantage. It staggered backward from the impact, nearly losing its footing. In that critical moment, the little skeleton seized the opportunity and struck like lightning. Crossing its arms, the sharp blades on its limbs carved a cross in the air. A ripping sound echoed as the seemingly impenetrable hide of the Blackman lion was split open. Pain surged through the beast, and it thrashed its neck wildly in an attempt to throw off the little skeleton. However, its futile struggle only gave the skeleton more leverage. It deftly flipped over, slashing its blades across the lion's neck with precision. Blood gushed like a fountain, but the little skeleton remained unfazed, bathing in the crimson rain. As its life force quickly ebbed away, the massive body, over 5 meters in length, finally collapsed heavily to the ground. The entire sequence of events flowed seamlessly, taking no more than 30 seconds. Not far away, Chu Xiong stood dumbfounded, witnessing the scene. A high-grade golden tier Blackman lion, and a leader at that, Taken down just like that? He murmured in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. In Chu Xiong's understanding, a Blackman lion was a formidable force within the Golden Tier. Yet Jiang Chun had dispatched it in less than half a minute, a feat that challenged his perception of reality. Is this really something a high school senior can do? He wondered, his mind reeling. Jiang Chen glanced at the fallen Blackman lion, a satisfied smile finally appearing on his lips. Not bad, a high-grade Golden Tier. Slightly better than the previous prey, he remarked casually. Having spent half a day in this area, Jiang Chun had gained a clearer understanding of the little skeleton's combat prowess. For beasts below mid-grade Golden Tier, defeat was almost instantaneous. The only one that could put up a slight resistance was the defensively renowned Blackman lion before them. Even so, under the little skeleton's fierce assault, it hadn't lasted 30 seconds. The little skeleton's only shortcoming was its relatively short arm blades, which made penetrating particularly thick hides challenging. But overall, unless faced with a beast with exceptionally strong defenses, the little skeleton could dominate almost anything in the Golden Tier. Jiang Chen quickly dealt with the Blackman lion's carcass, storing its crystal core in his spatial ring. However, as he examined the spoils in the ring, he frowned. He was still far from his target of 10 Golden Tier beasts, and time was running out. It seems completing the task might be difficult, Jiang Chen pondered, unless a miracle happens. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the area, a beast's roar echoed from afar, followed by another beast's furious cry. Jiang Chen's spirits lifted instantly, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind. 2 Golden Tier beasts fighting each other? This is the miracle I've been waiting for. Flathead, let's go check it out. Jiang Chen excitedly patted Flathead, pointing in the direction of the roars. Flathead fearlessly charged towards the indicated direction. Meanwhile, in a swampy area, 2 Golden Tier beasts were locked in a fierce battle. The Swamp Crocodile King and the Giant Frog King, 2 equally matched beasts, were engaged in a brutal struggle. A mysterious figure in a black robe lurked in the shadows, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The Swamp Crocodile King and the Giant Frog King, they might just suffice as offerings, he muttered to himself. He had originally come to confirm a location but decided to stay and see if he could profit from the unfolding spectacle. As the battle raged on, the entire swamp was churned up, causing smaller beasts to flee in panic. Suddenly, the Swamp Crocodile King seized an opportunity, clamping its jaws around the millstone-sized Giant Frog King. Nice one. Fight harder. Finish off that Giant Frog King, the black-robed figure whispered excitedly. Come on, Giant Frog King. Release your poison. Take down the Swamp Crocodile King. He quickly switched sides, cheering for the other beast. Engrossed in the spectacle, the black-robed figure failed to notice several figures stealthily approaching him. In the distance, Jiang Chun and his group also noticed the unusual activity in the swamp. Just as Jiang Chun was about to get closer for a better look, the little skeleton suddenly signaled a warning. Someone's there, pointing in a specific direction. Following the little skeleton's cue, Jiang Chun froze, speechless. He stammered, unable to articulate his surprise. Not far away, a suspicious figure in a black robe was crouched on the ground, engrossed in the battle between the 2 beasts, oblivious to Jiang Chen and his group quietly closing in behind him. Jiang Chun fixed his gaze on the figure in the black robe in the distance, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. This person's behavior was entirely out of place for a member of the Pioneer Corps, leaving only one explanation: was part of the Starry Sky organization. This realization caused Jiang Chen's expression to turn peculiar, a slight, involuntary smile playing at the corners of his lips. Isn't this just a gift-wrapped military achievement? Jiang Chen mused to himself, recalling how he had just captured a Starry Sky member the previous day. He couldn't help but mock himself. Can military merits be renewed or something? Quickly, Jiang Chen shook off the distracting thoughts, deciding to bide his time for now. He knew that acting rashly could startle the 2 battling beasts, potentially stopping their fight, which was the last thing he wanted. Jiang Chen opted for a more prudent strategy, playing the role of the proverbial sparrow waiting to swoop in. He planned to strike once the 2 beasts were exhausted from their fight, allowing him to claim both the crystal cores and this unexpected military merit. To remain inconspicuous, Jiang Chun put away his larger companion, the flathead beast. With a rogue rabbit and a small skeleton by his side, his safety was assured. On the battlefield, the Swamp Crocodile King was savagely biting into the Giant Frog King's body, the latter's cries echoing incessantly. As its life neared its end, the Giant Frog King began secreting a milky white liquid from its skin, which seeped into the Swamp Crocodile King's mouth through its wounds. With a final frog croak, the Giant Frog King was utterly lifeless. However, the victorious Swamp Crocodile King was not unscathed. Although it had won the battle, it had ingested a significant amount of frog poison, leaving its fate uncertain. Seeing this, the black-robed figure realized his chance had come. Standing up from the underbrush, A smug grin spread across his face. Haha, I never expected such a stroke of luck. I'll surely be rewarded when I return, he said, striding confidently towards the two golden tier beasts. At this moment, although the swamp crocodile king was still alive, the frog poison had already taken effect, rendering it immobile. It could only watch helplessly as the black-robed man approached, unable to resist. Roar! The swamp crocodile king let out a low growl, attempting to scare off the man in the black robe. However, the black-robed man, being a formidable golden tier warrior himself, was unfazed. He swiftly approached the swamp crocodile king. Seeing the crocodile king open its massive jaws to bite him, the black-robed man snorted disdainfully, "Shut your mouth. Today, I'll teach you a lesson about." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. With that, he stomped down hard, forcing the crocodile king's mouth shut. He then launched a series of fierce kicks at the creature's head. Already at the end of its strength, the swamp crocodile king fell silent after a few kicks. The black-robed man scoffed, "Is that all? Even a golden tier beast can't put up a fight." Jiangchen, hiding in the shadows, witnessed this scene and inwardly mocked. What kind of organization is this, Starry Sky? They'll take anyone. Unbelievable. Yet, he held his silence, planning to surprise the black-robed man once he finished extracting the crystal cores. The black-robed man crouched down and began processing the two beasts' bodies. Before long, he retrieved two crystal cores. Eyeing the massive corpses, he seemed resigned and decided to take the giant frog king first, planning to return for the crocodile king's body later. Just as the black-robed man was about to lift the giant frog king, jiangchen felt the time was right. He counted to 3 and then shouted, "How dare you trespass into this secret realm?" The sudden shout startled the black-robed man, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. With a thud, he and the frog fell heavily into the mire, and he accidentally swallowed 2 mouthfuls of mud. Despite this, the black-robed man quickly stood up, wiped the mud off his face, and pleaded in a trembling voice, "Please, sir, don't hurt me. I'm a good person." Jiangchen released his hedgehog pet, while his little skeleton companion quietly hid nearby. When the black-robed man saw Jiangchen's appearance, he was first taken aback, then his attitude shifted dramatically. "Damn, I thought it was those lunatics from the pioneering army, but it's just a snot-nosed kid." The black-robed man sneered, "Dare to mess with me? You're courting death." He stepped out of the mire and advanced toward Jiangchen, drawing a dagger from his waist as he sinisterly said, "Perfect, I could use some practice on a budding genius." Jiangchen chuckled coldly, and his pet rabbit understood, launching an attack. The black-robed man scoffed, "A mere silver-deer beast dares to charge at me?" The moment they clashed, there was a crisp smack, and the black-robed man spun 360 degrees in the air before crashing to the ground. As he opened his mouth, a dozen teeth clattered out. This blow left the black-robed man stunned. Before he could recover, the rabbit had leaped onto his chest, with white energy balls forming on its ears. The black-robed man was terrified. "Please, Mr. Rabbit, don't." "I was wrong." But the rabbit had no intention of stopping. At the critical moment, Jiangchen shouted, "Stop, rabbit. I still have use for him." The rabbit immediately dissipated its attack, turning to wink at Jiangchen. The black-robed man breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his life. Jiangchen approached and asked, "Who are you, and why are you here?" The black-robed man's eyes shifted as he lied, "Cough. I'm a mercenary. I accidentally stumbled in here recently." Jiangchen frowned, "Seems you're not being honest. Rabbit, break one of his legs." The rabbit nodded seriously and shattered the black-robed man's leg bone with a single blow. The excruciating pain elicited a harrowing scream from him. You. I'll report you to the Alliance for torturing an Alliance citizen like this." The black-robed man shouted at Jiangchen. Jiangchen sneered, "Break one of his arms too." The rabbit mercilessly disabled one of the man's arms. The 2 attacks broke the black-robed man's spirit, and he could no longer hold back. I'll confess. Just don't torture me anymore." Jiangchen wasn't surprised. He knew the Starry Sky organization had many such cowards. "Then speak clearly." The black-robed man stammered, "My name is Zhang Yuan. I'm from South Emperor City. I have a son. A harmonious family." Jiangchen's forehead creased with irritation. "If you keep spouting nonsense, don't blame me for taking all your limbs." Zhang Yuan shivered, realizing he couldn't bluff his way through today, and honestly confessed, "Zhang Yuan, 2nd level star disciple of Starry Sky. My mission here is—" Stop. Jiangchen interrupted sharply, causing Zhang Yuan to wear a bitter expression. "Sir, I swear every word is true, not a single lie," Zhang Yuan hurriedly explained. Jiangchen spread his hands helplessly. "It's not that you're lying. It's just that I don't understand. What's a level 2 star apprentice? What is that? I'm just a reserve in the pioneer army. You'll need to ask an expert about these terms. He then called out, Chu, it's your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiong approached from a distance, casting a cold glance at Jiang Chen before shifting his focus to Zhang Yuan. Chu Xiong was secretly astonished. This secret realm was hiding so many people from the starry sky. In just 2 days, he encountered 2, whereas usually, there would be at most a dozen in the entire realm. He muttered coldly, Level 2 star apprentice. Seems like you little bugs are up to something. Hearing this made Zhang Yuan tremble. Sir, I've told you everything. Please spare my life. Chu Xiong snorted, a flicker of murderous intent flashing across him. You could also choose not to talk, and then I would have a legitimate reason to kill you. Overwhelmed by the murderous aura, Zhang Yuan shivered, convinced that this man was definitely a ruthless figure in the pioneer army. Only those who have been honed through endless battles could accumulate such terrifying killing intent. I'll talk. I'll explain everything, Zhang Yuan stammered. We came to this necromancer's secret realm to summon a large number of undead. Using it as a base to destroy Yulong City, Chu Xiong's expression changed drastically. To destroy a city, you would need at least someone with diamond level strength. Almost every city lord is at least diamond level, and if not, they possess equivalent combat power. How many of you are there? Chu Xiong pressed on, realizing the urgency of the situation and the need to quash the threat at its inception. We're a team of 4 scouts, but reinforcements from above are on their way, likely to arrive tonight. At least level 3 star apprentices, maybe even elders. Even Chu Xiong couldn't help but change color upon hearing this. The 4 were clearly just scouts, with the real threat still to come. Level 3 star apprentices were manageable, but the elders from the starry sky were genuine platinum level powerhouses. An undercover platinum level presence would be a disaster for the pioneer army. Chu Xiong instantly realized this was not a decision he could make alone. At least a 5-man squad would be needed to ensure safety here. Although he was already platinum level, he couldn't withstand an assault from several equal-level opponents. Anyone who reached platinum level was not to be underestimated. With that in mind, Chu Xiong didn't hesitate. He knocked Zhang Yuan unconscious with a single blow and turned to Jiang Chen. We need to return immediately. I have to report this to Fai Long and request a pioneer squad to be dispatched here. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Chen stunned. He cursed inwardly. What did I do to deserve this? I just wanted to milk the school for resources, and now I'm caught up in this mess? The crystal cores of golden level beasts, including the Crocodile King, only amounted to 6, and there were just over 50 silver level ones. Going back now felt unsatisfying. Brother Chu, can I stay? Jiang Chen asked tentatively. No, Chu Xiong rejected firmly. It's too dangerous for you to stay alone. You have to come back with me? Jiang Chen felt dejected but wasn't ready to give up. Brother Chu, you've seen my strength. Even if I'm not platinum level, I'm at least at the peak of gold. If I encounter a platinum level opponent, I'll give it my all and still have a fighting chance. Besides, my life is my own, and I'll be extremely cautious. Please let me stay. Seeing Jiang Chen's earnest expression and recalling everything witnessed along the way, Chu Xiong had to admit that Jiang Chen's beasts were indeed extraordinary. Though they were only silver level, they could contend with gold level foes. In theory, this secret realm shouldn't pose a threat to them. After a moment of thought, Chu Xiong relented. All right, but you must return before nightfall. He knew they had to travel at full speed, and bringing Jiang Chen along would slow them down. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Brother Chu. I'll be back before dark. Chu Xiong sternly reminded him. If you encounter something you can't handle, prioritize your life. No beast is worth more than your own life. Though he didn't want to say more, he was concerned about Jiang Chen's stubbornness. Jiang Chen was taken aback, recalling the 6 beasts that died fighting for him before he awakened his system. He vowed silently, this time, I won't let tragedy repeat. Yet he smiled and said, rest assured, Brother Chu, my greatest strength is valuing my life. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I'd retreat without hesitation if danger arises. Life is the most precious thing. Chu Xiong finally felt reassured and instructed, then I'm off. If things go south, come back immediately. Got it. Chu Xiong turned and left, each step spanning several meters, covering over 100 meters in just a few breaths. Even the swiftest hare couldn't keep up with him. Moments later, Jiang Chen suddenly froze in place, yelling in frustration, my crystal cores. He just remembered that the crystal cores of the Swamp Crocodile King and the Giant Frog King were still with that person from the starry sky, and he hadn't retrieved them. Thinking about the 2 golden-level crystal cores worth millions being lost made Jiang Chen's heart ache. However, it only fueled his determination. I must get 10 golden-level crystal cores, or I won't go back. Resolute, Jiang Chen mounted Flathead and ventured deeper into the realm. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the secret realm, 2 men in black robes anxiously waited. Damn it, why hasn't that useless Zhang Yuan arrived yet? One complained impatiently. The other also appeared restless. Who knows, Maybe he got eaten by a beast. After waiting a bit longer without any sign of Zhang Yuan, they realized they couldn't delay any further. The organization's powerhouse was about to arrive, and they had to go meet them. Forget it. Let's not wait for that useless guy. Let's go meet the strong one directly. All right. The two men in black stood up immediately and hurried towards the edge of the swamp. Boom. Amidst a cloud of dust, a silver-deer-peaked demon bear crashed to the ground. Old Luo nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Over the past 2 days, this group of students had indeed made significant progress. In just 48 hours, they not only developed a seamless teamwork, but also gained a remarkable understanding of their own abilities. Most gratifying was their newfound ability to engage in battles beyond their level through collaboration, a rare achievement for students. Old Luo's thoughts drifted to jiangchen. That kid was exceptionally talented and powerful. If Feilong hadn't acted first, Old Luo would have recruited jiangchen into the Pioneer Corps long ago. Unfortunately, Feilong, disregarding fairness, snatched him away. Just then, a figure burst out from the secret realm. Initially, Old Luo paid no attention, assuming it was another demon beast. But when he looked closely, he was taken aback. A burly man was sprinting toward the camp, carrying someone on his back. Chu Xiong, why are you back? Weren't you supposed to be Jiangchen's bodyguard? Old Luo asked in surprise. Chu Xiong didn't have time to answer and dashed straight into the camp, heading directly for Feilong's tent. Boss, something's wrong, he shouted as he practically kicked the tent open. Feilong, who was working at his desk, snapped his pin upon hearing this. He looked up sharply, his gaze piercing Chu Xiong. If you dare say something happened to Jiangchen, I'll kill you. Realizing the misunderstanding his words had caused, Chu Xiong quickly clarified, Jiangchen's fine. Hearing this, Feilong visibly relaxed, slumping back into his chair. As long as he's okay, everything else is minor. Since Jiangchen showcased his extraordinary abilities, he had become the treasure of the entire Pioneer Corps. Feilong saw the future of Longguo in him. Given the urgency, Chu Xiong got straight to the point. There are people from Shinkong acting in the secret realm. We need reinforcements. Feilong, however, remained unusually calm. Yeah, I know. Every secret realm expedition saw these shadowy rats finding ways in. Almost every new secret realm had Shinkong's presence. If there ever came a day when an expedition didn't encounter them, it might mean Shinkong was wiped out. Damn, boss. Why are you so calm? Chu Xiong asked, puzzled. Feilong rolled his eyes. When do Shinkong's pests not cause trouble? But when have they ever succeeded? Chu Xiong paused, then realized the truth. Indeed, since joining the Pioneer Corps, Shinkong had caused trouble countless times, but always ended in failure. One had to admire their persistence, not giving up despite repeated setbacks. Seeing Chu Xiong calm down, Feilong asked, so, what's the issue? Well, not much. These pests want to perform a blood sacrifice and summon the undead to flatten Yulong City, Chu Xiong replied truthfully. Feilong wore a figure's expression and said helplessly, let Sister Xia go out for a bit. You don't stay idle either, go with her. Hearing Sister Xia, Chu Xiong's expression soured. He was about to speak when Feilong's sharp reprimand cut him off. Chu Xiong, have I been too lenient with you lately, that you think you can haggle with me every day? Feilong shouted angrily. Just answer, are you going or not? Chu Xiong forced a smile and nodded heavily. All right, I'll go find Sister Xia. As Chu Xiong was about to leave, Feilong suddenly thought of something and shouted after him. You came out, but where's Jiangchen? Chu Xiong answered honestly. He's in the secret realm hunting gold-tier demon beasts. As long as it's not beyond gold tier, he's not in danger. Feilong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chu Xiong. Damn it, have you thought about one thing? What thing? Why did you come out to call for reinforcements? This question left Chu Xiong stunned. He suddenly realized that calling for reinforcements was to deal with Shinkong's platinum-tier powerhouses, meaning there were platinum-tier threats in the secret realm. Damn! Chu Xiong cursed, turning to sprint back to the secret realm entrance, shouting, Boss, you go get Sister Xia. I need to find Jiangchen. Feilong yelled at the retreating figure. Damn it, if anything happens to my treasure, Chu Xiong, you'll be managing the warehouse at the rear. This spurred Chu Xiong to run even faster. Feilong slapped his forehead, thinking none of his teammates were ever easy to handle. He silently prayed that Jiangchen wouldn't encounter Shinkong's people. However, his wish went unfulfilled. At that moment, Jiangchen pushed through a thick bush and found himself staring directly into two pairs of eyes. Both the Shinkong members and Jiangchen were taken aback. It took a while for both sides to recover. Looks like we'll need to silence him, one of the robed figures said. The other nodded slightly. Ping Tu, understanding Jiangchen's presence on his back, immediately turned to run. But Jiangchen called out, Liumong Tu, do your thing. Almost simultaneously, a blue, adorably cute rabbit appeared in front of the two. Oh, this little bunny is quite cute. My inner girl is melting. one of the robed figures couldn't help but say. Sensing that the rabbit was only a silver-deer beast, he reached out to pick it up. Whack! Liu Mong too wasn't one to indulge him, delivering a strike that fractured his bones. Following up with another hit to the chest, the man passed out on the spot. In an instant, one of them was down. The other, realizing the situation, didn't think to fight but turned to flee. However, he couldn't outrun Liu Mong too, who swiftly knocked him down, leaving him sprawled on the ground. With the battle over, jiangchen walked over. Rogue Rabbit, don't kill them. Jiangchen quickly intervened as he saw the rogue rabbit poised to strike. He thought to himself that capturing members of the Starlit organization alive would be far more valuable. However, before Jiangchen could get closer, a pungent smell of urine hit him. Oh, gross! He instinctively waved his hand to disperse the odor. The rogue rabbit also took a few steps back in disgust, its eyes showing a trace of disdain. Jiangchen sighed inwardly. The people from the Starlit organization are really audacious. In just 2 days, I've encountered 4 of them. How many more are there? He wanted to question them, but found that 2 of them had fainted from fear during the fight. It was laughable. How could the Starlit organization accept such weaklings? These people probably wouldn't even match the power of a silver-level warrior in combat against a true expert. Staring at the unconscious duo, Jiang Chun found himself in a dilemma. By rights, he should take these star disciples back to the camp. But leaving now would mean abandoning his unfinished mission, which he was reluctant to do. After a moment of thought, he decided to hide them for now and retrieve them when he was ready to leave. Yet, he quickly encountered a problem. There was no rope. Just as he was puzzling over this, his gaze landed on a moving object. It was a beast known as the steel chain snake, a high-quality silverant creature. It possessed the tenacity LV1 skill, making it extremely tough and difficult to break. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It was like a pillow being offered when he was sleepy. Luck had arrived unexpectedly. At the moment, the steel chain snake was warily watching Jiang Chen, unaware of the predicament it was about to face. Jiang Chen swiftly jumped down from Flathead, patted its head, and quietly instructed, "Don't kill it. Let it attack you until it's exhausted." Jiang Chen knew full well that only a living steel chain snake could restrain 2 gold rank warriors. A dead snake would be useless. As Flathead slowly approached, the steel chain snake coiled slightly, emitting a threatening hiss. But Flathead ignored it, sauntering forward. The snake lashed its tail at Flathead's face, but to no avail. Flathead looked on disdainfully, even pushing its face closer, seemingly taunting. "Come on, keep hitting." The steel chain snake, proud of its strength, had never suffered such humiliation and was instantly enraged. It abandoned defense, its tail whipping wildly, the air filled with sharp cracking sounds. The comical scene left Jiang Chun at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Flathead, apparently tired of standing, yawned and lay down, yet still presented its thick-skinned face to the snake. The steel chain snake hissed furiously, its attacks growing more frenzied, its tail creating afterimages as they all landed on Flathead's face. Half a minute later, the steel chain snake was finally exhausted, panting heavily as it glared at Flathead, probably wondering how something could have such thick skin. Flathead lazily lifted its eyelids and pinned the breathless snake down with a paw. The steel chain snake immediately tried to constrict, but this time it had miscalculated. Flathead impatiently pulled the snake from its body, and when the snake tried to bite, all its teeth shattered with a snap. Its pupils contracted in shock, utterly bewildered. Flathead casually slapped it, and the snake felt a burning pain. Finally, it seemed to lose all strength, lying limply as Flathead carried it to Jiang Chen's feet. Flathead tried to lick Jiang Chen ingratiatingly, but was brusquely pushed away. "Get lost," Jiang Chen said, somewhat annoyed. Looking at the utterly defeated steel chain snake, he sighed inwardly. Its defense was truly something else. Jiang Chen picked up the steel chain snake, which was now unresponsive, seemingly in a state of depression. He quickly tied the 2 unconscious men together with it. Although the method of tying was somewhat peculiar, reminiscent of certain adult films, it was undeniably secure. Before long, the 2 began to regain consciousness. "Where am I?" they asked as they opened their eyes, only to be met by the rogue rabbit's large, blinking eyes. They screamed in terror, as if seeing something horrific, their eyes filled with fear. Jiang Chen, exasperated, barked, "Shut up!" Only then did they notice him standing there. Jiang Chen said coldly, "I'm off to hunt gold-rank beasts. You better behave and stay put unless you think you can handle a beast while tied up." Hearing this, they finally realized they were bound. However, the humiliating way they were tied left them utterly mortified. A figure slowly emerged from a rift in space. It was an elderly man with a stern expression. As he surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed. "Where are those 4 good-for-nothings? They've actually forgotten to pick me up," he muttered under his breath, continuing to search for his contact. After waiting for a long time, The old man could no longer contain his displeasure. Standing in the cold wind all this time, he sighed, deciding reluctantly to leave and carry out his mission on his own. Grumbling angrily, he said, "Those 4 fools better die here. Otherwise, I'll make sure they suffer." Little did he know, those 4 lackeys had already been captured by the pioneering army, all falling at the hands of one person. Meanwhile, the culprit was leading his beasts in an attack on a pitiful and helpless undead creature. It was a massive, rotting tiger known as the Rotting Tiger King. This golden tier, high-grade beast possessed the skills Rotting Body LV2 and Tiger King/LV1. Having lost all sense of pain, it had become even more bloodthirsty and fierce. Despite its body being torn apart repeatedly, the Rotting Tiger King continued to attack a beast named Ping 2 with relentless ferocity. Fortunately, Ping 2's resilience allowed it to barely withstand the onslaught. Seeing that Ping 2 and the Rogue Rabbit were struggling to defeat their opponent, jiangchen lost his patience. "Little skeleton, kill," he ordered succinctly. A small figure flashed into view, disappearing after a few swift steps. In the next instant, a burst of blood erupted from the Rotting Tiger King's body, spewing out decayed blood. The tiger let out anguished roars, but these couldn't deter the little skeleton's attacks. Each time it appeared, the tiger suffered severe damage. In just a few breaths, the Rotting Tiger King was left limping, its speed significantly reduced. The Rogue Rabbit seized the opportunity, leaping onto the tiger's head. It brought its ears together, forming a basketball-sized white energy ball, which it slammed down forcefully. Boom! The Rotting Tiger King crashed heavily to the ground, black blood oozing from its 7 orifices. The little skeleton took this chance to use its instant kill technique, breaking open the tiger's skull. With a swirl of bone blades and a final cry of agony, the mighty Tiger King was finally vanquished. Just as Jiangchen was about to extract the high-grade golden tier core, he heard a rustling in the nearby underbrush. His brow furrowed as his 3 beasts returned to his side, guarding him vigilantly. Moments later, a pack of over 2-meter-tall rotting hyenas appeared in view. They showed no fear of Jiangchen, instead rushing towards the tiger's corpse to feast. This left Jiangchen momentarily stunned. Under normal circumstances, these silver-deer beasts wouldn't dare trespass into the Rotting Tiger King's territory. Jiangchen quickly realized there was only one explanation. This pack of hyenas must have a leader who was stronger than the Tiger King, giving them the courage to invade. Sure enough, a rotting hyena king over 3 meters long appeared. This was a high-grade golden tier elite beast with the skills Rotting Body LV2 and Bloodthirsty Pursuit LV1. Jiangchen hadn't expected to witness a battle for territory between 2 golden tier beasts. The rotting hyena king noticed Jiangchen and bared its sharp teeth, growling menacingly. Jiangchen sneered, "You want me to leave? Damn it, I've spent all this time hunting, and you think you can just take over? Now you want to drive me away? You must not know what death means." A murderous intent radiated from Jiangchen. Without needing further orders, his 3 beasts sensed their master's anger. Ping 2 and the Rogue Rabbit charged into the hyena pack, each attack felling a hyena. In just a few breaths, nearly 10 of the 20-plus hyenas lay on the ground. This scene infuriated the hyena king, which let out a low growl, causing the other hyenas to retreat. As it prepared to charge at Ping 2 and the Rogue Rabbit, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared beneath it. The little skeleton gathered its strength and executed a jumping slash, severing the hyena king's neck, causing a fountain of filthy blood to spray forth. Having landed a successful blow, the little skeleton quickly darted away, only to reappear at the hyena king's neck. Its eyes glowed green, and its bone arm shimmered with a dark light as it used its instant kill technique. With a crisp sound, the hyena king's head fell to the ground, its massive body collapsing. Jiangchen thought to himself that even without his intervention, the battle's outcome was inevitable. The gap between an elite high-grade golden tier beast and a leader tier beast was too vast. Even with over 20 silver tier minions, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Just as Jiangchen was about to collect the core, a round of applause broke the silence. His eyes narrowed as he looked toward the source of the sound. Not far away, an elderly man was approaching. The man wore a badge on his chest adorned with stars, which Jiangchen immediately recognized as the emblem of the Starry Sky organization. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the stranger, Jiangchen realized this elderly man's strength far surpassed his own. The old man smiled and said, not bad at all. You're quite the talent. Young man, your gifts are impressive, and I hold you in high regard. Why not join my Starry Sky organization? Your future will be bright and promising." This unexpected offer made Jiangchen frown. Just as he was about to respond, a massive lizard appeared in front of the old man. Jiangchen's heart sank as he recognized it as a core lizard, a low-grade platinum tier elite beast with high heat resistance, thriving in extreme temperatures. Facing such a formidable opponent, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a twinge of pressure. After Jiang Chun finished reading the information about the Earth Core Lizard, a wave of unease surged within him. Resistance to high temperatures? This was practically his nemesis. Until now, Antun's magma had always been his trump card. Any enemy that came into contact with it would either perish or suffer significant damage. But now, it seemed he had encountered a true adversary. The old man asked with a smile, "Kid, have you thought it over? Don't you feel honored to join our Shinkong?" Despite the amiable smile on his face, Jiang Chun sensed a strong murderous intent in those eyes. He knew full well that if he refused now, he might not leave alive. However, as a member of the pioneering forces, how could he align himself with these underground rats? Jiang Chun cleared his throat, pretending to be serious, and asked, "Ahem, Elder, what benefits does joining Shinkong offer? As you can see, I have considerable strength and talent. I'm in demand wherever I go. So what advantages do I gain by joining Shinkong?" The elder was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Jiang Chen to agree so readily. But on second thought, a 15 or 16-year-old afraid of death was understandable. He quickly composed himself and said earnestly, "I am Hua Chaomu, the elder of the Yulong City branch of the Shinkong organization. As long as you join us, resources will certainly be directed your way." Hua Chaomu had long noticed Jiang Chen's strength and talent. All three of his beasts had gold-tier combat power, especially that little skeleton, which could easily hunt gold-tier monsters. Such talent was considered genius across the entire dragon country. With Jiang Chen's current performance, it wouldn't be long before he advanced to platinum. By then, recruiting a platinum-level powerhouse would earn Hua Chaomu considerable resources, and perhaps his Earth Core Lizard could evolve further. "I can't promise much, but as long as you join Shinkong, you'll have priority in choosing resources obtained by Yulong City," Hua Chaomu assured with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Shinkong's sincerity seemed lacking. When he joined the pioneering forces, even the materials for advancing from gold to platinum were covered. In comparison, Shinkong's offer of priority and resource selection seemed stingy. Fortunately, Jiang Chun was only feigning surrender, inwardly criticizing. No wonder Shinkong couldn't expand, it was too miserly. A genius like himself was only approached by a branch. How could they retain talent this way? No wonder they were doing so poorly. Seeing Jiang Chen's prolonged silence, Hua Chaomu grew impatient and spoke again. "Kid, have you decided? As long as you join us and perform well, even the Star Lord will notice you. That's your chance to soar." Jiang Chun knew he couldn't delay any longer, or the other party would become suspicious. He silently cursed Chu Xiong for not returning yet. A round trip of 200 miles, and it's been 2 hours slower than a turtle. But he maintained a broad smile and said, "If what Elder Hua says is true, I'm willing to join Shinkong." Hua Chaomu's eyes gleamed with joy, and he laughed heartily. "Good, good, good. Believe me, this is the best decision you'll make in your life. You'll soon see the power of our Shinkong organization. Please look after me in the future, Elder Hua," Jiang Chun quickly added. Just when he thought everything was settled, Hua Chaomu suddenly said with a smile, "Since you've chosen to join Shinkong, you'll need to complete an entry assessment." Jiang Chun was taken aback. What? An entry assessment for such a lousy organization like Shinkong? How peculiar. Although internally he was cursing Shinkong, he maintained a cheerful demeanor and asked, Of course. Elder Hua, what does our entry assessment involve?" Hua Chaomu explained with a smile. "It's simple. Our entry assessment involves killing a member of the pioneering or expansion forces. Of course, for you, killing someone from the expansion forces is sufficient. As long as you take action, it shows your stance." Jiang Chen's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated that he would have to kill his own people. Fortunately, there were no members of the pioneering or expansion forces here, or things would have been troublesome today. He cleared his throat and tentatively asked, "Elder Hua, there aren't any expansion forces members here. So how do I complete this assessment?" A sinister smile appeared on Hua Chaomu's face. "Simple. I happen to have someone from the expansion forces right here." As he spoke, a floating jellyfish appeared before him. "Spit him out," Hua Chaomu commanded. While Jiang Chun was still in a daze, he watched as the large jellyfish extended its tentacles. First, a pair of feet appeared, followed by the lower body, and then the upper body. Finally, a young man in an expansion forces uniform was expelled by the jellyfish. Jiang Chun realized the jellyfish's purpose was a spatial beast capable of holding living creatures. A glint of gold flashed in his eyes as he quickly analyzed the beast's information. Name: floating jellyfish. Quality: elite. Tier: gold. Skills: levitation force LV2, spatial storage LV1. Description: a rare spatial beast capable of creating a small space to store items. Evolution path: this unassuming jellyfish turned out to be a spatial beast, opening Jiang Chen's eyes. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Hua Chaomu said proudly, "Kid, as long as you dedicate yourself to the organization, you'll have the chance to obtain a spatial beast in the future." Absolutely, absolutely. I'll fight for the organization. Jiang Chun quickly promised. It's just, this is my first time seeing a spatial beast, so I'm a bit surprised. Once he calmed down, Jiang Chun realized it wasn't a big deal. If a small group like Shinkong could obtain a spatial beast, the pioneering forces certainly could too. After all, the resources Shinkong held couldn't compare to those of the entire pioneering forces. Enough with the idle talk, get on with it. Huachamu pointed at the unconscious expansion forces member. Jiang Chun snapped back to reality, silently cursing. Damn, what an old fox. He suspected the assessment was a ruse. The real goal was to make him spill expansion forces blood. This way, even if he didn't join Shinkong, he couldn't back out, as he'd be hunted by the expansion forces. It was a cunning move to pull him under completely. Kid, hurry up, don't waste time. We have other important matters to attend to. Huachamu urged impatiently, seeing Jiang Chen's hesitation. Jiang Chun walked decisively towards the unconscious pioneer soldier. Suddenly, he turned and asked, Elder Hua, do you have a knife? I can't exactly beat this guy to death with my fists, can I? Huachamu tossed a sharp dagger to him. Here, kill him. Once you do, you'll be a full-fledged member of our starry sky. I might even promote you to a level 2 star disciple. For your future, do it. Jiang Chun picked up the dagger silently and slowly approached the pioneer. He raised the dagger, his body trembling slightly with fear. After a moment, he turned around, stammering, I can't do it. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Huachamu's eyes. What's there to be afraid of? Kill him. Jiang Qian tried to appear frightened, his lips quivering as he said, He's a person. I've never killed anyone before. Huachamu wasn't surprised by Jiang Qin's fearful demeanor, but he wasn't going to let it slide. If you're scared, that's easy to fix. I'll give you some motivation. Either you kill him, or I'll feed you to my big pet, he said coldly. Nearby, the earth lizard drooled at the words, its eyes fixed on Jiang Qin, ready to pounce at its master's command. Jiang Chun was anxious. Chu Xiong, are you a turtle? Why aren't you here yet? He knew he couldn't stall any longer. He had to act or fight for his life. I'll kill him. Jiang Chan gritted his teeth, moving to stab the pioneer on the ground. Huachamu's face lit up with joy, thinking he had successfully recruited this talent. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce the pioneer's throat, Jiang Chun suddenly turned and threw the dagger with all his might at Huachamu. The sudden turn of events caught Huachamu off guard. As the dagger was about to hit him, a long tongue appeared, intercepting the flying weapon. A massive figure then emerged behind Huachamu, its claws striking fiercely at him. In the nick of time, a figure appeared beside Huachamu, taking the hit for him. Even a platinum-tier beastmaster was pushed several meters back by the impact before stopping. You're courting death. Huachamu, regaining his composure, was furious upon realizing he had been deceived. But by then, Jiang Chun had already disappeared with the unconscious pioneer. Huachamu sneered. Do you really think you can escape? Don't underestimate a platinum-tier beastmaster. I'll deal with your beasts first, then come for you. He glanced at the fleeing Jiang Chen before turning his attention to Anchuan, who had attacked him. Seeing Anchuan, he was a bit surprised. A decent beast, but unfortunately, it must die here today. Earth lizard, kill that turtle. Before he finished speaking, two figures appeared, a kangaroo the height of a single-story building, and a beast resembling a porcupine, both at the peak of the gold tier. Jiang Chun frowned, recognizing the two beasts. Boxing kangaroo, rampaging porcupine king. He knew the situation was dire. He had to stop these two, or they wouldn't be able to escape. Rogue rabbit, hold off the rampaging porcupine king. Little skeleton, take down the boxing kangaroo as quickly as possible, Jiang Chun ordered decisively. At this moment, Anchuan was already locked in a fierce battle with the earth lizard. Despite Anchuan's formidable strength, the gap of two whole tiers forced it into a constant retreat. Huachamu had to admit the turtle-like beast was strong, but he was confident it would eventually fall to the earth lizard. Capture that boy alive. I want to have some fun with him later, Huachamu said with a lascivious grin that made Jiang Chen shiver. Jiang Chen made a silent vow to himself that he mustn't fall into the hands of this perverted old man. Watching the two gold-tier beasts closing in fast, he prayed, Little skeleton, you must do your best to take out that boxing kangaroo. If you can't, we won't even have a chance to struggle. Just then, Huachamu suddenly warned, Boxing king, be careful. That kid has an assassin-type beast. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart sank further. With a prepared gold-tier top-grade beast, could Little Skeleton still deliver a one-hit kill? Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Chun. He glanced at the pioneer on his back and immediately summoned Yang Shun. Yang Shun, heal him. Seeing Jiang Chun summon yet another beast, Huachamu's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? A silver-deer with 5 beasts, how is this possible? The battle raged on. Although the rogue rabbit had a speed advantage, it couldn't harm the rampaging Porcupine King, leading to a stalemate. Come on, little skeleton, Jiangchen shouted in his heart. At this moment, little skeleton was the key to breaking through. If it couldn't kill or heavily injure the boxing kangaroo, they would all be doomed here today. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Almost instantaneously, the little skeleton's speed surged to its limit, becoming a blur as it charged at the enemy. It unleashed its signature move, the instant kill technique. Caught off guard, the boxing kangaroo's neck was torn open, blood gushing out. The little skeleton didn't stop there, using its momentum to leap towards the kangaroo's artery. Another blur, more blood splattered. However, as a formidable gold-tier beast, the boxing kangaroo quickly controlled its muscles, barely staunching the blood flow. Its master, Huachaomu, was furious and shouted, "Boxing kangaroo, crush that little skeleton." Hearing this, the boxing kangaroo endured the intense pain and lunged at the little skeleton. Jiangchen's face changed dramatically. He knew the little skeleton's stealth skill had a cooldown period and couldn't be used again at that moment. "Dodge, little skeleton," he shouted anxiously. Yet the little skeleton remained still, the green soul fire in its hollow eyes flickering as if waiting for something. Jiangchen was frantic, wishing he could rush forward to save it. The boxing kangaroo was now in a frenzy, its height increasing as its muscles bulged like coiled dragons. It swung its massive fist, aiming to smash the little skeleton. Jiangchen's heart sank, thinking the little skeleton was doomed. At the critical moment, the little skeleton suddenly moved. It deftly shifted its form, easily dodging the deadly blow. Then, a surge of black energy erupted from its body, concentrating on its arms. The soul fire in its eyes turned jet black. The boxing kangaroo hesitated for a split second, and in that moment of hesitation, the little skeleton darted past like lightning. In the next instant, the kangaroo's head tumbled to the ground. Everyone was stunned, incredulous at the scene. A mid-tier gold beast had been instantly killed by a mere silver-tier opponent. As the boxing kangaroo crashed to the ground, the little skeleton also collapsed from exhaustion, clearly needing to recharge. Jiangchen couldn't help but cheer. "Awesome, little skeleton." He then directed Flathead to escort the little skeleton back to his side. Huachaomu was utterly enraged, his eyes bloodshot. You're dead, my boxing kangaroo." He couldn't accept that his pinnacle gold-tier beast was defeated by a silver-tier beast master. Damn it, Earth Core, finish that turtle, I want to annihilate that kid." Upon hearing his master's command, the Earth Core lizard intensified its attack. Anton struggled to hold on, knowing a single misstep could lead to defeat. Meanwhile, the rogue rabbit, observing the fallen boxing kangaroo, blinked its large eyes, a flicker of anger passing through them. It seemed to break through some barrier, advancing to the pinnacle of the gold tier. Jiangchen was thrilled to receive the system notification. "Ding! Your rogue rabbit has advanced to the pinnacle of the gold tier." The rogue rabbit immediately launched a fierce assault, each strike forming a basketball-sized shockwave sphere, slamming into the berserk boar king. After several attacks, the boar king coughed up blood, its spirit waning. Despite its high physical defense, the rogue rabbit's magical attacks directly harmed its internal organs, causing severe damage. Seeing the tide of battle turn, the rogue rabbit's fighting spirit soared, its speed increased, and the shockwave spheres grew larger. Within 2 breaths, a shockwave sphere as large as the rogue rabbit itself formed. Panic flashed in the boar king's eyes, having suffered enough from the shockwave's power. However, Huachaomu was focused on the battle with the Earth Core lizard and didn't notice his other beast was in crisis. Jiangchen seized the moment and shouted, "Finish it off!" This shout disrupted the boar king's rhythm, and it instinctively turned to look at Jiangchen. The rogue rabbit seized the fleeting opportunity, darting to the boar king and slamming the massive shockwave sphere onto its head. With a resounding thud, the boar king's head hit the ground heavily, blood streaming from its orifices, instantly dead. Huachaomu felt a contract shatter abruptly, and when he turned, he saw the boar king lifeless. He pointed at Jiangchen, too furious to speak. Jiangchen, however, smiled and said, "Sorry, Elder Hua, but your beasts were just too weak. They died before I knew it." This remark shattered Huachaomu's mental defenses completely, causing him to spit blood and stagger. The Earth Core lizard retreated to protect its master, giving Anton a moment to breathe. Huachaomu leaned on the Earth Core lizard, trembling all over, clearly infuriated. Jiangchen secretly hoped he would just drop dead from anger, but his wish didn't come true. Moments later, Huachaomu regained his composure, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiangchen, yearning to tear him apart. 2 pinnacle gold-tier beasts capable of advancing to platinum were gone, and what's worse, he originally only had 4 beast seeds, now 2 were wasted. Aspiring to reach the diamond tier with just 2 beasts left was a pipe dream. Jiangchen's actions had effectively ended Huachaomu's future prospects. Damn you, Kid, I'll cut you into pieces. Hua Xiaomu practically screamed, his overwhelming killing intent directed at Jiangchen. Just then, a cold voice suddenly interrupted. I don't think so. As the words echoed, a graceful woman descended from the sky, followed by a flying dragon and Chu Xiong. Seeing this, Jiangchen nearly wept with joy, saying with a hint of playful reproach, finally, the cavalry's here. Any later, and I'd have to start taking on platinum-tier beasts myself. Kid, are you telling the truth? Chu Xiong turned his head towards Jiangchen, his eyes filled with doubt. Jiangchen gave a wry smile. Just joking around, Brother Chu, go ahead. He was well aware that without a beast with high temperature resistance, he could still potentially use Antun's lava to win. However, the Earth Core Lizard's high temperature resistance perfectly countered Antun. Continuing the battle would only lead to defeat, and Antun was already exhausted from the fierce fight, risking injury if the battle continued. Jiangchen decisively switched from the main combatant to a cheerleader. Brother Chu, go for it. Brother Long, don't hesitate. Charge. Take it down. His sudden shift made the only woman, Sister Xia, look at Fei Long with a peculiar expression. This little joker. Where did you find him? Fei Long coughed awkwardly. Let's focus on the task at hand. His gaze landed on Hua Xiaomu, his eyes lighting up. Wow, we've caught a big fish. It's actually an elder from the starry sky. It's worth the three of us taking action. Hua Xiaomu trembled all over. You're Fei Long, Scarlet Queen and Phantom? He never dreamed that this operation would attract such renowned figures from the pioneering army. Fei Long rubbed his chin, smiling. Looks like you've done your homework. At least you recognize us. Hua Xiaomu forced himself to remain calm. Humph, even if it's the three of you, capturing me won't be easy. The Earth Core Lizard will fight to the death with me. His entire body trembled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on the three of them. Sister Xia stepped forward, a long whip appearing in her hand. I didn't expect the starry sky to have such a tough nut. I like it. At that moment, Hua Xiaomu moved. With agility unbefitting an old man, he flipped onto the Earth Core Lizard's back. Earth Core, use Flame Wall. With a low roar, 100-meter-long wall of flames appeared, blocking their path. Hua Xiaomu rode the Earth Core Lizard, galloping away, while shouting back, Kid, I'll remember this grudge. One day I'll personally take you down. Jiangchen. The death of his two beasts pained him, but staying would only lead to capture. Sister Xia rolled her eyes. Huh? I take back what I said. Jiangchen felt uneasy. Brother Long, that guy is getting away. Are you sure you don't want to catch him? He's an elder of the starry sky. The three of them looked at Jiangchen with meaningful expressions, making him feel uncomfortable. I know I'm handsome, but if you keep staring like that, I'll get shy, he said bashfully, eliciting eye rolls from the trio. Chu Xiong chuckled, wrapping an arm around Jiangchen's shoulder. Do you know why the boss is called Fei Long? Jiangchen shook his head. No idea. Maybe he just picked it randomly? Chu Xiong pointed upwards. Jiangchen followed his gesture and saw a large, light blue western dragon flying in the direction of Hua Xiaomu. Because the boss has a platinum pinnacle frost dragon, that's why he's called Fei Long, Chu Xiong explained. Jiangchen immediately used his scanning skill, and a panel appeared before him. Name, Frost Dragon. Quality, Epic. Rank, Platinum Pinnacle. Skills, Description, Evolution Path. An epic quality beast, Jiangchen marveled. No wonder he's the captain, Chu Xiong whispered. Do you think we wanted this guy as captain? It's all because his frost dragon is too powerful, we can't beat him. Otherwise, the captain's position would have changed a long time ago. He glanced at Sister Xia and added, the only one who can fight Fei Long is Sister Xia, but the two of them can't spar because her moves are all kill strikes, not suitable for practice. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaomu was in despair. Seeing the frost dragon pursuing him, he felt like crying. Young people these days, no sense of honor. Sending a dragon to hunt me down? A loud dragon roar echoed, and the Earth Core Lizard, which had been running wildly, suddenly froze, trembling in fear. Earth Core, pull yourself together. Whether we escape depends on you. Hua Xiaomu hurriedly tried to calm it, but the bloodline suppression made the Earth Core Lizard lose the will to fight, not even daring to flee. Damn it! Hua Xiaomu knew he was doomed, likely to be captured. He quickly summoned the floating jellyfish. Floating. Swallow me into your space quickly. The floating jellyfish had just reached above Hua Xiaomu, its tentacles preparing to engulf him, when a blue beam suddenly pierced through it. Hua Xiaomu felt his connection with the floating jellyfish sever, indicating its death. No! Hua Xiaomu cried out. Space-type beasts were rare in the Dragon Kingdom, more precious than the two beasts he had just lost. The blue beam, imbued with extreme cold, instantly turned the floating jellyfish into ice shards. Looking at the Earth Core Lizard lying on the ground, Hua Xiaomu sighed. I surrender. He knew in his heart that he had lost this time, and it was a complete defeat. Seeing Hua Chaomu being driven back, Sister Xia's face showed displeasure. She said coldly, "You called me for this kind of trash? Filong, do you think I'm that idle?" Filong remained silent, calculating the gains of this trip in his mind. At least they had captured an elder from the Shinkong organization, making this secret realm expedition not entirely unprofitable. More importantly, Jiangchen, their precious asset, was safe and sound, which was the most important thing. Filong patted Jiang Chun on the shoulder approvingly. "You did well, kid." If it weren't for Jiang Chen using his beast to buy time, they wouldn't have had the chance to capture the elder from Shinkong. This time, Jiang Chun could be said to have made another contribution. Filong continued, "Kid, for assisting in capturing the Shinkong elder and capturing 2 level 2 star disciples, think about what you want on the way back and let me know." Even Filong was a bit speechless. In just a few days, Jiang Chun had captured 2 level 2 star disciples and assisted in capturing an elder. Although the merit wasn't huge, the number was impressive. Jiang Chun cleared his throat, deciding he couldn't stay low-key any longer. Ahem. It might be 4 level 2 star disciples. Of course, he wouldn't hide such a rewarding matter. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at Jiang Chun in disbelief, speechless. They already knew the general situation on the way here. The secret realm had 4 level 2 star disciples and 1 elder. If Jiang Chun's strength was sufficient, he might have captured them all by himself. After a long silence, Filong finally asked, "Where are the other 2? We haven't seen them. We can't just give out rewards without proof." Jiang Chun thought for a moment and replied, "We should run into them on the way back." He secretly hoped those 2 hadn't escaped. Although he had locked them with a steel chain snake, the opponents were golden-ranked warriors, and even with its resilient skill, the steel chain snake was only silver-ranked. He could only pray that his contribution hadn't slipped away. "Alright, let's head back." Under the watchful eyes of the 3 top platinum-ranked warriors, Hua Chaomu dared not make any rash moves and obediently walked ahead. Meanwhile, 2 level 2 star disciples, tied up tightly, were struggling desperately. "Old Zhang, put some effort into it. Didn't you eat? Break this damn snake, and we can get out of here. Damn it, if you think you can do it, go ahead." Just then, they looked up to see an old man approaching and were overjoyed. "That's Elder Hua. We're saved this time. Haha, that damn kid dared to treat us like this. I'll show him what cruelty means." Before the group got close, the 2 couldn't wait to shout, "Elder Hua, we're here, come save us." Their cries caught the attention of the others. When they saw the scene before them, they were stunned, then looked at Jiang Chen with a strange expression. The way those 2 were tied was too suggestive. Filong, a bit annoyed, said, "What goes on in your head all day, kid?" Jiang Chen feigned innocence. He hadn't wanted to tie them like that, but it was the only way to ensure they were secure. Chu Xiong, walking alongside, teased, "So, where did you find the fancy rope, or did you bring it yourself?" Soon, they reached the 2 level 2 star disciples. The captives sensed something was amiss. Why did it seem like Elder Hua had been captured? Chu Xiong kicked Hua Chaomu and coldly asked, "Do you know these 2? Stumbling from the kick, Hua Chaomu quickly nodded. Yes, they're the contacts." Hearing this, the 3 knew the matter was settled. The Shinkong organization in this secret realm had been taken down by a high school student, which was truly astonishing. Chu Xiong approached the 2, intending to untie them. He didn't want to carry them back all the way. However, as he crouched down to untie the rope, a red core popped out. "What the hell?" Chu Xiong looked up at Jiang Chun in shock. "Kid, you're something else, using a steel chain snake as a rope?" Hearing this, everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun coughed and explained, "Ahem, there was no other way. In this wilderness, where could I find a rope? The only thing around was the snake, and it turned out to be perfect for tying them up. So, I decided to use it." Although Jiang Chen said this, everyone thought to themselves, "Doesn't the snake bite you? You're just a silver rank, yet you dared to handle a silver-ranked steel chain snake. You're really something else." Of course, they only dared to think this to themselves, not knowing that the snake had already been tamed into submission by Pingtu before Jiang Chun took over. A moment later, the 2 captives were freed and finally came to their senses. Realizing they had been captured by the Pioneer Army, they didn't dare make a sound. The Pioneer Army was an elite force, with 1 in thousands. They were true special forces. In front of such people, any trickery would result in a swift death, without even knowing how they died. As the group prepared to leave, Jiang Chen noticed Pingtu sitting quietly on the side, seemingly up to something. Instead of calling out, Jiang Chun cautiously approached to see what Pingtu was doing. When Jiang Chen got behind Pingtu and peeked over, he was stunned. "What the hell? You beast!" Jiang Chun reached out to stop Pingtu, but it was too late. By then, Pingtu was already making crunching sounds with its mouth. Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Pingtu looked at its master in confusion. With a long, thin creature in its mouth, what else could it be but the steel chain snake? Jiang Chun had planned to let the snake go, considering it helped capture the 2 level 2 star disciples. Even if it hadn't earned merit, it had worked hard. But he never expected Pingtu, that ungrateful creature, would munch it like a snack when he wasn't looking. Now, Pingtu slurped it up like noodles, swallowing the entire steel chain snake. Pingtu looked at its master in bewilderment, but its mouth kept munching, savoring the taste. Jiangchen sighed softly. Since it was already eaten, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope the steel chain snake would have a better life next time and not encounter Pingtu again. As night fell, a group of people emerged from the secret realm. Almost simultaneously, several members of the Vanguard Corps quickly stepped forward and took Huachamu away. Poison Wolf jogged over, panting, and said, "Boss, you're back?" Fei Long nodded slightly and asked directly, "What's going on?" Poison Wolf hesitated, glancing at Jiang Chun, which Fei Long immediately understood. "Just say it. No need to avoid this kid," Fei Long said decisively. Relieved, Poison Wolf smiled and reported, "It's already the second day, and the students should be heading back. I wanted to ask if we should drug them and send them back overnight." Upon hearing the words drug them, Jiang Chun instinctively took a step back. He still remembered Poison Wolf's silent drugging ability and, without an antidote-type beast, decided to keep his distance. Fei Long nodded in agreement. "It's about time. Get those rookies out of here." The 2-day special training was up, and delaying until tomorrow might cause issues. Poison Wolf took the order and immediately left to prepare for the overnight departure of the students. Turning to Jiang Chun, Fei Long asked, "Kid, you've had time to think about it. Have you decided on your reward?" Jiang Chun was taken aback for a moment, then cautiously asked, "I want a spatial beast. Is that possible?" "It's possible, but you'll have to wait," Fei Long replied. Jiang Chun's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "How long will it take?" "At least half a year," Fei Long said after some thought. This response left Jiang Chun feeling a bit deflated. Seeing Jiang Chun's disappointment, Fei Long explained, "It does take a while, but spatial beasts don't have fixed capture locations. You either find them in new secret realms, or in some powerful secret realms. Honestly, it all comes down to luck." Jiang Chun then realized the rarity of spatial beasts and couldn't help but marvel at Huachamu's luck. Unfortunately, that beast had been killed by Fei Long's frost dragon. "All right, I'll think about it some more," Jiang Chun said, lost in thought. He considered asking for a flying beast, but worried that choosing poorly might put him at a disadvantage. After a moment, Jiang Chun made a new request. "I'd like to choose a flying beast myself." Fei Long agreed without hesitation, making Jiang Chun feel that his request might have been too modest. Just then, Poison Wolf returned with a smug smile, giving Fei Long an okay gesture, indicating all the students had been taken care of. Fei Long instructed Chu Xiong to load the students into the vehicles. Although Chu Xiong was a bit reluctant, he complied under Fei Long's stern gaze, taking on the role of a mover. Poison Wolf was also sent to help. In the tent, only Jiang Chun and Fei Long remained. Fei Long said, "Jiang Chun, in a few days, I'll arrange for you to access a military secret realm. There will be plenty of flying beasts there for you to catch." Jiang Chun was overjoyed. "That's great, thanks, Brother Long." With his scanning ability, he felt confident he could capture a decent beast. "In about a week, get ready once you're back," Fei Long added. Jiang Chun agreed with a smile but didn't leave, sensing that Fei Long had more to say. "Why are you still standing here? Isn't the reward enough?" Fei Long asked. "No, it's not that, Brother Long. Are you sure there's nothing else you need to tell me?" Jiang Chun asked cautiously. Fei Long's expression changed slightly. He did have something to hide, but, realizing Jiang Chun had noticed, decided to be frank. "Well, since you're asking, I'll be honest. When you and Huachamu met, your identity was leaked. If nothing unexpected happens, the entire galaxy will know there's a genius beast master in my Vanguard Corps. This will undoubtedly draw attention from the galaxy, which might affect you. I'm planning to assign a few people to protect you." Jiang Chen's face changed, knowing full well the power of the galactic organization was not to be underestimated. Although the Vanguard Corps members often dismissively refer to them as bugs, any organization capable of deploying platinum-level beastmasters was not to be taken lightly. If they wanted him dead, it wouldn't be hard. "Kid, do you regret joining us?" Fei Long's question brought Jiang Chun back to reality. "Since I've joined, what's there to regret? Even if I said I regretted it now, would you let me leave?" Jiang Chun countered. Fei Long just smiled without answering. In truth, with Jiang Chen's talent, there was no way he would be let go. Even if he didn't join the military right away, it wouldn't be long before he came back. Nearly all the top resources were controlled by the military. Unless Jiang Chun was willing to let his beasts remain at the gold level forever, he would have to join the military, fight on the battlefield, gain resources, and advance his beasts. "All right, kid. Go pack up and head back with the others. The battlefield is still too early for you. Wait a couple of years, and it'll be better timing," Fei Long said, dismissing him. Just then, Chu Xiong came to call for Jiang Chun. In the Jiang family estate, a figure wrapped tightly in bandages was carried in, with the only visible eye fixated on the middle-aged man seated at the head. This was none other than Zhang Lan, who had been kicked unconscious by Jin Wankai and had just awoken after 2 days. Father, you must avenge me. Zhang Lan struggled to speak, his voice filled with pain and anger. Jiang Baichuan's face was dark, seething with fury. He was already aware of his wayward son's antics at the Wanlu, and the fact that Zhang Lan had returned alive was solely due to the family's influence. Seeing his son in such a state only fueled his anger further. Father? What father? Jiang Baichuan snapped harshly. Where's your brain? You dared to provoke Jin Wankai. Are you tired of living? If it weren't for his fear of the Jiang family, you'd be dead by now. How did I end up with such a worthless son? Zhang Lan was stunned, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. He questioned whether this furious man was the same father who once doted on him. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to complain to Mom, Zhang Lan said, preparing to leave in his wheelchair. Jiang Baichuan's expression darkened. Get back here. He knew that whenever he refused his son something, Zhang Lan would use his long-deceased mother as leverage. Will you promise to avenge me? Zhang Lan turned his head with difficulty to ask. Not a chance, Jiang Baichuan replied coldly. Jin Wankai and I are on the same level. If I dared to touch him, it would be a clash between 2 major powers. Hearing this, Zhang Lan once again asked to be wheeled away. You really don't care about me anymore. I'm going to complain to Mom. I doubt you're even my real father. Jiang Baichuan sighed, a hint of murderous intent flashing across his face. I can't touch Jin Wankai, but I will help you deal with jiangchen. Zhang Lan immediately turned around, a gleam of vengeful pleasure in his eyes. It's all because of that little bastard that I'm so badly injured. I want to kill him myself. Just bring him to me, father, and I'll handle it. This time, Jiang Baichuan did not refuse. He thought it best to handle some matters cleanly. Jiangchen was the last trace that needed to be erased. Shadow, Jiang Baichuan called out. 4 burly men entered the room, the elite assassins Jiang Baichuan had meticulously trained, only deployed when the Jiang family needed a covert operation. Bring that little bastard Jiangchen here, and leave no trace, Jiang Baichuan ordered. Yes, master, the 4 replied, turning to leave. Act tonight, Jiang Baichuan added, worried that delays could lead to complications. Zhang Lan returned to his room, satisfied, awaiting his father's arrangement for a high-level healing beast to treat his injuries. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was blissfully unaware that he had been marked for death and that his residence was being visited. 2 shadows stealthily entered Jiang Chen's villa. These were none other than Mr. Kuei's trusted henchmen, the black and white twins. After 3 days of recovery, thanks to a high-level healing beast, they were burning with vengeance. That damned old man, making us lie in bed for 3 days, one of them cursed quietly. If it weren't for the boss getting us a high-level healing beast, we'd still be bedridden. They dared not provoke old Wang, but they felt confident dealing with Jiang Chen. The 2 quickly infiltrated Jiang Chen's room, only to find it empty. Damn, lucky for that kid. He's not home, one grumbled. Let's go for now. We can come back another day to catch him, the other suggested. Once I catch that kid, I'll break his limbs and make him scream before me. As they opened the door, they were startled to see a burly man about to enter. Both parties froze, neither reacting immediately. White Twin quickly kicked at the leading man, shouting, Black Twin, what are you waiting for? Move, or the security will come any minute. Chaos erupted as both sides assumed the other to be security from the Wanlu. With the Jiang family assassins outnumbering them, the black and white twins began to suffer injuries. Damn, a neighborhood with such strong guards, what a waste of money. The black and white twins cursed internally, unaware that these were Jiang family assassins. Seeing they were outmatched, the black and white twins mustered all their strength to repel the 4 men and fled. The Jiang family assassins considered pursuit but were stopped by their leader. Capturing Jiang Chen is the priority, he said coldly. At that moment, a team led by a gold-tier beastmaster arrived. Seeing this, the Jiang family assassins realized their mission could not continue that night. Retreat for now. We'll find another way later, the lead assassin ordered decisively. Thus, due to having too many enemies, Jiang Chen's adversaries ended up clashing with each other, while he remained blissfully unaware of the danger looming over him. By the time Jiang Chen returned to his neighborhood, it was already the early hours of the morning. From a distance, he noticed a crowd gathered around his villa, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Quickening his pace, he pushed through the throng, shouting, Make way! This is my house. As the crowd parted, Jiang Chen finally saw the state of his villa. The courtyard was littered with signs of a struggle, and the front door bore a massive hole, clearly kicked in by force. Damn, was there a break-in? Jiang Chen's heart sank. He had just purchased the house and hadn't even moved in yet, and now this had happened. Anger flared within him. At that moment, a security guard approached him with a guilty expression. Apologies, young Master Jiang. This was a failure on our part. Rest assured, we will do everything we can to catch the thieves. Wanlu will fully compensate your losses. Jiang Chen ignored him and went straight into the villa to inspect the damage. After looking around, he felt somewhat relieved. The expensive furniture, worth tens of thousands of alliance coins, was untouched. Only the courtyard showed signs of damage, and it seemed no fight had occurred inside. The losses weren't severe, and with Wanlu promising compensation, his anger subsided somewhat. However, Jiang Chun knew this was no accident, it was a deliberate attack. The image of Jiang Baichuan immediately came to mind. Ha, couldn't hold back, could you? Fine, let's play then. Although it wasn't the best time for revenge, anyone but a platinum-level expert was no longer a threat. Jiang Chun even felt confident he could take down any attackers. He was already looking forward to the Jiang family's next move, ready to give them and Jiang Baichuan a surprise. As he pondered, a middle-aged man hurried over, bowing slightly. Young Master Jiang, our security was inadequate this time. Please give us another chance. We will enhance the security system. Hu Tian remembered the day's events clearly. The leader had shown a clear preference for this young Master Jiang, and he needed to show enough sincerity or face repercussions. Be more careful in the future. Now disperse, Jiang Chun told the onlookers. Why are you blocking my door? Seeing that there was no more drama to witness, the crowd quickly dispersed. Hu Tian apologized again. Young Master Jiang, we are truly sorry for this incident. We will do our utmost to catch those thieves. Don't blame yourselves. Those guys were targeting me from the start. You can go rest now, Jiang Chun said coolly. Hu Tian wisely took his leave, not daring to linger. Jiang Chun returned to his room with a grim expression, acknowledging that the Jiang family's tactics were beyond his expectations. Although they hadn't openly antagonized the Wanlu organization, anyone with common sense could deduce that the Jiang family was behind it after knowing his identity. But without sufficient evidence, no one dared to cause trouble for the Jiang family. Looking at the hole in the door, Jiang Chun resignedly summoned his little skeleton. After a long period of charging, it had returned to its peak state, and its power was even greater at night. With the little skeleton's current strength, any intruder would be doomed unless Jiang Baichuan himself appeared. Gently patting the little skeleton's bald head, Jiang Chen instructed, from now on, if anyone enters our home without my permission, cut off their legs. The little skeleton nodded blankly, unsure if it truly understood. With the little skeleton standing guard, Jiang Chun felt at ease and went to bed. He anticipated the arrival of materials for Ping Tu's advancement the next day, which should allow Ping Tu to ascend to the gold level. As a high school student with 2 gold-level beasts, he was more than qualified for a top university. But Jiang Chen's goal was to be #1 in the nation, as only by achieving that could he make a reasonable request to Longhua, such as acquiring a spatial-type beast. Jiang Chun quickly fell asleep. A clueless mosquito flew into the room, and the previously dazed little skeleton swiftly decapitated it in an instant. Task completed. It returned to its dazed state, as if to say, I'm a merciless killer. Meanwhile, in a club, a chubby man lay on a sofa surrounded by women. Suddenly, the door swung open, and 2 people known as the Black and White Demons walked in. Boss, we failed, they said, heads bowed. The man, known as Brother Kue, paused mid-drink, looking at them in shock. What did you promise me before you left? And now you're telling me you failed? The 2 men smiled wryly. Boss, it wasn't our fault this time. Those Wanlu bastards interfered. Brother Kue was even more puzzled. We have no enmity with Wanlu. Why would they interfere? Are they out of their minds? No, it's because that kid somehow got the money to buy a villa from Wanlu. The Black and White Demons confessed. Brother Kue pushed the women away and glared at them. You caused trouble on Wanlu's turf? Seeing them nod, Brother Kue couldn't hold back his anger. Are you idiots? Do you think Jin Wankai is easy to deal with? Or do you have a death wish, wanting Jin Wankai to beat you to death? The Black and White Demons hung their heads, silent. Anyone witnessing this scene would be surprised. These 2 were known for their ruthlessness, yet they didn't dare make a sound in front of Brother Kue. Taking a deep breath, Brother Kue said coldly, I don't care how you do it, but I want to see that kid by tomorrow. If you fail again, don't bother coming back. Get out. The 2 men didn't dare linger and quickly left the room. Ah, that feels good. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, his gaze landing on the diligent little skeleton, standing guard not far away. He noticed the ground around the skeleton littered with insect corpses and couldn't help but wear a puzzled expression. Hey, little skeleton, did you catch bugs for fun yesterday? Jiang Chen chuckled as he patted the little skeleton's skull. Not thinking much of it, he prepared to leave for school. Today, the advancement materials for Flathead should arrive, and he needed to pick them up, exchange some points, and see how many school points he earned this time. He could then purchase more materials. As Jiang Chen stepped out the door, he stopped in his tracks, stunned. The sight in the yard left him bewildered. Despite the damage, the ground was covered with hundreds of insect corpses, each slain with a single strike. Amused and exasperated, Jiangchen glanced at the little skeleton, realizing that in its understanding, these bugs might be seen as illegal intruders, hence their unfortunate demise. Well done, little one. Jiangchen patted the little skeleton's bald head. Regardless, you stopped a lot of illegal intruders, so you've earned some merit. With that, he returned the little skeleton to his multiverse nest. When Jiangchen arrived at school, it was already afternoon. He had slept in late after staying up too late the previous night. Old Wang, the gatekeeper, glanced at him and said, "Kid, what time do you think it is to be coming to school?" Jiangchen felt a bit embarrassed. After all, everyone else came in the morning, while he showed up just before lunchtime. "I overslept by accident. Could you please open the gate for me, sir?" He looked at the tightly closed gate, having no choice but to ask. Despite grumbling, "If you were my student, I'd scold you 800 times a day." Old Wang still opened the gate for him. Jiangchen quickly thanked him, feeling a deep respect for the platinum-tier warrior who willingly kept watch at the gate. Jiangchen hurried towards the teaching building. At that moment, Class 3A was announcing the points earned this time. When Lu Chuanyan's results were revealed, 13 silver-tier beasts and 10 bronze-tier beasts, earning 140 points, the entire class gasped in astonishment. Zhang Manman didn't interrupt the atmosphere, allowing the students to understand that rewards come from effort. As everyone's points were announced, some were happy while others were disappointed. The performance directly influenced future resource allocation, with outstanding students guaranteed more resources. Just then, Lu Chunyan looked troubled, hesitating as she glanced at Zhang Manman on the podium. She noticed Jiang Qin's results weren't announced, and her heart was full of questions. "Teacher, wait." Lu Chunyan finally couldn't hold back. "I want to know, why wasn't Jiang Qin's score mentioned?" This question drew the entire class's attention, all eyes focusing on Zhang Manman. She hesitated, explaining that Jiang Qin's results were so outstanding, she feared it might affect other students' morale, so she hadn't announced it. But Lu Chunyan insisted on knowing Jiang Qin's specific results. With no choice, Zhang Manman revealed Jiang Qin's astonishing scores: 387 bronze-tier beasts, 130 silver-tier beasts, and 9 gold-tier beasts, totaling 4,387 school points. The news hit the classroom like a bombshell, plunging it into silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It wasn't until someone asked if there was a mistake that the others snapped back to reality. Zhang Manman further explained that the gold-tier beasts Jiang Qin defeated were at least mid-grade, each worth at least 200 points, and included 2 pinnacle gold-tier beast cores. This explanation left the classroom silent once more. Everyone was too shocked to speak. Lu Chunyan slumped into her seat, her eyes vacant, mumbling to herself, "Is the gap really that big? Is it really that big?" She realized that after asking this question, she probably wouldn't sleep well for the next few days. Jiang Chun knocked on the door and walked in. Instantly, every eye in the classroom turned toward him as if he were some kind of rare treasure. The students' gazes were a mix of envy, jealousy, and fervor, making Jiang Chun feel uneasy, like a monkey on display. "What's up? Do I have something on my face?" Jiang Chun couldn't help but quip, his tone slightly teasing. His words left the whole class speechless. They regretted prying into Jiang Qin's scores. Over 4,000 points, something no ordinary high school student could achieve. "Jiang Qin, you're marked late." Zhang Manman, the teacher at the podium, suddenly announced, breaking the silence. Jiang Qin froze, looking at Zhang Manman in surprise. "Come on, teacher, I only woke up late because I got back at midnight yesterday." "Huh, weren't the other students up late too?" Zhang Manman replied, clearly displeased. "It's already noon, and you're just now showing up. Only Jiang Chun could pull that off. If you hadn't come, I would have thought you ditched class." Jiang Chen blinked, suddenly realizing something. "True, but they sleep like the dead. We're not the same." The atmosphere in the classroom immediately became tense. The students' gazes turned hostile, but no one dared to speak up. They knew full well that if they could outdo Jiang Chun, he wouldn't be so arrogant. "Ahem. Come outside with me." Zhang Manman coughed awkwardly, quickly pulling Jiang Chun out of the classroom. She was worried that if the conversation continued, he would become the class enemy. As soon as Jiang Chun left, the classroom buzzed with sour comments. "That jerk. If I had a beast like that, I'd be just as good. Yeah, he's just lucky." Zhang Manman led Jiang Chun towards the office, pondering why the Pioneer Corps hadn't drugged Jiang Chun. Logically, they should have treated everyone equally. Little did she know, Jiang Chun had become a reserve member of the pioneering army, just waiting to meet the strength requirements to officially join. Of course, Jiang Chun would never reveal this identity. He knew he was like a fat sheep with too many wolves eyeing him, and he couldn't afford to expose himself. Once in the office, Zhang Manman suddenly snapped, "Jiang Chun." Startled, Jiang Qian stumbled a bit and looked at his teacher in confusion. "Is there something you need, teacher?" Seeing Jiang Qin's bewildered expression, Zhang Manman couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, you're too much. I told you to take advantage, but not to this extent. You nearly cleaned out the school's resources this time. Jiangchen was even more puzzled. He had roughly estimated his earnings this time to be just over 2,000 points. That shouldn't be a big deal for the school. Don't play innocent. Do you know how many points you earned this time? Zhang Manman asked, exasperated. No idea. 4,387 points. Hearing this number, Jiang Chen's first thought was that the school made a mistake. How could it be so much? Zhang Manman seemed to read his confusion and explained. Actually, the points you earn from golden tier beasts vary based on their level. The 2 peak golden tier beasts you defeated each earned you 1,000 points. Jiang Chen finally understood. He only remembered killing 9 golden tier beasts and hadn't counted the silver and bronze tier cores in his backpack. Do you know what the school's annual point budget is? Jiang Chen shook his head. How would he know such a thing? 10,000 points. You alone took 4,387 points. And now the principal is regretting ever holding this training session? Jiang Chen was stunned. A year's budget was 10,000, and with his points, he had taken nearly half. Even though Yulong High School wasn't large, it still had over 1,000 students. After he left, the resources for those underclassmen would certainly be reduced, and many might resent him. Despite this, Jiang Chen saw no reason to refuse. He earned those points fair and square, so why shouldn't he take them? Only a fool would refuse. Not only would he take them, but he wanted every single one. Ahem, the materials you requested have arrived in part. The rest will take some time, Zhang Manman said, handing Jiang Chen a package. Here are the materials you asked for. If you want to advance your beast now, you can use the school's training room. Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. Thank you, teacher. He needed a place for Pingtu to advance anyway, and going to the Beastmaster Alliance would cost money. The school wouldn't charge him, right? Getting things for free felt great. Seeing Jiang Chen's eager agreement, Zhang Manman couldn't help but think of the principal's near breakdown earlier that day. She silently cursed him. You little rascal, you're toxic. I told you to take advantage, not to slaughter us. Looks like next year we'll be tightening our belts. Soon, Jiang Chen was led to the school's training room. This is it, go on in. Thanks, teacher. Jiang Chen entered, noting that it was no different from the Beastmaster Alliance's training rooms. He immediately summoned Pingtu. As soon as Pingtu appeared, it rushed towards Jiang Chen, trying to lick him. Get lost, Jiang Chen shouted, dodging while yelling. Startled, Pingtu calmed down, looking at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. Jiang Chen was annoyed. I'm not something sweet. Stop trying to lick me all the time. Be good. Today I'm letting you advance. Hearing the word advance, Pingtu's eyes lit up, and it tried to get closer to Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen saw right through it. Sit down. If you move again, I won't let you advance, and I'll let that rogue rabbit bully you every day. Upon hearing this, Pingtu obediently sat down. Jiang Chen opened the package, revealing 2 items. One was a dark red heart. Name, Frenzy Heart. Tier, Golden. Description, material for beast advancement. The other was a type of core. Name, Shin Iron Crystal Stone. Tier, Golden. Description, material for beast advancement. As soon as these items appeared, Pingtu became restless, its tail wagging furiously, clearly eager to have them. Open your mouth. Since both items were only the size of a fist, Jiang Chen easily tossed them into Pingtu's mouth. Immediately, Pingtu lay down on the ground. Jiang Chen looked down to check the evolution information of the Honey Badger war tank and was surprised to find it had advanced to epic quality. The new skill, Fight to the Death, caught his attention. As the battle progresses, the Honey Badger's attributes increase by 10 to 50. Jiang Chen immediately realized that when combined with Relentless Warfare, the Honey Badger's power would have a qualitative leap. As he was absorbed in thoughts of the Honey Badger's impressive strength, a sticky sensation came from his fingers. He looked down to see the massive creature sneakily licking his hand. Get off, Jiang Chen said helplessly. The Honey Badger, now 5 meters long, was intimidating just by standing nearby. The Honey Badger whimpered in protest, but Jiang Chen, uninterested, returned it to the nest of all races. He decided to leave school and head to the Beastmaster Alliance to sell the crystal cores he had. Just as he was leaving the school gates, Jiang Chen felt a gentle bump from behind. Immediately, a crying voice followed. Ouch, ouch, my butt hurts. Turning around, he saw a girl with a ponytail and a little dress sitting on the ground, holding her rear. Jiang Chen quickly understood the situation. The little girl hadn't been watching where she was going and had bumped into him. He crouched down and gently asked, Are you okay, little one? As he spoke, he instinctively patted the girl's head. The little girl looked up at Jiang Chen's kind expression and said shyly, Sorry, mister, I bumped into you. But Tuanchuan didn't mean it. I apologize. I'm sorry. She stood up and gave Jiang Chen a small bow. Hearing the word mister, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. What, mister? Do I look that old? He thought to himself. I'm only 16. Ahem. As long as you're okay, But I need to clarify something, Jiangchen said, trying to sound serious. This made Tuanchuan's eyes fill with tears. Seeing she was about to cry, Jiangchen quickly softened his tone. Tuanchuan, do I really look that old? Tuanchuan studied Jiangchen seriously, then nodded solemnly. This left Jiangchen speechless. I'm still in my school uniform, and you think I'm old? Ahem. From now on, call me brother, not Mr. Jiangchen corrected her. Okay, Mr. Tuanchuan nodded earnestly and called him Mr. again. Jiangchen was at a loss for words, wondering whose little troublemaker this was, so bad with words. He looked around but saw no one else and asked, Tuanchuan, where do you live? Tuanchuan turned and pointed not far away. Mister, I live over there. I should go home, or my mom will worry. With that, she trotted off. Jiangchen shook his head helplessly and was about to leave when something caught his attention in the direction Tuanchuan had gone. The sky there appeared to ripple like water, and a black, spatial rift opened, from which a hyena-like monster emerged. Tuanchuan, still unaware of the danger ahead, continued to hop along. Oh no! Jiangchen's face changed dramatically. Despite her calling him Mister, she was only 3 or 4 years old, an innocent child. He couldn't stand by and watch such a cute kid get into trouble. He quickly summoned his rogue rabbit and little skeleton, commanding, attack, as he pointed at the hyena beast. The hyena beast also noticed Tuanchuan and drooled greedily, charging towards her. It was only then that Tuanchuan noticed the beast, and she sat down in fright. Big doggy, don't come closer, I'm fierce. Tuanchuan's trembling voice called out as she waved her little hands in a futile attempt to scare the beast away. But to the hyena beast, she was just a tasty morsel. It opened its jaws wide, ready to bite. If it succeeded, Tuanchuan would be in grave danger. Don't bite me, Tuanchuan shouted desperately, closing her eyes. At that critical moment, a thud sounded. Bam! Followed by a pained howl. The rogue rabbit had reached the scene first, sending the hyena beast flying with a strike. Little skeleton followed up with a swift kill, decapitating the hyena. Jiangchen rushed over, picked up Tuanchuan, and gently reassured her, your brother is here, Tuanchuan. Don't be scared, and keep your eyes closed. However, Tuanchuan stubbornly replied, liar, you're Mr. Jiangchen was utterly exasperated. This little girl was so stubborn about calling him Mr. But he had no time to argue with her, as more pairs of crimson eyes appeared in the spatial rift. Damn it, how could a spatial rift appear in Yulong City? Jiangchen's face turned grim. At that moment, a pack of scarlet hyenas emerged one by one from the passage, their figures rapidly spreading across the street. Jiangchen's gaze swept over them, and he counted silently in his mind. At least 20 of them. Though these scarlet hyenas, of ordinary quality and low silver rank, were merely considered cannon fodder by the alien race, their bloodthirsty nature and evolutionary potential were not to be underestimated. The street quickly became crowded, and to make matters worse, there were unsuspecting civilians around. Who would have thought that a spatial rift could appear in the city center? Run. It's a beast. How can there be beasts in the city? Terrified cries echoed, and the previously stunned crowd snapped back to reality, turning to flee for their lives. Seeing this, Jiangchen cursed inwardly. He knew well that beasts were highly aggressive towards moving humans, and as long as people remained calm, the beasts would hesitate to attack. The panic among the crowd only served to fully trigger the scarlet hyena's ferocity. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 beasts had already pounced towards the crowd. Jiangchen had no time to assist and immediately summoned Pingtu. This pet, usually appearing foolish, transformed into a fierce creature upon sensing its owner's anger. Charge and take down those beasts, Jiangchen ordered, pointing at the menacing scarlet hyenas. Pingtu, like a small tank, charged at the hyenas, relying solely on its robust physique without any special moves. Bang! Bang! With every collision, several scarlet hyenas were crushed, their bones shattered. Liumong too. Go over there and block those beasts, try to stop them from reaching the crowd. As a reservist, Jiangchen couldn't just stand by and watch. However, he was a step too late. A scream pierced the air as an elderly man was knocked down by a scarlet hyena, disemboweled in an instant. 2 more people fell soon after, powerless against the hyena's onslaught. Jiangchen clenched his fists, feeling the trembling body in his arms. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Tuanchuan, close your eyes, don't peek. At this moment, Liumong also rushed to the other side. With a few agile moves, it swiftly killed several attacking hyenas while blocking others from advancing. In just a few moments, all 20+ scarlet hyenas were defeated. But Jiangchen found no joy in this, knowing these hyenas were just the scouts. The real threat was yet to come. This was why he hadn't let the little skeleton join the fight. Among Jiangchen's beasts, only the little skeleton had the power to threaten platinum-level enemies. He needed to keep this trump card ready for any potential platinum-rank beasts. Suddenly, A series of loud howls echoed. From the spatial rift emerged a new group of beast rock wolves. These elite quality, high silver rank wolves had formidable defenses, often used as tank-like beasts. Following them were red beasts with flaming tails blaze wolves, also of elite high silver rank. Jiangchen's heart sank. He was now certain that on the other side of the spatial rift, there was an intelligent being orchestrating the battle. A name he had only seen in textbooks surfaced in his mind: aliens. The emergence of the spatial rift was no coincidence. It was a carefully planned scheme by the aliens. Clearly, they were fully prepared, and Jiang Chun was alone. How could he possibly withstand a well-trained beast army? Boom! Pingu was already clashing with the rock wolves. Not far away, the blaze wolves launched head-sized fireballs, engaging in long-range attacks. Meanwhile, Liumongta pushed its speed to the limit, darting and leaping across the battlefield to break through the defensive line of the rock giant wolves and directly take down the sneaky flame demon wolves. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp as he assessed the battlefield. The 7 or 8 flame demon wolves attacked with lightning speed, spewing 2 scorching fireballs almost every second. Combined with the fierce assault of the rock giant wolves, the rogue rabbit was temporarily overwhelmed, unable to fight back. Jiang Chun quickly noticed the unusual nature of these beasts. The rock giant wolves and flame demon wolves had clearly undergone rigorous training, working together with seamless coordination. This synergy made their attacks even more ferocious and difficult to withstand. Ping 2, push these guys back, Jiang Chen ordered decisively. With the rogue rabbit unable to break free at the moment, he had to rely on the resilient Ping 2. Upon hearing the command, Ping 2 turned to glance at Jiang Chun, then let out a low, angry roar. Its 2 passive skills were fully charged and ready to go. With a mighty shout, its massive claws lashed out like lightning, knocking several rock giant wolves unconscious with a single swipe. Then, it charged at the stunned flame demon wolves. Seeing the sudden shift in the situation, the remaining flame demon wolves panicked and turned to flee into the spatial rift. With Ping 2 breaking through their defenses, the other flame demon wolves began to show signs of disarray. The rogue rabbit seized this fleeting opportunity, unleashing its full power to swiftly take down the remaining rock giant wolves. By the time the flame demon wolves regained their senses and attempted to retreat into the spatial rift, it was too late. The rogue rabbit blocked their escape route, its eyes filled with fury. The memory of being suppressed moments ago was still fresh, and it charged at them mercilessly, each move carrying the force of a thunderstorm, crushing the heads of the flame demon wolves. Ping 2, block the beasts, don't let them escape through the spatial rift, Jiang Chen shouted as he saw Ping 2 already positioned in front of the void rift. At that moment, a woman came running over, crying and calling out in a choked voice, "Tuan Tuan, Tuan Tuan." Hearing this familiar call, Tuan Tuan looked up sharply. Upon seeing the woman, she quickly cried out, "Mom!" Jiang Chen, seeing this, released his grip on Tuan Tuan, allowing her to reunite with her mother. "Take Tuan Tuan and leave this place," Jiang Chen instructed the woman. "Thank you." The woman, tears in her eyes, bowed deeply in gratitude before picking up Tuan Tuan and hastily leaving the danger zone. Just then, a young but determined voice piped up from behind Jiang Chen. "Brother, keep it up. Chase away those nasty doggies." This unexpected cheer froze Jiang Chen for a moment. He turned around in surprise to see Tuan Tuan, her face serious, clenching her tiny pink fists and cheering him on. Jiang Chen only snapped back to reality after the figures of Tuan Tuan and her mother disappeared from view. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "That little rascal. She must have called me uncle on purpose. Annoying little girl." Despite his grumbling, an involuntary smile of exasperation crept onto his face. As the crowd dispersed, Jiang Chun found himself alone on the street. At that moment, ripples began to form in the spatial rift, signaling the imminent arrival of more beasts. Jiang Chun quickly instructed Ping Tu, "Try to keep the beasts from coming through. Block them in the void." Ping Tu nodded firmly, releasing a puff of white mist from its nose, followed by a deafening howl. A beastly wolf, clad in a metallic carapace, poked its head through the rift. Before it could even assess its surroundings, Ping Tu swatted it back with a powerful strike. Without hesitation, Ping Tu delivered a fierce blow that sent the golden tier iron wolf reeling back into the spatial rift. On the other side of the rift, the iron wolf stared in bewilderment. Not far from it, a foreign being with a wolf's head and clad in beast hide watched intently. The creature uttered a series of unintelligible growls, causing the iron wolf to respond with a panicked whimper. After listening to the report, a malicious glint flashed in the eyes of the wolf-head outsider. With another round of growling, 2 more golden tier iron wolves approached. The spatial rift could only accommodate 3 iron wolves at a time. Otherwise, more would have come. Following a flurry of instructions from the wolf-head being, the 3 iron wolves advanced toward the rift. Moments later, Ping Tu saw 3 wolf heads emerge from the rift. It wasted no time, delivering several swift blows with its claws. With 3 thuds, the iron wolves were momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Ping-Tu used its body to forcefully shove the 3 iron wolves back through the rift. This time, the wolf-head outsider on the other side of the rift looked puzzled, then emitted a piercing cry. Almost immediately, a large pack of rock wolves appeared in the rift, numbering around 1 to 200. It was clear they intended to force their way through. With a howl from the wolf-head outsider, all the rock wolves responded with a loud chorus. Jiangchen's expression grew grim as he thought, damn it, with so many howls, there must be a huge number. Are they planning to overwhelm Ping-Tu with sheer numbers? Realizing that he couldn't afford to wait any longer, Jiangchen knew that if this continued, Ping-Tu and Liumeng Tu would be exhausted by these cannon fodder alone, let alone dealing with platinum-tier beasts. Ping-Tu, stand aside, Jiangchen shouted. Though Ping-Tu didn't know what Jiangchen planned to do, it obeyed the order without question. In the next moment, the massive figure of Anton appeared, occupying most of the street. Anton had successfully advanced to the peak of the silver tier, measuring over 10 meters in length and 7 to 8 meters in width, just a step away from the golden tier. Anton, lava eruption? At Jiangchen's command, the ground erupted with scorching lava, rushing towards the rock wolf pack that had just emerged. Despite their thick rock armor, their heads were still flesh and blood. In an instant, the street was filled with the acrid smell of charred meat. The rock wolves at the front tried to retreat, but were blocked by their companions, desperately pushing forward from behind. Within moments, 30 to 40 rock wolves were forced through the rift. Meanwhile, more rock wolves continued to pour out of the spatial rift. Seeing the towering rock wolves, each over 4 meters tall, Jiang Qian furrowed his brows. Another 50 or so rock wolves had charged out, gathering over 100 of these colossal beasts in front. If they were allowed to escape, it would spell disaster for the ordinary people nearby. With this in mind, Jiang Qian gritted his teeth and made a decisive choice. Anton, unleash your full power with lava eruption. Target the rock wolf pack. Upon hearing this, white mist emanated from Anton's body. Suddenly, the ground beneath the rock wolf pack split open, spewing out searing lava that engulfed dozens of rock wolves. One by one, columns of molten rock shot up, consuming the rock wolves. In just a few breaths, the area around the rift was covered with a thick layer of lava, and the surrounding temperature soared rapidly. After accomplishing this, a trace of fatigue flashed in Anton's eyes. Although it was a mythical quality beast, it was still only at the silver tier, and such a sustained large-scale attack was too exhausting, even for it. Though the assault was successfully repelled, Jiang Chun remained deeply worried. He didn't know how many more beasts were inside, but he was certain that their numbers would not be any less than now, and possibly even more. Why hasn't the patrol arrived yet? With all this commotion, surely someone must have heard? Jiang Chun thought anxiously. Just then, 2 deep blue wolves emerged from the spatial rift. They emitted icy blue rays that quickly cooled the scorching lava. Within a few breaths, the temperature returned to normal. The 2 frost wolves stepped out of the rift, followed by 5 iron wolves, and finally, 2 flame wolves. 9 beasts in total, all at the golden tier. Even Jiang Qin's expression changed at the sight. With his current strength, it was nearly impossible to fend off 9 golden tier beasts. Moreover, with 4 of them being leader-quality flame and frost wolves, Jiang Chun felt immense pressure. Damn it, looks like I'll have to give it my all. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. It was no longer a question of whether he could wait for a platinum-tier beast. If he didn't go all out now, he might not make it out. With a thought, he summoned the sun god, sending it flying toward Ping-Tu. I have to risk it now, Jiang Chun thought, then issued a command to Xiaokulu through their bond. Xiaokulu, take out those 2 flame wolves as quickly as possible and retrieve their cores. He intended to use the golden tier essence to push Anton to advance to the golden tier. He hadn't done so before because Anton was only a high-grade silver tier, but now that it had reached the peak, advancing to the golden tier was just a matter of time. Jiang Chun didn't mind giving Anton a little push. The small skeleton silently slipped into stealth mode, its form gradually vanishing into the air. Jiang Qian seized this opportunity to draw the attention of the 9-headed beast with all his might. Flathead, charge at them, Jiang Qian shouted. You're built for taking hits. If that scrawny rascal bunny gets hit, it would be done for. Far from being intimidated, Flathead became excited, snorting a puff of white air from its nose. It charged like a raging bull into the enemy ranks, crashing into 2 steel giant wolves, causing them to stagger back. Then, Flathead lifted its paws and struck the heads of several steel giant wolves with force. The 5 steel giant wolves regained their senses, now burning with anger. While they could take a beating, they certainly didn't enjoy the pain. All 5 wolves launched an attack simultaneously, the heavy thuds echoing one after another. Flathead endured the onslaught from the 5 gold-tier beasts, a sight that made Jiang Chun a bit worried. However, Jiang Chun quickly realized his worries were unfounded. The more Flathead got hit, the more excited it became, each attack more vigorous than the last. It even stuck out its tongue, drooling as it relentlessly pushed the 5 steel giant wolves back. At this moment, the Frost Wolf and the Flame Wolf joined the fray, conjuring blazing fireballs and icy spears respectively, aiming at Flathead. However, Flathead's resistances had already stacked to the max, avoiding 80 of the damage. The ice spears and fireballs exploded upon impact, not even singeing a single hair. This scene left the Frost Wolf and Flame Wolf dumbfounded. As gold-tier beasts, they knew their own power well. Even the heavily armored steel giant wolves would get hurt from a direct hit. Yet, this honey badger stood unscathed, not even bothering to glance their way. Just then, a small figure suddenly appeared. The little skeleton swiftly severed the neck of a flame wolf, then, in a flash, executed a second one before retreating swiftly. Seeing the opportunity, Jiangchen immediately commanded the rascal bunny to rush in and intercept the 2 frost wolves. With Flathead holding off the 5 steel giant wolves, the frost wolves couldn't hinder the rascal bunny. The rascal bunny became a blur, dodging and weaving until it was in front of the 2 frost wolves. Despite being gold tier, the frost wolves sensed danger from this silver-tier beast. They quickly formed ice spears to throw, which the rascal bunny evaded effortlessly. It even used the ice spears as stepping stones to further increase its speed. The rascal bunny's ears formed a vibrating sphere over a meter long. The 2 frost wolves, over 4 meters long themselves, stepped back in fear but couldn't avoid the attack. The vibrating sphere struck one frost wolf on the head, killing it instantly. Seeing this, the other frost wolf immediately turned to flee. Jiangchen seized the moment, shouting, "Rascal bunny, bring those wolf heads over." The rascal bunny darted over and knocked the heads of the 2 flame wolves towards him. Jiangchen quickly instructed the little skeleton, "Slice them open." The little skeleton nodded, slicing open the flame wolves' heads with a single strike. Not wasting any time, Jiangchen reached into the flame wolf's brain, soon finding a fist-sized crystal core. He immediately instructed Antoon to open its mouth and tossed in the fire attribute core. He then retrieved another core from the other flame wolf's head and fed it to Antoon as well. With 2 gold-tier cores consumed, Antoon's body temperature noticeably rose, and its size grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to 17 or 18 meters, bursting through the walls. Moments later, Antoon's length reached an astonishing 20 meters, with a width of 15 to 16 meters. Its shell seemed to flow with magma, exuding a powerful aura that halted all beasts and creatures in their tracks, drawing their eyes to it. Jiangchen checked Antoon's status and found it had successfully advanced to a lower-grade gold tier, gaining a new skill, Lava Control LV1. Although the name seemed somewhat ordinary, Jiangchen decided to test it in battle. "Rascal bunny, Flathead, come back," Jiangchen called. The 2 creatures quickly returned, with Flathead casting a disdainful glance at the steel giant wolves as if to say, "That didn't hurt a bit." Once they were back, Jiangchen wasted no time and commanded, "Antoon, use lava control." With the order given, Antoon's body temperature soared, and the ground erupted with high-temperature lava. Jiangchen was initially taken aback, then slightly disappointed. He couldn't help but think, "Is this it? It's just a lava eruption, albeit on a larger scale." Jiangchen let out a sigh of disappointment, but quickly adjusted his mindset. He realized that perhaps his expectations were too high, as the power Anton displayed was already far beyond the typical level of a lower-grade gold-tier beast. Just as he thought the attack had ended, an unexpected scene unfolded. The lava that had erupted didn't dissipate, but instead rapidly converged in the air to form a massive sphere. Jiangchen stared in disbelief as the molten mass enveloped 5 steel wolves in an instant. A piercing wail cut through the sky. Even their metallic bodies couldn't withstand such intense heat. Moments later, the lava receded, leaving behind only charred bone fragments. Snapping out of his shock, Jiangchen muttered to himself, "Is this lava control? It's like it has a mind of its own. How can any beast escape it unless they have exceptional heat resistance? Otherwise, there's no way to leave unscathed from Anton." He excitedly concluded, "It's insane, even more powerful than before." The lone frost wolf, terrified, fled into the spatial rift without looking back. Jiangchen couldn't help but cheer for Anton's performance. "Well done." He thought to himself that with Anton's mastery of lava control, its strength had taken a quantum leap. Even against platinum-tier beasts, it would surely hold its ground. Jiangchen's gaze shifted to the spatial rift, where he noticed a wolf-head figure emanating a murderous intent, striding towards the rift. Clearly, he intended to confront the one who had been slaughtering his subordinates. As the spatial rift rippled, Jiangchen took a deep breath to calm himself. "Is it coming?" he murmured. No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from the rift, followed closely by a giant, 2-headed wolf. Jiangchen instantly recognized it as a member of an alien race, and a formidable one at least a platinum-tier beastmaster. He quickly scanned the information of the two-headed wolf. Name: twin-headed ice and fire wolf. Quality: leader. Tier: platinum mid-tier. Skills: description: a magical wolf wielding the powers of ice and fire, capable of immense destruction. Evolution path: jiangchen frowned. While he had expected a platinum-tier beast, its leader quality caught him off guard. Worse still, the terrain here was disadvantageous for Anton. Not far away, a young man and a middle-aged man were watching from the shadows. The young man wanted to intervene but was stopped by his companion. "Brother Wu, are you really just going to watch?" the young man said helplessly. "That kid's only a silver tier, and now a platinum-tier beast has appeared. If we don't act, we'll be collecting corpses." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Patience. Young people act too rashly. The kid hasn't reached his limit yet. Let's wait a bit longer." The young man shrugged and continued observing from the sidelines. After stepping out of the rift, the alien first surveyed the surroundings, then fixed his gaze on jiangchen. He was stunned. He had expected to find a large crowd resisting his assault, but the scene before him was far from what he anticipated. Suspecting an ambush, the alien found it hard to believe that just 2 gold-tier beasts could withstand the onslaught of 9 gold-tier monsters. He opened his mouth, uttering a string of incomprehensible words. Jiangchen impatiently retorted, "Speak human. Stop babbling beast talk." Whether the alien understood him or not was of no concern. The alien paused, a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. He cleared his throat and spoke in human language. "Those who attacked my subordinates, let them come out. It is pointless to hide. I, the prodigy, wish to meet them." Jiangchen's expression turned peculiar. He thought, "Is this alien out of his mind? If I had reinforcements, would I be wasting time here with you? I'd have stormed the rift long ago. Do you think I have time to play with you? A mere alien dares to cause trouble in my Yulong city?" Having lived in this city for 16 years, Jiang Chun had grown attached to it. He declared resolutely, "A mere pest. I'll crush you." The alien narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "Heh." Then he spoke more unintelligible words. The twin-headed ice and fire wolf advanced towards Jiang Chun, both heads opening their mouths, one spewing fire, the other releasing a chilling breath, targeting Anton. Clearly, it recognized that the giant turtle was the only threat. Jiang Chun commanded immediately, "Anton, use lava eruption, then lava control to block their attack." In an instant, lava transformed into a massive shield, blocking the incoming fire and frost. Then, the lava morphed into sharp spears, launching a counterattack at the twin-headed ice and fire wolf. The wolf exhaled a large breath of frost, forming an ice wall in front of it. Simultaneously, the fire wolf head conjured a high-pressure fireball, hurling it towards Anton. Anton paused upon seeing the fireball, then without hesitation, swallowed it whole in front of the twin-headed ice and fire wolf. After consuming it, Anton burped contentedly, casting a grateful glance at the wolf, as if saying, "I was just getting hungry, and you brought me a meal. What a nice wolf." This unexpected turn of events left the alien dumbfounded. He knew the power of his beast's high-pressure fireball, capable of piercing through massive trees effortlessly, yet it was swallowed in one gulp. After the initial shock, the alien's intent to kill grew even stronger. A genius. A human genius, the alien thought. Only a silver-tier aura, yet capable of fending off the twin-headed ice and fire wolf's attack. He must be eliminated, or he will become a massive threat. Jiang Chan was now firmly on the alien's hit list. The alien spoke another string of unintelligible words, and the twin-headed ice and fire wolf's aura surged, its body expanding to nearly 6 meters in length, emitting a low, rumbling growl. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed as his gaze fixed on the transforming ice and fire double-head wolf. He keenly sensed that this was a special skill berserk. Typically, this ability only activates when a beast is near death, but the wolf before him could trigger it at will. This revelation sparked a new insight for Jiang Chun, as if he had glimpsed into a new world. He realized that this group of anomalies must harbor significant secrets, at least the ability to freely unleash a beast's berserk state. The wolf-head anomaly flashed a sinister grin, saliva dripping from its mouth as it arrogantly declared, "Human, my ice and fire double-head wolf will crush your skull, then ravage this city until it's nothing but a ghost town." Unfazed, Jiang Chen retorted angrily, "You think you can destroy a city with just that beast? I'll take you down first." With that, he immediately ordered Antown to attack. Under Antown's immense power, the surrounding walls crumbled like paper. The ice and fire double-head wolf howled skyward, undergoing a transformation. Countless sharp ice spears materialized, hurtling towards Antown at high speed. Due to its massive size, Antown couldn't completely dodge the barrage of ice spears. Each hit caused a momentary pause. The fire wolf head seemed to realize its attack was ineffective against Antown and might even help it regain strength, so it ceased its assault and focused on aiding the ice wolf head in defense. The ice spears continued striking Antown, and despite its strong defenses, this wasn't a sustainable situation. However, jiangchen appeared unconcerned, persistently commanding Antown to press the attack. Two observers in the shadows shook their heads at this. The younger man wanted to intervene but was stopped by the older man, who analyzed, "Hold on, I've reviewed jiangchen's dossier. He wouldn't act so recklessly. I suspect he has a plan, and our interference might disrupt it." The wolf-head anomaly's eyes gleamed with madness as it laughed with a grating sound. "Human, surrender. If you do, I'll call off my precious beast. Otherwise, your turtle will be battered to death by my creature." It then let out an excited howl. Yet jiangchen gritted his teeth, urging Antown, "Hang in there a bit longer, then we'll strike back and take down these wolf scoundrels." His focus remained locked on the ice and fired double-head wolf. At that moment, a small skeleton suddenly appeared. Jiangchen held his breath and shouted, "Little skeleton, take out that dog's head." Sensing its master's emotions, the small skeleton emitted a faint, black mist, with dark patterns emerging on its arm blades. It instantly executed its ultimate skill, instant kill, and appeared above the ice wolf head like a bolt of lightning, slashing down with both arms. With a crisp sound, the ice wolf head, in the midst of forming ice spears, abruptly froze. A torrent of blood gushed from its head, and a tiny crack appeared in the core within the wolf head. The ice wolf's head drooped lifelessly. This sudden turn of events left the wolf head anomaly stunned. Jiangchen seized the opportunity and commanded, "Antown, use lava eruption, lava control." With the loss of the ice attribute's defensive capabilities, Jiangchen was confident that the fire wolf head alone couldn't withstand Antown's lava onslaught. After all, flames have varying intensities, and although the fire wolf head's fireballs were hot, they paled in comparison to lava. At Jiangchen's command, Antown unleashed its long-held fury. Just then, the rogue rabbit flashed into view, swiftly reaching the small skeleton and scooping it up with its ears, whisking it away from the battlefield. Antown spewed high-temperature lava, which instantly formed into a gigantic hand reaching for the ice and fire double-head wolf. Perhaps stunned by the previous attack, the wolf failed to dodge in time and was caught by the molten hand. The air was filled with sizzling sounds and a pungent burnt smell. Awakened by the searing pain, the ice and fire double-head wolf let out a harrowing wail, casting a desperate glance at the wolf-head anomaly for help. The wolf-head anomaly glared at the ice-fire twin-headed wolf being consumed by lava, his eyes burning with immense hatred. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn humans, I'll remember you. One day you'll pay for this." With that, he turned to leave this place of turmoil. However, in that critical moment, a nimble figure launched towards the wolf-head anomaly like an arrow. Although his physique was far superior to ordinary people, he was no match for the absolute power of a golden-tier beast. He was instantly knocked to the ground, unable to move. Jiangchen's voice rang out leisurely, tinged with a hint of mockery, "Do you really think you can escape?" He looked at the wolf-head anomaly pinned to the ground with amusement, a confident smile playing on his lips. In truth, Jiangchen had been prepared the moment the wolf-head anomaly appeared. His tactical arrangement was exquisite. The little skeleton was tasked with taking down the ice wolf head. Without the protection of ice, even a platinum-tier beast couldn't withstand the corrosive high-temperature magma. This was the critical reason why Jiangchen was determined to have the little skeleton eliminate the ice wolf head at all costs. Deprived of the ice wolf head's protection, under Antoon's formidable control, the lava, like agile arms, effortlessly subdued the remaining fire wolf head. The battle's outcome was as Jiangchen predicted, surprisingly easy. Had it not been for the wolf-head anomaly's momentary carelessness, Jiangchen would not have secured victory so effortlessly. "Antoon, finish it quickly," Jiangchen commanded again, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Antoon nodded in understanding and unleashed another lava eruption. The scalding magma surged towards the ice-fire twin-headed wolf like a tidal wave, and it wasn't long before the mighty beast showed no signs of life. The wolf-head anomaly spat a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale instantly. As the power of the beast increases, the bond with its master becomes stronger. When the beast dies, the master suffers backlash, especially high-tier beast tamers, who endure indescribable pain. "How dare you capture me? You're doomed." The wolf-head anomaly roared in defiance. "My father is the White Wolf King. Let me go now, and I promise not to return." Jiangchen merely rolled his eyes in disdain. How could he let go of such an achievement so easily? Just then, a rogue rabbit appeared out of nowhere, leisurely hopping to the wolf-head anomaly's side. Its ears suddenly sprouted two fist-sized vibration balls, which it slammed into the anomaly's face without mercy. With a crisp smack, The anomaly's teeth flew out. Having completed this feat, the rogue rabbit nonchalantly returned to the little skeleton's side, as if nothing had happened. Jiangchen couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. This rogue rabbit was probably venting the little skeleton's anger. The small skeleton lay on the ground recharging, while Jiangchen walked toward the wolf-head alien. He looked down at the swollen wolf face and said calmly, "That's enough. Stop struggling. Unless you have platinum-level strength, save your energy." Hearing this, the wolf-head alien's eyes flared with anger. He roared, "If you dare touch me, you're finished. My father will destroy you." Jiangchen watched the alien's futile struggle with indifference and delivered a sharp slap across his face. "I don't care who you are. Right now, you're just a prisoner. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. You dare." The wolf-head alien, now thoroughly enraged, tried desperately to break free but was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Jiangchen sneered, "What now? Are you planning to bite me?" He waved over to the nearby rogue rabbit, which hopped over with curiosity written all over its big eyes. "You can't leave loose ends like this. How many times have I told you to finish things properly?" Jiangchen said calmly, "Look at this guy. He still has teeth. How careless can you be? Pull them out." Upon hearing this, the wolf-head alien's pupils shrank in terror as he looked at Jiangchen. The rogue rabbit seemed to understand and eagerly approached, forming a vibration ball in its paws. At that moment, the wolf-head alien panicked completely. He had no desire to live on a liquid diet. "No, please, I'll cooperate. Just get this damned rabbit away from me," he pleaded. Jiangchen smiled with satisfaction. "See, wasn't that easy?" Just then, a group of people in battle gear, armed with various alloy weapons, rushed onto the scene. Leading them was an elderly man, clearly a guard from Yulong City. He paused in surprise when he saw the alien at Jiangchen's feet. "Young man, thank you for your brave actions. If it weren't for you, I dread to think of the consequences," the elder said, striding over and shaking Jiangchen's hand. "I was just doing what needed to be done." Jiangchen, seeing that help had arrived, intended to leave. He had no desire for fame. After all, as the saying goes, fame brings trouble. Moreover, the wolf-head alien seemed to have a powerful background, and the White Wolf King didn't sound like an easy opponent. Better to be cautious. "Sir, I'll be on my way," Jiangchen said. "Rest assured, young friend, I'll make sure you're recognized as a hero. You single-handedly held off the spatial rift attack," the elder declared with conviction. Jiangchen felt uneasy. "Great, the last thing I want is to be a hero. If you're powerful, you're a hero. If not, you're a martyr. Really, there's no need. I was just passing by." "I'll leave him to you," Jiangchen said, signaling to his flathead companion to release the wolf-head alien. The alien tried to spring up, but two armored men swiftly pinned him down again, his head hitting the ground with enough force to crack the tiles. "Such a lowly creature dares cause trouble in my Yulong City," the elder snorted disdainfully. "Take him away and extract every bit of useful information." Two subordinates hauled the alien away. The elder's stern demeanor vanished, replaced by a friendly smile. "By the way, young man, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Duan Pong, the head of the Enforcement Bureau. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out. Also, would you be interested in joining our bureau?" Duan Pong didn't underestimate Jiangchen because of his youth. Rather, he valued him even more. He had already decided that if Jiangchen joined, he would be the next head of the bureau. Unfortunately, Jiangchen had no intention of accepting. He thought for a moment and reluctantly took out a token. "Sir, I had my reasons for getting involved. Please take a look at this." He handed the token to Duan Pong. Duan Pong initially paid it no mind, but his eyes widened in shock upon recognizing it. He looked up at Jiangchen in amazement. The Pioneer Army token? Duan Pong was stunned. Jiangchen was only 16 and already a member of the Pioneer Army? But considering Jiangchen had held off the spatial rift for several minutes alone, it made sense. Someone like him not in the Pioneer Army would be unbelievable. "Since you have this status, let's forget what I said earlier," Duan Pong laughed. Competing with those lunatics for talent was a death wish. Those people had long since disregarded life and death. Trying to take something from them was like pulling teeth from a tiger while poking it. "Then I'll be on my way." Seeing the matter resolved, Jiangchen retrieved his token. This time, Duan Pong didn't stop him, only watching as Jiangchen left. Not far away, a young man and a middle-aged man were left dumbfounded. The boss wasn't lying. "We really struck gold this time. A gold-level beastmaster taking down a platinum-level what talent." The young man couldn't help but exclaim. Even the seasoned, middle-aged man shook his head lightly. He finally understood that the words of the flying dragon before departing were no exaggeration. "That kid is our Pioneer Army's treasure. You must protect him. If there's danger, make sure he survives." At that moment, the young man suddenly spoke. "Wu, it looks like those two insects are about to make a move. What should we do?" The middle-aged man tossed his cigarette butt to the ground, stamping it out forcefully. Damn it. What do you think? Anyone who dares target our pioneer army's treasure gets crushed. With that, they followed after Jiangchen. As Jiangchen headed to the Beastmaster Alliance, he sensed someone following him. He picked up the small skeleton, giving its little bald head a rub. Is someone tailing us? The small skeleton nodded immediately. A hint of killing intent flashed in Jiangchen's eyes. The Jiang family is really persistent, aren't they? He was about to find a place to deal with his pursuers when he heard the skeleton's telepathic message. Two groups? Jiangchen paused, then realized his bodyguards must have arrived. He decided against handling it personally. Why waste effort when he had bodyguards? The two figures, known as the Black and White Shadows, exchanged a glance and almost simultaneously said, "Let's do it." They had just witnessed Jiangchen's fierce battle, and because of this, they dared to make a move. They assumed that such an intense fight must have left Jiangchen and his beast exhausted and far less capable of defending themselves. Now was the perfect time to strike. As they prepared to leave, they suddenly felt a heavy hand on their shoulders, pinning them down and rendering them immobile. "Who are you?" they exclaimed, startled. Their vaunted alertness had completely failed to detect anyone approaching. They quickly turned their heads to see two unfamiliar men looking at them with amused smiles. "Gentlemen, there are some things we need to discuss," one of the men said, his tone calm yet commanding. Without much thought, the one known as Black Shadow angrily retorted, "Who do you think you art?" Before he could finish, a sharp slap landed on his face, the sound crisp and loud in the quiet of the night. The duo stood frozen, not because the strangers dared to strike, but because they hadn't seen how the attack was executed. A chill ran from their feet to the top of their heads. Having survived numerous life-and-death situations, the Black and White Shadows instantly realized that these two must be powerful figures on par with their boss. They racked their brains, unable to recall when they had offended such formidable individuals. "Excuse me, sirs, what do you want from us?" White Shadow cautiously inquired. No sooner had he spoken than another slap each landed on their faces with a resounding smack. Despite their shock, they dared not utter a word. Defying such formidable opponents would be suicidal, even if they had supernatural abilities. Realizing their dire predicament, the Black and White Shadows felt a wave of despair wash over them. "Enough with the nonsense. Who sent you?" the young man demanded coldly. Upon hearing this, the two finally understood the crux of the problem. Jiangchen, the kid they intended to kidnap, was backed by these two platinum-level experts. They couldn't help but question the earlier intelligence. Wasn't Jiangchen supposed to have been expelled from the Jiang family? Even the Jiang family couldn't possibly have so many platinum-level experts, could they? Now, they were terrified and uncertain if their boss could handle such a situation. "Sirs, we truly didn't know Jiangchen had such powerful allies. This is all a misunderstanding, a genuine misunderstanding," Black Shadow stammered, his voice trembling. "A misunderstanding?" Wu Di raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Fine. I'll kill you both, and tell the enforcement team it was just a misunderstanding." The words nearly scared the life out of the Black and White Shadows. "Please spare us. We swear we'll never do it again. Just let us go this once," White Shadow pleaded, his voice filled with fear. Wu Di wasted no more words and grabbed Black Shadow by the collar. "Lead the way. I want to meet your boss." Black Shadow dared not delay and quickly led the way. "Wolf, you stay and protect that kid. I'll go with these two," Wu Di instructed the young man. The young man nodded. Wu Di, however, couldn't help but grumble, "Can't you change your codename? It's really disgusting." Thinking of the name, he couldn't resist a complaint. The young man chuckled. "I assumed my teammates would be girls, but I never expected a rough guy like you. Why don't you try flirting with Sister Xia and see if she doesn't skin you alive?" Wu Di replied calmly, "No, no, no. I'm still young and want to live a few more years." The young man quickly waved his hand, smiling wryly, "Same here. Unfortunately, once the codename is set, it can't be changed. I was impulsive when I chose this ridiculous name. You keep an eye out. If anyone dares to interfere, don't bother reporting, just deal with them directly," Wu Di instructed before leaving with the Black and White Shadows. They headed straight to a club. The burly men in black suits at the entrance opened the door for the Black and White Shadows without hesitation. As for the middle-aged man following them, the line of bodyguards paid him no mind. Anyone brought by the Black and White Shadows was assumed to have some grievance with their boss, a scene they were all too familiar with. "Sirs, our boss is inside," Black Shadow said nervously. Wu Di took one look and without a word, kicked the door open. Instantly, dozens of men in black suits swarmed in. Wu Di scanned the room and quickly assessed the situation. A rotund man lay slouched on a sofa, watching him with wary eyes. Wu Di, unperturbed, strode in and sat down heavily beside the man. "Allow me to introduce myself, Wu Di. I have some business with you." He then picked up a bottle of liquor from the table, removed the cork, and took a swig. I've looked into your background, goes by the nickname Air Kuei, and you have some influence in Yulong City, Wu Di remarked nonchalantly. At this, the surrounding bodyguards bristled with anger. You're courting death, they shouted, ready to rush forward, but were halted by a wave of Air Kuei's hand. Stand down, Air Kuei said, his face grim. Seeing all his subordinates leave the room, Kuei turned to Wu Di with a hint of wariness in his eyes. Trying to maintain his composure, he said with a touch of sarcasm, Friend, we've got no grudges between us. Why are you investigating me? And since you've come here and knocked over my things, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Just as he finished speaking, a pure black cat silently emerged from the shadows. Wu Di glanced at it and smirked slightly. What a cute little kitty. As he spoke, he reached out to pet the cat's head. However, this was no ordinary cat, but a platinum-tier beast, not to be touched lightly. It immediately launched an attack, leaping towards Wu Di. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, Wu Di murmured, a little kitty should just be cute, not try to fight me. With a loud boom, a hole appeared in the wall. Kuei tried to get up, but Wu Di pressed him back down with one hand. Wu Di's calm voice resonated again. Stay put. If you don't behave, next time I won't come alone. Suddenly, Kuei heard the beast's voice in his mind. Master, this man is incredibly strong. I can't beat him. Hearing this, Kuei relaxed and softened his tone. Brother, if I've done something wrong, please forgive me. I apologize. As he spoke, he picked up a bottle of liquor and took a swig. Wu Di looked at him strangely and said coolly, all right, I won't make things difficult for you. Jiangchen is out of your league. If there's a next time, you'll be reporting to the underworld. Also, hand over 1 billion alliance coins as compensation for that kid. Whether you do it or not, think about it yourself. With that, Wu Di stood up and walked towards the door. The bodyguards stepped aside, thinking to themselves, knocking out a platinum-tier beast with a single slap. Even our boss can't match that, let alone us. Watching Wu Di's departing figure, Kuei's face turned grim. At that moment, the black and white duo approached and whispered, Boss, are we just going to let this go? Kuei suddenly stood up, handed each of them a bottle, and opened them. He said sternly, don't mess with that kid again. We'll let this matter rest. Kuei was secretly calculating. Jiangchen was no longer someone he could afford to provoke. Having a platinum tier as a bodyguard meant there was at least a diamond tier powerhouse backing him. The thought sent chills down his spine. Go now and get 2 billion alliance coins to give to that kid, and make sure to apologize, Kuei ordered harshly. If he doesn't forgive you, don't come back. Die right in front of him if you must. At this moment, Jiangchen found himself in a bit of trouble. Not far away, a group of people lurked in the shadows, their knives glinting ominously, revealing their hostile intentions. Lang Jun frowned slightly, muttering to himself, how many enemies does this guy have? Realizing that the group was composed of skilled fighters at the gold level, Lang Jun decided to handle it personally. In a swift move, he darted past Jiangchen and headed straight for the assassins. Just then, the little skeleton in Jiangchen's arms warned him. Danger ahead, 4 of them. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes, thinking today was indeed eventful, with waves of assassins coming at him. He was about to summon his flathead beast when the skeleton added, the person behind you has already gone ahead. Jiangchen immediately dismissed the idea of summoning, silently praising the unexpectedly reliable bodyguard he'd acquired. In the blink of an eye, Lang Jun had subdued the 4 assassins. They were utterly shocked, unable to react before being disarmed. The leader of the group, dressed in black, attempted to bite down on a poison capsule hidden in his gums to end his life. But Lang Jun's lightning-fast slap sent his teeth flying, along with a spray of saliva. Lang Jun sneered, playing it hard. Huh? Can't complete the mission so you want to poison yourself? With that, he delivered a series of resounding slaps to their faces. Even after Jiangchen had left, he showed no sign of stopping. A few minutes later, the assassins couldn't bear it any longer and begged for mercy. Just kill us quickly. What's the point of torturing us like this? Lang Jun replied with a smile, relax, I don't have many hobbies, but I do enjoy a good torture session. No need to say anything. I promise you'll enjoy it. With that, he removed one of their shoes and ruthlessly tore off a toenail. The assassin screamed in agony, eyes wide in disbelief that Lang Jun dared to act so boldly here. Lang Jun casually introduced himself. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm a beast master, and this is my beast, Mirage Fox. A fox with 3 tails appeared. Its ability is to make sure no one notices what happens here. So, we've got plenty of time to play. The 4 assassins shivered at his words, but still gritted their teeth. Moments later, their screams filled the air as all their nails were ripped off, leaving them trembling uncontrollably. Lang Jun pulled out a bag of salt, smiling. Don't worry, the real fun is just beginning. Seeing this, the 4 finally broke down, pleading, we'll talk, we'll talk. Lang Jun dropped his smile, then talk. The assassins hesitated briefly before laying out their condition. We'll talk, but please give us a swift end. Lang Jun nodded in agreement. Only then did the assassins confess. We were sent by the Jiang family. The head of the family ordered us to capture Jiangchen, and if we couldn't, to kill him. That's all we know. Please give us a quick end. Without hesitation, Lang Jun slit their throats with his dagger. Moments later, 4 bodies lay on the ground. Just as he was about to leave, Wu Di approached, frowning. Did you kill again? Lang Jun chuckled. These 4 were after our little treasure. Plus they were eager to die anyway. Wu Di looked at Lang Jun helplessly. All right, the captain told you to kill less and take it easy. From now on, let me handle the killing. Lang Jun gave a wry smile, knowing why he had been assigned to protect Jiangchen. He had been killing too much recently, to the point of almost losing his mind and causing a disaster. Wu Di laughed. That kid is waiting for us up ahead. Let's go meet him. The 2 of them walked through a few alleys and soon saw Jiangchen leaning against a utility pole. Seeing them, Jiangchen immediately stood at attention and saluted. The 2 exchanged a resigned smile. Wu Di said, Kid, no need to be so formal. Once you're in my pioneer corps, we're all brothers. No need for that ceremony. Jiangchen scratched his head awkwardly. All right, big brothers, Wu Di continued. You've stirred up quite a bit of trouble, haven't you? Just today we've dealt with 2 groups after you. We were supposed to keep an eye on people from the stars, but instead, we ended up fighting 2 groups for you. Jiangchen felt even more embarrassed. Wu Di changed the subject. As for why we helped, it's simple. Because you just captured a unique being and blocked that spatial rift. For these reasons, we're willing to play bodyguards for you. Just this once. Thank you, big brothers. Jiangchen said sincerely. Lang Jun asked with a smile. Kid, do you want to know who's targeting you? Without hesitation, Jiangchen replied. The Jiang family. As for the other one, it should be Lord Kuei. Lang Jun was taken aback, surprised that Jiangchen knew this, and suddenly lost interest. They've targeted me more than once. Jiangchen sighed, furrowing his brow. Wu Di and another person nodded in unison, a hint of concern flickering in their eyes. After a brief silence, Wu Di asked, Do you need us to put some pressure on the Jiang family? The 2 exchanged glances, clearly contemplating the potential complications the Jiang family's persistent harassment might bring to their mission. They thought that revealing their identities would force even the leading family of Yulong City to back down. If the Jiang family dared to act against Jiangchen again, they would have every reason to apprehend the highest-ranking official. However, Jiangchen shook his head resolutely. No need. I'll handle the Jiang family myself. A flash of confidence appeared in his eyes. With the speed at which my abilities are improving, it won't be long before I can face them without fear. Revenge is something I need to pursue personally. As he spoke, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Besides, I'm a bit confused about my own origins right now, as if there's something hidden within. Seeing Jiangchen's determined stance, the 2 couldn't say much more. All right, just be careful. We'll stay out of the Jiang family's affairs from now on. Jiangchen smiled. There's no need to trouble you 2 with such minor issues. I can handle it myself. The 2 exchanged another glance and Wu Di added, We'll be watching over you from the shadows, trying our best not to let them notice. Their main goal was to protect Jiangchen, and if they could capture a few elders from the Shinkong in the process, all the better. They secretly hoped that Shinkong would take the bait, considering it a chance to earn some extra money. Unaware of their thoughts, Jiangchen would have protested, You're using me as bait to catch fish. Do you know how much Filong treasures me? Then, the Lord commanded the beast to dismantle the illusion. The 2 quietly left, leaving Jiangchen standing alone. He decided to head to the Beastmaster Alliance to sell off some materials he no longer needed. Meanwhile, Zhang Baiwei received bad news. The death squad he had sent out had all been wiped out. These were elite warriors the Jiang family had spent over a decade cultivating, and now they had lost most of them over this matter. Crash! Zhang Baiwei angrily overturned the teacup on the table, roaring, Jiangchen, you're just as detestable as your late father. As he spoke, his hands unconsciously pressed on the tabletop, leaving clear indentations with a crack. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Zhang Baiwei said, It seems it's time to bring Baichuan back. I won't be at ease until that little brat is dealt with. He considered taking action himself, but that would undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble. With that in mind, Zhang Baiwei summoned a jet black parrot, quickly wrote a note in his study, and hurried back. Give this to Zhang Baichuan, tell them to come back and handle this. Otherwise, if the events of that year are exposed, it won't be good for anyone. Understood, the parrot responded, flapping its wings and flying out of the room, disappearing into the distance. Zhang Baiwei sneered, Let the little brat live a few more days. Once Baichuan returns, I'll see to his end. At this moment, Jiang Chun had arrived at the Beastmaster Alliance. Before he even entered, he was warmly greeted. Manager Zhang, young Master Zhang is here. A servant called inside. Almost immediately, a man weighing over 300 pounds came running out. It was the manager of the Yulong City Beastmaster Alliance branch. Seeing Jiang Chun, his plump face broke into a bright smile. "Young Master Jiang, what a pleasure to see you." Jiang Chun was pleased internally. Having an insider's help would certainly save him a lot of time. He greeted with a smile. "Manager Jiang, long time no see. It seems like you've put on some weight." Manager Jiang gave an embarrassed smile. He hated when people commented on his weight, but given Jiang Chin's talent, he wasn't upset and instead laughed it off. "Can't help it, too much good food around. I don't want to be this big either." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Tianqing couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "What brings you here this time, young Master Jiang?" His eyes lit up. The last batch of crystal cores Jiang Chun provided had earned him quite a profit and praise from the higher-ups. Hearing that Jiang Chun had come to sell crystal cores again, he was delighted. "Well then, please follow me to the VIP room so I can assist you with your business," Zhang Tianqing said, thinking that the quality of the crystal cores Jiang Chun was selling this time might not be very high. After all, obtaining a large supply of golden tier beast cores required access to either secret realms or battlefields, neither of which seemed suitable for Jiang Chin's current situation. Moreover, secret realms with golden tier beasts were notoriously difficult to enter. The two quickly made their way to the VIP room. With the experience from last time, Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Jiang Chen said nothing as he emptied the contents of his backpack onto the table, the clattering sound of the crystals ringing through the room. He looked up at Manager Zhang and calmly said, "Manager Zhang, why don't you count them? I haven't checked the exact number myself, so you could also give me an estimate of their value." Zhang Tianqing's gaze fell upon the pile of crystals on the table, and he was momentarily stunned. Although most were silver and bronze grade, a few distinct crystals immediately caught his attention. These exceptional crystals were about a size larger than an average person's fist and emitted a faint golden glow. Undoubtedly, they were gold-grade crystals. Zhang Tianqing's breath quickened involuntarily as a wave of shock swept through him. He quickly analyzed in his mind. Since entering secret realms and battlefields isn't easy, Jiang Chen acquiring so many gold-grade crystals suggested only two possibilities. Either Jiang Chen controlled a secret realm, or he was backed by a powerful entity, at least one with access to gold-grade beast resources. This speculation made Zhang Tianqing swallow hard. The Jiang family could be ruled out, as their secret realm could only produce beasts up to the peak of silver grade, though it was renowned as the premier secret realm in Yulong City. Clearly, Jiang Chen's gold-grade crystals had a different source. As Zhang Tianqing worked to steady his nerves, his eyes were drawn to two particularly massive crystals. These were the size of an adult's fist and radiated an intimidating energy. Zhang Tianqing instantly realized that such crystals couldn't come from ordinary gold-grade beasts. They required beasts at least at the peak of gold grade. At that moment, Zhang Tianqing's perception of Jiang Chun completely shifted. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure and said, "Young Master Jiang, I'll proceed with the valuation and settle the account for you shortly." Jiang Chun nodded slightly, remaining silent. He wasn't worried about being cheated. After all, the credibility of the Beastmaster Alliance was reliable, and they were unlikely to engage in underhanded dealings. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Tianqing finally appeared at the door again. He pushed it open and walked in, looking slightly fatigued but brimming with excitement. "Young Master Jiang, I finished the inventory for you." Zhang Tianqing hurried over to Jiang Chen, eager to report. "We have 387 bronze-level crystal cores, 130 silver-level cores, and 9 gold-level cores. The total earnings this time are 77 million. Jiang Chun was taken aback by the number, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He knew the earnings wouldn't be low, but he hadn't expected them to be this high. Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Zhang Tianqing felt a pang of anxiety and quickly explained, "Young Master Jiang, just those 2 peak gold-level crystal cores alone are worth 30 million. The other cores are decent, but most are dark-type, and you know dark-type beasts aren't popular. So the price might be a bit lower, but I assure you, in Yulong City, this price is absolutely fair." Jiang Chun waved his hand, interrupting Zhang Tianqing's explanation. "No, Manager Zhang, you're overthinking it. 77 million has already exceeded my expectations. I'm very satisfied with this harvest. Please handle the sale of those crystal cores as soon as possible." Hearing this, Zhang Tianqing breathed a sigh of relief. This was a massive deal, one that even the head of the Beastmaster Alliance branch in Yulong City rarely encountered. This transaction could significantly boost his annual performance. "All right then, young Master Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll go handle the paperwork for you." Zhang Tianqing quickly left the room. Just 2 minutes later, he returned, slightly out of breath, with a card in hand. "Young Master Jiang, this is a password-free alliance card with 77 million on it. Please check it." Jiang Chun took the card with a smile but didn't check it. "I trust your work, Manager Zhang. There's no need to look. No one in their right mind would shortchange me on this." This show of trust made Zhang Tianqing even more respectful. "Thank you for your trust, young Master Jiang." Jiangchen nodded, preparing to leave. He had intended to buy some materials here, but decided to purchase them at school instead. After all, with graduation approaching, it would be a waste not to use up his points. Moreover, the materials he needed were already ordered and would arrive in a few days. Then I'll take my leave, Manager Zhang, Jiangchen said. Certainly, young Master Jiang. Allow me to see you out. Zhang Tianqing courteously opened the door for Jiangchen and followed him out. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the hallway. Girl, I'll take that thing off your hands for 10,000 alliance coins, a gruff voice barked. No, I need to sell it for 1,000,000. My mother needs the money for a healing beast master, a young girl's voice replied. Stop wasting words. 20,000 alliance coins, take it or leave it. You can ask around about me, Ma San from Alley 21, the rough voice threatened. This argument caught Jiang Qin's attention. He wasn't inclined to meddle, but the next words piqued his interest. No way. My father said this egg is from a gold-level beast, and it should sell for at least 1,000,000, the young girl insisted loudly. Jiang Qin immediately walked over and saw the girl holding an egg about 40 to 50 centimeters tall and over 30 centimeters in diameter. It had azure spiral patterns, indicating it was no ordinary egg. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chun felt a surge of excitement. The system displayed. Name: Galestorm Dragon Egg. Quality: Epic. Description: a massive flying dragon with formidable destructive power and impressive speed. As an adult, it can reach platinum level. Evolution path: requires 1 celestial wind eye crystal and 10 storm crystals to evolve into a tempest dragon. This wasn't just any gold level egg. It was a platinum level dragon egg. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Chun calmly spoke. I'll take the egg. How much? The girl timidly held up a finger. 1,000,000. All right, I'll take it. Jiang Chun agreed without hesitation. As he was about to pay, a swaggering young man blocked his path. Kid, show some respect. I saw this egg first. You should know the rules of first come, first served. And you'd better find out who I am from Alley 21. Jiang Chun gave him a cold glance and turned to Zhang Tianqing. Manager Zhang, this place of yours is quite something, allowing people to force sales. Are you sure you won't intervene? Zhang Tianqing shuddered, silently cursing Ma San's lack of awareness. He gritted his teeth and ordered, someone, break a leg of each of these troublemakers and throw them out. The thugs were terrified. No need for violence, we'll leave on our own. Despite their protests, they were dragged out amidst their cries of pain. Seeing Ma San being thrown out, the young girl's body trembled involuntarily, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. Jiang Chun, noticing this, quickly flashed a bright smile and said, Miss, I'll buy this egg. His smile brought a slight blush to her cheeks, and she nodded gently. Jiang Chun thought to himself, don't overthink it. I'm only interested in the egg, not the person. This is a dragon egg. I wonder how the girl's father got his hands on it. All right, 1,000,000. Jiang Chun said after a brief moment of thought. Although others might not realize the true value of this egg, he couldn't ignore his conscience. This was a platinum-tier dragon egg, which could easily fetch billions of alliance coins if sold. After all, for some people, alliance coins are just numbers, better converted into power. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun took out his newly acquired alliance card and handed it to the girl. Take this card as payment for the egg. A flicker of caution appeared in the girl's eyes, clearly wary. She had heard stories of well-dressed yet deceitful people. Despite Jiang Chen's handsome appearance, this involved her mother's medical expenses, and she couldn't afford any mistakes. Just as Jiang Chun was about to explain, Zhang Tianqing's voice rang out, Young lady, be content. The card holds much more than 1,000,000. I can vouch for it with the Beastmaster Alliance's reputation. Upon hearing this, the girl nodded repeatedly. In her eyes, the Beastmaster Alliance was a highly trustworthy organization. Since its official had vouched for it, she was inclined to believe. Even if the card had no money, with so many witnesses, she could seek justice. Watching the girl carefully tuck away the alliance card, Jiang Chen smiled again and asked, Little sister, is this egg mine now? She nodded quickly, brother. The egg is yours. Thank you for your help. She then bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. She knew that if Jiang Chen hadn't intervened, Ma San might have forcibly bought the beast egg, leaving her without money for her mother's treatment. Jiang Chen pointed to Zhang Tianqing and said, No need to thank me. If you encounter any trouble, you can find him. The girl nodded once more and swiftly left the Beastmaster Alliance. Jiang Chen sensed unfriendly gazes around him. Evidently, someone was eyeing the card in the girl's possession. Turning to Zhang Tianqing, Jiang Chen said, Manager Zhang, do me a favor and make sure nothing happens to that little girl. Zhang Tianqing agreed without hesitation. All right. He, too, was curious about the beast egg that was worth over 7,000,000 and had caught Jiang Chen's attention. Zhang Tianqing raised his voice to warn the crowd. I hope everyone knows the rules. The little girl is a customer of the Beastmaster Alliance. If anyone can't keep their hands to themselves, I won't mind helping you. Hearing this, The crowd that had been itching to make a move suddenly quieted down. The Beastmaster Alliance was a formidable entity, and no one wanted to provoke it. Jiang Chen was secretly impressed, not expecting Zhang Tianqing to be so supportive. After thanking him, Jiang Chen quickly left, heading straight to his villa to attempt signing the dragon egg. However, just as he reached the entrance of the community, he was stopped by the security captain, Hu Tian. Young Master Jiang, there are two people here to see you. Jiang Chen was taken aback and turned to see the infamous black and white duo who had previously confronted him at school. Before he could react, the two rushed over and slid to their knees in front of him. Young Master Jiang, we failed to recognize your greatness earlier and caused you trouble. We apologize, they said, starting to kowtow on the ground. The sudden scene left Jiang Chen a bit stunned, and Hu Tian was equally shocked. Being a gold-tier warrior, he recognized the black and white duo as notable figures in Yulong City, yet here they were, apologizing to a young man. The duo, feeling their kowtowing wasn't sincere enough, began slapping themselves. Young Master Jiang, we were out of line before, saying things we shouldn't have. We deserve this. Watching their earnest performance, Jiang Chen finally understood, suspecting it was likely the handiwork of Wu Di or Lang Jun. He couldn't help but marvel at the intimidating influence of the pioneering army. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.